Chapter 1. Crossing over before the heavens and the earth were born. Time in the realm of cultivation is meaningless. Millennia have passed in the world. After an indeterminate period, the layer of gas enveloping him ceased to grow, and everything around him seemed to freeze. Suddenly, from afar, a stream of purple golden gas rushed towards him, moving with such speed it appeared to transcend the constraints of space and time. In the blink of an eye, it reached his side, momentarily pausing before merging into the layer surrounding him, directly targeting his essence. Upon entering his being, it vanished. After absorbing this unique gas, Xianyuan Yun gradually regained consciousness. Is this the Hongming purple qi? It seems my guess was indeed correct. I have crossed over into the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were formed. He chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief, or more accurately, his gaseous form quivered slightly. I never anticipated such fortune. Since I have arrived, the former Xianyuan Yun is no more. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Zillion Daoran, wandering freely through the realms. At that moment, he resolved to chart a new path for his future. What lies ahead is for another day. My immediate concern is to find a way to regain my physical form. I cannot continue to exist merely as a mass of gas. I wonder if the Chaos Green Lotus has birthed Pangu yet. While my existence in this chaotic space is manageable, the moment Pangu opens the heavens and establishes the vast world, I will surely become a laughingstock among the deities. A being who achieved enlightenment in chaos, yet cannot manifest a form. Wait, perhaps that Hongming purple qi that just entered my body might assist me in this endeavor. With that thought, he delved into the profound insights brought forth by the Hongming purple qi. Contemplating the changes of the Tao, he began to grasp a method of self-cultivation. It is unclear how much time passed, but eventually he reached an epiphany. From now on, I shall call this technique Hunyuan Ju. I wonder if mastering it could lead to the same existence as the saints. Enough of that. I must hasten my training to achieve physical form soon, and in this chaos, seek out treasures. Is it not said that many treasures are born in chaos? Even a single stone or blade of grass from this realm can be invaluable in the world of the wilderness. I will gather as many treasures as I can, and even if my cultivation does not surpass others, these treasures will surely be enough to vanquish them. Zillion fell into a daydream of infinite possibilities, only to pull himself back to reality with considerable effort, finally entering into the depths of cultivation once more. Just as Zillion slipped into a state of ethereal tranquility, streams of Hongming purple qi flew in from the depths of chaos at intervals, merging into his being. Having merged with 4 streams of purple energy, it finally came to a halt, while the egg-shaped aura enveloping his body began to expand at an ever-accelerating pace. Meanwhile, billions of miles away, a colossal mass of energy existed, within which a man, upon catching sight of the purple lotus, opened his eyes in astonishment, smiled faintly, and then closed them once more. The intertwining hues of purple and gray energy danced harmoniously around him, as a massive axe-shaped weapon floated before him, continuously absorbing the chaotic energy. The vast expanse of chaotic space regained its tranquility, yet beneath this calmness lay the genesis of 2 formidable entities destined to be revered by future generations. Starting tomorrow, Xiaoming will upload 2 chapters daily for everyone's enjoyment. I hope all fellow readers will extend their support through recommendations and collections. Xiaoming is committed to writing diligently. Thank you all. Chapter 2. Transformation, the Might of Pangu. In the realm of chaos, 2 massive spheres of energy floated silently, the passage of time becoming indiscernible. Perhaps it had been 1,000,000 years, or even 10 million, or an epoch. The surrounding chaotic energy rapidly converged into these 2 colossal entities. Strangely, instead of expanding further, the 2 spheres began to compress inward. Notably, one of the spheres compressed with remarkable speed, while the other, although also undergoing compression, seemed to encounter obstacles, pausing intermittently before resuming its contraction. Suddenly, the rapidly compressing sphere swelled once more, only to quickly contract again, voraciously absorbing the surrounding chaotic energy. In the blink of an eye, a vast vacuum formed within a tenth of sand-mile radius. The distant currents hastily replenished the void, only to be absorbed once more. This series of transformations appeared gradual, but transpired within mere breaths. As the energy sphere shrank to less than one-third of its original size, it paused again. After a while, the sphere began to rotate horizontally, its hue gradually shifting from gray to a vibrant cyan. Once it fully transitioned to this azure tone, the rotating sphere came to a standstill, and slowly it began to unfurl from the top downwards. This process was incredibly slow, as the surrounding chaotic energy ceased to merge, merely quivering restlessly. The unfolding of the sphere resembled a bud of a lotus flower gently blooming towards the morning sun, taking a full 81 years to transition from closure to complete openness. Upon fully blossoming, the sphere swiftly transformed into a massive lotus with 36 exquisite petals, radiating breathtaking beauty. Atop the stamen sat a man of imposing stature, who suddenly opened his eyes and proclaimed, "At last, I have emerged." After being trapped within this chaotic azure lotus for 180 million years, it has not been an easy journey. The man then rose, stealing a glance at his formidable physique, smiled faintly, and with a casual wave, summoned a piece of chaotic energy that coalesced into a gray robe, which he donned. He seized the enormous battle axe floating before him and descended from the lotus pedestal. "I am birthed from chaos. Nurtured by the azure lotus, I shall be named Pangu." Thus, this legendary figure, the great creator Pangu, was revealed. Pangu cast a glance back at the Qinglian, shaking his head as he spoke. "Though you are born of me, you are not mine." He then pointed at the Qinglian, and in an instant, the 36 petals of the lotus transformed into 36 pieces of the jade tablet of creation, inscribed with 6,000 principles of the Tao, which later shattered in half under the immense pressure during the creation of the heavens and was subsequently acquired by Hongjun, who thus gained enlightenment. These flew into Pangu's hands, while 5 leaves of the chaotic Qinglian swiftly detached from the main body, transforming into 10 primordial spiritual treasures: the 5 Elements banner, the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, the eastern Qinglian treasure color banner, the southerly earth flame light banner, the western plain cloud realm banner, and the northern Xian yuan water control banner, the Qiankuan cauldron, the 12-petal lotus platform, the map of mountains and rivers, the river map and Luo book, the 7-treasure wonderful tree, the celestial book, the list of deities, the earth book, the nether book, the book of life and death, and the red embroidered ball. Only the lotus stem and lotus platform remained, inexplicably not having transformed into anything else. "Let these 2 items be a congratulatory gift for my yet-to-be-born brother," Pangu mused. "Ah, but it seems my brother has encountered some troubles," he remarked, furrowing his brow as he gazed in the direction of the purple lotus. "Very well, I shall lend you a hand. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune." As soon as he finished speaking, Pangu vanished from his location and reappeared beside the purple lotus. "Brother, do not panic. I am here to assist you." As he spoke, he squeezed 9 drops of essence blood from his fingertips into the chi mass, and then took out the jade butterfly of creation formed from the petals of the chaotic Qinglian, shaking it into the chi mass enveloping the purple lotus. Initially, the purple lotus was unaware of Pangu's presence until it successfully cultivated and emerged from the chaotic Qinglian. Only then did it realize Pangu's existence. Witnessing him casually dismantling the chaotic Qinglian and casting its treasures into the depths of chaos, the purple lotus felt a pang of heartache, exclaiming, "Do not give those to me. Such remarkable treasures! Alas, this prodigal." The purple lotus did not anticipate that its newly formed body was considerably fragile, and a moment's distraction nearly led to a disruption of its meridians. "Oh, how foolish! Greed is the original sin. Cursed be it, am I to perish so easily?" The purple lotus desperately suppressed its injuries, striving to control the chaotic flow of qi within its meridians. Yet, this only exacerbated the turmoil within its body. At that moment, the purple lotus heard Pangu's voice, which sounded like celestial music to its ears. Akati had no time to ponder why Pangu referred to it as brother. Preserving its own life was paramount. Pangu's essence blood, imbued with tremendous energy, flowed into the purple lotus's body, enhancing its constitution and fortifying its meridians. Subsequently, the 36 jade butterflies of creation emitted a green light, enveloping its body and calming the errant chi flows. The purple lotus's mind gradually found solace, merging into the jade butterflies hovering above its head, striving to comprehend the profound and enigmatic principles of the Tao. However, as its primordial spirit fully integrated into the jade butterfly, a resounding boom echoed, and the purple lotus felt as though it had entered a world woven with silk threads, akin to a silkworm spinning its cocoon, each thread representing a profound truth of the Tao. It grasped a thread, attempting to discern its origin, but despite immense effort, it found no resolution. The thread seemed eternally elusive yet omnipresent. The purple lotus recognized that its own power was insufficient. If it forced an understanding, it risked extinguishing its primordial spirit. Thus, it had no choice but to relax, allowing everything to unfold naturally. It appeared that all was well, and whether it could comprehend or to what extent depended entirely on itself. Pangu observed the expressions on the purple lotus's face shift from initial pain to subsequent anger due to its inability to grasp the Tao, eventually settling into tranquility as it accepted the flow of events. Nodding, Pangu remarked, "It seems this retreat will take a considerable time. I shall take this opportunity to forge a few items for him, serving as a meeting gift from this elder brother and ensuring he has something to safeguard his life in the future." Pangu glanced at the colossal axe in his hand, sighing, I shall refrain from informing him, lest it brings unnecessary sorrow. Even if I told him, what would it change? What is destined will come." Shaking his head, Pangu sat in midair, retrieving the remaining lotus platform from the evolved Qinglian, contemplating for a moment before beginning to forge treasures for the purple lotus. Chapter 3. Breaking Through and Recognition of Brother's Level of Immortality. Earth Immortal. Those who have just ascended to the immortal realm are classified as Earth Immortals, excluding deities of land and mountains. This rank was only established after Jiang Ziya's deification, following the ascension of Wenzhong, the Grand Master of the Thunder Department, Heavenly Immortal. Generally, those who have comprehended the Tao above the wilderness become Heavenly Immortals, continuing their cultivation from there, Golden Immortal. This is a watershed. Only those who reach this level qualify to pursue higher positions. If one fails to attain the Golden Immortal rank, they may as well await their demise. 9 Heavens Profound Immortal. Those who reach this level need not worry about death through ascension, though suicide or murder does not count. Luo Tian Upper Immortal. Reaching this level is no small feat, positioning one as a mid-tier figure among various forces in the wilderness, exemplified by figures like Ichi Xian and Yu Yuan. Great Luo Golden Immortal. While many possess this level of cultivation in the wilderness, they remain formidable existences, represented by figures such as the 3 heavens goddesses and Duobao quasi-saints. Those of this cultivation level are considered top tier even in a world teeming with experts, as long as they do not provoke saints or the heavenly Tao. They can roam freely, represented by figures such as Kong Xian, Randang, and Mingyi, as well as the reputed ancestor of Earth Immortals, Zenyuanzi. Saints, undoubtedly powerful existences, claim to be invulnerable to all evils, untouched by myriad laws. Immortal and indestructible, primal saints or great Luo Golden Immortals. Unless they provoke Hong Jun into taking action, they remain invincible, exemplified by figures like Taching Shangren, Lao Jun, Yuqing Shangren, Yuan Shi, and Tongta. Hong Jun is merely an anomaly, although his cultivation surpasses that of several saints. He is forever bound by the heavenly Tao, thus unable to progress further. Beyond saints lies another echelon, the primal Wuji Supreme Saint, who transcends the heavenly Tao and comprehends the Tao. Returning to the main narrative, the purple lotus, drawing upon the 6,000 principles of the Tao contained within the 36 jade butterflies bestowed by Pangu, took considerable time to finally rectify the deficiencies in its self-created primal method. Its inherent cultivation also experienced a significant surge, sitting cross-legged within the chi mass, which had now become so compressed it resembled a tangible entity. Its color transformed from gray to purple. Chaos is formless. Formlessness leads to the Tao. What is the Tao? Who am I? The purple lotus incessantly questioned itself, its countenance reflecting joy, sorrow, anger, and grief, ultimately settling into a blank expression. Unbeknownst to it, this transformation was profound. Suddenly, it appeared to have an epiphany or realization, and its face lit up with delight. You too, do not delay any longer. Reveal yourselves. With a thunderous shout, two beams of golden light soared from its head, landing before it and transforming into two figures. The purple lotus slowly opened its eyes, calmly inquiring, "Do you two have names?" "I am the manifestation of your malevolent thoughts." "My name is Ian," replied a man in a gray robe, his features exuding a sinister aura. The purple lotus chose not to engage further with him and turned to the other figure, dressed in white, who bore a compassionate expression. "Fellow Taoist, I bow to you." The white-robed figure smiled and greeted. "I'm the manifestation of your benevolent thoughts. My name is Shanyu." "There is no need for such formalities." The purple lotus raised its hand, levitating him effortlessly. "You both are but facets of me. Why must we be so distinctly divided? Now that I have severed the two corpses, regardless of cultivation or realm, I have reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Yet I still find myself at a loss in seeking the path to the saint rank. Today, I shall break through and inquire with my elder brother Pangu." Upon concluding, the two figures transformed into beams of golden light, soaring towards him and merging into the spiritual platform above his head. The purple lotus curiously turned inward to observe, finding the two seated beside his primordial consciousness, eyes closed in meditation. Cough. Previously, I often read about the timelessness of cultivation. Experiencing it firsthand now brings a different sensation. The purple lotus exited its introspection, sighing, unaware of how it had slipped into reminiscence. "Why, brother? Are you awake? Why do you linger in seclusion?" Pangu's voice echoed from outside. It turned out that after bestowing the jade butterflies upon the purple lotus, Pangu had been guarding him while simultaneously crafting two treasures. Seeing the purple lotus successfully sever the two corpses, he assumed it was ready to emerge, only to find it once again lost in contemplation. Prompting him to speak up, of course, Pangu did not hear the purple lotus's self-reflections. Otherwise, it would have found itself in a bit of trouble. Though merely needing to explain could be troublesome, couldn't it? Author, TSK, to put it nicely, you fear trouble. To put it bluntly, you are lazy. Protagonist. How dare you? Am I the protagonist, or are you? Go sit in a corner and contemplate your life. Author you. Pangu's voice interrupted the purple lotus's reverie, and it finally recalled its purpose. "Elder brother, do not rush. I shall break through this moment." Upon the utterance of Zillian, he rose to his feet, surveying the violet mist that enveloped him. Closing his eyes, he bellowed a commanding shout, and suddenly, the gaseous mass unfurled like a magnificent lotus in full bloom. Yet, something seemed amiss. Zillian scrutinized the lotus that cradled him and realized, indeed, it appeared that Pangu's chaotic green lotus was of the 36th grade, whereas his own lotus was but of the 24th grade. Moreover, it was not as grand in stature. "Goodness, this hardly seems fair," Zillian muttered to himself. "Ha ha. Brother, you've finally emerged. You have left your elder brother quite lonely over the years." Pangu remarked cheerfully upon seeing Zillian break through. Zillian gazed up at Pangu, whose thick brows and large eyes, coupled with a robust demeanor, unmistakably marked him as a man of strength. Yet, Zillian felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if they were bound by blood. Pangu, perhaps sensing Zillian's confusion, explained, "The chaotic green lotus that birthed me and the primordial purple lotus that birthed you are two spiritual entities born from the very foundation of chaos. Originally, once since I emerged before you, I'm the elder brother, and you are the younger." Pangu's words, Zillian's mind buzzed with confusion. How could he be Pangu's younger brother? It seemed that, in the tales, Pangu had no siblings. Had his arrival altered the narrative? Never mind that. So my lotus is called the primordial purple lotus, is it? The very name suggests it is indeed a remarkable treasure, though it may not match the chaotic green lotus. It cannot be lacking by much. So this is how it is. However, dear brother, for your willingness to guard the gate for me, allow me to pay my respects," Zillian declared, preparing to bow. "Enough. There's no need for such formalities between brothers." Besides, I bear responsibility as well. Pangu quickly interjected to halt his gesture of respect. Indeed? Haha. Had it not been for the commotion I caused upon my emergence, you would not have nearly lost your way. Pangu explained, a hint of embarrassment evident as he adjusted his hair. Do not blame your elder brother. It is my own lack of skill that led to such a blunder, Zillian replied. Let it be. We are brothers, so let us dispense with the pleasantries. By the way, while you were in meditation, I prepared 2 items for you, as a congratulatory gift for your emergence, Pangu said, waving his hand to reveal 2 objects that immediately captured Zillian's attention. As he carefully examined the treasures that appeared above him, he was astounded. What are these items? To be continued. Please continue to offer your support, and do not forget to collect and recommend. Thank you all. Additionally, 2 more chapters will be uploaded at midnight today. Chapter 4. Heavenly Treasures. Continuing from the last time, while Pangu guarded Zillian, he forged 2 treasures for him as a congratulatory gift for successfully breaking through. With a wave of his hand, he suspended them in front of Zillian, who was taken aback at the sight. He reached out, and the first item that fell into his grasp was a pagoda radiating a verdant glow. It bore 9 hexagonal layers, each corner adorned with a gray wind chime. This is the Qian Kuan Pagoda, a transformation of the lotus platform of the chaotic green lotus, refined by my chaos primordial fire for a painstaking 81 years. Upon completion, it was also baptized by the primordial purple lightning for another 81 days, absorbing countless chaotic energies within. The 54 wind chimes are manifestations of chaotic energy, capable of offense and defense. The Qian Kuan Pagoda can defy the heavens. Even my axe would struggle to breach its defenses, Pangu elaborated beside Zillian. Listening to Pangu's explanation, Zillian marveled at the pagoda in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of attachment. Truly remarkable. In the vast wilderness, formidable beings abound, and those deities are no trifles. Having just severed 2 corpses, though, I stand as a quasi-saint. It hardly seems powerful enough. I once thought the phrase all beneath the sage are but ants was an exaggeration. Believing that the difference in tiers was trivial, and that possessing heavenly treasures could allow one to defeat saints. Yet now, having achieved quasi-saint status, I realize how naive and ignorant my previous thoughts were. Zillian mused, contemplating the pagoda. Pangu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Haha. Enough of that. You have plenty of time to admire it later. Now, behold the other treasure I have prepared for you. I apologize for my rudeness. Zillian replied sheepishly. Not at all. Here, this is the second item I have prepared for you, Pangu said, waving his hand to reveal another object that transformed into a streak of light, landing softly in Zillian's palm. It was a gray sword, exuding a subtle yet imposing aura that left Zillian astonished. This is the Hongmeng sword, forged from the stem of my chaotic green lotus, born simultaneously with the Qian Kuan Pagoda. The sole difference is that it absorbed a strand of primordial purple qi upon becoming a sword, greatly enhancing its quality. I once clashed it with my axe, and neither was harmed, which attests to its strength. Pangu elaborated further on the sword's details. Hearing Pangu's words, Zillian felt a tempest of emotions within. What a powerful item. It absorbed a strand of primordial purple qi. Even more astonishing is that it could withstand a clash with Pangu's axe without sustaining damage. This is simply defying the heavens. What then is Pangu's axe? A divine object capable of splitting the heavens. Zillian's heart soared with joy, nearly overwhelming him. His elder brother is truly formidable. When Pangu's axe splits the heavens, it will transform into 3 treasures, scattered into the hands of others, which will diminish its power. Yet my Hongmeng sword will not do so. Does this mean the most powerful treasures reside in my hands? At that moment, Zillian's emotions were beyond description. Brother, thank you for all you have done for me, Zillian said, raising his head to express his gratitude, his feelings too profound for mere words. After much contemplation, he could only utter this one sentence. Haha, brother, there's no need for such formalities. Please rise, Pangu said, supporting Zillian to stand upright. I end this boundless chaos. You and I are the 2 beings born from it. As brothers, it is only fitting that I do my part, Pangu reassured him, patting Zillian's arm. Very well, I shall not refuse, but, brother, with these 2 items bestowed upon me, what will you use, aside from your axe? It seems you possess nothing else. The creation jade butterfly is merely a creation artifact without offensive or defensive capabilities. What shall you do moving forward? Zillion inquired, perplexed. Moving forward. Pangu's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. No worries. My axe is more than sufficient. With my physique, who could harm me? Pangu chuckled, though his smile appeared strained. What is the matter? Why does he wear such a face? Does he already foresee that he will be ensnared by the heavenly path, and that the divine beings will fall and transform into all things? Zillion pondered, sensing Pangu's unease. Brother, I have a question that requires your guidance. Zillion ventured to ask Ditto. What is it? Speak freely, Pangu replied, eyeing him with curiosity. What is the self? When I severed the two corpses and became a quasi-saint, though I still had the strength, why could I not comprehend the self? Zillion inquired after some contemplation. The self is the Tao. Pangu responded, tapping Zillion's forehead. Take your time to comprehend it. Do not rush. The path of the Tao cannot be hurried. Though Zillion heard Pangu's words, he remained somewhat perplexed but chose not to delve deeper. Pangu was right. Understanding the Tao must be approached with a calm heart. Rushing would lead to inferior outcomes and only create greater distance from the truth that I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Brother, may I ask, what realm do you currently occupy? Why can I not see through your strength? Have you attained the fruits of sainthood? Zillion inquired, gazing at Pangu. You think attaining sainthood is so simple? I have merely emerged slightly earlier than you. How could I possibly attain sainthood? As for your inability to see through my strength, it is because I walk the path of proving the Tao through strength, which is indeed a noble method. My cultivation is exceptionally high. In truth, I am merely at the late quasi-saint stage, not much stronger than you at the mid-quasi-saint stage. Pangu chuckled in response to Zillion's inquiries. Now I see. No wonder I could not perceive your cultivation, Zillion replied, somewhat chagrined. Enough, brother, do not lose heart. One day you shall attain sainthood. However, I have a request that you must adhere to. Pangu's expression turned serious. What is your request, brother? Speak freely. I shall remember it, Zillion replied, puzzled. Very well. Hearing your words gives me peace. You must remember, I will be the first to attain sainthood, and you must not be the second. Do not inquire why. Simply remember this, and in due course, you shall understand, Pangu insisted, fixing his gaze on Zillion. Understood. I shall heed your words, brother, Zillion replied, though he did not fully grasp the meaning. Pangu, upon hearing Zillion's response, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Now quickly refine those 2 items. I shall wander about and see what else I can gather for you. Very well. I shall begin refining the treasures at once. Zillion replied without hesitation, eager to refine the 2 items that would be crucial for his survival and endeavors in the future. Ahem. Just a jest. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Once you have fully refined the treasures, I will return. With these words, Pangu vanished before Zillion's eyes. Zillion then sat cross-legged atop the primordial purple lotus and began to refine the treasures. Chapter 5. A sudden increase in wealth. Pangu creates the world previously. It was mentioned that after bestowing the Qian Kuan Tower and the primordial sword upon Zillion, Pangu instructed him to remain in place and carefully refine and familiarize himself with them. Meanwhile, Pangu went off to scour for treasures and various heavenly materials. Within just a few years, Zillion successfully refined the 2 treasures into his own, for he possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint. After several more years of nurturing and familiarization, it must be said that these 2 treasures were indeed remarkable. Although Zillion had initially surmised their immense power through Pangu's introduction, he had still underestimated their strength. During his first experiment with the treasures, he was taken aback, and his gratitude towards Pangu surged, knowing that these treasures had been crafted for him by his elder brother. However, Zillion was troubled, as he did not know how to repay Pangu. He was acutely aware that Pangu had little time left and would perish due to the act of creation. Alas, why must my brother be so despondent? I observe that you have successfully refined the treasures. Yet you still sigh in lamentation. Just as Zillion was lost in his thoughts about his inability to aid Pangu in his endeavor, a voice resonated in his ears, and Pangu appeared beside him. Your cultivation is indeed profound. You appeared so silently that I did not even sense your presence, Zillian said, feeling somewhat disheartened by his failure to notice Pangu's arrival. Do not be so hard on yourself. Though we both possess quasi-saint cultivation, my path is one of strength and proof, which naturally places me at a slight advantage. Moreover, I perceive that you lack certain methods to apply your own magical powers, which is why you were unable to detect my existence. Pangu comforted Zillian that I see. But how can I fully unleash my potential? This cannot continue. Zillian expressed his concerns after hearing Pangu's assessment that do not rush. Before my departure, I discovered the shortcomings in your existence. Thus, during my quest for treasures, I happened upon a piece of 9-colored primordial jade. I casually crafted a jade slip, embedding within it all my insights on the application of magical powers and my understanding of artifact refinement. With that, Pangu produced a jade slip that shimmered with 9-colored hues and handed it to Zillian. This should prove beneficial to you. He also presented Zillian with a ring, saying, "This is the void nurturing ring," symbolizing the absorption of the void. Though I crafted it, it is no less powerful than the spiritual treasure born from my chaos green lotus. Inside are treasures I have collected over the years, as well as a pearl known as chaos, which contains a miniature world of chaos, filled with the chaotic spiritual materials I have gathered. As Zillian listened intently to Pangu's detailed explanations, an ominous feeling surged within him. He hastily performed a calculation, realizing, brother, Zillian understood that Pangu was making arrangements for the future, leaving him a loss for words that, you comprehend. It seems your cultivation has indeed progressed, Pangu remarked, observing Zillian's reaction with excitement. It is of no consequence. The reason I was birthed by the Great Tao was precisely for this purpose. When the time arranged by the Great Tao arrives, it must come to pass. This is inevitable. However, I cannot foresee what lies ahead for you. It seems the Great Tao does not wish for me to know. Brother, could you not do this? Can we not simply live together in this chaos? Zillian's heart ached as he pleaded, dear brother, do not allow your mind to be clouded. Although this matter is orchestrated by the Great Tao, I willingly accept nurture a law with my own strength and create a world is a joy to me. You should rejoice for me. Pangu patted Zillian's shoulder, saying, your path is different from mine. You too have your responsibilities, though the time has not yet come for you to know. However, remember what I have told you. I am the first to attain sanctity, and you must not become the second. You also have a master. Yes, do not inquire about their identity. You will naturally know when the time comes. Now I must enter seclusion. You should also go, with that. Pangu disregarded Zillian and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, with his axe resting upon his legs. Zillian stood there, lost in thought, a deep sorrow filling his heart. Alas, it seems that what must come will inevitably come. Brother is right. I should be happy for him. Each individual bears their own responsibilities, but what is mine? After a moment of stillness, Zillian shook his head, sat cross-legged, and took out the jade slip to meditate and comprehend its teachings. Though the outcome seemed predetermined, he could not help but harbor a glimmer of hope that his strength would increase, perhaps allowing him to assist Pangu. Pangu opened his eyes and smiled faintly upon seeing Zillian in meditation. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic energy surrounding Zillian began to churn violently, forming what appeared to be a formation that enclosed him within. Unbeknownst to the meditating Zillian, all of this transpired. Years passed in what felt like an instant. Suddenly, the space trembled as the chaotic energy reacted as if it had encountered something fearsome, surging violently. Zillian awoke, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Pangu, who should have been in seclusion beside him, now standing far away, his stature having grown to an immense height, his hair billowing, and wielding the colossal axe, floating silently in the void. Zillian instantly understood. It seemed the time had come. He hurried to rise, wishing to assist his brother in any way he could. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to move, no matter how hard he tried. He realized this must be Pangu's doing. Brother, why have you imprisoned me? Zillian called out anxiously, you have awakened, dear brother. Indeed, it is I who have confined you. There is no need to struggle as long as I live. You shall not escape. It is good that you have awakened. Observing my act of creation may benefit your future cultivation. Will not be sorrowful. or I shall not recognize you as my brother." Pangu's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, booming in Zillian's ears. "Remember my words. There are some beings in the future who share a connection with me, but they are not solely of my making. Should you encounter them, feel free to act without mercy. I have divided a fragment of my consciousness and stored it within the jade slip. I trust you will find it useful." "Brother," at that moment, Zillian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Oh, not grieve. Brother, pay close attention. It shall aid you." Pangu interrupted Zillian, urging him to focus. Slowly, Pangu raised his colossal axe, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Zillian understood that everything had reached a point of no return, and he ceased his struggles, sitting quietly within the formation. "Brother, rest assured, I shall watch closely, for I cannot disappoint the expectations you have from me." With a mighty swing, Pangu's voice roared like thunder. "If you do not heed my words, I shall not strike the heavens, but rather strike you. Have you all heard?" 1, 2. Chapter 6. The creation of heaven and earth. Pangu's demise. Previously, it was mentioned that after Pangu had made his arrangements, he was finally ready to create the world. Pangu closed his eyes, slowly raising the Pangu axe above his head, standing silently for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, ablaze with 2 flames of gray, chaotic primal fire. He took a deep breath and bellowed. Open, with a tremendous swing, the Pangu axe struck towards the heavens, as if to cleave through the machinations of the great Tao, to shatter the fate that had been laid out, and to express his indomitable will and spirit. A colossal wave of golden energy surged forth, slicing through the heavens and the earth, vanishing from Zillian's perception in the blink of an eye. A testament to its unparalleled speed. Crack, crack, crack. Following the passage of the golden energy wave, a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of eggshells shattering echoed throughout the chaotic expanse. The chaos fractured, extending outward from Pangu's very being. As the crack spread towards Zillian, he was struck with alarm, thinking, "It's over. I cannot move. What shall I do?" Yet to Zillian's astonishment, when the fractures reached him, they circumvented him entirely. It dawned on him that Pangu had previously established a formation around him, and it seemed that it had saved his life. Where the chaos had splintered, the primordial energy transformed into the duality of white and black. The white energy ascended to form the heavens, while the black energy descended to become the earth, embodying the principle that chaos is the source of all things, and from the void comes the ultimate reality. Pangu continued to swing his axe, unleashing wave after wave of immense energy, cleaving apart the smaller interconnected fragments. However, the distance between heaven and earth gradually began to close, and some regions reverted to chaos, continually evolving into chaotic energy. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Pangu cast the Pangu axe into the air, where it trembled violently, suddenly transforming into 3 streaks of radiant light that pierced the heavens, heralding auspicious omens. Upon closer inspection, Zillian realized it was the renowned Taiji diagram, the Pangu Pan, and the Chaos Bell. With a gesture, Pangu summoned the Taiji diagram, the Pangu Pan, and the Chaos Bell directly into his hands. He gave the Pangu Pan a vigorous shake, unleashing a force of destruction that instantly surged towards the area where chaos was about to re-emerge, shattering and dispersing it. Next, he hurled the Taiji diagram, and a white jade golden bridge gradually descended between heaven and earth, supporting the cosmos and preventing it from collapsing. The stability of heaven and earth was momentarily achieved. Pangu raised his hand to suspend the Chaos Bell in the sky, manipulating it with a spell. The originally palm-sized bell transformed in an instant into a towering bronze bell reaching 100 jong. Pangu then struck the bell thrice, dong dong dong, and with each resounding clang, pale yellow ripples of light radiated outward, further solidifying the shape of heaven and earth. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, which had ravaged the cosmos, gradually subsided, dispersing into streams of energy. The entire space began to reveal a faint Taiji-like pattern, with the interplay of yin and yang, the 4 images, and the 8 trigrams emerging as the profound meanings of the 5 elements. 6 harmonies, 7 killings, and 9 palaces gradually unfolded. The contours of heaven and earth became increasingly distinct, and the illusions of yin and yang fish began to dissolve into nothingness. Zillian, witnessing this, felt a wave of melancholy, for he understood that the Tao of heaven was finally established, intertwined with Pangu's hands. And the ultimate principles nurtured since the time of chaos would soon manifest in the primordial and future worlds. The cycle of cause and effect, the entanglements of right and wrong, would from henceforth ensnare all beings. Save for the sages, under the control of the heavenly laws that governed the world, painstakingly forged by Pang, Zillian observed the unfolding of creation. A sudden epiphany dawned upon him, illuminating previously opaque concepts, while simultaneously revealing even more complexities. This truly was the dawn of chaos. Before all things came into being, where existed a primordial entity known as Wuji. Extremes refer to the dualities of yin and yang. Wuji signifies the undivided state of these forces. From Wuji arises Taiji, from which yin and yang emerge. Thus Wuji is the Tao. The Tao begets one, which is Taiji. One begets two, representing yin and yang. Initially, the Taiji diagram is but a void circle, embodying the state of Wuji. As the Tao penetrates its core, yin and yang are birthed. The Tao is the absolute whole, indivisible, without beginning or end, formless, and without an object of reference. All of the universe's myriad phenomena are reflections of the Tao, complex mirrors of its infinite nature. Though the world Pangu had created was taking shape, it remained unstable. Relative to mighty beings, the newly formed realm was markedly different from chaos. Yet it was still in its infancy, devoid of vitality. After a moment of contemplation, Pangu casually cast aside the three treasured artifacts, the Taiji diagram, Pangu Pan, and Chaos Bell, rendering them invisible in the cosmos. Recognizing the need for stability, he expanded his form into a colossal figure towering 36,000 zhang, his hands propping up the heavens and his feet grounded upon the earth, emanating waves of ethereal energy that infused the world. Years passed, and Zillian awoke from his meditative state, his cultivation having surged to the later stage of quasi-saint due to witnessing Pangu's monumental act of creation. Brother, you have finally awakened. If you had not done so, I truly would have faltered. My mission is now complete. You must remember my words. From this moment forth, I shall merge into the essence of all things, and the future world shall be entrusted to your care. Pangu said, casting a final glance at Zillian. With a choked voice, Zillian replied, Brother, rest assured, I shall not forget your admonitions. I will uphold my responsibility. The final smile graced Pangu's lips as 12 streams of vital energy and 3 primordial spirits surged from him. The 12 vital essences becoming the formidable 12 ancestors of witchcraft, while the 3 spirits transformed into the 3 pure ones, who subsequently merged with the cosmos. His exhaled breath became gentle breezes and clouds. His voice thunderous roars, his left eye transformed into the sun, his right eye into the moon, his limbs into the 4 poles of the earth and the great mountains of the primordial realm. His blood into roaring rivers, his veins into the mountains and pathways, his skin and muscles into fertile soil, his hair into celestial stars, his sweat into verdant flora, his teeth and bones into metals and rocks, and his marrow into precious gems. Pangu devoted everything for the birth of a beautiful world, embodying great love. That moment, a cascade of golden light descended from the heavens, scattering throughout the world. With a small stream entering Zillian's body, he initially contemplated using this merit to attain sainthood, but recalling his brother's words, he refrained and compressed the merit within his dantian, awaiting the right moment to achieve his own sanctification. Just then, the previously tranquil cosmos suddenly stirred, as torrents of earth and gas rapidly coalesced, slowly transforming into a tower-like structure that instantaneously shattered the void and departed. Zillian pondered, mystified by this phenomenon. What could this possibly be? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. How could I have been so dull? He lamented, witnessing the precious artifact slip away. It turned out to be the renowned postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the Tiandi Xin Huang Linglong Tower, said to ensure invincibility in battle. Chapter 7. The primordial world in the passage of countless years, the narrative of Panga's creation of the world and his transformation into myriad beings unfolded. The once desolate primordial realm gradually evolved, giving rise to various life forms, among which the Phoenix clan led the avian species, the Chelan clan presided over terrestrial beasts, and the Dragon clan ruled the scaly creatures, dominating both the heavens and the earth. Perhaps due to the cyclical changes of the heavenly Tao, the three clans, which should have coexisted harmoniously, found themselves embroiled in ceaseless conflict over ethereal titles and territorial claims. Each skirmish escalated into a fierce battle, resulting in countless casualties, deepening the animosity between the clans. Their reckless strife led to devastation across the primordial lands, perhaps a manifestation of the Tao's karmic retribution, destined to prevent them from participating in the future struggles for supremacy, ultimately forcing them into seclusion. Phoenix Ming, Chelan Yu, how dare you? Why have you slain my kin? If I do not receive an explanation today, I shall summon the full might of my clan and engage you in a battle to the death, thundered a man clad in a blue robe, his voice brimming with fury. Before him stood two individuals with icy expressions, one clad in red, the other in black. "Oh, Long Ba, how imposing you are," scoffed the man in red. "You, Long Ba, cannot possibly be oblivious to the truth. Had it not been for your Dragon clan's members pursuing my Phoenix kin and Chelan Yu's clan, would we have attacked them without cause? Now you come here, demanding an explanation without regard for the facts. Could it be that you instigated this?" The man in red was the leader of the Phoenix clan, Feng Ming, while the black-clad figure beside him was Chelan Yu, the leader of the Chelan clan. The irate man in blue was Long Ba, the leader of the Dragon clan. Is it true, Long Ba? Feng Ming's accusation hung in the air. Oh, you really think we are easy prey? If you do not provide an explanation today, this Mount Buzhou shall become your Dragon clan's burial ground. At this moment, Chelan Yu, who had remained silent, spoke coldly, shattering the tense atmosphere and plunging it into an icy silence. The disciples of the three clans glared at each other, each preparing to strike at their chosen targets. "Very well, if that is the case." Long Ba erupted in laughter. "Dragon clan disciples kill." With that, he lunged at Feng Ming and Chelan Yu, and the three engaged in a fierce battle. Among them, Long Ba possessed the cultivation of the later stage of Quasi-Saint, while Feng Ming and Chelan Yu were at the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. The energy generated by their clash reduced everything within a 10,000-meter radius to dust, including the disciples of the three clans who had initially been present. As the battle raged on, regardless of how intense the conflict had been, the disciples abandoned their opponents and fled. In a fleeting moment, the bodies of the three clans fell like rain from the sky, as the conflict involving hundreds of thousands of disciples caused all beings within a radius of several 100,000 li to flee in panic. The battle persisted for nearly a century, reducing the once mighty disciples of each clan from hundreds of thousands to mere thousands. The leaders of the three clans suffered severe injuries, ultimately compelled to withdraw. Unbeknownst to them, this retreat marked the end of the three clans' reign over the primordial realm, as they faded into the annals of history. The retreat of the three clans ushered in a period of tranquility across the primordial lands for several centuries, when Pangu fell and transformed into myriad beings. The 12 streams of vital energy that emanated from his body descended upon the primordial earth, becoming the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, endowed with unmatched physical prowess, eschewing the cultivation of primordial spirits, yet wielding immense power capable of devouring heaven and earth, commanding wind, water, thunder, and lightning, shifting mountains and filling seas, altering the very fabric of existence. Zhejiang, with a serpent for an ear, riding 2 dragons. He is the ancestor of metal in the west. Zhu Meng, with a bird's body and a human's face, riding 2 dragons. He is the ancestor of wood in the east. Gong Gong, with a human's body and a serpent's head, treading upon 2 water dragons. He is the ancestor of water in the north. Zhu Rong, with a beast's body and a human's face, riding 2 fire dragons. He is the ancestor of fire in the south. Tian Hao, residing in the valley of the morning sun, known as Tian Wu. He is the lord of water and the ancestor of wind. Xian Ming, also known as Yuchang or Yujing. He is the rain master, the god of the sea and the wind, and the ancestor of rain. With the head of a tiger and the body of a man, supported by 4 hooves and long elbows. He is the primordial shaman of thunder, Shizi, the primordial shaman of lightning, Di Jiang. To the west, 350 miles lies Tian Shan, abundant in gold and jade, where the azure, yellow, and brilliant waters emerge and flow southwest into Tang Valley. There exists a divine bird, resembling a yellow pouch, red as vermilion fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, faceless and formless. It is known for its songs and dances. Indeed, it is Di Jiang, the primordial shaman of spatial velocity. Zhu Jiuyin, beyond the Northwest Sea, north of the Red Waters, there is Zhongwei Mountain that a deity resides there, with a human face and a serpent's body, red in color, its eyes wide and upright. Its gaze obscured yet illuminating, it neither eats nor sleeps nor rests, appearing in storms and rains. This is Zhu Jiuyin, also known as Zhu Long, the primordial shaman of time. Shibai possesses divine qualities. With a human face, dog ears, and a beast body, adorned with 2 azure serpents, named Shibai, the primordial shaman of weather. Ho Tu, with a human head and serpent body, nurturing life with benevolence. She is the primordial shaman of the earth. These 12 beings, through their respective essence and blood, birth shamans, each forming a tribe collectively known as the Witch Clan, governing the land. Pangu's 3 primordial spirits absorbed some of the mysterious yellow energy and transformed into human forms. Collectively known as the 3 Purities, residing in Kunlun Mountain, building the 3 Purities Palace, secluded in cultivation, indifferent to worldly matters, from Pangu's eyes transformed the sun star. 2 beings emerged, both formed from the true fire of the sun. The elder, named Di Jun, wields the heavenly treasures of the Luo Shu and He Tu, while the younger, named Tai Yi, possesses the treasures of chaos, the Chaos Bell, unaware of its true name, thus dubbed Dong Huangzhong. Hence many refer to him as Dong Huang Tai Yi. The 2 united to wield a banner to summon demons, thereby mastering the demon clans and establishing the heavenly demon palace, gradually gaining dominion over the skies. In the northern abyss dwells a fish named Kun, whose vastness is immeasurable. It transforms into a bird named Peng, whose back is also unfathomably wide, soaring in rage, its wings resembling clouds hanging from the heavens. When it traverses the seas, it ventures into the southern abyss, a celestial lake, renowned for its formidable powers, earning the title of the Demon Master Kunpeng, establishing the cold palace in the northern abyss. Secluded in cultivation, on the mountain formed from Pangu's spine, 2 renowned beings were conceived, the illustrious siblings Fushi and Enhua, both with human bodies and serpent tails, their powers reaching the mid-tier of quasi-saint. Though part of the demon clan, they disregarded the summons of the 2 emperors of the heavenly demon palace, residing and cultivating on this unyielding mountain. Additionally, there were other formidable beings, such as Zhen Yuanzi from the 5, the benevolent Hongyun Laozu, and from the western lands, the duo of Jin and Junti, transformed from the 12-petal golden lotus and the Bodhi tree, each diligently cultivating. Between heaven and earth exists a substance known as the primordial one Qi, as observed from Pangu as opening of the heavens, where spiritual awareness attained human form, later seeking the shattered remnants of chaos in the western Kunlun, discovering the transformative jade butterfly, thus comprehending the great Tao. Becoming the true immortal Hongjun, there exists a verse as testimony. High recline upon clouds of 9 layers, upon a lotus of truth, transcending the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall teach and revere Pangu, giving birth to the Tai Chi, the 2 forms, the 4 symbols, following one path, transmitting the 3 friends, elucidating the 2 teachings, leading all to the door of mystery, becoming the leader of the one Qi. Transforming into Hongjun in an instant, the great deities emerged in succession, heralding an era of chaos upon the primordial earth. Chapter 8. The emergence of the purple lotus, Hongjun achieves sanctity. Previously, it was mentioned that the 3 clans withdrew, and the great deities appeared in succession. In the extreme eastern lands of the primordial realm lies a sea, known as the East Sea, vast and boundless, perpetually tumultuous, with fierce gales swirling on the surface of the sea. A million miles from land, there exists a forbidden zone, perpetually enveloped by gray clouds. Curiously, although the clouds seem light as air, they remain unmoving against winds that could rival a 20-level storm, year-round unyielding. This vast forbidden area spans tens of thousands of miles. Any being entering it, if fortunate, may exit unscathed, but if unlucky, they may become trapped within, much like entering a spirit-locking array, until their essence is exhausted and they perish. Over time, this has become a widely acknowledged forbidden zone, with none daring to approach that LIG. I heard Ling Air mention you were in seclusion. It's only been a few days. How have you emerged? A water creature with a shrimp head and human body spoke to another figure bearing a turtle shell. Old blind, you know my temperament. If I were to seclude myself, I'd likely fall asleep at any moment, unable to cultivate it all, so I simply came out. The man named Li Ji scratched his bald head. I knew you lacked patience, to be honest. The shrimp-headed creature began, but suddenly fell silent. Looking fearfully towards the area designated as Forbidden LIG, puzzled by the abrupt silence, turned around and was immediately stunned by the changes in the Forbidden Zone. The previously motionless gray clouds began to churn violently, as if someone had inadvertently provoked them. Gradually, the gray clouds formed a structure resembling a tornado, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, growing ever faster, expanding to a radius of hundreds, thousands, and eventually tens of thousands of miles before slowly coming to a halt. However, the tornado-like clouds did not change, persisting for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a month, and before long, 3 months passed. The changes above the East Sea drew the attention of several formidable beings from the primordial realm. First to arrive were two, one being the primordial shaman of space and speed, and the other the demon master Kuan Peng, known for soaring 9,000 miles with a single flap of his wings. Following them were the three purities Tai Yi, Dijun, the siblings Fushi and Enhua, In, Junti, and others, nearly all gathered at the periphery of the energy mass, greeting one another before sitting upon the clouds. Quietly awaiting developments, as 6 months swiftly passed, the assembly of beings did not disperse. Rather, their enthusiasm only intensified. Suddenly, the previously motionless tornado-like clouds began to compress inward rapidly. The surrounding powerful beings opened their eyes in unison. "Senior brother, it seems a treasure is about to emerge," spoke Juni, holding the 7 treasures mysterious tree, addressing Jean. "It's uncertain what it truly is. Let us observe further." Jean replied, his expression grave. "Sister, do you see something in the center of that cloud vortex?" Fushi asked, and while beside him, in the heart of the tornado-like clouds, a multicolored light orb emerged, rapidly absorbing the surrounding gray clouds, gradually revealing the area around it. There lay 3 majestic mountains, forming a triangular formation, with the light orb suspended at the center. The multicolored glow began to shrink, revealing a figure with closed eyes, adorned with a star crown, clad in 8 treasure celestial robes, and wearing purple cloud golden boots. He stood upon a purple lotus with 24 petals, his phoenix eyes and sharp brows marking him as an exceptionally handsome man. The onlookers, initially prepared to collect treasures, were left dumbfounded by this scene. "Isn't it a treasure? Why has a person emerged?" they stammered, exchanging bewildered glances. "Heavens! The formation set by my elder brother Pangu is indeed formidable, withstanding the might of the heavens and keeping me trapped for millennia. Finally, I am free. The feeling of liberation is divine." The figure was none other than the long-missing Zillian Daoran, who had vanished following the opening of the heavens. "Humph! A bunch of treasure-seeking fools," Zillian thought as he surveyed the astonished crowd. "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your tireless vigilance on my behalf. I, Zillian, greet you all. Might I inquire your names?" He addressed the assembly with a bow. "No need for such formalities, fellow Taoist. We initially believed a treasure was being unearthed and came to see, but it turns out to be your emergence from seclusion. I am Enhua," she smiled, gesturing to the man beside her, "and this is my elder brother Fushi." Fellow Taoist. "I, Fushi, pay my respects," he replied with a warm smile, bowing to Zillian. "Fellow Taoist, I am Lier, and this is my second brother." Yuan Shi, and my third brother, Ling Bao. This is Jin, and his junior brother, Juni. This is the ancestral shaman Di Jiang, and this is the demon master Kuan Peng. Lier introduced the assembly one by one. Upon reaching the final two, he paused and glanced at them, who appeared dismissive of the gathering. I am Dong Huang Tai Yi, and this is my elder brother Di Jun. We oversee the heavenly demon palace. Dong Huang Tai Yi stated coldly, exuding an air of arrogance. That Zilian surveyed the assembly, pondering. These are all saints and quasi-saint level figures. Nothing particularly special. I thought they might be different. Fellow Taoist Zilian. Is this island your dwelling? Junti pointed to the 3 mountains below, inquiring with a hint of greed in his eyes. That I observe this place still retains the essence of chaos. Might I ask its origin? No problem. These 3 mountains are named Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, formed from 3 fragments of chaos that fell during Pangu's opening of the heavens. Thus, this place is protected by the essence of chaos. I indeed plan to establish it as my dwelling. Might I inquire why you're interested in this island? Do you also covet it? Zilian countered. Indeed, I have taken a liking to this island. It is well known that cultivating in an area infused with chaos energy can equate to 10 days of cultivation elsewhere. However, since this is your domain, I shall relinquish it. I was rude earlier, and I hope you will forgive me, Zhuani replied, offering a slight bow to Zilian. Zhuani's response surprised Zilian. Was he not known for his unscrupulousness? Why such courtesy? However, the Eastern Emperor Tai is hardly a commendable figure. Zilian pondered in silence, when suddenly a voice resounded, surprising everyone present, bringing immense joy in that instant. Zilian comprehended the identity of the master that Pangu had spoken of. Chapter 9. The contest of positions in the Purple Cloud Palace. Previously, it was mentioned that Zilian's emergence was met with astonishment due to a voice's proclamation. As Zilian contemplated why Zuni's teachings diverged from the texts, a detached voice echoed through the heavens. I have attained enlightenment. On the morrow, I shall establish the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens to impart the principles of the great Tao. All those with destiny may come. Instantly, the vast expanse of the primordial land resonated with that profound and calm voice. That moment, Zilian felt as if something within him had shattered. Hastily calculating, he realized that Hong Jun had achieved enlightenment. The master Pangu referred to was indeed Hong Jun. He then understood why Pangu had not permitted him to become the second to attain sanctity. The second to achieve such a state would inevitably align with the heavenly order and complete the heavenly cycle. While his own cultivation would stagnate, Pangu was, in fact, planning for Zilian's future. Unbeknownst to him, Zilian's eyes grew moist. Zilian lifted his gaze to behold the originally enigmatic Xianhuang Qi of the primordial continent surging forth like waves, benefiting all beings, awakening countless sentient minds. As myriad beings reaped great benefits, they bowed in reverence. Above, the clouds rolled, auspicious omens filling the air, creating a magnificent scene of celestial harmony. The individuals surrounding Zilian exchanged glances, as if silently agreeing, and transformed into streams of light, racing toward the Purple Cloud Palace in the 33 heavens. These fellows dashed forth with the swiftness of hares at the prospect of good fortune. Nevertheless, Zilian himself hastened toward the Purple Cloud Palace, for it was a place of sage teachings, accessible only to those with destiny. After all, Zilian possessed late-stage quasi-saint cultivation, and in mere moments, he arrived beyond the 33 heavens. There he found himself in a vast void, reminiscent of the primordial chaos, yet lacking the tranquil essence of the primordial mist and instead filled with chaotic currents. The atmosphere was ethereal and desolate, which was Zilian's primary impression of the space beyond the 33 heavens. Yet, despite being in this boundless realm, he was at a loss regarding the specific location of the Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun had mentioned it was here, but did not specify where. As Zilian pondered his uncertainty, a glimmer caught his eye, a distant ancient structure with gray brick walls, resembling a Taoist temple. Upon closer inspection, it indeed bore a striking resemblance to a Taoist temple. The temple was modest in size, lacking a grand entrance. Rather, a rectangular frame marked the spot where a door should be, with a plaque hanging above it inscribed with 3 prominent characters: Purple Cloud Palace. Before the Purple Cloud Palace, a few stone steps spiraled downward, embodying the essence of simplicity and the extraordinary. Zillion stood at the entrance, reflecting upon the impending scene, hoping not to be outpaced too significantly. He at least desired to secure a position as an inner disciple. After all, he had traversed from a later era. His knowledge surpassed theirs, and that was his advantage. Upon entering the Purple Cloud Palace, Zillion noted the simplistic arrangement within in a modest courtyard. Several figures stood sparsely at the front. A small, elevated platform was vacant, flanked by two boys in white garments, suggesting that this space was reserved for Hongjun. 7 positions lay empty before the platform, yet none had taken their seats. Understanding this, Zillion realized that these 7 cushions represented the seats of the saints. Originally, there should have only been 6, but with his unexpected arrival, an additional seat had been added. Zillion could not help but marvel at Hongjun's foresight. It seemed that while the gap between quasi-saint and saint was but a step, it spanned the chasm of heaven and earth. Seeing another arrival, the gathered individuals approached to pay their respects. After a round of pleasantries, Zillion became acquainted with the figures present. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian were evident, alongside the Eastern Emperor Tai, standing shoulder to shoulder with Dijuan, who was wielding the Eastern Emperor bell. There was also a wiry, sharp-featured Taoist in dark attire. Kumpe, Inhua, and Fushi were present as well, while a few others Zillion could vaguely identify, such as the red-robed Taoist holding a fiery gourd, who must be Hongyun, and another person topped with a tree, clutching a book-like object, likely the renowned Zenyuanzi. However, the figures of Jiejing and Zuni were conspicuously absent, though they should have arrived long before. The reason for their delay remained a mystery. I am but a wandering practitioner, Zillion Taoist, and I have come to meet all of you esteemed friends. Zillion bowed respectfully. Upon seeing Zillion, Laozi's brow furrowed slightly in suspicion, and he turned to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, whispering, "This Zillion possesses remarkable cultivation. He may well be of quasi-saint caliber." Both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. "There's no need for excessive formalities, my friend. Today, as teacher Hongjun has achieved enlightenment and opened the palace to impart teachings, is a great opportunity for all. Let us listen attentively, for if we gain understanding, this journey shall not be in vain." Laozi replied, appreciating Zillion's humility. However, Eastern Emperor Tai and Dijuan merely responded with indifference. "Greetings, friend." Humph. Their pride seemed to overshadow their abilities, Zillion mused. Meanwhile, Hongyun and Zenyuanzi, being congenial figures, stepped forward enthusiastically. "Friend, you have arrived just in time. There will be a good position left for you to..." As the group continued their discussions, the attendant boys on the platform suddenly spoke. "The teacher is about to begin his teachings. All friends, please take your seats and refrain from making noise." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the 7 positions that it was clear to all that the closer one sat, the better the position. Zillion understood that the foremost 7 cushions represented the 7 seats of saints. In the Purple Cloud Palace, no one dared to employ their powers. Thus began a contest of strength. The 3 purities united and swiftly pushed aside Tai and Dijuan, who sought to seize the front positions. Just as the 2 from the Demon Clan regained their footing to make another attempt, the first 3 positions were firmly claimed by the 3 purities. To their dismay, they had lost even the 4th position, which was occupied by the Demon Master Kompang, and Hua took the 5th seat, Zenyuanzi the 6th, and Hongyun swiftly claimed the 7th. The Demon Trio, realizing they had been entirely outmaneuvered, cast furious glares at the 3 purities before settling down in the space behind Hongyun. At that moment, Zillion leisurely made his way in and approached Laozi. "Esteemed friend, I have taken a liking to your position. Might I kindly request you to part with it?" Zillion had already resolved to claim the foremost seat, thus refraining from confrontation, as he aimed to establish his authority. "Friend, why do you single out my position?" Lier nearly lost his composure at Zillion's audacity, but managed to reply with a strained smile. "Hey, there is no need for further discussion. Will you yield or not?" Zillion suddenly hardened his expression. "Humph. If I do not..." You are exceedingly rude." Before Lier could finish his retort, Zillion waved his sleeve, sending him tumbling off the cushion and onto the ground. This audacious act left everyone in the hall utterly astounded. What place was this? This was the Purple Cloud Palace, the sanctum of sages, where one dared to be so brazen. One could only describe it with a single word: audacious, and perhaps a touch oblivious to the consequences. Please, I ask for your continued support. Chapter 10. Zuni's Shamelessness and the Transmission of the Tao for 1,000 years previously. It was recounted how Hong Jun achieved sainthood in the contest for positions within the Purple Cloud Palace. Zillian had unceremoniously displaced Laozi from the foremost position, taking it for himself, and paid little heed to others' opinions as he awaited Hong Jun's arrival. Laozi, having been publicly humiliated, seemed to harbor some reservations, casting Zillian a fierce glare without retaliation. Yuan Shi, who had initially occupied the second position, was incensed by Laozi's downfall and brandished his famed treasure, the 3 treasures Rui, preparing to retaliate. Meanwhile, Tong Tian, seated in the third position, brandished the Qingping sword, positioning himself on Zillian's left, effectively cornering him alongside Laozi and Yuan Shi, ready to strike at a moment's notice. However, the 3 of them decided to set this matter aside for now, agreeing not to escalate tensions within the sage's domain. Laozi glared at Zillian with resentment before turning his gaze backward, noticing the absence of cushions, his white brows slightly furrowed, as though contemplating something. At that moment, 2 figures entered from outside the hall. Zillian scrutinized them closely, recognizing them as Jiejing and Zuni, who had long been expected. For reasons unknown, they had only just arrived. Upon entering, they were taken aback to see that the Venerable Laozi had no seat. Upon noticing that Zillian, the one seated at the forefront, was none other than the Zillian Taoist from the Eastern Seas Penglai, they were mildly astonished, yet did not dwell on it. Upon seeing that the 7 cushions had been taken, Jiejing's expression grew increasingly pained as he sighed softly. Alas, he lamented, what shall we do now, brother? We have journeyed from the Western realms with great difficulty, yet we find ourselves without even a decent position. It is utterly humiliating. I would rather perish than endure this. Upon uttering these words, he made a swift motion as if to dash against the pillar of the courtyard wall. Those nearby, upon witnessing this, were filled with alarm, except for 2 members of the demon clan, the demon master Kunpeng and Zillian, who remained unfazed. The 2 demons and Kunpeng were merely reveling in the chaos, observing the spectacle, while Zillian, deep in thought, understood the motivation behind his actions. Maintaining her composure, Zillian did not rise, but calmly advised, fellow cultivator, please refrain from such impulsiveness. The demon faction, too, seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, but on that day over the Eastern Sea, Zun Ti had left a good impression on Zillian. However, in light of the current events, it was evident that he was indeed rather shameless, and oh wonder that later, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, was also a rogue. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. What kind of master one has determines the kind of disciple they become. This, of course, is merely Zillian's personal perspective. Zenyuanzi and Hong Yun, being the benevolent figures of the primordial world, were alarmed upon witnessing the scene and quickly rose, saying, "Dear friend, do not be angered. It will be no trouble to vacate this position for you." Upon hearing this, Zunti immediately ceased his aggressive demeanor and, together with Jin, plopped down into the seats, swaying side to side before turning back to express, "We thank you, fellow cultivators, for your generosity." Nuwa and Fushi exchanged glances of disdain at Zunti's antics, while the 2 demons could not conceal their lament, regretting that had they known such disgraceful behavior would yield opportunity, they might have cast aside their pride and acted shamelessly as well. Zenyuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged a resigned glance, and subsequently sat beside the 2 demons, closing their eyes in meditation, choosing not to speak further. The primordial being observed this farce, curling his lip in disdain. Upon noticing that his elder brother, Lao Jun, had yet to find a seat, he turned to survey those behind him and caught the eye of the demon master Kunpeng. He then remarked, You wretched creature, dare to take your ease here." Before he could finish, he mimicked Zillian, waving his sleeve to strike him down. Kunpeng, puzzled as to why he was being scolded, found himself caught off guard by the primordial's sudden aggression, and was thus knocked from his seat, landing beside Lao Jun. Initially prepared to retaliate, he recognized the 3 seated there and wisely chose to remain silent, though he shot a glare at Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi. The Primordial then turned his attention to Tong Tian, who, in a show of camaraderie, shifted to take the seat beside Kunpeng, while the Primordial relinquished his spot to Lao Jun and settled into Tong Tian's original position. Closing his eyes in anticipation of the arrival of Hong Jun's sage, as everyone took their seats, a resonant chime echoed, and a figure appeared on the small platform. Everyone recognized it as Hong Jun. They all bowed deeply. Calling out thrice, "Teacher, may you have peace. You all, having arrived at this point, are indeed individuals of great fortune. I shall commence with the teachings of the Primordial Tao. I hope you all glean something from it." Hong Jun announced, surveying the assembly. Upon spotting Zillian, he halted momentarily, then rose to bow respectfully, exclaiming, "Ah, it turns out my fellow cultivator is present as well." This unexpected gesture left the onlookers in bewilderment. How could a teacher bow to a student? There is no need for such formality. I understand your thoughts. Yet, the path of cultivation knows no distinction between seniority. The one who achieves mastery should be regarded as the teacher, Zillian responded, hastily returning the bow. Then, I shall not hold back, Hong Jun replied. The actions of Zillian and Hong Jun left the audience perplexed. What manner of individual was this Zillian? They pondered silently, recalling that they had never heard of him before. Once Hong Jun determined that the preliminary matters were settled, he proceeded to deliver his lecture. Before the heavens and the earth were opened, there existed a primordial essence, the progenitor of all things that is solitary and unchanging, pervading all without fatigue, and can be deemed the mother of the universe. I do not know its name, so I shall call it Tao. I shall name it the Great. The Great is the passage of time. Time is distance, and distance is the return. Thus, Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and humanity is also great. Within the realm, there are the four greats with all spirits residing within them. The spirit follows the earth follows heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. Under the great Tao, heaven and earth serve as the framework, and all existence is Tao. Therefore, the so-called great Tao permeates everywhere, and Tao exists in all things. As Hong Jun began his discourse, the performances below commenced. His teachings were formless yet profound, with no celestial phenomena shifting nor spiritual energies surging chaotically. Only subtle hints of profundity revealed amidst the simplicity. The three pure ones, being manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit and inheritors of the insights of creation, listened intently, benefiting from Pangu's own perceptions of the Tao. Zillian, whose understanding of the Tao was already profound, found clarity in some intricate aspects during Hong Jun's exposition, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain, invigorating him to the core. The reservoir of merit that had been suppressed within him stirred restlessly, compelling him to suppress it forcibly. Jane and Zun Ti exchanged nods and shakes of their heads. Jane occasionally displayed signs of great suffering, while Zun Ti exhibited signs of ire. Meanwhile, Niwa and Fushi appeared calm, though they did not experience significant revelations that in stark contrast. The demon faction and Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi, and others continuously shook their heads in dismay. What was the cause of their distress? It turned out that Hong Jun's teachings were too esoteric, or perhaps their fortunes were insufficient, leading them to comprehend little, making it difficult even to take notes. The remaining attendees fared no better, with only Hutu lurking in the shadows, deep in thought. Teacher, may I inquire, where does Tao reside? What is Tao? Lao Jun, despite gaining much insight from Hong Jun's exposition, found himself confronted with even more questions and seized the opportunity to ask. Tao resides in the heart, and also in the world. All things are Tao, and Tao encompasses all things. Hong Jun pondered briefly before responding. Teacher, might I ask, what is the path to attaining Tao? The primordial being could not contain his curiosity. There are 3,000 paths to the great Tao, and each one can lead to mastery, Hong Jun replied. Hong Jun spoke for a full millennium, concluding, that shall be all for today's lecture. You may depart. After a century, I shall reconvene to impart further teachings. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Zillian before disappearing. Chapter 11 recounts how, following Hong Jun's disappearance from the platform, the assembly dared to rise, gradually exiting the Purple Cloud Palace. collectively exhaling in relief, although it was merely a lecture. The presence of a sage like Hong Jun imbued the atmosphere with an intangible authority, a quality inherent to the Tao itself, which even Hong Jun could not diminish. This disparity in realms was unmistakable. Among them, none could claim the status of a sage. Of course, Zillian was an exception, having experienced the might of Pangu and the overwhelming pressure released during the chaos's fragmentation, as well as the authority that emanated during the formation of the Tao, none of which could be compared to Hongjuan's presence. Having felt those forces, Zillian found Hongjuan's authority rather unremarkable. Familiar faces naturally gravitated towards one another, engaging in discussions about their newfound understanding of the Tao. After all, each individual's comprehension differs. Such dialogues enable them to learn from one another and validate their insights, thereby deepening their understanding of their own realms. Zillian, fellow cultivator. Take care. Zillian was about to turn away, for he had only just emerged from seclusion and had yet to establish his sect before hurrying to attend Hongjuan's lecture. He was anxious about the unclaimed state of Penglai's Three Immortals Island, which, while protected by the aura of chaos, remained a concern as he envisioned it as his future home and sanctuary at that moment. He heard someone calling his name and turned to find it was the siblings Niuhua and Fushi, who had fallen a step behind. Oh, fellow cultivator Fushi, what wisdom do you seek? Though anxious, Zillian could not afford to dismiss their courtesy, especially given their favorable impression of him, particularly Niuhua, who would later become the mother of humanity. It is nothing significant. I merely wish to know if you would have the time to join my sister and me at our cave dwelling for a visit. Fushi proposed. This, Zillian hesitated, feeling somewhat conflicted, as they were extending an invitation to him. Is there something troubling you, fellow cultivator? If so, please feel free to share. Fushi observed Zillian's hesitation and inquired, "It is nothing grave. However, as you may know, I have just emerged from seclusion to attend the teacher's lecture, and I have yet to establish my own sanctuary. Hence, I wish to return early," Zillian explained after a moment's thought. "Ah, I see. It is not your fault, dear fellow cultivator. My sister and I were indeed thoughtless. Please, do return. If time permits, we would be honored to host you at our abode to explore our understandings of the Tao together. Would that be acceptable?" Fushi responded, feigning enlightenment. It is a promise. Once I have settled, I shall certainly pay a visit to your esteemed residence," Zillian replied with a slight smile and a bow. "Farewell, fellow cultivator." With that, Zillian waved his hand, tearing through the void and vanishing beyond the 33 layers of heaven, outside the purple cloud palace. "Brother, why did you insist on inviting him to our dwelling?" Niuhua inquired. Puzzled. Sister, I anticipated you would ask that. This individual is extraordinary." Fushi stroked his beard thoughtfully. Are you suggesting? Niuhua seemed to grasp the implication. Indeed, Fushi affirmed with a smile and a nod. Even the teacher, upon seeing him, bowed in respect and referred to him as fellow cultivator. Indicating his remarkable background, a glint of insight flashed in Fushi's eyes. While his cultivation might be on par with ours, in the late stage of quasi-saint, I sensed that I would not stand a chance against him. Fushi spread his hands and candidly remarked. His words startled Niuhua, for she was acutely aware of her brother's cultivation level. If even he conceded that he was no match for his opponent, then it seemed the Taoist of the Purple Lotus must merely be a step away from attaining the heavenly Tao and achieving the status of a saint. Yet such formidable prowess was unfamiliar to her, suggesting that the realm of the powerful was far more populated than she had previously imagined. How many might surpass her own capabilities? Alas, it appeared that her previous arrogance was indeed misplaced. But who exactly is this Purple Lotus? Enough pondering. Regardless of his origins, the priority is to avoid offending him. Let us hasten. The others have already departed. While Niuhua was engrossed in her thoughts, Fushi interrupted her reverie. After a moment's reflection, Niuhua agreed. Since they could not fathom him, it was wise to steer clear. The two raised their hands, tearing through the void to return to the dojo on Mount Buzhou, to reflect upon their understanding of the Tao over the past millennium. The east of the primordial continent, within the five of Hongyun. How much have you comprehended? Zenyuanzi inquired of the seated Hongyun. Alas, the profound truths expounded by our master are indeed enigmatic. With my current cultivation, I can only grasp about 50 to 60% and truly comprehend perhaps only 10 to 20%. Hong Yun lamented, shaking his head in frustration. Do not feel disheartened. I too find myself in a similar predicament. It seems that our cultivation levels pale in comparison to those who came before us. Though we both stand as quasi-saints, there remains a significant gap in our realms and understanding of the Tao. Particularly regarding that Taoist of the Purple Lotus from the Eastern Sea, I cannot see through his cultivation at all. How peculiar! Even Laozi of the Three Pure Ones has never imparted such an impression upon me. Xinyuanzi remarked, shaking his head as he spoke to Hong Yun. I had nearly forgotten. When I observe him in the Purple Cloud Palace, I sense something extraordinary about him, yet I failed to react in the moment. Now that you mention it, I recall that I too could not penetrate his cultivation, and I discovered something particularly unique about him. Hong Yun replied, gazing at Xinyuanzi. Hearing this, Xinyuanzi furrowed his brows slightly, ruminating over Hong Yun's words. And after a moment, he shook his head and asked, "What do you mean? It is not surprising that you missed it. I, after all, am attuned to such matters due to my connection with the clouds. I discovered that he exudes a pressure akin to our master, albeit weaker." Hong Yun reassured Xinyuanzi. What? Xinyuanzi sprang to his feet, only to realize his own lapse in composure, his face flushing slightly. Despite possessing quasi-saint cultivation, he was surprised at his own wavering resolve. Are you suggesting he is also a saint? Not quite, but he is likely on the verge of breaking through to the status of a saint. Otherwise, how could he possess the dignity of one? Hong Yun elucidated. Then this individual must not be trifled with. When our master gives his teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace next, we should engage with him further. Perhaps, Xinyuanzi suggested, his tone tinged with inquiry. Indeed, that seems prudent, Hong Yun replied decisively. With this resolution, the two turned their focus back to the teachings of Hong Jun, immersing themselves in the understanding of the Tao. Chapter 12 to the east of the Primordial Continent. Within the Three Pure Ones Palace atop Kunlun Mountain. Elder brother, that Taoist of the Purple Lotus was truly insufferably arrogant during our time at the Purple Cloud Palace, to have publicly embarrassed you before so many. Do you truly intend to let this slide? In the grand hall, 3 figures sat. At the uppermost position, an elder clad in gray robes with white hair and a long beard sat cross-legged upon a cushion, his eyes appearing half-closed. To his left sat a middle-aged man in blue robes, holding a jade talisman. To his right sat a young man in black robes with a Three Pure One sword upon his back. It was the middle-aged man who spoke. Elder brother, I suggest we bide our time and consider this matter further. The young man in black interjected, opening his eyes to glance at the middle-aged man. Surprised by the young man's response, the middle-aged man frowned. Tong Tian, what do you mean? That Taoist of the Purple Lotus publicly humiliated our elder brother. It is an affront to the honor of all 3 of us. If we do not avenge this insult, will we not become the laughingstock of the heavens? The speaker was none other than Yuan Shi Tanzun, reprimanding Tongtan. Tongtan, seemingly unfazed by the reproach, calmly regarded Yuan Shi and replied, I cannot perceive the Taoist of the Purple Lotus. He is formidable. Furthermore, our master has shown him deference, indicating he is not simple. Thus, I propose we deliberate further. If you do not believe me, you may confront him yourself. However, should you be bested, you would only have yourself to blame for the embarrassment. With a cold snort, Tong Tian fell silent. Yuan Shi, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Tong Tian, only to be interrupted by Laozi's voice. Enough of this quarrel. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian is right. Even I cannot discern the true extent of the Purple Lotus's cultivation. Moreover, we are yet to clarify his relationship with our master. Indeed, we must proceed with caution. With that, Laozi closed his eyes once more, lapsing into silence, and in light of Laozi's stance, Yuan Shi, left with no choice, relented, though he shot Tong Tian a fierce glare. Little did they know that this discord among the 3 Pure Ones would later lead to their division. An undeniable testament to the unpredictable nature of the Tao. Above the original forbidden zone of life in the Eastern Sea, now known as the Penglai, 3 Immortals Island, the previously stable space suddenly erupted as if disturbed by an unseen force. And in an instant, a fissure of over 10 feet appeared, From within emerged a Taoist clad in purple robes, the Taoist of the Purple Lotus, who had hurried back after attending the grand teachings in the 33 heavens of the Purple Cloud Palace. Upon returning to the Three Immortals Island, the Purple Lotus swiftly scanned the area with his divine sense, silently resolving that it would be best if no one was present. Should anyone seize the opportunity to occupy this place while he was engaged in listening to the Tao, he would forcibly reclaim the island. However, upon sweeping his divine sense across the island, he found it still desolate, devoid of any life, and only then did he finally relax. Yet soon, a new dilemma arose. If this was to be his future abode, how should he arrange it? Surely, he could not construct modern-style houses. And what formation should he employ for protection? Although the chaotic aura surrounding the island offered a degree of safety from lesser beings, those of the great Luo golden immortal level could still enter with ease. The Purple Lotus did not wish for his sanctuary to be a place that anyone could access freely. He sat cross-legged in the void, contemplating these two questions. Unbeknownst to him, considerable time passed, and suddenly the Purple Lotus rose to his feet, extending his hand towards the Three Immortals Island to cast a spell. In an instant, the previously tranquil chaotic aura began to roil and churn, transforming into a wall-like barrier that gradually shifted from gray to transparent, ultimately vanishing from sight beyond the island. If anyone had been outside at that moment, they would have been astonished to see the chaotic aura, once barely visible around the Three Immortals Island, suddenly disappear. In truth, the barrier established by the Purple Lotus was the very chaotic formation created by Pangu to safeguard him from the threats of the heavens. Though the Purple Lotus lacked Pangu's might, his formation would ensure that anyone attempting to enter would find it no easy feat to depart. Even a saint would find themselves caught for a time. With the protective formation in place, he still felt unsatisfied. After a moment's thought, he produced 5 flags, which he had crafted in imitation of the 5 directions flags of heaven and earth. Though they were also innate spiritual treasures, they were still a shade inferior to the genuine artifacts, as the true ones had been derived from the chaotic blue lotus. The Purple Lotus inspected the 5 flags in his hands. Shaking his head, he then buried them in the ground of the Three Immortals Island according to the positions of the 5 directions, forming seals with his hands, a total of 81 seals, and recited, "Stars of the 9 heavens, come forth." As his words fell, an immense surge of star energy descended from the heavens, instantly amplifying the spiritual energy of the Three Immortals Island severalfold. The air's spiritual essence even began to liquefy into a misty form. Witnessing such results from his formation, the Purple Lotus could not help but nod in satisfaction. The formation he had set up was named the 9 Heavens Star Gathering Formation, conceived from his observations of the stars. Capable of harnessing the power of the celestial bodies above for his own use, in terms of gathering spiritual energy, even the Demon Clan's Starry Sky Formation could not rival it, as the latter primarily focused on defense and offense. Whereas this formation's sole purpose was the collection of spiritual essence. Although the Three Immortals Island was now rich in spiritual energy, it still felt somewhat desolate. The Purple Lotus pondered, then formed a hand seal. Intoning, "Chaos is boundless. The cosmos shifts. Greenwood gathers spirit. Arise." A sphere of verdant energy materialized at his fingertips, rapidly expanding until it reached the size of a human face. With a swift motion, Zillion hurled it towards Sancian Island, and in an instant it vanished beneath the ground. Gradually, the previously desolate Sancian Island transformed, adorned with lush green grass, bamboo groves, pine forests, and a diverse array of flora, completely altering its barren visage. Subsequently, he flicked his finger, and a row of bamboo cottages emerged atop the 3 peaks. This was the sole outcome that Zillion found satisfactory after much contemplation. A winding path paved with white jade meandered before the bamboo cottages, leading directly through a sea of swirling clouds formed by spiritual energy all the way to the foot of the mountain. Observing Sancian Island metamorphose under his hand, even Zillion, a being of exceptional cultivation, could not suppress his excitement. He intended for the bamboo cottages on Penglai to serve as his residence, as well as that of his disciples, and a place for imparting teachings. The abode of the abbot would function as an alchemy chamber, while Ingzhou would serve as his artifact forging room. Later, Zillian established a sacred place beneath a cliff on the back mountain of Penlai, carving a grand character for Tao into the cliff face, infusing it with a fraction of his understanding of the Tao. Although it represented but a minuscule part of his comprehension, for those with the right affinity, it could undoubtedly elevate them to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. In Chapter 13, it was recounted that Zillian was tirelessly constructing his future sanctuary. Now, Sancian Island had nearly taken shape, yet apart from himself, not a single being inhabited it. Initially, he planned to venture into the vast wilderness to capture some creatures. But upon calculating, he realized that there was less than a year until Hongjuan's second sermon at the Zhixiao Palace. Thus, he postponed the endeavor of relocating creatures to the island, standing in the void. He gazed down at the completed Sancian Island before tearing through the fabric of space and heading directly to the 33 heavens and the Zhixiao Palace. Having visited once before, his spatial traversal was precise, landing him directly at the palace's entrance. Within the grand hall, several figures were already seated in meditation. Zillian greeted a few familiar faces warmly before settling onto a meditation cushion, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit in anticipation of Hongjuan's arrival. In the depths of silence, the two disciples guarding the altar announced, "The Master has arrived. Brothers, do you not pay your respects?" As Zillian opened his eyes, he beheld the space above the dais warp and distort as Hongjun manifested atop the meditation cushion. The assembly promptly bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We humbly welcome the Master. There is no need for excessive formalities," Hongjun replied, surveying the gathered assembly. "Since you are all present, settle in and listen to the teachings." "We shall heed the Master's decree," the assembly affirmed, returning to their seats to await Hongjuan's discourse. "Last time I lectured on the path of evolution, and whether you understood or not depends on your own fortune. This time, my discourse will concern the path of the sages. Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. Chaos transformed into the Taiji. All beings awakened their spiritual consciousness, comprehended yin and yang, discerned life and death, and walked the heavenly path, thus attaining the untainted, invulnerable, immortal, and indestructible position of the Hunyuan sage, also known as the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The Hongjuan's teachings remained profound, enveloping the audience in a mist of confusion. However, the mention of the path of the sages hinted at the key to achieving sanctity, compelling the listeners to commit every word to memory. Despite the overwhelming complexity of the concepts, they lamented the long and arduous journey ahead, pondering where the end lay, as the notion of becoming a sage seemed ethereal and elusive. Yet, despite their confusion, they could distinctly sense their own cultivation progressing, marveling at the exceptional nature of Hongjuan's teachings. Zillian recognized that once this lecture concluded, Hongjun would likely accept apprentices, each destined for a position of sanctity in the future, filling him with an indescribable joy as he attentively absorbed the teachings. However, the profundity of the sage's discourse proved overwhelming, and despite repeated contemplation, he gleaned little. It seemed that he could only diligently commit the words to memory. Zillian was aware that attaining sagehood was not particularly challenging for him. He merely needed to release the golden light of merit he had long suppressed within his dantian, and in an instant he could achieve the sage's position. Yet that attainment did not stem from his own efforts, but rather from the shared legacy of Pangu's creation. The adage "one must endure hardship to rise above others" rang true. Diligence was indeed the precursor to enlightenment. Even if he had to feign humility, acquiring genuine skills was essential, especially as being Hongjuan's disciple promised a multitude of benefits. After delivering a segment of profound wisdom, Hongjun paused and surveyed the assembly, inquiring, "Do you have any insights?" The crowd exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their minds. However, upon noticing the bewilderment in others' eyes, they felt a sense of relief. If I don't understand, neither do they." After a moment of silent exchange, Laozi rose and posed a question. "Dare I ask, Master, what is the method to attain sagehood?" The audience gasped, taken aback by Laozi's bold inquiry. They too had been curious, but felt overwhelmed by the abstract nature of sagehood, unable to grasp how to achieve it based on Hongjuan's teachings. Hongjun nodded approvingly. "Very well. Since you ask, I shall reveal it to you. The path to sagehood comprises 3 approaches. The first, the superior method, is to validate the Tao through strength, utilizing one's profound magical power and cultivation to assert the Tao, akin to Pangu who opened the heavens and the earth. The second, the intermediate method, involves leveraging innate treasures, entrusting the three corpses, severing the three corpses, and naturally achieving the Tao, as good and evil are cast away. My own path to enlightenment adhere to this method. The third, the inferior method, is the validation of the Tao through merit. The specifics will be known to you in time. This discourse has lasted a century, and I shall conclude it here. Hong Jun glanced at the assembly once more and continued. Among you, 7 shall become my disciples, destined to attain the positions of saints beneath the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing Hong Jun's proclamation, the assembly was struck with astonishment. Why had they come to this sacred place to attend lectures, if not to learn how to achieve the elusive status of a sage like Hong Jun? To hear him declare that he would accept 7 disciples, who would ultimately achieve sagehood, was nothing short of shocking. As the crowd quieted, Hong Jun addressed Zilian. You, born of chaos and a brother to Pangu, have yet to attain sagehood. This is indeed a remarkable anomaly. However, by the unseen workings of the heavenly Tao and the cyclical nature of cause and effect, it is destined for you to become my disciple, to stand in a position of sanctity as my eldest apprentice. Do you have any objections? Zilian was taken aback by Hong Jun's words, contemplating the significant disparity between the prospective saint and the sage. Surely, Hong Jun had already discerned his origins that it seemed prudent to exercise caution in future endeavors. Until his cultivation surpassed Hong Jun's, it would be wise to avoid confrontation. Although his mind raced with countless thoughts, he replied, "Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Pleased with Zilian's response, Hong Jun waved his hand, and a stream of purple gas flew toward Zilian, merging into his spiritual platform. This is the primordial purple energy. An opportunity for you to attain sagehood. Zilian's heart soared at Hong Jun's words. He already possessed several strands of this energy, and now he had gained another. Yet, could one ever have too much of a good thing? As the assembly observed Hong Jun bestowing the purple energy upon Zilian, envy glimmered in their eyes, particularly among the 3 members of the demon clan, whose gazes held not only envy, but a hint of jealousy and resentment. Zilian pondered the reason for their animosity, recalling that he had not wronged them. Never mind, he thought, I would welcome their challenges. It would provide an excuse to seize the Chaos Bell from Donghuang Tai. You see, before my transmigration, I had been particularly intrigued by this chaos treasure, evolved from the Pangu axe. Now that I find myself in this world, I must seize the opportunity to acquire the Chaos Bell. Zilian's thoughts turned dark as he contemplated this, oblivious to Donghuang Tai, who suddenly felt a chill engulf him. He hastily calculated, but found no results. Ultimately shaking his head in frustration, one could not help but marvel at the strength of Zilian's spiritual sense. Should he become aware of this situation, he would likely curse Donghuang Tai and his brother daily. In Chapter 14, it was noted that Hong Jun accepted apprentices and revealed Zilian's origins, leaving everyone astounded. After Zilian spoke, Hong Jun nodded in satisfaction and continued. The 3 pure ones were originally manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, and having received the remnants of Pangu's blessings, they rightfully belong as my disciples, destined for the position of saints. Before Hong Jun's words had fully settled, the 3 pure ones sprang to their feet, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness." Their excitement was palpable, with even Laozi, typically aloof, visibly trembling with emotion, his white beard quivering as his face flushed red. One could not help but worry about the potential risk of a cerebral hemorrhage due to his fervor. Yet, the assembly did not mock their jubilation. Instead, they regarded it with envy, for this was indeed the path to sanctity. With the addition of these 7 positions, for have already been filled, leaving 3 remaining, it is uncertain who among them will possess such remarkable fortune, and all eyes instinctively turned towards Hong Jun, with a wave of his hand. Hong Jun infused the spiritual platforms of the 3 purities with 3 strands of primordial purple energy, before proclaiming, "Enwa, you shall have a great opportunity to achieve the sacred fruit of enlightenment. Join my ranks as my disciple." Ranking 5th among the 3 purities, succeeding Tongtian. Without further ado, Hongjun bestowed a strand of primordial purple energy upon Enhua. Upon hearing Hongjun declare her a candidate for the sacred position, Enhua's expression was one of profound excitement, though she quickly composed herself. Zillion silently admired her composure, marveling at the fortitude of a woman of her caliber. Enhua gracefully bowed to Hongjun atop the high platform, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master. There is no need for such formalities. This sacred position is rightfully yours. You may take your leave for now," Hongjun replied nonchalantly from his seat on the meditation mat. As if the proceedings were of little consequence to him. "As you command, esteemed master," Enhua responded, performing another bow before retreating to her own meditation mat. After announcing Enhua's sacred position, Hongjun seemed disinclined to continue, slowly closing his eyes. The assembly watched his actions in bewilderment. What did this mean? Were the remaining two sacred positions not to be declared? At this moment, both Jin and Junyi, seated on the 6th and 7th mats, grew anxious. Originally, the sacred positions were meant for the occupants of the mats, totaling 7, but why did the declaration cease after Enhua? Exchanging glances, Jin and Junyi nodded in unison. Junyi gradually rose from his mat and approached the high platform, bowing respectfully. "Master, the 7 sacred positions have now been filled by 5. Might I inquire, who shall claim the final 2? Hongjun abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Junyi, causing him to flinch, thinking, "Oh no, surely the master is angered by my impertinence. What folly is this?" Hongjun's penetrating gaze rested upon Junyi's bald head, and, noticing Junyi's apprehension, he expressed interest. "Jin, you too shall have a significant opportunity in the future, destined to teach and enlighten a realm, achieving a sacred position. For now, I shall accept you both as my registered disciples." Without hesitation, he granted them 2 strands of primordial purple energy. Junyi, taken aback, thought to himself, "What is this? Does he look down upon us? Everyone else is simply called disciples, yet we are labeled as registered. Is Hongjun showing favoritism?" Despite his myriad grievances, Junyi did not dare voice them, knowing that uttering such words would be foolish. After all, those present were desperate for the chance to attain sacred positions, and any hint of dissatisfaction would surely be ill-received. Nevertheless, Junyi forced a smile, though it was evident to all that his expression was more akin to a grimace than a grin. "Master, may I ask why?" Hongjun interrupted, "I am aware of your thoughts and your inquiries. My designation of you as registered disciples is for your own benefit, that in due course, you shall separate from me to govern your own teachings. You may withdraw now." Hongjun's words left Junyi perplexed, unsure of their meaning. However, since Hongjun had commanded his departure, he dared not linger, retreating sheepishly to Jin's side. Fortunately, with 2 sacred positions in hand, he found some solace. The assembly, witnessing Hongjun's distribution of the 7 sacred positions without their own inclusion, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Exchanging glances, they sighed collectively. That moment, Dongwang Tai stood up and approached the platform, asking, "Master, I have a question that remains unclear, and I hope you might enlighten me." After bowing to Hongjun, he continued, "Aside from these 7 sacred positions, is there a possibility for others to attain sanctity?" Hongjun regarded Dongwang Tai thoughtfully before responding. "In theory, all 3,000 paths can lead to sanctity. However, under the heavenly mandate, there are 9 as extremes and 7 as constants. Thus there should still be one more sage." He paused, as if contemplating something profound, before calling. Hongyun stepped forward, initially disheartened upon realizing his absence from the list of sacred positions. Hongyun had been meditating quietly. Upon hearing Hongjun call his name, he quickly rose and approached the high platform, bowing, "Master, you, being the first cloud to attain enlightenment, possess a kind and virtuous nature, yet you have shown little interest in cultivation. In time, you too shall have an opportunity. Whether you seize it depends solely on you. Now, I shall grant you a strand of the path's essence. Your success in attaining sanctity lies within your own hands." With that, Hongjun bestowed upon Hongyun a strand of purple energy. Surprised by the unexpected opportunity for sanctity, Hongyun felt a surge of joy. Sensing Hongjun's silence, He wisely returned to his place beside Xinyuanzi. Taking a seat, Hong Jun then asked, "Do any among you have further inquiries?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the back of the assembly. Zillian focused her gaze and recognized it as Hutu, one of the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan. Hutu was indeed striking, with flowing long dark hair, willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and a cherry-red mouth, a beauty of unparalleled allure. Upon recalling future legends of Hutu transforming into the 6 paths to benefit the world, Zillian couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. She thought, if only there were a way to assist her, to prevent her demise in her transformation, it would be a beautiful deed. "Master, I have a question," Hutu said, hurrying forward and bowing deeply to, "Is it true that our witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, and thus cannot attain enlightenment? Might I inquire if there is a solution?" Although Hutu had not grasped the essence of Hongjuan's teachings, she remained focused on her purpose. "I am aware of your concerns. In due course, there shall be a method for you. You may withdraw now," Hong Jun replied, turning away from the assembly as he stepped into the inner sanctum of the Purple Cloud Palace, leaving Hutu and the others behind. As Hong Jun departed, the assembly felt no inclination to linger. They bid farewell to one another and exited the Grand Hall. Zillian also took her leave, apologizing to Enhua, Fushi, and Hong Yun before setting off towards the vast wilderness of the Hongwang realm. Chapter 15. Though the Hongwang world had developed over thousands of years, it remained desolate. Yet, various life forms began to emerge, albeit amidst relentless bloodshed. The Witch clan, overseen by the 12 ancestors, and the Demon clan, led by Dongwang Tai and Dijuan, engaged in fierce conflicts. Whenever members of these two races crossed paths, it was a fight to the death. However, the Witch clan held a slight advantage, as their warriors specialized in physical prowess rather than spiritual cultivation, and their battles often devolved into brutal close-quarters combat, resulting in heavy casualties for the Demon clan. In the celestial realm, hidden within layers of clouds, stood a magnificent cluster of palatial structures, shimmering with opulence. Suddenly, a streak of azure light pierced the void. Racing towards the palace gates, as it approached, it abruptly halted before the entrance. The visitor surveyed the quiet gates, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, and furrowed his brow, demanding, "Where are the guards of the heavenly realm? How audacious, disturbing the heavenly palace." 2 burly men with fierce expressions emerged from behind the towering gateposts. They initially intended to scold the visitor, but, upon recognizing his countenance, wisely swallowed their words. "Esteemed sir, we did not recognize your presence. We sincerely apologize for any offense caused." The 2 men hastily offered their apologies, knowing that a slip of the tongue could cost them dearly. "Enough. Go and inform the 2 emperors that Bai Fong has urgent matters to discuss." The man, identifying himself as Bai Fong, interrupted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. Yes. The 2 men quickly took to the skies, riding their clouds towards the palace interior. Meanwhile, the Demon clan, led by Dongwang Tai and Dijuan, had proven themselves formidable in the Hongwang world, gathering many skilled warriors, particularly their 10 chief demon gods, each of exceptional prowess. Even the weakest among them, the non-confrontational demon god Hui, possessed strength equivalent to that of an early-stage Deluo golden immortal. At the forefront stood Kunpeng, a demon master with quasi-saint stature. Initially disdainful of Dong Huang and Dijuan, Kunpeng had chosen to ally with them after being bested by the 3 purities in the Purple Cloud Palace. Realizing he was outmatched and vulnerable, after comprehending the great principles, he pledged allegiance to the Celestial Demon Palace, led by Dong Huang and Dijuan. His allegiance greatly thrilled both leaders, securing their positions further. Thus, they formally appointed Kunpeng as the Demon Master and established a cold palace within the Celestial Demon Palace, which would later serve as the residence for the Emperor of Guochen. The 10 demon gods of the Demon clan included Ing Zhao, a creature with a human head and horse body, sporting wings and covered in stripes. The classic of mountains and seas, Western classic of 3 scriptures. The mountains of Huai River are indeed the flat fields of the Emperor, presided over by the divine Ing. Its form is that of a horse's body with a human face, adorned with the markings of a tiger and the wings of a bird, roaming across the 4 seas. Its sound akin to that of pomegranate seeds. The creature known as Ji Ming possesses a human body and a dragon's head, frequently appearing in watery locales, accompanied invariably by fierce winds and torrential rains. The classic of mountains and sea states. Eastward, 130 miles lies Guang Mountain, where the divine Ji Ming resides, characterized by a human form and a dragon's head, eternally swimming in the Zhang abyss. With every entrance heralded by gusty winds and violent storms, Liu Wu, the deity of Kunlun Mountain, has a human face and a tiger's body with 9 tails, the classic of mountains and seas. Western classic of 3 scriptures. The hill of Kunlun is the true capital of the emperor. The divine Liu Wu oversees it. The enlightened beast, also a deity of Kunlun Mountain, has the form of a giant tiger with 9 heads, each adorned with a human face. The classic of mountains and seas. Western classic of 3 scriptures. 400 miles to the southwest lies the hill of Kunlun, overseen by the divine Liu Wu. This deity is characterized by a tiger's body and 9 tails, possessing a human face and tiger claws. This divine being governs the 9 divisions of heaven and the emperor's hunting grounds. Bai Fong, resembling a crane with a blue body, white beak, and red patterns, has but 1 foot. Wherever it appears, strange fires will ignite. The Western Mountain Classic Records. 280 miles west lies the mountain of Zhang, barren of flora, abundant in jade. There dwells a bird, resembling a crane, with 1 foot, its markings red and blue, and its beak white. It is called Bai Fong, whose cry foretells the onset of strange fires. Qiongqi, a creature with the form of an ox, a red body, a human face, and horse-like feet, emits a sound akin to a baby's wail. The Western Barbarian Classic Records. In the northwest, there exists a beast resembling a tiger. Capable of flight, it preys upon humans, comprehending human speech. The thunder beast has a dragon's body and a human head, its belly large as a drum. Each time it strikes its abdomen, thunder is unleashed. The classic of mountains and sea states. A drum is covered with the hide of a Kuei ox, and a drumstick made from the bones of the thunder beast, when struck, causes the earth to tremble and mountains to shake. Displaying immeasurable power, W Gliang resembles a 3-year-old child, with a body that is black and red, long ears, red eyes, and a head of jet black hair. The Records of Divine Anomalies, Volume 16. In death, it becomes a plague spirit. Residing in rivers, it becomes a malaria spirit. Dwelling in swamps, it transforms into W Gliang spirits. Shun Hui has a human face and beastly body, with a single leg and hand, capable of enchanting others in a slumber with its yawning voice. Kuanpeng resides in the northern abyss. A fish named Kuan, its size immeasurable, flapping its wings to soar, rising to 90,000 miles, its flight akin to clouds descending from the heavens. Tao Tai has a head without a body. Adept at devouring. Legend states that the entire universe constitutes its form, capable of consuming all. The Records of El Shur Chunqiu describe. The Zhou Ding bears the image of Tao Tai, a head without a body, consuming humans without swallowing, afflicting them in return. Returning to the main narrative, the 2 great men summoned to the palace by Bai Fong returned after a brief tea time, saying, "My lords, the 2 emperors request your presence." The 2 men paid their respects to Bai Fong and returned to Bai Fong, unperturbed, transformed into light, and swiftly made his way to the inner palace, arriving at the grand hall of Tianyao Palace in mere moments. Descending his form and walking gracefully into the hall. Inside, 8 coiling dragon pillars supported the structure, and at the forefront, 2 dragon thrones were placed upon a high platform, upon which sat the 2 emperors of the demon clan. Dijuan and Donghuang, Tia Dabi, Bai Fong hastened to the foot of the platform, bowed deeply, and spoke. Great demon Bai Fong greets the 2 emperors. Dijuan and Donghuang exchanged glances, and Donghuang Tai inquired with a smile. "There is no need for formalities, General Bai Fong. What urgent matter brings you here?" "Your Majesties," Bai Fong began earnestly, "the offspring of the demon clan on the Honghuang continent are being mercilessly slaughtered by the Wu clan. Suffering grievously, my kin wander like lost dogs, homeless and in despair. I implore you, mighty emperors, to show compassion for my people and take swift action." Upon hearing Bai Fong's report, Dijuan erupted in fury, smashing the dragon table before him into splinters. Beside him, Dongwang Tai remained silent, but his complexion flushed, his eyes burning with barely contained rage. How outrageous! Very well. Since the Wu clan shows no mercy, let not be said that my demon clan lacks righteousness. They hunt my kin and slay my sons. I, Dijuan, shall not let this go unpunished. His words were almost a roar that Bi Fong hastened to inform the 10 great demon gods to convene here and discuss countermeasures. Dongwang Tai coldly instructed, "Rest assured, my lords, I shall depart at once." Before Bai Fong could finish his words, he vanished from the Grand Hall. End of the previous chapter. It was recounted how the deaths and injuries among the demon kin incensed Dongwang Tai and Dijuan, who commanded the great demon Bai Fong to summon the other demon lords to Tianyao Palace to strategize against the Wu clan, and Bai Fong set forth to fulfill this task. 2,000 miles east of the vast land of Honghuang lies a mountain known as Qingqiu, the classic of mountains and seas mentions. The mountain of Qingqiu has abundant jade in the sun and rich green in the shade. There dwells a beast resembling a fox with 9 tails, its voice akin to that of an infant, capable of devouring humans. Those who are consumed are not cursed. There exists a bird resembling a dove. Its call akin to laughter, named Guanguan, whose presence brings clarity. The Ying River flows forth, meandering southward into the marshes of Jiu, teeming with red fish. Appearing like fish but having human faces, their sound reminiscent of mandarin ducks. Consuming them brings no affliction. Since the creation of the heavens and the earth, the 9-tailed fox clan has dwelled peacefully on Qingqiu Mountain, quietly cultivating their powers, uninvolved in the conflicts between the Wu and demon clans, nor yielding to the summons of Tianyao Palace. The nearby Wu and demon clans dared not disturb this place, for it was known that in addition to the 9-tailed foxes, there existed a fierce creature, the Guanchuan bird. The 2 clans cohabited the mountain in close harmony, both clan leaders possessing the cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal. Thus the Wu and demon clans were disinclined to foster needless enmity. However, today, the once tranquil Qingqiu Mountain was bustling with activity. The summit of Qingqiu reached the edges of the sky, originally a retreat for the leaders of the 9-tailed fox clan and the Guanchuan clan. No disciple of either clan could enter without the leader's permission, as inscribed on the stone tablet at the foot of the peak were the 4 ominous characters: "Trespasser shall die." Yet now, 3,000 youths from both clans stood silently before the closed doors of the leader's abode, all eyes fixed upon the tightly shut entrance. Not a single voice dared to break the silence. This scene persisted from morning until noon, when suddenly the previously sealed doors of the cave burst open with a thunderous sound. The waiting crowd's eyes brightened as 3 figures emerged from within. Leading was a young man clad in a purple robe, his right hand clasped behind his back, while his left hand gently waved a folding fan, a faint smile gracing his face, exuding a refreshing aura like a gentle spring breeze. Following him, 2 figures walked with utmost respect. To his right was an elderly man with white hair, dressed in yellow robes, leaning on a gnarled wooden staff, his face radiating kindness, though the occasional glimmer of cunning in his eyes made one wary. He was a shrewd old fox. The other figure behind the young man was a woman, or rather a matron, with captivating eyes and a gown adorned in a riot of colors, each hue of the rainbow present upon her attire. This dazzling garment only served to enhance her elegance, imparting a touch of mystery. The 3 approached the Ming Dao platform before the cave, and the young man directly seated himself in the lone chair atop the platform, while the elder and the woman stood respectfully behind him. The crowd below, witnessing this sight, began to murmur among themselves, excitement barely concealed on their faces. Observing their reaction, the young man gestured lightly to the 2 behind him, signaling to commence. The elder and the woman exchanged glances. The elder stepped forward and softly commanded, "Silence." Though his voice was low, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present, and the gathering quickly quieted. Awaiting his further words, satisfied with the response, the elder nodded and inquired, "Is everyone prepared? If anyone wishes to remain behind, now is the time to voice it. Neither I nor Meyer shall force you. And I trust that the esteemed Lian Zhenjiang would not impose either." After a brief pause, seeing no objections from the crowd, he turned to the young man seated on the platform, saying, "Lian Daozun, It seems everyone is willing to proceed. Shall we depart? The young man, smiling, rose and declared, My three immortal island welcomes you all. Now, do not resist. I shall lead you there. With that, he stepped forward, ascending to the clouds. And with a gentle wave of his hand, the 3,000 individuals below vanished. Turning back to the elder and the woman, he said, Let us go. The three transformed into flowing light and sped eastward. As it turns out, this purple-clad young man was Zillion Daorun, while the woman and elder behind him were the clan leaders of the Fox tribe, Humayer and the Guanchuan tribe. Guanjin. The 3,000 individuals who had just vanished were the kin of the Nine-Tailed Fox and Guanchuan clans. The circumstances surrounding Zillion's presence and his successful unification of these two clans can be traced back to his experiences after receiving enlightenment at the Zixiao Palace, during which he traversed the vast world of Hong Huang. On that day, after bidding farewell to familiar acquaintances outside Zixiao Palace, Zillion gently shifted his form and appeared upon the land of Hong Huang. Although the three immortal island had shed its former desolation, now resembling a perfect paradise, it remained devoid of life. This reality filled Zillion with a sense of embarrassment. He had previously only considered the island's future renown and his own affection for it, neglecting the need for inhabitants. However, this did not signify regret in his decision to establish the three immortal island as his sanctuary. He could simply venture into the Hong Huang continent and gather some beings to return. Could he not? In the midst of the sky, Zillion was seated upon a cloud, which drifted lazily with the wind, though traveling by cloud was not as swift as the flash of lightning. Zillion was in no haste to reach his destination. Moreover, he needed to contemplate which beings he ought to subdue. Perhaps influenced by his past life, he did not possess the capriciousness typical of creatures from the primordial world. In his heart, Zillion always felt the need for a home, and the Three Immortals Island was precisely the sanctuary he sought. However, Zillion was not one to act carelessly. He had no desire to attract chaotic beings that would tarnish the purity of his sanctuary. For he knew that, in such a scenario, he would find no solace even in tears. As time passed, Zillion floated in the sky for over a month. One day, he arrived at a mountain from a distance. As his divine sense swept over the area, he discovered something intriguing within the mountain, which made Zillion's eyes sparkle with excitement. It appears fortune smiles upon me. I have stumbled upon something remarkable. He rejoiced inwardly, realizing that it was on the verge of awakening. Well, the search for beings is not a task to be accomplished in a day or two, to be by the looks of it. It shall awaken in no more than half a month. That I shall wait patiently, and once it awakens, I can take it under my wing. That would indeed be a splendid affair, especially considering its significance in future events. Resolute in his decision, Zillion descended from the clouds, finding a suitable spot on the mountain where he could close his eyes and meditate. He quietly utilized his divine sense to observe the being while patiently awaiting its awakening. Although he could have simply marked the location and continued his journey, he felt a natural inclination to witness the awakening firsthand, as good things are best appreciated in person. That I end the previous chapter. It was mentioned that Zillion, while journeying, inadvertently discovered a creature on the brink of awakening from slumber, which stirred his heart and ignited a desire to take on a disciple. Thus, he settled in this place to await its revival. Zillion's divine sense quietly scrutinized the creature, and if he was not mistaken, this being was the ancestor of the dragon clan of the Four Seas. Inglong, he recalled a passage from the classic of Mountains and Seas that described Inglong, in the northeastern corner of the great wilderness. There exists a mountain known as the Fierce Plow Earthen Mount. Inglong resides at the South Pole, having battled Chiyu and Kwafu, unable to ascend again, thus causing several droughts. Droughts take on the form of Inglong, which ultimately brings forth heavy rains. Zillion observed it curled within the heart of the mountain, its massive wings enveloping its body, adorned with 9 claws and interlocking fangs. Its eyes, the size of grinding discs, were firmly shut, while 2 3-meter-long dragon whiskers twitched incessantly by its mouth, exuding a fearsome ferocity. In this ominous vicinity, Zillion quietly awaited for over half a month. One day, under the previously clear skies, dark clouds suddenly rolled in, accompanied by thunderous roars, gathering ominously above the small earthen mound. Zillion, who had been meditating, immediately comprehended the situation. It was evident that Yinglong was on the verge of awakening. However, he did not anticipate the sheer ferocity of this creature, as it was about to undergo a tribulation of thunder the moment it stirred that moment. Zillian gazed at the ominous clouds rumbling with thunder, feeling somewhat speechless. This Yinglong is indeed unfortunate. It seems my opportunity has arrived. Observing this tribulation, it must be a transformation calamity, and its might, well, it's manageable. Yet, given its current state of awakening, it would be nearly impossible for it to evade this calamity unscathed. The lightest consequence would be severe injuries, while the gravest could lead to its utter annihilation. If I were to intervene, capturing it would likely not pose much difficulty. Determined, Zillian positioned himself outside the range of the impending thunderstorm, quietly awaiting the moment when Yinglong would be struck by lightning. This thought seems a tad sinister, but Wuliang Tianzuan, I shall come to your rescue. Haha. Above, the thunderstorm was gradually brewing. The originally dark clouds morphed into a pitch-black mass. The thunderous roars growing louder, the skies darkening, and the air becoming increasingly stifling. Even the wind bore whispers of distant thunder. Suddenly, the mountain where Zillian had been seated seemed to come alive, shaking violently. With a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, a dragon's cry shattered his reverie. In an instant, the ground trembled, and debris flew as a colossal being emerged from the earth. Zillian understood that Yinglong had awakened. Perhaps due to its recent slumber, Yinglong's mind was still clouded. It slowly shook its groggy head and surveyed its surroundings. Upon noticing the turbulent storm clouds above, it paused momentarily, but soon reacted as if enraged. Raising its massive dragon head, it unleashed a thunderous roar, expressing its displeasure and wrath to the heavens. That it appeared that Yinglong was acutely aware of the challenge it faced in its fragile state amidst such a transformation calamity. In a flash, a brilliant light surged forth, and the thunderclouds, seemingly offended by the creature's defiance, unleashed the first bolt of lightning, commencing Yinglong's tribulation. Yinglong seemed taken aback by the thundercloud's reaction to its mere roar. It had not anticipated that its displeasure would summon a bolt of lightning. Caught off guard, the strike landed solidly on Yinglong's back. Despite the impact, the creature's robust form remained intact, though it was jolted and shaken, sustaining no injuries. However, the thunderclouds appeared dissatisfied and continued to unleash successive bolts of lightning upon this audacious being. This transformation tribulation manifested in two forms, tailored to the nature of the creature undergoing transformation. Some powerful beings faced a series of 4 rounds, each with 9 bolts of lightning, while others experienced a lesser trial of 3 rounds. Naturally, the more formidable the tribulation, the greater the strength of the being post-transformation, albeit with higher risks. Yinglong found itself facing the former, a 4-round trial, leaving one to ponder whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. Yinglong demonstrated remarkable resilience, withstanding the first 3 rounds of the tribulation unscathed, until the 5th bolt of the 4th round descended. This bolt, as thick as a thigh and colored green, was unlike the previous strikes that Yinglong had easily endured. It had derived benefits from the earlier lightning, fortifying its body through the trials. However, it seemed to underestimate this green bolt. The result was swift. The thunderclap echoed as the lightning struck Yinglong's back, sending it crashing down to the ground. When the dust settled, a massive pit, 100 meters deep and 1,000 meters wide, appeared, with the unfortunate Yinglong lying at the bottom, its body marred and bleeding, some areas charred, and even emitting a foul scent. Yinglong resembled a pitiful maiden wronged, tears welling in its enormous eyes as it gazed up at the thunderclouds that had orchestrated its plight. With a fierce determination, it sprang from the pit that had recorded its folly. Harnessing its spiritual power to mend its wounds, it then lifted its head to roar defiantly at the thunderclouds, its face a mask of fury, as if vowing to tear the clouds apart for their insolence. Yet, Zillian perceived a hint of trepidation in Yinglong's fierce glare. It seemed that this mighty dragon was somewhat intimidated by the relentless tribulation it faced. During this tense interlude, the thunderclouds appeared to pause, seemingly having satisfied their vengeance against Yinglong's provocation. However, Both Ying Long and Zillian could discern that this was not out of benevolence. Rather, the clouds were merely accumulating energy for another strike. As anticipated, the ominous rumbling of thunder resumed, and the thunderclouds began to compress themselves, condensing into a smaller, denser mass. After nearly an hour of intense compression, the cloud shrank to a mere 100 acres, 10 times more concentrated than before, just as Ying Long relaxed its tense posture. A crack split the once quiet clouds, and a lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, surged towards the hapless dragon below. Ying Long, fully aware of the impending danger, did not dare to underestimate it. It unleashed its inner Dan, charging towards the bolt of lightning. Zillian realized that Ying Long was making its final stand. This inner Dan, while powerful, could only be employed once before needing to be reclaimed, lest it risk shattering. Yet behind this bolt of lightning lay 3 more. Understanding that the time had come for his intervention, Zillian was determined to prevent Ying Long's demise. He witnessed the collision of Ying Long's green inner Dan and the green bolt of lightning in the air. The resulting explosion resonating with a force capable of shattering the very heavens. In the next chapter, it will be revealed how Ying Long unleashed its inner Dan against the 6th bolt of thunder, marking its final attempt to survive the onslaught, leaving its fate to the whims of destiny. This moment, Ying Long coughed up blood, his eyes wide with fury, as if his eyeballs were about to burst from their sockets. Yet he gritted his teeth and resolutely channeled his inner elixir, confronting the heavenly tribulation without retreating an inch. The originally thick as a barrel celestial lightning clashed with Ying Long's inner elixir, rapidly dissipating. The more than 4-meter-long lightning power gradually melted away under the consumption of the inner elixir. Finally, as Ying Long exhausted the last remnants of his spiritual energy, the 6th bolt of lightning was entirely consumed. While the inner elixir, which had been suspended in the air, was forced down to less than 2 meters from Ying Long's body due to the relentless pressure of the heavenly calamity. Phew. At last, the accursed heavenly lightning had been endured, but alas, the ominous clouds above were slowly gathering energy for another strike. That Ying Long's condition, however, was dire. His massive form, drained of spiritual power and enduring the pressure of the tribulation, caused his recently healed wounds to reopen, bleeding profusely. His meridians were severely damaged, and the inner elixir, which had been resisting the heavenly lightning, was now unstable and on the verge of shattering due to excessive consumption and the relentless assault of the heavenly bolts. He had no choice but to retract it into his body for nourishment. Ying Long lay on the ground, his wings trembling gently behind him, his anxious eyes fixed on the gathering tribulation clouds above as he sighed helplessly. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Although Ying Long could not use his divine awareness to scan his surroundings due to undergoing the tribulation, his naturally sensitive mind and vigilance picked up on an approaching presence. He found it puzzling. Who would dare to approach him during such a perilous moment? However, he still inquired, "Who goes there?" As Zillian drew near while Ying Long was on the verge of exhausting his 6th bolt of lightning, he was taken aback by the fact that, despite Ying Long's grievous injuries, he could still sense Zillian's approach. This was indeed remarkable and only reinforced Zillian's determination to save him. Upon realizing that Ying Long had detected his presence, Zillian deemed it unnecessary to remain concealed in midair, 100 meters away. He revealed his form and spoke. "I am Zillian of the Eastern Seed. I happened upon this place and coincidentally witnessed your tribulation. So I decided to stay and observe." Zillian kept some details regarding his intentions from Ying Long. "I see that in that case, I kindly request you to withdraw from the range of the tribulation to avoid being affected," Ying Long said, though Zillian noticed a hint of skepticism and wariness in his eyes. "I can see that you have exhausted all your spiritual energy from enduring the tribulation. I can lend you a hand," Zillian stated, locking eyes with Ying Long. Ying Long seemed taken aback by Zillian's offer, gazing at him for a long moment before replying, "Why would you help me? State your purpose, or I shall refuse your assistance, even if it means perishing in the tribulation." "Very well. To speak frankly, I am the eldest disciple of Hongjun, the saint of Zixiao Palace. While wandering through the wilderness, I chanced upon your tribulation and wished to take you as my disciple." "Is that reason acceptable?" Zilian's words indicated that Yinglong had indirectly accepted his help. Zilian spoke truthfully, knowing that beings like Yinglong, born from the essence of heaven and earth, were typically straightforward. Thus, he opted for transparency in his intentions to achieve his desired outcome. On what grounds should I become your disciple? Yinglong retorted instead of answering Zilian's question, on the grounds that I can save you, that I possess the cultivation of a quasi-saint, that I am the eldest disciple of Hongjun, and that I am destined to become a future saint. Moreover, given the present circumstances, it seems you have little choice, Zilian replied, pointing at the gathering energy of the tribulation clouds above, a mischievous smile on his face, clearly attempting to pressure Yinglong in this moment of great peril. Yinglong did not respond immediately, lowering his massive dragon head in contemplation for a long while before finally resolutely declaring, "Very well. I shall accept your tutelage and become your disciple. However, you should know that one cannot accept assistance while undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, one cannot receive help during the tribulation, but that does not imply that you cannot do so yourself." Zilian replied in a teasing tone. Yinglong expressed confusion. My spiritual energy has been completely depleted from the previous tribulation, and even moving is a struggle. How can I possibly resist? You simpleton! Zilian lightly tapped Yinglong's head. Have you never heard of elixirs? Elixirs? Yinglong still seemed somewhat puzzled. Are you referring to elixirs? He finally realized, his voice filled with excitement. Stop the exclamations. Here, take this, Zilian scolded Yinglong, slightly startled by a sudden outburst. Yet he produced a purple elixir the size of a ping-pong ball and tossed it down to Yinglong. This elixir had been crafted from chaotic spiritual fruits during his time on the Three Immortals Island, designed to quickly replenish one's spiritual energy and effectively break through cultivation bottlenecks. Due to its purple hue, Zilian named Itziundan, Yinglong opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir, closing his eyes to absorb its potency. Trusting that Zilian would not harm him, the elixir proved effective. In the blink of an eye, Yinglong's wounds healed at a visible rate, and the spiritual energy he had nearly exhausted rapidly replenished, surpassing his original cultivation level and ultimately stabilizing at the initial stage of Deluo Jinxian. Slowly, Yinglong opened his eyes, which had transformed into a golden hue, exuding a remarkable aura. Those of lesser cultivation would find themselves intimidated merely by his gaze. Roar! As the tribulation clouds dispersed, Yinglong let out a long howl, expressing the pent-up frustration within him. After a considerable time, he ceased, prompting Zilian to marvel at the length of this creature's breath, wondering whether golden stars were twinkling in his eyes. After his roar, Yinglong noticed Zilian smiling at him from a distance. In a flash of golden light, Zilian transformed into a young man with flowing hair, donned in a robe adorned with 9 dragons, who stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Yinglong, saying, "Disciple Yinglong pays his respects to the master. Thank you for the elixir." With that, he bowed 3 times to Zilian. Zilian smiled gently and did not impede the gesture, acknowledging it as a necessary formality, akin to a rite of apprenticeship. Once Yinglong had completed his bows, Zilian raised his hand to support him, saying, "Enough of the formalities, now that you have entered my fold. You must remember not to betray your master or engage in actions that harm the interests of our school. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless in my retribution. You must foster camaraderie among your fellow disciples and never bully the weak or humiliate your peers. Do you understand?" Zilian spoke with a hint of seriousness. Zilian did not wish to place excessive pressure or constraints on his disciple, allowing him to act according to his own heart, but still felt it necessary to convey a few words of caution. Yinglong replied softly, "Disciple shall abide by the master's teachings and will not harbor any intentions of defiance." Excellent. Very well. With Zilian's cultivation, he could see that Yinglong's response was sincere, devoid of any pretense. "Yinglong, my sanctuary lies upon the eastern seas of the vast wilderness, on the island of Penglai. You have just overcome the tribulation of transformation, while your cultivation has reached the initial stage of Deluo Jinxian. It is still unstable, having been bolstered by my elixir. You should return to my sanctuary to meditate and consolidate your cultivation. In doing so, you will not only guard my sanctuary, but also take the opportunity to strengthen your own foundation. Do you comprehend?" Zilian instructed Yinglong. "Guard the sanctuary? Master, are there no other disciples present? Yinglong inquired, puzzled. Yinglong, as it stands, you are my only disciple, which makes you my eldest disciple, should I take on more disciples in the future. You will be the senior brother, Zillian explained. Your words have left me astonished, Master. Are you implying that there are only the two of us in the entire sect? Yinglong asked, bewildered. Indeed. What are you dissatisfied with? Zillian concealed her smile, maintaining a stern demeanor as she unleashed her full aura towards Yinglong. No, that is impossible. I'm the eldest disciple of my master. Henceforth, as long as anyone else becomes your disciple, I shall be the senior brother. I am elated, truly elated. Upon observing Zillian's expression, Yinglong hastily clarified his stance, though inwardly he wiped a cold sweat, reflecting, goodness, I am fortunate to have reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I would surely have suffered some physical punishment. This is for the best. Zillian's face remained taut as she struggled to suppress her laughter, though it was indeed a challenge to stifle such mirth. Yinglong, do you know what creatures inhabit this vicinity? Zillian inquired, for Yinglong had lived here and must possess considerable knowledge of the surroundings, thus saving her the trouble of aimlessly searching and wasting time. Yinglong, upon hearing Zillian's question, pondered briefly before responding. Aside from the shamans of the Wu clan and the demons of the Heavenly Demon Palace, the only beings that dwell here are relatively weak. As for other creatures? To the east, about 700 or 800 miles away, there lies a mountain, renowned for its perennial greenery and temperate climate. Hence it is called Qingqiu. On this mountain reside two tribes, the nine-tailed celestial foxes and the fierce beast known as the guan bird. These two tribes are not to be underestimated. Based on your description, this mountain must be a land of fortune. How is it that the Wu and Yao clans have not seized it? Upon hearing Yinglong's words, Zillian felt a twinge of curiosity. Logically speaking, such a splendid place would have long been forcibly taken by those from the Wu and Yao clans. What my master does not know is that the Wu and Yao clans have indeed contemplated seizing this mountain. However, the two tribes on Qingqiu possess numerous formidable experts, and their leaders boast the cultivation level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. If the Wu and Yao clans were to attack, they would undoubtedly incur considerable losses, rendering the endeavor unworthy. Thus, they have coexisted peacefully. Yinglong elucidated, so that is the case. Zillian silently resolved to regard the nine-tailed fox tribe and the guan bird tribe as her targets for this journey. Setting aside the fact that both tribes possessed many skilled individuals, the mere thought of the Qingqiu fox tribe reminded her of the infamous Daji, who brought calamity to the nation during the later era, and who hailed from Qingqiu Mountain. How could Zillian possibly let such a storied lineage slip by? Yinglong, you may return to the dojo. I must pay a visit to Qingqiu Mountain to seek certain opportunities. Here is a token for entering the dojo, which contains my imprint. Once you reach the protective formation, follow the mark to enter safely. However, you must remember not to recklessly breach the formation, lest you jeopardize your life. After making her decision, Zillian dismissed Yinglong, handing him a token, for the protective formation outside the dojo was not something one could breach with mere great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation. Failure to heed this warning could result in dire consequences. Yes, master, I take my leave. Yinglong was not one to be verbose. He bowed to Zillian, accepted the token, and soared directly towards the eastern sea. Watching Yinglong depart, Zillian leisurely rode her cloud towards Qingqiu Mountain, pondering what manner of place it was that had birthed a peerless, capable of altering the course of an era. The distance of 700 or 800 miles seemed vast. However, for Zillian, it was merely a matter of minutes, especially since she had slowed her cloud speed. Upon reaching the skies above Qingqiu, Zillian surveyed the legendary mountain, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, it is a land of hidden treasures." The entire Qingqiu resembled a reclining dragon, with its head facing north and its tail south. This place is a convergence of the six harmonies. Supported by the four symbols, no wonder it could give rise to a like in the void. Zillian called out, "Who leads this mountain?" "I am Zillian from the Eastern Sea, here to pay a visit." As her voice echoed, she saw over a dozen beams of light soaring upward from below, halting a short distance in front of her. Among them were two figures, an elderly man with white hair and a beautiful woman. The elder scrutinized Zilian briefly and spoke. I'm Guanjing, the leader of the Guanbur tribe. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist. May I inquire what brings you to our Qingxiu mountain? His expression betrayed a sense of vigilance, and the others behind him mirrored this wariness, as though they would spring into action at the slightest hint of trouble from Zilian. Chapter 20 previously. It was mentioned that Zilian had gleaned some information about Qingxiu Mountain from Yinglong and had resolved to claim these two tribes for Sanxian Island. The dozen individuals who had ascended from the mountain possessed the cultivation of the Luo Tianshang Xian, while the elder and the woman at the forefront had reached the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Utilizing her divine sense, Zilian subtly probed the situation within the mountain and discovered that the combined population of the two tribes amounted to approximately 30,000. The majority of whom were above the Golden Immortal level, with nearly 3,000 boasting the cultivation of the Nine Heaven Xian Immortal and close to 100 at the Luo Tianshang Xian level. Zilian could not help but marvel at the extraordinary aptitude of the two tribes' descendants. No wonder the nearby Wu and Yao clans dared not recklessly confront them or attempt to seize this prosperous land of Qingxiu Mountain. Given the prowess of the nine-tailed foxes and the Guanbur tribe, even if the top 10 demon gods of the Heavenly Demon Palace were to lead an expedition, they would likely suffer a Pyrrhic victory. Although the 10 demon gods all possessed great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, Qingxiu had only 2, but Zilian unexpectedly discovered that Qingxiu Mountain harbored an extraordinary treasure, an innate spiritual treasure with offensive capabilities comparable to the Chaos Bell. If her divine sense had not erred, this treasure was likely known as the God-slaying spear, which explained the elder's heightened vigilance upon seeing her. There's no need for you all to be so tense. I have come here because I have my eyes set on a certain object on your Qingxiu Mountain, Zilian, amused by the tension and alertness displayed by the crowd, suddenly felt inclined to tease them. Who do you think you are to come and rampage upon our Qingxiu Mountain? You are truly courting death. Depart swiftly, or you shall meet your demise here, becoming one with the fertile soil of Qingxiu Mountain. A young man, who had been standing behind the elder Guanjing, leaped forward upon hearing Zilian's words, glaring at her with indignation. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the elder and the woman realized the gravity of the situation and inwardly cursed the young man for being meddlesome. The Taoist before them was someone whose cultivation they could not fathom, indicating his formidable prowess. Now, with a single sentence, they had provoked him, and it seemed that today's events would not end well. Such a sharp tongue for a mere child. You have no right to speak here. With a flick of her sleeve, Zilian sent him plummeting from the cloud. However, she had no intention of killing him. At most, she aimed to severely injure him, for she did not wish to escalate matters beyond control. The elder and the woman had intended to rescue the young man, but their magical powers were no match for Zilian. Before they could intervene, the young man crashed to the ground, spitting blood, and fell unconscious. Fellow Taoist, please do not be angry. The woman, witnessing Zilian's rising ire, hurriedly interjected, the young one is thoughtless and has offended you. I apologize on his behalf. The woman bowed respectfully to Zilian. And who might you be? Zilian feigned displeasure, her voice cold. I am Humayer, the leader of the nine-tailed fox tribe of Qingxiu Mountain. The woman smiled and continued, you mentioned that you have your sights set on an object from our Qingxiu Mountain. Might I inquire what it is? Zilian surveyed the individuals present with a cold expression. I initially came to offer you a chance for survival, yet you remain oblivious to the impending calamity, wasting the years you have spent cultivating. The woman and the elder exchanged glances, astonished by Zilian's words. And both inquired, fellow Taoist, what do you mean? Please elaborate. Zilian let out a soft scoff, surveying her surroundings in silence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the elder and the woman nodded in understanding, saying, we have been remiss. Fellow Taoist, please allow us to discuss this in our abode. With that, they stepped aside, gesturing for Zilian to enter. Very well, Zilian, not one to be impolite, nodded and took the lead. The group descended from the clouds and arrived at the entrance of the two leaders' dwelling. The elder addressed the tribesmen behind him. You may return. Humayer, and I have matters to discuss with Taoist Zilian. Leader, this, The tribesmen hesitated, their eyes darting towards Zilian, clearly apprehensive that this outsider might take the opportunity to harm their leaders. Given her unfriendly demeanor upon arrival, there is no cause for concern. You may leave with peace of mind. The elder interrupted their protests, leading Humayr and Zilian into the dwelling. Zilian took a moment to assess the interior of the dwelling, which was quite austere, containing only a few meditation cushions and a table, with 2 separate rooms likely reserved for the leader's cultivation. Taoist, Zilian, please take a seat. Our dwelling is humble. I hope you do not find it lacking. Humayr said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Not at all. The Tao is inherently simple, and this is quite sufficient, Zilian replied indifferently. Once the 3 were seated, several disciples brought forth some spiritual fruits and tea. After everything was settled, the elder eagerly asked, fellow Taoist, what did you mean earlier when you said that a calamity is approaching Qingqiu Mountain? This matter is not urgent. I have a question first. May I inquire if it is appropriate to ask? Zilian waved her hand, delicately savoring the tea, and spoke, fellow cultivator, feel free to inquire. Both Mayor and I shall certainly speak candidly. The elder, stroking his beard, nodded in agreement as Humayr, standing nearby, echoed his sentiment. When I first arrived, you appeared quite wary of me, especially after I dealt with one of your clansmen. Yet, why is it that you do not seem overly cautious of me now? Are you not concerned that I might take advantage of the situation to harm you? Zilian expressed her doubts. The elder replied, you may not be aware, but our clan, the Bird Clan, possesses a unique innate ability that allows us to foresee impending dangers. We can sense the murderous intent directed towards us. Unless your cultivation has attained enlightenment and reached the status of sage, you cannot escape my perception. When you struck earlier, I sensed no malice in your actions, which is why I am at ease, he continued. Moreover, you likely possess the cultivation of a quasi-saint. Even if we were on guard, if you truly wished to eliminate us, we would stand little chance of countering your might. Zilian was taken aback by the elder's revelation, surprised by the existence of such a racial talent. His analysis was indeed astute. If she had desired to kill them, it would not have required much effort. I see. My confusion has been alleviated. Zilian regarded the 2 of them and inquired, what are your thoughts on the demon and which clans? With a calm demeanor, she cradled her teacup as she asked. The elder hesitated slightly, casting a glance at Humayr. Upon seeing her nod, he began, very well. Since you have asked, I shall share my humble opinion. The witch clan is generally tolerable, although they are known for their fiery tempers and love of conflict. As long as one does not provoke them excessively, conflicts can often be avoided. However, the denizens of the Heavenly Demon Palace are quite the opposite, if I were to describe them in a word. They resemble bandits, unyielding in their demands and insistent even when they have no justification. Anything they set their sights on, they must possess. To be frank, my Qingqiu Mountain is considered a land of fortune. Initially, the beings of the Heavenly Demon Palace sought to seize it by force. Fortunately, those who came were mere underlings and were easily dispatched by us. The more powerful demons had to contend with their own territories and conflicts with the witch clan, which has allowed us a semblance of safety. The elder responded thoughtfully to Zilian's inquiry. Zilian abruptly slammed her teacup down, disregarding the spilling tea, and laughed heartily. Safety. It seems you are blissfully unaware of your impending doom. Akin to a group of fools. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that you look down upon our clans? Humayr, the Fox clan leader, was incensed by Zilian's words and questioned her sternly. Chapter 21 continued, detailing how Zilian had been welcomed into the cave dwelling by the clan leaders of Qingqiu Mountain, with her words inciting Humayr is the Onapi, so rude. Mayor, the fellow cultivator's words surely have their reasoning. Please sit and listen as the elder elaborates. The elder admonished Mayor gently, turning to Zilian and adding, please do not take offense at Mayor. Kindly continue. Zilian observed their reactions and silently acknowledged their composure. It was no wonder they could survive amidst the strife of the witch and demon clans while maintaining a stronghold in this land of fortune. You are indeed correct about the Heavenly Demon Palace led by Dong Wang and Dijuan. They are unequivocally like bandits, but their malevolent ambitions are far from ordinary. Zilian sighed lightly. What do you mean by that? The elder asked hesitantly. Zillion gave him a nonchalant glance and stated, "To dominate the heavens and obliterate the witch clan." Gasp! The elder, and whom Mayer inhaled sharply. "How can you be so certain?" the elder inquired. "When the heavens were first opened and yin and yang separated, the great calamity was already decreed. The cycle of heavenly law is an immutable truth. In the Primordial era, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans were immensely powerful, but after the catastrophic battle at Buzhou Mountain, they suffered grievous losses and withdrew from the struggle for supremacy in the wilderness, retreating into obscurity. Presently, the witch and demon clans bear a striking resemblance to those ancient three clans that a great war is inevitable. And under such circumstances, how can you two clans hope to withstand them?" Zillion questioned. Her incisive remarks plunged the elder and Mayer into deep contemplation. After a long silence, the elder rose from his mat and bowed deeply before Zillion, saying, "What you say is true. We implore you to guide us toward a clear path to ensure the safety of our clansmen." His tone bore a hint of desperation. Seeing this, Zillion felt a surge of joy within. It seemed there was a way forward. You recall that I mentioned my purpose for coming to Qingqiu Mountain. I am here for a specific item." Rather than answering the elder, she posed a question in return. The elder and Mayer exchanged anxious glances, their expressions tense. After a moment, they replied, "Given your cultivation, you must have already discerned the truth. Indeed, there exists a treasure on Qingqiu Mountain, though we do not know its name. Its power is likely not far beneath that of the innate spiritual treasures. If you could illuminate a path for our two clans, we would gladly present this treasure as a token of gratitude." The elder then produced a long spear, approximately a zhang in length, its dark red hue emanating a formidable aura. He held the spear with both hands and offered it to Zillion. Yet, in his eyes, she could still perceive a deep reluctance and sorrow. Indeed, parting with such a treasure was no easy feat. Zillion looked at him, returned the spear, and shook her head, remaining silent. This gesture left the elder and Mayer puzzled. After all, this was a treasure comparable to innate spiritual artifacts. What could it mean? "Are you dissatisfied with this offering?" the elder asked in confusion. Zillion, fully aware of the elder's unspoken thoughts, smiled gently and interrupted. "I can tell you that this spiritual treasure is called the God-slaying spear. However, you have misjudged its classification. It is indeed an innate spiritual artifact. If we were to evaluate its offensive power, it could even contend with chaotic spiritual treasures. Its sole function is to attack, which is why it is classified as an innate artifact and not a chaotic one. Since that is the case, is there anything else that could possibly displease you?" "It seems there are no other treasures on Qingqiu Mountain that surpass this one," Mayer queried, astonished by Zillion's explanation of the spear. You are mistaken. There exists another item on Qingqiu Mountain that is far more precious than this innate spiritual artifact. The only question is whether you two are willing to agree." Zillion laughed heartily, addressing the pair. "There is something even more precious than this artifact." Mayer furrowed her brow in contemplation, while the elder regarded Zillion with a raised eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded. Perceiving the elder's expression, Zillion inquired, "Guanjing, do you consent? Fellow cultivator, having traveled countless miles to reach Qingqiu Mountain, it is clear that you have come for this purpose. And our intentions are transparent. There is nothing we would refuse," Guanjing replied affirmatively. "What riddle are you two playing at? I am utterly confused. Please speak plainly." Mayer, standing to the side, was exasperated by their cryptic exchange. Stamping her foot in frustration, Zillion and the elder erupted into laughter at Mayer's adorable display of annoyance. You all are driving me to madness," Mayer retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Rendering her utterly charming. Mayer, what the fellow cultivator refers to as being more precious than this spiritual artifact, aside from our two clans' offspring. What else could it be? The elder remarked to Mayer. Mayer gasped, momentarily taken aback, her lips parting slightly, her eyes sparkling with allure. Heavens! No wonder the likes of King Zhou of Shang were so captivated by such a vixen. It is no wonder he lost his senses to worldly affairs. Today, I find myself similarly entranced. Were a common person or one of lesser cultivation, they would undoubtedly be bewitched by her charm. Zillion quickly suppressed the burgeoning flames of desire ignited by Humayur's enchanting demeanor through the application of his power. "Do you mean to say that you wish for us to accompany you?" Humayur finally managed to articulate after a prolonged moment of realization. "Indeed, my Sancian island is located above the Eastern Sea. Formed from 3 pieces of primordial chaos that fell into the wilderness at the time of creation. Currently, only my disciple Inglong resides there, guarding it without any other beings around. Hence, I believe it would be an ideal place for your 2 clans to thrive." Zillion elucidated. "Inglong?" the elder queried. "Could it be that little fellow residing approximately 600 or 700 miles from Qingqiu Mountain at the fiercely Tuqiao?" "Precisely. However, he is no longer merely a little fellow. He has since undergone the transformation tribulation and attained the same level of cultivation as you both, reaching the status of a great Luo golden immortal," Zillion confirmed. "How is that possible?" Huxier exclaimed in astonishment. Even if it had successfully transformed, it was at most a late-stage celestial being. How could it possibly possess the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal? Huxier was clearly incredulous. "Haha, indeed, you speak well. But you have overlooked one crucial detail. Does it not have me as its master above it? To be honest, I learned about your Qingqiu Mountain only through IT." Zillion thought of the potency of the elixirs she had concocted. A sense of pride involuntarily welled up within her as she spoke to them. "Oh, I see now. It seems we had not considered that. Very well, fellow cultivator, please wait a moment. Meyer and I shall make arrangements. Within a day at the least, or 3 days at most, we will certainly accompany you to Sancian Island," the elder stated, pulling Huxier along and bowing respectfully to Zillion. "No need for concern. You may proceed as you wish." Zillion nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 22. In the primordial land, demons and monsters ran rampant, and the flames of war blazed fiercely. Powerful beings vied for dominion over the mountains, engaging in relentless conflict, where weaker factions were devoured by the stronger. And the mighty were extinguished by even greater forces. The stage was continuously set for fierce battles and slaughter, where life held no value. The frail existed merely as sustenance for the powerful and fodder for war. The entire primordial realm epitomized the doctrine of survival of the fittest in a most vivid and extreme manner. Life begets death. In this primordial expanse, the true might lay with the shamanic clan. Not only were they physically formidable, but they also exhibited remarkable unity, living in tribal formations. Thus, smaller factions dared not provoke them, for they were no match, while larger powers hesitated to attack, although they might defeat a certain tribe. They could not withstand the shamanic clan's retribution. This resulted in a scenario where the shamanic clan reigned supreme. Those small demons who dared infringe upon the shamanic territory faced gruesome fates. Some were killed, others driven away. Their plight was nothing short of tragic. Yet it seemed that at some point, these demons had received some form of support and began to counterattack. Although most of these attempts ended in failure, there were occasional victories that inflicted significant losses upon the shamans. Such undercurrents proliferated throughout the primordial world, prompting the upper echelons of the shamanic clan to frequently receive pleas for aid and reports of losses from various tribes, inciting both anger and helplessness. Though fortunately, these losses were limited to minor and remote tribes. "Brother, just a few days ago, everything was fine. Why has the chief suddenly ordered heightened vigilance? I haven't had a moment's rest for days." Standing guard here, without witnessing any incidents, a shaman holding a spear remarked to another beside him. "Cough. Am I not in the same predicament? However, I heard from a second elder that the so-called Tianyao Palace's demon clan has been unusually active lately, constantly attacking weaker tribes. Several of our brothers' tribes have been assaulted by these vile scoundrels, resulting in heavy casualties, with some being completely annihilated." The other shaman sighed, shaking his head. Indeed, I have heard the same," chimed in the other shamans gathered around. "Tianyao Palace? Those feeble creatures, have we not nearly exterminated them? They have all hidden away, too frightened to emerge. How could such occurrences still be happening?" A young shaman questioned his companions. "Look at this spear in my hand. It is a trophy I claim from slaying one of those Tianyao Palace rascals," he boasted, lifting the spear to showcase it. Furthermore, our clan leader is a great shaman and a high-ranking general under Lord Zhu. Extraordinarily powerful. Our tribe is so robust that those Tianyao Palace ruffians surely would not dare to stir trouble here. Yes, that's so. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed near the young shaman's ear. Who dares to speak? Show yourself. I will tear you apart. Startled by the sudden voice, the young shaman fell to the ground, but quickly recovered, rising to his feet and shouting in a fit of rage. What is wrong? Brother? The surrounding shamans appeared oblivious to the earlier voice, their expressions puzzled by the young shaman's sudden outburst. Someone just spoke in my ear. The young shaman insisted fervently. Who could it be? We see no one. The others questioned in confusion. Just then, the voice resounded again, and this time everyone heard it. The once clear sky abruptly darkened as a massive creature descended slowly. Upon closer inspection, it was a beast with a human face and a horse's body, adorned with bat-like wings and a coat of tiger patterns. The creature cast a glance at the gathered shamans, its mouth gaping wide, revealing sharp teeth that seemed to form a grin. Finally, its gaze settled upon the audacious young shaman. Little one, what a grandiose claim you make. It has been quite a while since I savored the taste of shamanic flesh. Today, you shall be the honored first target to break my fast. Remember, it is the great demon Ing Zhao bestowing this honor upon you, the beast declared languidly. The proclamation from the demon, named Ing Zhao, sent chills down the spines of the assembled shamans, their hair standing on end. The previously boastful young shaman could no longer bear it, scrambling in panic toward the tribe, shouting in desperation, "Help! The demon clan is here! Help me!" But before he could finish, a massive head was severed from his body, tumbling to the ground, while the headless corpse staggered forward for quite a distance before collapsing. In Ing Zhao's hand appeared a formidable 9-eared golden blade, which he swung lightly, commenting, "Such a young one," yet with such a loud voice that it was evident that the sharp blade had been responsible for decapitating the fleeing young shaman. The shaman's presence seemed momentarily paralyzed, as if under a spell, before finally reacting. However, rather than fleeing, witnessing their comrades' demise ignited the innate ferocity within the shamanic clan. They brandished their weapons and charged toward Ing Zhao, shouting in unison, "Kill! Slay this scoundrel!" The cacophony of cries nearly drowned out Ing Zhao's presence. Unbeknownst to Ing Zhao, who regarded these beings of the monsters howled as they charged towards the tribe of the Witch Clan. Yet what awaited them was a barrage of cold, heavy wooden spears, shot forth from the Witch Clan stronghold, hurtling towards the foremost of the demons with the swiftness of lightning. The demon kin were utterly unprepared for such a tactic from the Witch Clan, and in an instant they found themselves at a loss, suffering countless casualties as the ground was stained crimson with their blood. The force behind the wooden spears sent some of the smaller demons staggering backward, and those behind them, unable to evade in time, collided with their comrades, effectively halting the momentum of their advance. However, the Witch Clan seemed far from satisfied. After the initial volley of wooden spears, a second, third, and fourth barrage followed in rapid succession. This time, the demon horde was forewarned and sustained fewer losses, save for a few unfortunate souls and those of notably low intellect who fell prey. Nevertheless, the relentless firepower of the Witch Clan kept the demons firmly rooted in place, forced to rely solely on their formidable magical prowess and the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades to withstand the piercing wooden projectiles. All the while bellowing in frustration at last, after the 10th volley of wooden spears was unleashed, the Witch Clan fell silent. Yet the demons remained hesitant, waiting in silence until they were certain the Witch Clan had ceased their infuriating assault. Relief washed over them, but it was soon accompanied by a profound sense of humiliation. Particularly evident was the great demon Ing Zhao, visibly trembling in rage, urging his comrades to charge in and annihilate these filthy pests. It took Ing Zhao a considerable while to regain his composure before he roared at the smaller demons on the ground. Upon hearing Ing Zhao's command, the smaller demons once again howled and surged towards the nearby Witch Clan stronghold. However, it was apparent that they were now tinged with trepidation, lacking the reckless abandon of their initial charge. It seemed these demons were not entirely devoid of caution. As the demon horde approached the gates of the Witch Clan stronghold, a figure soared into the air, transforming from a body of roughly 10 feet into a colossal giant of 1,000 feet. The giant's thunderous voice reverberated across the land. My sons of the Witch Clan, slay! Let these audacious miscreants who dare to offend our might and slay our kin taste the wrath of our clan. This figure was none other than the great general under Zhu, the leader of the Witch Clan. The hierarchy within the Witch Clan was delineated as follows: Witch General, Great Witch, and Ancestral Witch. Typically, individual prowess was indistinguishable, only becoming apparent when a witch engaged in battle. Corresponding heights were several tens of feet, several hundreds of feet, several thousand feet, and above 10,000 feet for the Ancestral Witch. This Great Witch stood at a height of 1,000 feet. As soon as the Great Witch finished speaking, the previously tranquil Witch Clan's stronghold erupted into chaos, with thousands rushing forth, each armed and ready to engage the demon kin in fierce combat. After issuing his command, the Great Witch produced a massive blade, as wide as a door, and advanced toward the imposing demon Ing Zhao. Without uttering a word, the Great Witch swung his blade directly at Ing Zhao. Muttering under his breath, "You will pay with your life." Seeing the oncoming strike, Ing Zhao thought to himself, "What audacity to attack without a word, seeking my life. You must be courting death." As the powerful blow approached, Ing Zhao deftly evaded, feeling the rush of wind as the blade passed by. However, he had forgotten about the other demons below. The shockwave from the blade sent the ground's occupants into disarray, resulting in numerous casualties among the demons. Many were reduced to mere fragments. Anger welled within Ing Zhao. The Great Witch, taken aback by the demon's evasion, stammered, "Why didn't you block it?" To which Ing Zhao nearly succumbed to exasperation, thinking, "Do you take me for a fool, to receive your blade with my head?" Without answering, Ing Zhao closed the distance, striking at the Great Witch's waist with a fierce blow. The momentum was such that if it struck true, it would certainly result in a fatal outcome for the Great Witch. Yet, true to his reputation as a warrior under Zhu, the Great Witch, though momentarily caught off guard, remained composed, parrying Ing Zhao's strike with the flat of his blade, creating space between them. They both continued to engage, clashing amidst the skies, with a flurry of blades and surging energy, inadvertently injuring many of the witches and demons engaged in nearby combat. As the saying goes, when people gather in their thousands, chaos ensues. The battlefield became a tumultuous scene of flying dust and anguished cries, with demons and witches alike suffering grievous wounds and fatalities. Even the severely injured would soon succumb to death, not needing the enemy to deliver the final blow. The sheer force of the chaos was enough to devastate even those in perfect health. This conflict raged on for an entire day and night. Ultimately, the Great Witch's cultivation fell slightly short of that of the demon Ing Zhao. Ordinarily, this discrepancy would not matter, as the Great Witch could retreat if necessary. However, the bat left Di Jiang, with a somber expression, spoke, "Elder brother, do you truly mean what you say? I observe that both Dong Huang and Di Jun possess cultivation levels that are at most comparable to yours, akin to that of quasi-saints. Yet, how is it that we, the Wu clan, with our formidable physical prowess, find ourselves unable to contend with them?" Sitting beside Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin interjected, perplexed by Di Jiang's words. "Alas, if it were a matter of bare-handed combat. Even if both Dong Huang and Di Jun rejoined forces, they would not be my adversaries. However, these two wield two exceedingly powerful treasures. One is the Dong Huang Bell, the other the He Tu and Luo Shu. From what I perceive of their might, they rival even those innate spiritual treasures. How could I possibly withstand such power? I fear that a single encounter would reduce me to ashes," that Di Jiang lamented, shaking his enormous head in distress. Zhu Jiuyin glanced at the expressions of the gathered brethren and sisters, swallowing back the words he was about to utter. That moment, Zhu, having heard Di Jiang's description, ceased his previous boasts of attacking the heavenly demon palace, instead sitting quietly in his place, with his head bowed in deep contemplation. The grand hall fell into a profound silence, where not a soul uttered a word, and even the sound of breathing seemed deliberately muted. After a considerable time, the figure clad in yellow robes, Ho Tu, raised her head and spoke. "In my view, the days of those two from the demon clan are likely not as easy as they appear. Her gaze swept across the assembly. "What do you mean by that, Sister Ho-Tu?" inquired Gong Gong, who had remained silent until now, evidently intrigued by her statement. The others turned their attention to Ho-Tu as well. "Do you all recall the words I shared upon my return from the Hongjun Taoist temple in the Zishao Palace?" Ho-Tu refrained from elaborating on her reasoning, but instead referenced the Zishao Palace. "Sister, spare us the riddles. Speak plainly without diverting to the Zishao Palace," Zhu Rong urged impatiently. "Silence," Gong Gong rebuked Zhu Rong. "You, Gong Gong, I respect you as my elder brother, yet do not overstep your bounds. I, Zhu Rong, am not intimidated by you." Zhu Rong, feeling slighted by Gong Gong's reprimand, retorted angrily, "If you wish to brawl, I shall teach you a lesson today, so your reckless temperament does not lead our Wu clan to irreparable consequences." Gong Gong, equally vexed, had long tolerated Zhu Rong's fiery disposition. "Enough, we are brothers. Now that the demon clan has wronged us, do we still squabble amongst ourselves and become a laughingstock?" The golden-clad ancestor Wu Ru, who had been quietly conversing with Di Jiang, stood to interject forcefully. "Very well, my esteemed brothers, listen to my words. During our time in the Zishao Palace, the demon master Kuan Peng was supposed to receive a sacred seat. Yet it was usurped by the primordial beings of the San Qing. This great enmity will not be forgotten by the demon clan. Moreover, the San Qing are no fools, having offended such a powerful adversary. They must have their own calculations. Hence, I propose that the demon clan's recent ambush on our Wu Clan S tribe was intentional, meant as a warning to intimidate us. After all, engaging us in battle now would serve them poorly, as they would find themselves beset on all sides, with the San Qing scheming against them from the shadows. Therefore, I assert that the demon clan cannot be faring well either." Upon finishing, Ho-Tu ceased her speech, smiling at the contemplative assembly. After a moment of quiet reflection, Di Jiang raised his head and declared, "In my estimation, Ho-Tu speaks with sound reasoning. We need not concern ourselves with the demon clan's stance. If they dare to insult us so brazenly, we must not hesitate to retaliate." That a glint of cold light flickered in Di Jiang's eyes. "Elder brother, what do you mean?" asked Lei, the ancestor of the Wu clan, with intrigue. "Humph, since the demon clan has slain so many of our kin, we shall retaliate by taking their lives in kind. Let us eliminate all the demons residing on the peaks surrounding the heavenly demon palace." Demonstrating to them and the world that the Wu clan is not to be trifled with, Di Jiang replied with deep-seated resentment. Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, the assembly exchanged glances. Zhu Rong stepped forward, proclaiming, "I concur. If the demon clan dares to unleash the might of the 10 great demon gods against us, they must be prepared to face our wrath. I shall lead the charge and quell their arrogance." "Agreed. Zhu Rong, you and Gong Gong shall lead a team, while you, Chong Liang, shall command another. However, Zhu Rong, I expect you and Gong Gong to cooperate harmoniously, understood?" Di Jiang fixed his gaze on Zhu Rong, after casting a glance at Gong Gong. Zhu Rong assured Di Jiang, "Elder brother, rest assured, I will work in harmony with Gong Gong." "Very well. Then we shall disperse." Di Jiang waved his hand, signaling the assembly to depart. A greater conflict was poised to unfold across the vast expanse of the primordial land, as the Wu clan and the demon clan, sworn adversaries, were destined to tread the path of annihilation due to this very catalyst. Chapter 25. Previously, it was recounted how the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan, incensed by the demon clan's ambush, convened within the sacred hall of the 12 ancestral witches, igniting a war that would span millennia between the two factions, leading these colossal powers of the primordial world towards their eventual downfall. This is a tale for another time, which shall remain unspoken for now. Meanwhile, the Zillion Taoist, atop the Qing Qiu mountain, utilized a mystical technique to envelop nearly 30,000 members of the Guan Yao and Zhou Fox clans within his sleeve, subsequently guiding their leaders back to the Daodang on the Three Immortals Island in the Eastern Sea. Sensing Long was accepted as Zillion's foremost disciple after overcoming the tribulation of transformation at the Pear Soil Hill in the east. He had been sent back to the Three Immortals Island to guard his master's domain. Rushing forth like a streak of light, Ing Long traversed towards the Three Immortals Island, aware of his master's words. Having just survived the tribulation, he had attained the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal thanks to his master's elixirs. Initially unaware of any issues, he began to sense instability in his vital energy and blood after traveling for several hours. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation, he would have succumbed to chaos within. Above the eastern sea, a streak of azure light swiftly traversed the sky, vanishing into the distance, imperceptible to the naked eye of mortals. This figure, manifesting the light of shields, was none other than Ing Long. Upon entering the eastern sea, he harnessed the boundless water energy above to stabilize his turbulent vitality, gradually regaining composure. As the saying goes, a dragon emerges from the clouds, a tiger from the wind. Dragons are inherently the sovereigns of water. Even the fire dragons among their Intio illustrate, a being of comparable cultivation to a fire dragon would inevitably find itself at a disadvantage in water, solely due to the dragon's natural affinity for controlling it. Amid the vast expanse of the eastern sea, the Three Immortals Island appeared as a mere speck, its perimeter shrouded by the chaotic formation set by Zillion, rendering it undetectable to the untrained eye. Even those of the great Luo golden immortal caliber would find it challenging to locate without knowledge of its position or a guide. Fortunately, prior to his departure, Zillion had bestowed upon Ing Long a token, clearly marking the island's location. Within a few days, through his keen perception, the island gradually came into view. Indeed, my master's domain is remarkable. Throughout this journey, my senses have scanned a radius of 100,000 miles. Yet I discerned no trace of the Three Immortals Island until it appeared before me. This must be the effect of my master's formidable protective formation, Ing Long mused, intrigued by the island's concealed presence. Suddenly, Ing Long's attention was captured by a curious sight. Having cast an invisibility spell upon himself, he accelerated and hovered in the air above the island's perimeter, peering down. What curious little beings are these? Daring to assault the protective formation? How amusing to it appeared that some individuals were relentlessly attacking the outer defenses of the island, and Ing Long, rather than intervening hastily, chose to observe the spectacle with interest. Brother, what manner of formation is this? We have attacked for 3 whole days and have yet to even budge the outer energy barrier. The third brother and a few subordinates have been inside probing for over a month, and there has been no word. It seems grim, spoke a young man wielding a spear. Addressing the leader clad in gray robes behind him, I too did not anticipate such formidable strength. Logically, even the most powerful formation would have been breached by our relentless assault over 3 days and nights. Yet this formation shows no signs of yielding. Alas, the third brother may indeed be in grave danger, the elder brother lamented, shaking his head in resignation. What shall we do then? I believe we should withdraw. A formation of such might suggests the one who set it up must be equally formidable, that if we provoke them, we may find ourselves utterly outmatched. The young man expressed his concerns. Humph, what do you know? Clearly, there is no one within this formation. The elder brother cast a sharp glance at the young man and remarked, Moreover, if we retreat now, how shall we explain ourselves to the king? I have painstakingly secured this task from him, and to return without a clear justification would rob me of any face I have before the king. The old bear and his gang have long coveted my position. If we return in such a manner, it would merely provide them with an opportunity to undermine me. The tone in which he spoke the name of Old Bear was laden with palpable resentment, suggesting he had suffered greatly at their hands. However, this cannot continue, he exclaimed. Our scouts have not returned with any news. Even if they are alive, they are likely trapped within the formation. Our attempts to breach it from the outside have proven futile. Shall we continue to waste time like this? The young man, intimidated by his elder brother's fierce gaze, timidly inquired. Alas, we have no choice but to endure this stalemate that I am curious to see just how long a formation, devoid of a master, can withstand my assaults, the elder brother replied. But how can you be so certain that there is no one within the formation? The young man asked, perplexed. It is commendable for the young to ask questions. Yet one must discern the context, lest one finds themselves in trouble. With that, the elder brother delivered a sharp rap to the young man's head. Ouch! Why are you hitting me, elder brother? The young man exclaimed, clearly pained, as he recoiled, rubbing the spot where he had been struck, tears welling in his eyes. Fool, The elder brother, evidently irked by the young man's ignorance, pointed a trembling finger at him. Consider this. The formation has withstood our attacks for so long without so much as a crack. It is clearly not a mere defensive formation. If there were someone inside, would they truly remain oblivious to our presence for this long? Even if they were intimidated by our numbers, they would have at least attempted to counter our assault. Yet here we are, 3 days in, and there has been not a whisper from within that if there were anyone inside, do you think we would still be standing here unscathed? He thundered at the young man. Ah, I understand now, elder brother. Please do not be angry. I will go ahead and see how our assault is faring, the young man stammered, seemingly eager to appease his elder, and he swiftly darted forward to join the others in their attack on the formation. The elder brother was not mistaken in his assumptions. The formation, learned from Pangu by Zillian, possessed not only defensive and trapping capabilities, but was also renowned as one of the most formidable formations in existence. Known as the Chaos Formation, its true strength lay in its offensive potential. When Zillian departed, she had casually disabled the formation's attacking functions. Had she activated its formidable offensive capabilities, the assailants would have been obliterated at their first assault. Rather than standing here, miraculously intact. A stroke of fortune, indeed. Chapter 26. As previously mentioned, Yinglong hastened back to Zin's sanctuary on Palai Island in the East Sea. However, upon arrival, he stumbled upon a rather amusing sight. A group of unknown assailants fervently attacking the protective formation surrounding the island, seemingly having suffered losses during their reconnaissance. Yinglong, unfazed, settled upon a cloud, quietly observing the unfolding farce. Under the leadership of the elder brother, this group relentlessly assaulted the formation for an entire day and night. Yet there remained no signs of it yielding. What in the world is this wretched formation? How is it possible that we have attacked for so long without even a hint of a crack? The one who set this up must be a fool to deploy such a turtle shell for a mere island. The elder brother muttered under his breath, frustration seeping through his words. Unbeknownst to him, even in his quiet murmurs, his words reached the ears of Yinglong, a being of considerable power and, moreover, a co-master of the island. Did he not realize he was effectively cursing the master in front of him? Yinglong, aware that this formation was beyond their capacity to breach, found himself with no better options. His master's return was uncertain, and he had grown weary of solitude after years of training in isolation. Now, a free spectacle was unfolding before him. Why not enjoy it? Just as he was engrossed in the show, he suddenly caught wind of the elder brother's expletives, causing his brow to furrow. Fool, turtle shell, how dare you insult my master? He seethed inwardly in a surge of fury. Yinglong, a fierce and formidable creature, resolved that if he did not teach this insolent fool a lesson, he would regret it dearly. The elder brother, oblivious to the impending danger, continued to shout instructions to his subordinates, urging them to intensify their assault. Hurry up! We must take this place swiftly and return. At that moment, a figure materialized before him, seizing his throat and rendering him speechless, nearly choking him. Your words are foul, are they not? Yinglong, having effortlessly appeared before the elder brother, coldly remarked as he tightened his grip, startled by the sudden appearance of Yinglong. The elder brother was soon overcome by an icy chill that coursed down his spine, for he sensed the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from the being before him. It was a formidable, raw aura of death, one he had encountered before in the presence of his king, though at the time it had not been directed at him, but rather at an opponent. Yet, facing this dreadful intent now, he comprehended the true terror it inspired, suffocating him and causing his body to tremble violently like a blade of grass in a tempest. The lethal aura exuded by Yinglong caught the attention of the others who had been tirelessly assaulting the formation. Upon witnessing their leader ensnared by a stranger, they immediately ceased their efforts, converging around him. Hey, who dares to act so brazenly? Release our elder brother, or else, the young man began, brandishing a spear at Yinglong. But his bravado faltered as he met Yinglong's icy gaze, silencing him instantly. And what if I choose not to release him? What will you do? Yinglong smirked, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The young man, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Yinglong, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, glancing around at the number of his comrades, all of whom possessed considerable strength, he regained some confidence. if you do not release him. I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Despite a tremor in his voice, he spoke with defiance. "How intriguing." "Very well. I shall indulge you," Ing Long replied with a calm smile. Yet, as his words fell, he vanished from sight along with the elder brother. The sudden disappearance left the group in shock, but their attention was quickly drawn to a blood-curdling scream. "Ah!" Ing Long reappeared before the young man. His left hand plunged into the young man's chest. As he withdrew his hand, a still-beating heart, drenched in blood, rested in his palm. He tossed it into his mouth, relishing the taste. "It has been far too long since I savored such blood. You are fortunate to be the first, though it could use a bit more flavor." His chilling words sent shivers down the spines of those present, and they turned to see the elder brother dangling from Ing Long's other hand. With a muffled thud, the young man seized the opportunity to unleash his soul, bursting forth from his body as a radiant light, soaring into the sky. "Trying to escape, are we?" "Not so fast." Ing Long seemed to have anticipated this move. Extending his hand towards the fleeing soul, the young man felt as though an invisible cord had ensnared him, yanking him back despite his desperate attempts to flee. Ing Long captured the escaping soul once more, holding it tightly in his grasp, a smile gracing his lips, though in the young man's eyes, it was the smile of death. "I told you, I will grant you your wish." Ing Long spoke languidly, his hand gently closing around the young man's nascent soul, which he crushed with ease, leaving the young man in a state of utter disarray. Although the series of actions appeared deliberate and slow, they were completed in the blink of an eye. The onlookers, taken aback, seemed to have coordinated their retreat, scattering in all directions as if preordained. "Ha! How intriguing. I shall indulge you all in a little game." Without further ado, Ing Long cast a binding spell on the leader, ensnaring him in a space of his own creation before transforming into a streak of light and pursuing him, commencing what he termed a game of slaughter. In the 27th chapter, it was noted that Ing Long had apprehended the leader, morphing into a glimmer as he pursued the fleeing individuals, engaging in a variation of the classic game of eagle catches chick. However, for those caught, the fate that awaited them was annihilation. Ing Long paid no heed to the weaker ones, instead setting his sights on an individual possessing mid-level type golden immortal cultivation. Although this individual was cunning, he was the first to react when Ing Long obliterated the young man's nascent soul, recognizing that Ing Long's prowess was far beyond their capabilities. Sensing Ing Long's ruthless nature, he turned to flee, exerting all his strength to propel himself 100 miles away in an instant, all the while contemplating, who is this monstrous being? How could we have been so blind? Alas, I cannot return. Doing so would surely incur the wrath of the king. I must seek refuge elsewhere in this vast wilderness. Yet, I am wise. Had I acted like those fools, I would surely meet a grim fate. Little did he know that as he reveled in his own cleverness, a voice abruptly shattered his fleeting joy. "Hey, my good fellow, your speed is remarkable." As Ing Long's words fell, his figure materialized before him, completely obstructing his escape. The sudden appearance of Ing Long startled him into a state of terror and helplessness. His face etched with confusion and disbelief as he grappled with the reality of how swiftly Ing Long had closed the distance. Yes, it's surprising that I chose you, and that I caught up with you so quickly." Ing Long seemed disinclined to attack, standing before him with arms crossed, a playful smile gracing his lips. The Tai golden immortal trembled in the void as if struck by a powerful force. Yet he continued to nod vigorously, clearly responding to Ing Long's inquiries, though words eluded him. Indeed, no one would fare better in his situation. He was acutely aware that he could neither fight nor flee. A saying comes to mind: death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the anticipation of death, especially when one can only watch as a horrifying demise draws near. Ing Long observed the figure before him, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly dissatisfied, remaining silent as he scrutinized him. This display only heightened the Tai golden immortal's fear, as if a ferocious demon were contemplating the most agonizing method of his demise before feasting upon him. "Sigh," Ing Long exhaled, shaking his head. "You may leave." The utterance of this unexpected command left the golden immortal thunderstruck, akin to being struck by a malicious, soul-capturing spell. His mind echoed with one incredulous thought. How could this be? His eyes widened, devoid of any spark, resembling a soulless shell. Ying Long, having offered no further explanation, turned and departed. Though he initially had no intention of sparing the Golden Immortal, the latter's abject terror inexplicably filled Ying Long with revulsion. Killing such a coward would only sully his hands. He soared back to Penglai Island, seamlessly entering the protective formation. Upon entering, he felt as if he had stepped into a gray realm, the pressure suddenly intensifying, rendering movement nearly impossible, devoid of even a trace of spiritual energy. Ying Long, caught off guard, was forcibly pressed to the ground, which was as unyielding as diamond, causing him to wince as he stood up, surveying his surroundings and muttering, "What a diabolical formation! If the protective barrier is this formidable, I can only imagine the lethality of the offensive array." As these thoughts coursed through him, a chill ran down his spine. Swiftly, he retrieved the token bestowed by his master and infused it with his nascent energy. As his power entered the token, it transformed from a wooden hue to a size akin to a door. Hovering above him, in an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping Ying Long entirely. And then, in a flash, both the token and the golden light vanished. When Ying Long opened his eyes again, he was astonished by the sight before him. What an astonishing landscape! The island was vast, with 3 towering peaks standing majestically at its periphery, forming a perfect triangle. To the heart of these peaks lay a lush expanse, adorned with verdant trees bearing an array of vibrant fruits that shimmered with hues of every color. The air was thick with a tantalizing fragrance, enticing and delectable. Without a doubt, these fruits possessed extraordinary properties. The 3 peaks were shrouded in thick clouds that obscured their summits, and each peak was connected by a winding jade pathway leading down to the plains. The mountains were lush with bamboo and pines, creating a serene and ancient ambience, reminiscent of a secluded path leading to a tranquil abode. After a considerable time, Ying Long regained his composure, reflecting, "My master is indeed a formidable being. Not only is this protective formation astonishingly powerful, but the density of spiritual energy here." As he gazed at the mist-like spiritual energy saturating the air, he could not help but inhale greedily. Such a concentrated spiritual essence could not have formed naturally. It could only be the result of a spirit-gathering array, albeit one of monumental scale, encompassing the entire island. Ying Long shook his head helplessly, recalling the years he spent cultivating on that desolate mound in the wilderness, a stark contrast to his current surroundings, prompting yet another sigh. Ying Long indulged in the abundant spiritual fruits on the island. Taking considerable time to stabilize his heart and mind, he settled in a grove, entering a meditative state to fortify his cultivation and realm, fully aware that in this world, strength is paramount. Lacking power would inevitably lead to humiliation. Akin to the terrified Golden Immortal he had just encountered, death would be a far more merciful fate. In the 28th chapter, it was recounted that Ying Long's merciless demeanor had instilled such fear in a Tai Golden Immortal that he chose not to slay him. Instead, he returned to Penglai Island, intent on diligently cultivating and solidifying his Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Meanwhile, beyond the island, 3 streaks of light blazed across the distant horizon, racing towards Penglai Island with astonishing speed, creating ripples in the space they traversed. The trio of luminous figures, a vibrant mix of purple, green, and pink, clearly indicated the presence of 3 formidable beings on a swift journey, a sight that was nothing short of extraordinary. To my astonishment, there exists a radiant pink shield of light. Leaving me somewhat dizzy. 3 beams of shield light arrived at Sanxian Island with astonishing speed, halting abruptly upon reaching the ground. In a flash, 3 figures emerged. None other than Zillian, the leader of the 9-tailed fox tribe, Humir, and the chieftain of the Guanyao clan, Guanjing. Zillian remained silent, gently brushing off her garments, although her cultivation had reached a point where external dust could not cling to her. This instinctive gesture was one she did not consciously abandon, as she wished to avoid giving others the impression of being aloof or detached from the world's tribulations. Turning to glance at her 2 companions, Zillian offered a faint smile. Humir and Guanjing promptly inclined their bodies in a slight bow. Zillian raised her hand and delicately gestured in the air, causing the unseen chaos barrier to manifest. This formation, a creation of the esteemed Pangu, is known as the Chaos Grand Formation, capable of both offense and defense, as well as entrapment. Even a celestial being of the Deluo Golden Immortal level could meet their demise within this array, provided there were sentinels to guard it. This formation is undeniably the most formidable array since the dawn of creation. Zillian's description of the protective formation was understated, yet her words resonated within the hearts of her companions like tumultuous waves, leaving them in a state of profound contemplation. The origin of the Chaos Grand Formation traced back to Pangu, implying that this array was conceived during the primordial chaos, prior to the delineation of the cosmos. One could only imagine its immense power, for anything birthed from chaos is bound to be exquisite. The two exchanged glances, recognizing in each other's eyes the gravity of their decision to submit to Zillian and pledge allegiance to Sancian Island. Though Zillian did not turn to face them, her keen perception allowed her to discern their every movement through her spiritual awareness, filling her with satisfaction. With a flick of her wrist, a thin veil of light enveloped herself and her companions. She turned to them and said, "Let us proceed. My disciple Inglong seems to have brought me an intriguing gift." Having spoken, Zillian led the two of them into the Grand Formation, a place where Inglong had previously faced a minor setback. The pressure exerted by the formation posed no threat nor discomfort to the trio. Zillian guided them through a winding path, effortlessly entering the protective array, unperturbed by the thought of them memorizing their route. The pathways of this formation shift perpetually, rendering any attempts to replicate their navigation futile, potentially inviting devastating counterattack from the array itself. Upon their arrival at Sancian Island, Zillian noticed Inglong meditating within a grove. She chose not to disturb him, understanding that while he was consolidating his cultivation, awakening him would bear no adverse effects. However, she deemed it unnecessary. Instead, she flew with her companions to a flat expanse at the foot of the Three Peaks. With a wave of her hand, she released nearly 30,000 members of the two clans from her sleeves, creating a sea of figures before the trio. Upon emerging, the crowd had no time to survey their surroundings before they spotted their respective chieftains hovering in mid-air alongside the esteemed Zillian. Promptly paying their respects, Humir and Guanjing acknowledged their kin with a nod before returning their gaze to Zillian. She, in turn, dismissed the need for excessive formality. "This is my sacred ground, Sancian Island. You may choose your own places for cultivation. However, entry above the cloud layer on the mountainside is prohibited without my permission. The island is under my protective array. If you wish to leave, you must seek your chieftain's consent. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. The spiritual fruit forest in this plain is free for harvesting," Zillian stated before addressing her two companions. "Once you have arranged matters for your clans, you may come to my Penglai Peak to see me." With that, Zillian vanished from sight. Guanjing and Humir began organizing their clansmen, discreetly withholding their thoughts. Zillian soon reappeared beside Inglong. Observing his state closely, she noted that he had fully solidified his cultivation and was diligently practicing, prompting her to nod in satisfaction and smile gently as she interrupted his meditation. However, Inglong remained oblivious to her presence. After a brief period of meditation, Inglong successfully consolidated his path and began striving for higher realms. Feeling a rush of joy within, he realized that had it not been for Zillian's intervention, he would have perished under the tribulations of transformation. Her timely assistance had saved his life. Deep gratitude welled up within him, knowing that even without the calamity, reaching the Deluo Golden Immortal level would have taken an indefinite amount of time. To his surprise, Zillian's medicinal pill had expedited his growth. Inglong understood the perilous nature of the primordial world, where one misstep could lead to death and obliteration. Thus, he vowed never to disappoint his master. After consolidating his realm, he continued to strive for greater heights. Inglong lost track of time in his training until suddenly, Zillian's voice resonated in his mind, disrupting his cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to find Zillian standing before him. He quickly rose, bowing deeply. "Master, I beg your pardon for not being there to greet you upon your return," he exclaimed, fearing Zillian might chastise him for his perceived disrespect. Zillian paused, taken aback by his reaction. but soon understood, allowing herself a moment of self-mockery. Having entered this world, she realized she must adapt to its customs. Having momentarily forgotten the strict hierarchy that exists between master and disciple, of course, there would always be those who sought to impose their authority. With a gentle wave of her hand, Zilian lifted Yinglong to his feet. No need for such formalities. Our bond does not require excessive decorum. Examining Yinglong, she remarked, "It seems you have not allowed your modest achievements to inflate your ego." Zilian felt genuine satisfaction. A disciple like him was indeed a rare find. Polite, powerful, and a figure of historical renown. "Come, follow me," Zilian instructed, leading the way to a bamboo house atop the peak. Hearing her praise filled Yinglong with joy, knowing that he had not incurred her wrath. He hastily followed her ascent. Before long, they arrived at a spacious bamboo house at the peak. Zilian sat cross-legged on an elevated platform, gesturing for Yinglong to take a seat. Without hesitation, he performed a respectful bow and settled on the first cushion to her left. Attentively watching her, "Tell me, what techniques were you practicing on the Xiongli Earth Mound?" Zilian inquired after a moment of contemplation. Yinglong was initially taken aback, but realization struck him. This was likely the moment when Zilian would impart her teachings. Excitement surged within him, causing a slight blush to rise to his cheeks as he explained, "Master, I have been instinctively absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of the earth. Ever since my consciousness awakened, that I have occasionally consumed spiritual herbs and fruits, but I have not practiced any formal techniques that in truth, had he applied himself, he could have developed his own methods, yet he often found himself in slumber." Lacking the motivation to attain enlightenment, that Yinglong's admission momentarily stunned Zilian, but she soon felt a wave of elation wash over her. It was astonishing. This individual had managed to cultivate to such a level merely through instinctive absorption. And if she were to provide him with a proper technique, his progress would surely escalate like a rocket. Zilian marveled at her fortune in discovering such a treasure. Despite her internal jubilation, Zilian maintained a stoic facade, her expression unchanging. "Yinglong," she began, "since you lacked a proper technique before, now that you have entered my tutelage, I shall impart my methods to you. Shortly, I will expound upon the principles of the Tao, and you must listen intently. However, how much you comprehend depends entirely on your own potential. I shall not impose any expectations upon you." "Thank you, Master," Yinglong exclaimed, rising to bow once more. This time, Zilian refrained from assisting him, as this gesture was a fitting display of respect. "Please rise. Quickly step outside, for soon 2 individuals will arrive to meet me. They're the chieftains of the Nine-Tailed Fox and Guanyao tribes, and they shall become my disciples, your fellow students, that be sure to welcome them warmly." Yinglong nodded eagerly, replying, "I understand and will follow your instructions diligently." Yinglong respectfully retreated from my chamber, alighting upon a peak that paused midway down the mountainside. Awaiting the arrival of the 2 disciples he had yet to meet, in the 29th chapter, we previously recounted how Zilian brought the 2 clans gathered atop Qing Chiu Mountain back to Penglai, Sanxian Island. Observing Yinglong diligently engaged in his cultivation, devoid of any signs of stagnation or arrogance, she felt quite satisfied and resolved to impart a technique to Yinglong and his companions, Humayr and Guanjing. Following Zilian's instructions, Yinglong halted at the mountainside. Peering through the clouds below, he discerned that the 2 disciples his master mentioned had yet to arrive. Thus, he seated himself upon a large boulder, closed his eyes, and patiently awaited their arrival at the foot of the mountain. Humayr and Guanjing were busily and methodically directing the younger members of their clans in establishing their own abodes for cultivation and living. The locations they chose revealed a certain timidity, as none of their dwellings were constructed atop the 3 peaks. Instead, they were nestled within the dense woods near the plains. Some had even opted for flatter areas. Utilizing elemental spells to create suitable shelters for themselves, content to settle down and cultivate, in their eyes, merely being able to reside in such a splendid locale was a tremendous blessing, rendering the specifics of their accommodations less significant. Moreover, the environment for cultivation here was exceptionally favorable, abundant with spiritual fruits scattered across the mountains, offering them unparalleled satisfaction. Previously, On Qingqiu Mountain, they had exhausted every effort to construct their dwellings, striving for sturdiness, safety, and comfort due to the threats posed by the Wu and Yao clans. Now, having arrived here, safety was no longer a concern. What more could they desire? Enough. You may go. Hu Mei'er dismissed her two subordinates, greedily inhaling the dense spiritual energy, her eyes shimmering, and a rosy glow blossoming upon her fair cheeks. Already an enchanting figure, she now captivated all the more as Hu Mei'er surveyed her people. Witnessing that most had completed their abodes and were now engaged in cultivation, a satisfied smile graced her lips, forming a beautiful arc. Turning to Guanjing, she noticed him still rambling on, and could not help but frown slightly. Shaking her head in apparent exasperation, Hu Mei'er approached Guanjing, observing that he was engrossed in his chatter with his subordinates, showing no inclination to cease. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, "I say, brother, can't you lighten your load a bit?" Back on Qingqiu Mountain, this was somewhat acceptable, but now look around. She tugged at his sleeve and pointed outside the island for him to see. Guanjing, who had just been instructing his subordinates, was momentarily taken aback by Hu Mei'er's interruption. Still somewhat dazed, he foolishly asked, "What?" Giggling, "How foolish you are! Brother, have you forgotten? This is not Qingqiu Mountain. Outside the island lies a formation laid by the Venerable Ones. Who would dare disturb this place and risk their lives? You ought to ease up. Allow those young ones to train more. It will benefit them. You really need to oversee every detail. Isn't it exhausting?" Hu Mei'er was amused by her brother's naive demeanor and proceeded to explain. "Alas, this is a habit I developed on Qingqiu Mountain, and it is quite difficult to change in an instant. Sister, please do not mock me. Now that I have arranged everything, let us hasten to meet the Venerable One, that we must not lose our decorum and risk displeasing them," Guanjing replied, unperturbed by Hu Mei'er's teasing, as he took her hand and made his way to Penglai Peak. Their pace was swift, and before long, they reached the mountainside, where they spotted a figure seated upon a large stone by the roadside. Exchanging glances, they realized this must be the guide sent by the Venerable One, and thus approached with the utmost respect. "Guanjing, Hu Mei'er, pays his respects. Esteemed friend, that we apologize for keeping you waiting. It is truly our fault. Please forgive us." Upon hearing their words, Yinglong opened his eyes, casting a mild glance at the two, and smiled gently. "There is no need for such formalities, dear junior siblings. I am your elder brother, Yinglong. Having merely entered the fold a short while before you, he gracefully descended from the stone and adjusted his slightly wrinkled attire." Guanjing and Hu Mei'er exchanged puzzled looks, taken aback at being referred to as his juniors. However, they soon understood. Perhaps their master had not mentioned they had an elder brother. The wave of elation surged within them, noticing their bewildered expressions. Yinglong felt a twinge of confusion, wondering why they seemed so astonished. Hadn't their master informed them about his existence? Odd. Yet he paid it little mind, unaware that Zilian intended to accept them as disciples, but had not yet formally done so, leading to this amusing misunderstanding. Enough of this delay. Come, my junior siblings, let us proceed to greet our master. We mustn't keep them waiting, Yinglong urged, leading the way up the mountain. Though Guanjing and Hu Mei'er were still somewhat surprised by Yinglong's address, they refrained from questioning it further, assuming all would be revealed upon meeting Zilian. As they walked, Yinglong spoke. "Dear junior siblings, according to our master, you both possess great potential, having achieved the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Today, however, the master is preoccupied. Should the opportunity arise in the future, we may engage in sparring." His words left Guanjing and Hu Mei'er momentarily stunned, but they quickly found amusement in his friendly demeanor. Sensing he was a person who relished a good challenge, they replied in unison, "Oh, not at all. We merely stumbled upon our great Luo Golden Immortal titles by chance, and should we have the opportunity to spar and affirm our skills, we will do so wholeheartedly, without hesitation." Delighted by their acceptance, Yinglong felt a surge of happiness. After years of solitude, devoid of friends or kin, he had been cautious not to stir trouble, fearing for his own safety. Now, with a master and junior siblings, his heart brimmed with joy as they conversed. They arrived at the bamboo dwelling of Zilian. Yinglong stepped forward, announcing Discipling Long brings his junior siblings to pay respects to the master. He bowed deeply before the closed door. "Enter, you three," came a tranquil voice from within, and the door swung open. Ing Long stepped inside first, followed closely by Guan Jing and Humayer. They approached the small platform where Zilian sat and bowed. Addressing her as Master and Venerable One. Rise, Zilian instructed, "I in the future, spare me these formalities. They serve little purpose." She cast a glance at Guan Jing and Humayer. "Have both of your clans been properly arranged?" "Thank you, Venerable One, that everything has been arranged," Guan Jing replied respectfully. "Very well," Zilian nodded before continuing. "You two have managed to cultivate to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm upon the vast expanse of Qingqiu Mountain, while leading your clans to avoid humiliation. This is no small feat, reflecting your wisdom and determination that I am fond of talented individuals and wish to take you under my wing. Are you willing?" Though they had surmised something of this nature from Ing Long's earlier words, hearing it directly from Zilian took them by surprise. As Humayer felt a tug at her sleeve and turned to see Guan Jing, she quickly understood, her face flushing as she knelt alongside him. Disciple Guan Jing and Humayer pay respects to the master. They demonstrated their understanding by bowing without further hesitation. "Ha ha! Splendid! Excellent!" Zilian exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight, her joy evident. "Ing Long is my first disciple and your elder brother. From this day forth, you will be known as the second. Second, how dizzying, while Humayer will be the third. You must unite as one, avoiding any acts of betrayal that could tarnish our sect's reputation, and refrain from harboring animosity or pushing one another aside. Do you understand?" The three promptly knelt, affirming, "We understand, and shall honor the master's wishes without a trace of defiance." "Good. Rise," Zilian instructed, returning to her seat upon the cushion. Satisfied with their responses, in the coming days, familiarize yourselves with Penglai Island, that I shall be entering seclusion for a time to stabilize my cultivation and refine some magical artifacts and elixirs, should anyone come to visit. You must not neglect your manners. You understand. Here are the methods for the Great Formation and the first 3 parts of my Hanyuanju. Keep them in mind and study them diligently. After speaking, she waved her hand, sending 3 streams of golden light into the bodies of the 3 that you may leave. Without my summons, do not disturb me. You may establish your own abodes at the mountainside. Go." After Zilian dismissed Ing Long and the other 2, she elegantly waved her sleeve to close the door once more. Subsequently, her hands moved swiftly, executing a myriad of intricate seals that in the blink of an eye. She had inscribed 3,600 formations, as she meticulously arranged various prohibitions within the room, preparing for her own artifact crafting, as mentioned in Chapter 30, after accepting Guanjing and Humayer as her disciples. Zilian imparted the first 3 chapters of the Hanyuanju to her 3 brothers, subsequently sending them away. Inside the room, she instantly set up 3,600 prohibitions, intending to forge an artifact for herself. Zilian had initially contemplated releasing the suppressed merit golden light acquired during the creation of the world, aiming for immediate sanctification. However, she reconsidered. Every saint possessed their own divine artifact, such as the golden blade of Lao Jun, the Qingping sword of Tong Tian, and the 3 treasures of Yuan, the eldest brother. How could she lack her own sacred artifact for ascension? Before her traversal, Zilian had been utterly enamored with collecting precious swords. She recalled a time during her travels when she discovered a magnificent sword, which was rather expensive, and lacking sufficient funds, she reluctantly diverted money intended for a house purchase from her bank account. Ultimately, she acquired the sword, but it delayed her home purchase by an entire year, a fact that now brought a wry smile to her face. Zilian refocused her thoughts, pondering what kind of sword she should forge. Though she already possessed the Hongmeng sword gifted by her elder brother Pangu, she yearned to craft a sword of her own. This aspiration had eluded her in her previous life due to a lack of ability. But now that she had the means, she could not allow this dream to become a perpetual regret. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she recalled a description of a sword from a book she had read in a later life. It was called Chun Jun, reputed to be an unparalleled masterpiece forged by both celestial and mortal hands. Legend held that to forge this sword, the red jade mountain yielded 10 over millennium. while the Rui River dried up for 1,000 years to produce copper. During its forging, Lei Gong hammered the iron, while Yunyang poured water, the Jiaolong held the furnace, and the Heavenly Emperor supplied the charcoal. The master craftsman, Buyuzi, under heavenly command, toiled for a decade alongside the gods to bring the sword to fruition. Once the sword was completed, the gods returned to heaven. The red jade mountain sealed itself once more. The Rui River's waves receded, and Buyuzi, exhausted, perished, leaving the sword as a final load. Though this sword was renowned in later eras, it was not considered theft since the master craftsman Yuzi had yet to be born. Resolute in her decision, Zillian set out to forge the Chun Jun sword, her very own. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned the cauldron used by her elder brother Pangu for artifact crafting from her ring. Although she could have forged it barehanded using the flames within her body, it would be a waste not to utilize such a fine cauldron, forged from the chaos itself, and crafted by Pangu's hand. The cauldron burned with primal chaos fire, the very source of all flames, immensely powerful. Any artifact forged within it could transcend the ordinary. Zillian composed herself and retrieved a pile of materials for crafting, all collected by Pangu in the chaos. Gazing at the mound of materials, reminiscent of a small mountain, her heart trembled, bringing forth thoughts of Pangu. It was said that the higher one as cultivation, the more detached they became. Yet Zillian found herself unable to embrace such indifference. Perhaps a bit more detachment and coldness would ease her heart, preventing her from frequently recalling Pangu, shaking her head vigorously. As if to cast away sorrowful memories, Zillian steadied her mind and cast a fire incantation upon the cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron blazed with a chaotic primordial fire, a flame devoid of warmth, appearing gray and cold. Yet she knew that should this fire be unleashed, even space itself would crackle, reducing all to their primordial chaotic state. Logically, such formidable chaos fire should not be used for crafting, as no material could withstand its burning, reverting all to chaos vapor. However, one must not forget that this cauldron was also forged from chaos, composed entirely of materials gathered from the chaos, rendering it impervious to the chaos fire. Moreover, the cauldron was inscribed with countless arrays to suppress the ferocity of the chaos fire, making it ideally suited for crafting. Zillian tossed the copper from Shoshan, collected during her travels in the primordial world, into the cauldron. This copper was a rare specimen, harder than the most resilient chaos diamond. A treasure gem within the three realms, and a sight seldom seen. That it was the essence of Shoshan, hidden within its heart. Having transcended epochs, in her previous life, Zillian had learned of it through texts and had prepared it for crafting. Never expecting to utilize it today, this copper would serve as a substitute for the copper yielded by the desiccated Rui River in the forging of the Chun Jun sword, while Zillian could use other materials to forge the Chun Jun sword, potentially yielding a superior quality sword. She felt that such an approach would diminish the sword's essence in her heart. Subsequently, she continued to add a series of materials into the cauldron. Once melted, she carefully retrieved a small white jade vial, opening it to pour some granules resembling sand into the cauldron. Each granule, akin to the size of a soybean, shimmered with a silver luster. This was the famed starlight essence, painstakingly extracted from 10,000 tons of stardust, yielding 100 grains. Even ordinary stardust, when added during the crafting of artifacts, would significantly enhance the artifact's spirit, hardness, and quality, let alone the extraordinarily precious starlight essence derived from 10,000 tons of stardust. As the starlight essence entered the cauldron, it instantly coalesced the once scattered molten materials into a water-like sphere the size of a basin. Zillian continuously cast spells to intensify the chaotic primordial fire. Eliminating impurities from the liquid, black vapors were drawn out from the water sphere, reverting to chaotic vapor, thus augmenting the chaotic primordial fire, until the water sphere shrank to half its size, becoming crystal clear and radiating a spectrum of colors, free of any impurities. Only then did Zillian pause, exhaling deeply. Who would have thought that forging artifacts is such laborious work? It's utterly exhausting. Though she spoke thus, Zillian knew the fatigue stemmed from her lack of prior experience. Crafting pills was different, and particularly since she was forging her own sacred artifact, an unparalleled sword of great significance in her heart. Naturally, she felt anxious. Although she comprehended the knowledge of artifact forging provided by Pango's jade slip thoroughly, that understanding remained theoretical, and practice often diverged from theory, accounting for her exhaustion. Zillian formed several hand seals to stabilize the fire in the cauldron. She sat quietly on her mat, taking a moment to adjust her spirit and state to their utmost peak. Slowly, she extended her hands, inhaling deeply. Then her fingers began to move swiftly, casting seals point one after another. Pale blue, profound symbols emerged in the air, gradually merging into the water sphere within the cauldron. Her fingers danced with remarkable speed, and in mere breaths, she had executed 810 seals. As the symbols infused into the water sphere, it began to morph, elongating gradually until it finally solidified into the shape of a sword. With the final hand seal completed, the liquid stabilized and rapidly solidified into a genuine sword. Unhurried, she summoned her essence blood, gently releasing 9 drops before halting. With a commanding incantation, the massive lid of the cauldron opened with a resounding clang, and the sword, akin to a phoenix reborn, soared forth, dancing through the room. Zillian watched in quiet anticipation, her heart brimming with excitement. This was a sword she had forged with her own hands, an exceptional weapon from the future. After a while, she regained her composure and beckoned, causing the still-flitting Chun-Jun sword to land gracefully in her grasp. Yes, it was crafted by Zillian's hand and infused with her essence blood. It felt as natural as an extension of her own being, requiring no ritual to wield effortlessly. Gently, she caressed the sword as one would a beloved, admiring its 2-inch width and 3-foot length. Its cold gleam piercing the eye with a brilliance that suggested it could sever flesh without staining itself with blood. The entire blade shimmered silver, and upon close inspection, one could discern points of blue light, remnants of the melted starlight essence. The hilt bore intricate engravings that sparkled like constellations, while the blade itself evoked the sensation of gazing down into an abyss from a towering summit, ethereal and profound. As if a mighty dragon lay coiled within, a fierce and domineering aura emanated from the sword, compelling even the weakest of cultivators to shy away from confrontation. Zillian gazed at the sword, nodding in satisfaction. It now possessed the might of a congenital spiritual treasure. Should she attain sanctification, harnessing the heavenly might and the baptism of merit golden light, it would undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. She feared that its quality would rival that of the legendary god-slaying spear, said to be comparable to the treasures of chaos. With a graceful wave of her hand, Zillian drew the object back into her being for nurturing. Gazing at the still-functioning cauldron before her, she pondered briefly and resolved that since the furnace was already alight, she might as well forge a few trifles to bestow upon her disciples. It would be rather unbecoming to be without gifts for them when the time came. After all, there remained a millennium or so before Hong Jun achieved unity, and who knows, she might even take on more disciples. The thought of having no presents to offer her students would surely make her the subject of ridicule. The more she contemplated, the more she believed her decision was exceedingly wise. In the previous chapter, it was mentioned that Zillian had expended great effort to finally forge the pure and harmonious sword she had long desired. Though it had been exhausting, her heart brimmed with sweetness. Seizing this opportunity, Zillian planned to create several more treasures to ensure that when she took on disciples, she would not be left with nothing of worth to present to them. Such a scenario would indeed be quite embarrassing. At last, the task was complete. It was evident that the art of forging was profoundly intricate. Had she not personally validated the theories recorded on the jade slips, they would have remained mere empty words. Zillian surveyed a silken-like object in her hand with admiration. This creation was inspired by the mystical fabric known as the Mingtian Ling, belonging to the deity Neza of the Santan Highway. Crafted from a silk spun by the ancient ice silkworm and woven with the essence of Xian water, it had been refined within the cauldron using primordial chaos fire for 49 days. Earning the name God-Binding Veil, its capabilities were on par with innate spiritual treasures, and Zillian had fashioned it for whom Meyer. Initially, she intended to create a different artifact, but upon reflection, she felt it inappropriate for a young lady to wield weapons. Thus, she opted for this exquisite treasure instead. With another wave, Zillion stowed the cauldron and rose from her mat. After stretching her limbs and lifting the earlier restriction she had set, she mused over what Yinglong and the others might be doing. She wondered with anticipation how they would react upon receiving these treasures. Ever since she had subdued the Fox clan and the Guan bird lineage, and taken Yinglong and the others as her disciples, Zillion felt the unfamiliarity of this world gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of belonging. Indeed, with the establishment of Sanxian Island, she had found her home, though Yinglong and the others were her students. They also felt akin to family. The grievances of her past life would no longer haunt her. What more could she possibly desire? Standing outside her bamboo dwelling, Zillion looked down at the tumultuous sea of clouds rolling halfway up the mountainside and found herself lost in thought. A multitude of emotions swirled within her, and after a prolonged moment, she exhaled a breath of stale air, pulling her thoughts back to the present. With a slight curl of her lips, she murmured, "Since heaven has granted me such a splendid opportunity, why should I not cherish it?" In this primordial realm, where countless masters resided, she had finally discovered a place where she could truly express herself. Borrowing a line from Tan Sitong's poetry, "I wield my sword against the heavens." Laughing, indifferent to life and death, she resolved to cast aside the burdens of the past. With her current cultivation, she could traverse this land with ease and laugh heartily at the world. What difficulty could possibly remain? Having come to this realization, Zillion felt an unexpected lightness envelop her. The once awkward flow of her true essence now surged smoothly, an indication that she had shed her mental burdens and reached a new level of understanding. Raising her hand, she calculated the once vague patterns of heavenly fate, which gradually became clear. So that is it. It seems my arrival is indeed the greatest anomaly, as foretold by Hong Jun. Very well. It appears that I shall not attain sainthood after all. Zillion mused, a hint of furrowed brow quickly giving way to acceptance. "Master brother, do take care." At the mountainside of Penglai Peak, a young man and woman floated in stillness, facing each other, while an elderly man with white hair stroked his beard, observing them with a smile. After a moment, the woman could no longer contain herself. Raising her palms, she directed an attack towards the man. However, this cunning young lady took advantage of her master brother's momentary distraction to launch a surprise strike, sending a wave of white energy surging toward him as she herself darted closer. "Ha! Meyer, your petty tricks cannot deceive my celestial perception." "Well done." The man, Yinglong, faced the oncoming force with nonchalance, as if it were merely a gentle breeze. Yet, for an ordinary cultivator, enduring such an attack would likely result in serious injury or worse. After all, Meyer was not only a great Luo golden immortal, but also cultivated Zillion's Hanyuan method, albeit for a short time, with a high starting point. With a flick of his sleeve, Yinglong effortlessly countered Meyer's strike, shifting his body and raising his palm to deftly dissolve her attack. With a powerful clash, they exchanged blows, their movements becoming a blur of limbs and energy, akin to butterflies dancing amidst flowers. Truly a beautiful sight. The intensity of their duel escalated, and soon it became impossible to distinguish between the two. Only the flashes of yellow and pink silhouettes could be seen, continuously swapping places amidst the sounds of their fierce confrontation. "Junior sister, you have lost." After a while, the two figures finally separated in mid-air. Yinglong smiled at the panting Meyer. Despite their duel lasting a considerable time, Meyer could not match Yinglong's cultivation and prowess, and one misstep had led her to be struck on the left arm. While she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, she understood that this was merely a friendly match. In a life-and-death struggle, that strike would have left her gravely wounded. "Master brother, I concede. Little sister is no match for you." Though Meyer recognized that Yinglong had held back, she still felt a sense of reluctance, a natural human sentiment. With a hint of dejection, she addressed Yinglong. "Ha! Do not be disheartened, junior sister. Losing to master brother is no shame. Recognizing one's own shortcomings is the best outcome in a life-and-death situation. Such a defeat could cost you your life," Guanjing interjected, having noticed her dismay. Initially, Meyer had believed that, as a fellow great Luo golden immortal, she would at least put up a decent fight, but the brevity of her defeat left her feeling unsettled. Yet, Upon hearing Guan Jing's words, she came to terms with her feelings. Second brother speaks wisely. I shall reflect on this. Hu Meyer offered a respectful bow to both Ying Long and Guan Jing in acknowledgement. You three, come to me at once. Just as Ying Long and Guan Jing were about to speak, Zillian's voice echoed in their ears. The three paused, realizing that their master had emerged from seclusion and was summoning them. They wasted no time and swiftly ascended towards the bamboo dwelling atop the peak. Upon their arrival, they found the door wide open. Just as they were about to announce themselves, Zillian's voice resonated from within. Come in, you three. Heeding her call, they hurriedly stepped inside. They beheld Zillian seated upon a high platform. Observing them with a smile, disciples paid their respects to the master. They bowed deeply in unison. Rise, Zillian replied warmly. Upon hearing her words, the three sensed a subtle change in her tone, one that lacked the usual detachment. Her demeanor had transformed, becoming more genuine. Previously, they had felt an overwhelming aura from her presence that made them hesitant to breathe. Now, she seemed almost ordinary in her bearing. Unbeknownst to them, Zillian had reached a state of returning to her true self after shedding her mental burdens. Embodying the essence of the saying, to see the mountain as merely a mountain, to see the water as merely water, that I witnessed your duel below, and I am quite pleased that it is remarkable that you were able to grasp my Hunyuan method to such a degree in such a short time. Do remember to train diligently. Otherwise, in the face of great calamity, you may find yourselves without the means to protect your lives and turn to a sh.d. Oh, you understand? Zillian admonished. Yes, master, we understand. Though the three individuals were oblivious to the profound meaning behind their master's words regarding the Great Tribulation, they firmly remembered Zillian's advice, knowing that their master would never wish them harm. During a prior period of seclusion, I had forged several magical treasures. Lacking suitable artifacts for protection, you would find yourselves entangled in difficulties during confrontations with others. While personal cultivation is undeniably significant in battles between equally matched opponents, possessing a formidable magical item can indeed tip the scales in one's favor. With a gesture, Zillian summoned the Binding Divine Silk into her hand. Addressing Humier, this treasure is called the Binding Divine Silk. It serves both as an offense and a defense, imbued with the essence of profound Yin, designed specifically to obliterate one's primordial spirit. Its might rivals that of innate spiritual treasures. So wield it with utmost caution. Upon concluding her words, the Binding Divine Silk floated gracefully before Humier. Hearing Zillian's remarks and glancing at her own artifact, she was overwhelmed with joy, for she had been fretting over the lack of a robust protective treasure. And now her master had bestowed upon her such a powerful item. How could she not be ecstatic? Thank you, master. I shall employ it diligently and ensure that I do not bring shame upon our Sancian island or you. Master, Humier stepped forward, casting a glance back at Ying Long, her heart murmuring with a hint of defiance. Humph. Each time I spar with senior brother, I find myself bested by him. Now that my master has gifted me this treasure, I can finally take a breath of relief. Observing Humier's exuberant demeanor, Zillian refrained from further comment, though inwardly she could hardly contain her amusement. My dear girl, have you considered that if I can bestow you a treasure, how could I neglect your senior brother? Both possessors of innate spiritual treasures, your desire for revenge may find itself once more unfulfilled. Chapter 32. Zixiao enlightens. Previously, it was mentioned that Zillian emerged from her crafting retreat, summoning her three disciples to the bamboo cottage to distribute spiritual treasures. The sight of Humier receiving her treasure nearly made Zillian burst into laughter. After gifting the Binding Divine Silk to Humier, Zillian conjured another artifact from thin air, a sword radiating a golden light. Upon closer inspection, a faint image of a 9-clawed golden dragon seemed to swim along the 3-foot blade, at times clear and at others obscured. Gazing for long would give the illusion that the dragon was right before one's eyes, exquisitely lifelike. Holding the sword with one hand, Zillian performed a flourish and addressed Ying Long, born with a penchant for combat. I bestow upon you this dragon's roaming sword. Apologies for the lack of creativity in naming, borrowing from the 7 swords. This sword measures 3 feet 3 inches, forged from iron source from the depths of Nanyu Mountain and enriched with primordial gold derived from the chaos. It is inscribed with 810 formations, rendering it exceptionally sharp and remarkably durable, rivaling Humir's binding divine silk. I hope you wield it wisely, Zillion spoke. She handed the sword to the already excited Long, who cradled it delicately as if fearing that a mere touch might shatter it. Zillion suddenly reassured him. Fear not. The sword I have gifted you is meant for self-defense and conflict, not mere decoration. It is quite sturdy. Zillion herself was momentarily taken aback by her own words, realizing that her heightened cultivation had left her feeling somewhat out of place. However, Long remained oblivious to his master's unusual demeanor, his face turning crimson from embarrassment at her comments. Noticing the somewhat anxious and restless Guanjing below, Zillion found it amusing and devised a little jest. Guanjing, Zillion called out. Present, Guanjing hurriedly stepped forward, performing a respectful bow. That innate spiritual treasure, the god-slaying spear, is extraordinary. There is no need for me to add further embellishments, Zillion stated, fixing her gaze upon him. This, Guanjing was taken aback, finally grasping the magnitude of his disappointment. Zillion's words left a bitter taste in his heart. What? Not satisfied, Zillion remarked, suppressing a laugh as she coldly continued. You must understand that treasures are external forces. Your own cultivation is paramount. If I were to give you too many treasures, I fear you might neglect your own training due to their overwhelming power. I would not dare, master. I understand your intentions, Guanjing quickly replied, bowing once more, though a hint of regret lingered in his tone. Sigh, foolish child. Very well, I possess a protective artifact. While it may not be an innate treasure, it is indeed a remarkable primordial item. Your god-slaying spear, though formidable in offense, lacks defensive capabilities. This artifact will serve you well in future conflicts. With that, Zillion produced a mirror-like copper object and presented it to Guanjing. Thank you, master, Guanjing exclaimed, his joy evident as he accepted the treasure with both hands. Yet he heard Zillion continue. This artifact is crafted after the ancient treasure, the Kunlun mirror. While its functions may not be as complete as the genuine article, it possesses approximately 50 to 60% of its capabilities. Guanjing quickly cradled the mirror to his chest, fearing it might vanish at any moment. With this treasure in hand, he understood his master's intention. It was the perfect item for him. Having the god-slaying spear, he now lacked a means of self-protection. He had been contemplating crafting a protective artifact for himself after gaining a deeper understanding of the forging techniques from the Hunyuan Ju, confident he could achieve a top-tier postnatal item with an 80% success rate. Little did he expect that his master had prepared such a primordial treasure for him, far surpassing anything he could create. Dear readers, you may be puzzled. An apex postnatal item and a mediocre innate treasure might seem comparable. However, as the saying goes, better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. This is a grave misunderstanding. Do not underestimate the difference between innate and postnatal in terms of protection. Even 10 apex postnatal protective treasures would be no match for a single subpar innate treasure that, of course, there are exceptions, such as the extraordinary Tiandi Shuangguang Linglong Tower, which boasts defenses akin to the Chaos Spirit treasure, the Dongwang Bell. Yet, such anomalies are exceedingly rare. Observing Guanjing's reaction, Zillion shook her head in resignation, silently acknowledging that the allure of innate treasures was irresistible, even to those with quasi-saint cultivation. After distributing these significant treasures to her 3 disciples, Zillion produced an array of artifacts, such as the soul-severing nails, flying daggers, and various hidden weapons and trapping treasures, distributing them among her disciples. She also entrusted Long and Humir with additional protective artifacts before sending them away, informing them that she would be in seclusion for a while longer and would not entertain any visitors. Additionally, she instructed Guanjing and Humir to select some guards and attendants from their respective clans. For while she herself was indifferent to such matters, it would indeed be a source of ridicule if the vast Sanxian Island had neither guards nor attendants. Outside the Zixiao Palace in the 33 Heavens, a young Taoist in white was slumped against a pillar, soundly asleep, occasionally mumbling in his slumber, drooling onto the front of his robe, blissfully unaware of his disheveled appearance. Suddenly, a tremor in space caused a rift to appear. Who could it be? The once slumbering Taoist, startled by the spatial disturbance, rubbed his still drowsy eyes, and murmured, "I could tea that moment." A young woman emerged from the rift, prompting the Taoist to spring to attention, bowing respectfully. "Who might this be?" "Ah, it's senior sister Niuhua." With a playful grin, the Taoist addressed Niuhua. The Taoists of Zixiao Palace, while nominally peers with figures such as Zillian and Yuanshi, dared not act recklessly in their presence, nor even breathe heavily. These esteemed beings hardly acknowledged them. Niuhua, however, was an exception. Her kind nature endeared her to these younger disciples, allowing them the courage to converse freely with her. Niuhua regarded the disheveled young man before her, noticing a damp patch on his robe, and frowned slightly. She reached out and tapped his head. "You little rascal! How can you nap while on guard? If Master finds out, you will surely face a punishment." Senior sister is kind. "I know you won't tell Master. Besides, I only doze for a moment. It's fine. You know how quiet it is in the 33 heavens. Who would come here? I'm just so bored and don't enjoy cultivating. What else can I do but sleep?" The Taoist replied nonchalantly. "Dear readers, remember this little fellow. He is destined to be the protagonist in the next volume." He then became serious and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, senior sister?" "Please inform Master that Niuhua has matters to discuss," she instructed the Taoist. "Understood. Please wait here, senior sister. I shall report to Master at once." The Taoist turned and dashed toward the Grand Hall. "Wait," Niuhua called out, stopping the Taoist just as he was about to soar away. "Look at your attire. If you enter like this to see Master, you are certain to incur his wrath." As Niuhua spoke, she tidied his clothing before letting him go. "In my haste, I forgot." "Thank you, senior sister. I would have been in trouble otherwise." The young Taoist boy patted his chest, chuckling merrily before hastening to deliver a message. Niuhua gazed at the boy's retreating figure, a smile tugging at her lips as she shook her head in amusement, her eyes brimming with affection, reminiscent of an elder sister watching over her mischievous younger brother. Niuhua patiently awaited outside the Zixiao Palace, and before long, the young Taoist boy emerged riding a cloud, though his expression bore an unnatural air, hinting at a slight despondency. Upon reaching Niuhua, he performed a respectful greeting, conveying that the Master understood her intentions and advised her to wait at ease, assuring her that all would soon be clarified. Hearing this, Niuhua felt a flicker of confusion, pondering the significance of her teacher's words. "Wait at ease. All will be clarified. But for how long must I wait?" Despite her myriad of uncertainties, she refrained from voicing them. After all, her teacher's words surely held intent, and it was unnecessary for her to expend further energy on the matter. As she prepared to bid farewell to the young Taoist, she suddenly noticed his crestfallen demeanor, prompting her to inquire, "Little one, what troubles you? Has your elder sister displeased you in some way?" Do not speak so. It has nothing to do with you. Even if you did something to upset me, I would never hold it against you. Among all the senior brothers and sisters, you alone have shown kindness to us younger ones. How could I blame you over trivial matters?" He hastily replied, "What could possibly weigh upon you so heavily?" Niuhua asked, her curiosity piqued by his apparent distress. The young Taoist hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I was caught slacking off, and the Master has sentenced me to face the wall for a century as penance to cultivate earnestly." Upon comprehending his plight, Niuhua burst into laughter. "Oh dear, how can you jest at my expense? I refrained from telling you for fear of your laughter. Yet here you are." The boy's cheeks flushed crimson as he tugged at Niuhua's flowing sleeves, clearly vexed. All right. Niuhua managed to suppress her mirth after a time. Addressing him, "But do be careful not to tear my garments." She playfully swatted at the small hand that continued to grasp her sleeve. "You mustn't laugh anymore," he insisted, still blushing. "Very well. I shall refrain from laughter." Niuhua replied with a smile that "I did warn you that your master might punish you. I did not expect it to come to pass. However, perhaps this is for the best, as it will encourage you to cultivate diligently and refrain from indulgence." She affectionately pinched the young Taoist's nose. "But I detest cultivating. It is so tedious, and I cannot even sleep," he lamented. "You must understand, the path of cultivation demands unwavering dedication. Otherwise, one may find themselves regretting their choices too late. Now, heed my words and attend to your duties, that I have matters to attend to, and a century is not an exceedingly long time. Often, A single moment of enlightenment can suffice, and once your punishment is lifted, you may join me on Mount Bujo for some leisure. Niwa gently ruffled his hair. All right, I shan't delay you any longer. I shall certainly visit Mount Bujo after a century, the young Taoist assured her. Niwa nodded and, with a wave of her hand, tore through the fabric of space, descending from the 33rd layer of heaven back to Mount Bujo. Chapter 33. The Cataclysmic Incident of Bujo, Previously. It was mentioned that Zillian had once again entered seclusion. Niwa had sought counsel from Hongjun at the Zishao Palace, only to be met with silence, receiving a mere promise of patience in return. Confused yet resigned, she made her way back to Mount Bujo. Upon emerging from the 33rd layer of heaven, Niwa found herself standing before the towering Mount Bujo. She gazed up at the majestic peak, her heart swirling with myriad thoughts. Mount Bujo was said to be formed from the backbone of the Pangu, the primordial deity, fearing that the world might shatter into chaos upon his demise. Pangu transformed his spine into this celestial mountain to uphold the heavens and the earth. Whenever Niwa reflected on this legend, she felt an overwhelming reverence for Pangu's greatness and boundless love. Aspiring to emulate his selflessness if she were to attain the Tao of primordial unity, as Niwa contemplated, a voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. Sister, why do you linger at the doorstep? Turning to locate the source, she saw a middle-aged man standing behind her, smiling. Ah, it is my brother, she exclaimed. I was merely lost in thought while gazing at Mount Bujo. Come, let us return. Dear sister, what is there to admire about Mount Bujo? We have lived here for countless eons, and every blade of grass and tree is familiar to us, Fushi remarked, perplexed. He often witnessed his sister gazing at the mountain in a daze, pondering what captivated her thoughts. Though he had inquired before, Niwa always responded with a smile and remained silent. This time, however, Niwa did not answer his question, but instead queried, Brother, where have you been wandering? You appear quite weary. Fushi, accustomed to Niwa's lack of response, explained, I have been cultivating on Mount Bujo, but it grows rather stifling, so I decided to wander the vast wilderness. As you know, at our level of cultivation, mere diligent practice is insufficient. It is often more beneficial to explore and experience. For one might stumble upon insights along the way that as they walked. Fushi added, You are not emerging from seclusion to ponder the laws of the Tao, are you? Why do you seem as though you have just returned from outside? Suddenly recalling that Niwa was still in seclusion when he departed, he asked, What brings you here? Niwa sighed. It is precisely because I cannot fathom the opportunity for enlightenment that I sought guidance from our master. Alas, I was met with naught but a vague assurance that all would become clear in due time, leaving me even more perplexed. Sister, do not overthink it if you have yet to grasp the opportunity. It simply means that the time has not come. When a master says all will become clear, it is so. The path of the Tao cannot be forced. Otherwise, one risks falling behind and drifting further away. Fushi comforted her that I understand. Since our master has spoken, it must be as such, Niwa replied, accepting his words without further contention. The siblings continued to discuss various matters of cultivation when suddenly a young girl entered. Approaching them, she bowed to Niwa, saying, Greetings, master, then turned to Fushi, offering her respects. Greetings, sir. Niwa glanced at her and inquired, What is it? Reporting to the master, the two emperors of the demon clan have arrived, requesting an audience with you and sir. The girl announced, Show them to the main hall. Niwa instructed her. Yes, master, the girl replied, bowing before departing to guide Dong Huang and Emperor Jun after the girl left. Niwa turned to Fushi, expressing her curiosity. Brother, do you have any idea why the two from the demon palace have come here? Fushi, equally puzzled, shook his head. I do not know their intentions, but it may be related to the witch clan that it is best that we do not speculate. We shall understand once we meet them. Niwa nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should see them. After all, they're the emperors of the demon clan, officially overseeing the demon race, and they also share the experience of listening to our master at the Zishao Palace. It will be disrespectful to keep them waiting. I will freshen up and then meet them. With that, she stood and made her way to prepare, while Fushi followed suit, returning to his own abode. In the grand hall, Dong Huang and Emperor Jun sat quietly, sipping tea. Brother, Dong Huang remarked. This time we come to invite the Fushi siblings out of seclusion. It may require considerable effort. Indeed, Emperor Jun replied, setting down his teacup and nodding thoughtfully. Fushi may be agreeable, but Niwa is not so easily persuaded. Previously, when the witch clan slaughtered our demon kin, I sought their assistance, and while Fushi was willing to help, Niwa thwarted my attempt. I had no choice but to retreat, thus devising a surprise attack against the witch clan. Now, I fear that once again, Niwa may stand in our way. What shall we do then? Would that not bring us shame if we are continually rebuffed by them? After all, Niwa and Fushi are both of the demon race. While we preside over the demon palace, it is improper for us to extend such invitations with deference. And if we are repeatedly turned away, it would only serve to amuse the 12 members of the witch clan. Dong Huang, feeling a mix of shyness and anger, reproached, "What can we do? We cannot touch these two." Not to mention that Enhua is a formal disciple of Hong Jun, but she also possesses the opportunity to achieve sainthood in the future, a matter beyond our current reach. Di Jun sighed softly. What can we do? If we invite them and they agree to assist us, that would be one thing, but if they refuse, they should not blame me for showing no mercy under the Dong Huang bell. Dong Huang Tai declared resentfully, his eyes seemingly ready to shoot flames. Brother, cease your foolishness. Di Jun hastily pulled him back, preventing further words. You are being foolish, my brother. We must not discuss this matter further. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. Di Jun reprimanded Dong Huang with a stern expression, knowing that Dong Huang Tai was overly consumed by a desire for vengeance. Brother, Dong Huang Tai could not believe Di Jun would speak to him in such a manner. Glaring at him in disbelief, Oh, not be angry just yet. Allow me to explain. Di Jun soothed Dong Huang. It is not that we fear the siblings Fushi and Enhua, even if their cultivation slightly surpasses ours. Under your Dong Huang bell and my He Tu and Luo Shu, they cannot gain any advantage. However, do not forget that Enhua has the backing of that old Hong Jun, even if Hong Jun remains indifferent. Do you think Zilian and the 3 pure ones will not intervene? If they join forces, it is likely that we would be dispatched in no time. Di Jun laid bare his thoughts. Though Dong Huang was indeed impulsive, he was not entirely devoid of reason. Listening to his brother's analysis, he began to reconsider, yet he could not help but mutter, so we are just to let them go? It seemed that Dong Huang was still unwilling to concede. Who says we will not act against them? Offending my heavenly demon palace and walking away unscathed is a fanciful thought. Di Jun's eyes gleamed coldly. Dong Huang, confused, questioned, Brother, did you not just say? What I mean is that not acting against them now does not imply we will not do so in the future. At present, we are in a tense situation with the witch clan, where a conflict could arise at any moment, but we cannot afford to create too many enemies at this critical juncture. Di Jun explained that in the future. Hearing this, Dong Huang felt as if air had been released from a balloon. Feeling dejected as he mumbled about how once they achieved sainthood, handling them would be but a matter of moments. My dear brother, Di Jun laughed heartily at his brother's naivety. How foolish you are. If she can achieve sainthood, why can't we? He retorted, Brother, we lack the foundation of the great Tao. How can we attain sainthood? Dong Huang was unsure whether to consider himself foolish or if his brother had lost his sanity in pursuit of sainthood. To utter such words that we may lack it, but some do have it. Di Jun winked at Dong Huang. Who? Dong Huang quickly grasped his brother's implication. You mean, he stammered, his eyes widening in shock, that Di Jun merely nodded with a smile. We may not dare to touch others' foundations of the great Tao, but do not forget, there is one individual we might not shy away from. Dong Huang suddenly comprehended, recalling that they had been present when Hong Jun divided the positions of sainthood in Zixiao Palace. Taking a deep breath, he whispered a name, Hong Yun. Di Jun offered no affirmation or denial, elegantly sipping his tea, as if the prior astonishing words had not escaped his lips at all, observing his brother's demeanor. Dong Huang understood without needing a definite answer. The despair of not attaining sainthood that had previously engulfed him was reignited by his brother's words. That moment, everything before him seemed so beautiful. The anger caused by the siblings Fushi and Enhua was forgotten. Indeed, compared to achieving sainthood, everything else was secondary. The minor loss of face was hardly a matter of significance, as Dong Huang sank into fantasies of future sainthood. A sudden announcement interrupted his reverie. The two esteemed masters have arrived. A young attendant's voice resonated from beyond the hall. The previously closed doors of the grand hall slowly opened, revealing Fushi clad in a blue Tai Chi robe and Inhua in a pink palace gown as they entered. Chapter 34. Fushi descends the mountain. Previously, it was mentioned that Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun visited Mount Buzhou, and while awaiting the arrival of the siblings Fushi and Inhua, they set the stage for one of history's most audacious robberies, earning them the title of the most notorious robbers in history. Upon the entrance of Fushi and Inhua, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai quickly stood to greet them. "We pay our respects to our esteemed senior brother and sister. Rise, my junior brothers, we are all of the demon clan and share the same origin. There is no need for such formality." Fushi, realizing Inhua had no intention of speaking, hurriedly assisted Di Jun and Dong Huang to their feet. He understood that these two were the emperors of the demon clan, although he and Inhua would not regard them highly. They could not afford to neglect them. Inhua and Fushi took their seats at the head of the hall, and Inhua coldly addressed them. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Mount Buzhou?" Inhua harbored a deep-seated disdain for Dong Huang and Di Jun, stemming from their earlier actions in the past, when Dong Huang and Di Jun had just established the Heavenly Demon Palace. They were far from their current strength, and their army of demon soldiers was sparse. The creatures of the primordial world abide by a single principle. The strong are revered while the weak are consumed. Observing the seemingly flimsy Heavenly Demon Palace, Dong Huang and Di Jun were troubled. Consequently, they scoured the land, recruiting soldiers by any means necessary. Whenever they approached a mountain ruled by a demon, they offered only two choices: death or submission. Those who surrendered fared better, while those who resisted found themselves ruthlessly slaughtered by the two wielding their powerful treasures. During that time, the self-proclaimed demon clans lived in fear. Inhua had once been invited by a demon to persuade them to relent, but the two refused to listen, leading to countless casualties among the demon clan at their hands. How could Inhua ever bear them any goodwill? Recognizing Inhua's frosty demeanor towards their visit, Dong Huang felt his previously waning anger flare up once more, burning even more fiercely. However, he knew he could not act out now, as he hoped to persuade them to descend the mountain. If he and his brother were to confront the 12 members of the Witch clan, they would be at a disadvantage. Dong Huang Tai took a deep breath, thinking to himself, "You wait, my little vixen. Once we navigate this crisis and achieve sainthood, I will settle the score with you." Fushi was not one to disregard the broader picture. Upon hearing Inhua's tone, he sensed trouble brewing. He could only smile wryly in his heart, for he knew his sister well. Even if he interjected to temper her words, she would likely bestow little favor upon them, since they had already offended her. It was better to let her be. Di Jun, feeling displeased by Inhua's inquiry, was no less shrewd. He masked his discomfort with a faint smile, saying, "My brother and I have indeed come to seek your assistance regarding a matter." "Oh, pray tell, what is the matter? If it lies within our capabilities, we shall do our utmost," Fushi interjected, eager to prevent Inhua from speaking further, fearing she might say something untoward. Di Jun and Dong Huang exchanged a glance, gauging that there might be a chance. Clearing his throat, Di Jun said, "You are both certainly aware of the minor friction between my Heavenly Demon Palace and the Witch clan. Initially, it was not a significant issue, but to our surprise, the Witch clan has been relentlessly driving my demon kin away from the primordial land, inflicting severe casualties. Were it not for the brave reports from my subordinates, I would remain unaware of the situation. I had no intention of antagonizing the Witch clan, so I dispatched a demon general to negotiate, only for them to brutally slay my envoy and declare that even if I, Di Jun, and Dong Huang were to visit in person, they would show no mercy to my demon kin, that I cannot stand idly by as my people suffer. So I ordered some of my demon generals to retaliate against several of their tribes for the fallen kin. Recently, the situation between our clans has been relatively calm, but I have received news that the 12 ancestral witches intend to unite against my Heavenly Demon Palace, threatening to annihilate our clan. My brother and I fear we cannot withstand their might alone, hence we seek your assistance. Would you, esteemed senior brother and sister, be willing to lend your aid?" Di Jun's eloquence was truly remarkable. as he deftly shifted the blame onto others without a hint of remorse. Upon concluding his words, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Fu Shi and Nu Wa Da Fu Shi. Upon hearing Di Jun's remarks, felt a sense of bewilderment and turned to glance at Nu Wa, only to find her maintaining a stoic demeanor, devoid of any expression. This left Fu Shi somewhat perplexed as he pondered the predicament at hand, to assist or not. Personally, he had little at stake, but witnessing his sister's demeanor, it seemed unlikely she would intervene. Yet, to refrain from helping would reflect poorly, considering they all belonged to the same demon clan. Furthermore, given Di Jun's assertions, the Wu clan's actions were indeed despicable. This conundrum troubled Fu Shi immensely. Observing Fu Shi's expression, Di Jun felt a surge of elation, believing he had struck a chord with him. If he pressed further with his words, Fu Shi would surely be compelled to assist as for Nu Wa. If Fu Shi were to encounter danger upon descending the mountain, she would likely be unable to remain idle, thus compelled to lend her aid. In that eventuality, he would not fear her resistance to their alliance. Having resolved his thoughts, Di Jun spoke once more. Fu Shi, my esteemed senior brother, we are both of the demon clan, and our kinfolk's survival hangs in the balance. How can you remain indifferent to our plight? Di Jun spoke with a hint of pleading. Upon witnessing the earnest expression on Di Jun's face and glancing at the pensive Dong Huang, who sat with his head bowed, Fu Shi let out a resigned sigh. Since both you and Dong Huang have articulated your positions so clearly, I, Fu Shi, can hardly refuse without incurring the ridicule of the world and tarnishing my own reputation. Very well. You both may return for now. I shall confer with my sister Nu Wa and will descend to the Tian Yao Palace to seek you both out. Fu Shi addressed Di Jun. Di Jun, elated by this response, hurriedly bowed, expressing gratitude for his senior brother's understanding. With you and Sister Nu Wa assisting us, what do we have to fear from the 12 ancestral shamans of the Wu clan? Dong Huang and I shall return to the Tian Yao Palace to prepare a grand feast in anticipation of your arrival. Fu Shi and Sister Nu Wa. After bowing to Fu Shi and Nu Wa, Di Jun took Dong Huang's hand and exited the grand hall, returning to the Tian Yao Palace. Once Fu Shi saw Di Jun and Dong Huang depart, he turned to Nu Wa, who remained silent. Sister, your earlier demeanor was quite unbecoming. You clearly offended them. Was it necessary to stoop to their level? Fu Shi chided. They're the architects of their own misfortune. Why should they seek our assistance while absolving themselves of all responsibility? Nu Wa retorted, visibly displeased. Am I not aware of their intentions? Yet, with Di Jun having made his appeal so pointedly, can I remain unmoved? Moreover, I do not believe the Wu clan will dare to assault the Tian Yao Palace and instigate a conflict with our kin. Should they choose to do so, it would be a cataclysm of unimaginable proportions. I perceive no danger in my descent. I shall linger for a time in the Tian Yao Palace and then return. Should I choose to aid them, it would merely invite scorn upon us as siblings. Fu Shi explained his reasoning for acquiescing to Di Jun and Dong Huang Taiyi's request. Nu Wa considered this rationale, and though reluctant, she acknowledged her ties to the demon clan. Very well. You may descend to assist them. I shall remain here and continue my meditation. Should any matters arise, I will come to your aid. Worry not, sister. I have foreseen the celestial machinations and discerned that the path ahead remains clear, without a shadow of misfortune. Thus, I maintain that the conflict between the Wu and demon clan shall not erupt. Fu Shi, pleased by his sister's agreement, laughed heartily. Upon hearing Fu Shi's reassurances, Nu Wa felt a sense of calm wash over her, for she trusted in Fu Shi's prophetic abilities. Then it shall be as you say. I shall retreat for contemplation. With that, Nu Wa vanished from sight, clearly embarking on her meditative journey into the depths of understanding. Fu Shi stood, adjusted his attire, and exited the grand hall, after summoning a diligent attendant to make necessary arrangements. He set forth down Mount Buzhou, heading directly towards the Tian Yao Palace. Fu Shi's prophetic skills were indeed remarkable. However, he could not have anticipated that this descent would sow the seeds of calamity that would ultimately lead to his demise and rebirth during the subsequent conflict between the Wu and demon clans. Yet, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Had he not been reborn, the Fire Cloud Cave would have lost a venerable ancestor, and among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, one would have been absent. In the farthest eastern reaches of the vast primordial land, 280,000 miles away, lay a mountain known as Kunlun Mountain, where the three pure ones established the three pure palaces. Today, the three pure palaces were bustling with activity. As Laozi Lier returned from his travels, accompanied by a disciple named Xian Du, both Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tong Tian arrived to congratulate Laozi on the acquisition of his pupil. This young man possesses a remarkable destiny. Observing his innate potential, it appears he is well suited to inherit my elder brother's Taiji celestial arts. Yuanshi remarked after examining Xian Du. Indeed, you speak wisely, dear second brother, Tong Tian chimed in, praising the disciple's merits. Though Laozi espoused the principle of non-action, he felt a surge of joy at the praise bestowed upon his disciple. Xian Du, do not delay. Pay your respects to your two esteemed uncles, he urged with a smile, stroking his long white beard. Upon hearing his master's words, Xian Du promptly stepped forward to bow before Yuanshi and Tong Tian. Xian Du pays his respects to the two esteemed uncles. Ha! Rise, rise. There is no need for such excessive formalities. Yuanshi laughed heartily, gently assisting Xian Du to his feet. Chapter 35. The Seeds of Discord. Previously, we recounted how Di Jun and Dong Huang sought out Nu Hua and Fu Shi on Mount Buzhou to unite against the Wu clan. Although Nu Hua harbored deep disdain for Di Jun and Dong Huang's characters, their invocation of the life and death stakes of the demon clan left Fu Shi with no choice but to descend and offer assistance. After Yuanshi helped Xian Du to his feet, he scrutinized him with evident satisfaction. Since you have called me uncle, I must not neglect to present you with a token of our meeting. With that, Yuanshi produced a small object from his sleeve, a gray and white flag. Staring at it for an extended period would seem to ensnare one's very spirit, for this peculiar little artifact was known as the Yin-Yang flag. Embodying the dualities of Yin and Yang. In battle, it could unleash the forces of both to inflict harm, as well as ensnare treasures and entrap souls. When activated, its powers would manifest in a cataclysm of chaos, rendering foes to ashes. Among the treasures of the postnatal realm, it was considered a notable item. Yuanshi presented this flag-like artifact to Xian Du. Thank you, esteemed uncle, for your generous gift. Xian Du accepted the treasure without hesitation, eager to embrace the offering. Since Yuanshi has bestowed a gift upon you, I cannot be outdone. Tong Tian chuckled, producing a shimmering sword. This sword, known as the Vast Sword, is forged from the primordial 5 elements essence. While not on par with innate treasures, it nonetheless belongs to the realm of innate artifacts. It is perfectly suited for your needs, as I see you possess no weapons for battle. Xian Du was taken aback by Tong Tian's generous offering. Momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to accept or decline, and thus turned to seek guidance from his master, Laozi. Xian Du, since Tong Tian has presented this to you, you should accept it, Laozi advised with a gentle smile. Yes, master. I'm deeply grateful for your kindness, esteemed Uncle Tong Tian. Xian Du's heart swelled with joy as he accepted the sword, his eyes nearly crescent-shaped with delight, quietly rejoicing. I possess an innate treasure now. I never imagined I would possess such a precious artifact. Alas, the poor lad had been a mere pauper during his solitary cultivation, upon witnessing Xian Du's elation at receiving 2 treasures. Laozi chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. You may withdraw for now. Find a disciple to guide you in familiarizing yourself with Kunlun Mountain and the 3 Pure Palace. Your 2 uncles and I have matters to discuss. Yes, master. Eager to explore the treasures bestowed upon him, Xian Du took his leave, ready to embark on his newfound journey. After Xian Du departed, Laozi closed the hall's doors with a wave of his hand and turned to Yuanshi and Tong Tian. My dear younger brothers, my recent travels through the primordial realm have imparted profound insights. It appears that a singular focus on solitary cultivation is not the path forward. I believe it would be beneficial for you both to venture out and gain experience. Perhaps it will lead to further enlightenment. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Yuanshi and Tong Tian's eyes brightened. They were acutely aware of their own stagnation in cultivation since returning from the teachings at Zixia Palace, which was clearly an unusual occurrence. They had grappled with the issue, but to no avail. Now, Hearing Laozi's insight, they realized the root of their predicament lay in this very matter. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan-Shi addressed his elder brother. I noticed a distinct difference in you upon your return, though I initially overlooked it. It seems your understanding has indeed deepened. It appears we, too, must venture forth and seek enlightenment. Yuan-Shi continued, turning to Tong Tian. Yes. Tong Tian, lost in thought, was momentarily caught off guard by Yuan-Shi's inquiry, snapping back to reality. Indeed. It is indeed time to take a stroll. Remaining cooped up in the Three Clear Palace for so long has become quite tedious. Yuan-Shi observed Tong Tian's reaction with a hint of curiosity, wondering what could occupy his thoughts so deeply he could not help but inquire, Third brother, what occupies your mind to such an extent? Tong Tian glanced at Yuan-Shi and then turned to meet the similarly puzzled gaze of Laozi. Before offering a faint smile and replying, I was contemplating the foundations of the great Tao. Upon seeing that elder brother had returned with a disciple, a thought stirred within me, prompting deep reflection, and I momentarily lost myself in contemplation. Tong Tian's words were delivered with a sense of simplicity, as if they bore no significant weight. Yet, they struck Yuan-Shi with profound impact, rendering him momentarily speechless. The foundation of the great Tao is essential for attaining sanctity. Tong Tian's insight into the foundation of the great Tao could signify a step closer to achieving the fruit of the primordial saint. How could this not astonish Yuan-Shi? Yuan-Shi regarded Tong Tian with a gaze, as if he were a stranger, taking a considerable while to regain his composure. Yet within his eyes, there flickered a trace of jealousy. When Yuan-Shi turned to Laozi, he found no sign of surprise, but rather a glimmer of satisfaction and approval. It seemed to Yuan-Shi that Laozi might have already anticipated or grasped this insight himself, perhaps withholding his words to observe the comprehension of the two brothers. Unfortunately, while Yuan-Shi faltered in his own understanding, Tong Tian had uncovered certain profound truths. Laozi had not expected that a mere gentle remark could lead Tong Tian to such rapid enlightenment. It was undeniable that Tong Tian's perceptiveness was remarkable. Or perhaps it was simply that Tong Tian had devoted great diligence to his cultivation. Laozi glanced at the still bewildered Yuan-Shi and sighed softly. After all, Yuan-Shi's comprehension was not necessarily inferior to Tong Tian's. However, Yuan-Shi's proud nature made him averse to accepting advice from others in the pursuit of the Tao. Relying solely on personal toil can easily lead one astray. Although at their level of cultivation, deviations might not have severe repercussions, merely extending the time required. Now was a period where even the slightest misstep could not be tolerated. While the Three Clear's attainment of sanctity through the legacy of Pangu was destined, being surpassed by others in this regard would inevitably create a subtle disparity in prestige. Yuan-Shi initially hesitated to inquire. Yet recognizing this might be an opportunity related to achieving sanctity, he felt that asking would not be shameful, especially since Tong Tian himself had gained insight through elder brother's guidance. Yuan-Shi resolutely urged his proud heart to seek knowledge humbly and decided to address Tong Tian, saying, Third brother, it seems you have gained some understanding regarding sanctity. Might you share your thoughts with me and elder brother? Yuan-Shi also brought Laozi into the conversation, feeling this approach might mitigate any embarrassment. Tong Tian smiled faintly, refraining from immediately answering Yuan-Shi's question. Instead, he turned to Laozi, who gently shook his head. Understanding the unspoken message, Tong Tian then replied, Elder brother, my recent enlightenment is a matter of personal fortune and cannot be articulated. The attainment of the primordial Tao fruit varies for each individual, each with their own opportunities, relying solely on personal realization. Tong Tian's intention was to convey that each person has their own path. Our journeys are distinct, and thus the fruits of our endeavors differ, making it unwise to disclose mine, as it may inadvertently hinder you. However, Yuan-Shi interpreted this differently, feeling that having lowered himself to ask Tong Tian was already a source of embarrassment. To withhold an answer seemed a slight against him, especially since he knew Yuan-Shi had yet to achieve such enlightenment. Are we still brothers? He pondered. It must be noted that communication is indeed an art. The speaker may intend one meaning, while the listener may perceive another, leading to misunderstandings. Although displeased by Tong Tian's words, Yuan-Shi refrained from expressing his frustration, merely letting out a cold humph, and falling silent. Tontian, aware of his second brother's temperament, did not take it to heart. He was already surprised that Yuanshi had managed to humble himself enough to ask, and knowing that he had not received the desired answer. Tontian chose to leave him be. Laozi, being a wise and perceptive individual, recognized from Tongtian's words and Yuanshi's ashen countenance that Yuanshi likely misunderstood Tongtian's intent. However, Laozi had no inclination to clarify, understanding that such matters could only be resolved through personal reflection. Excessive explanation would only complicate things further. Yuanshi, Tontian, you both should take a stroll through the primordial world to gain further insights, Laozi suggested, seeking to alleviate the awkward atmosphere within the hall. Indeed, it is time to venture outside. Tontian replied, while Yuanshi, still sullen, merely nodded in acknowledgement that Yuanshi's ungratefulness caused Laozi to frown slightly, clearly displeased with his demeanor. After uttering a final remark, he vanished from the hall, stating, I shall retreat to consolidate my recent insights. You two should properly arrange the 3 clear palace before setting off. After Laozi's departure, Yuanshi also rose, making his way toward the hall's exit, evidently intending to return to his own quarters, second brother. Tontian attempted to call out to Yuanshi, wishing to journey together, but after several attempts, he received no response. Yuanshi did not even glance back. Tontian stood there, momentarily stunned, perplexed by the abrupt shift in atmosphere. What had transpired? Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. Despite his confusion, Tontian resigned himself to return to his own abode to organize some matters. It was clear that Tontian was rather guileless. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily outmaneuvered by Yuanshi and Laozi during the subsequent battle of deities, resulting in the demise of many of his disciples? Of the 365 deities listed on the Fengshen Bang, a substantial number belonged to Tongtian's sect. Dear readers, please extend your support to Xiaoming. Do collect and recommend more. Chapter 36. The recruitment of disciples at Zhongnan Mountain. Previously, it was recounted how Laozi, returning from his travels to the 3 Clear Palace, inadvertently uttered a remark that led Tontian to grasp certain foundational insights of the Great Tao. Though seemingly trivial, this incident unexpectedly opened a rift among the 3 Clear, ultimately leading to an unpleasant parting. Yuanshi Tianzuan transformed into a Taoist clad in simple garments, with a sword sheathed at his back and a whisk in hand, riding on clouds in a leisurely manner, embodying the essence of a true immortal. However, his countenance bore a frown, suggesting that the tension within the 3 Clear Palace had yet to dissipate. The mystical arts of immortals are unpredictable. There exist numerous forms of spells, even for mundane travel. The art of cloud riding is among the most rudimentary, requiring little energy, yet moving at a pace akin to an ox pulling a cart. This is merely in comparison to other spells. Nevertheless, the cloud riding technique has its merits. Its existence is justified. When urgency is not required, it allows one to conserve energy while appreciating the surroundings. After some time, Yuanshi finally sighed and muttered to himself, Alas, my elder brother must be feeling quite stifled. Tontian is exceedingly arrogant. Yuanshi's expression suddenly turned fierce. Tontian, the day you humiliated me in the 3 Clear Palace, I shall not let it rest. After several days of journeying on clouds, Yuanshi arrived at a mountain range and unexpectedly halted. As if he had discovered something, he furrowed his brow and hastily calculated with his fingers. The gloomy expression that had lingered for days finally lifted, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he stroked his 3-inch white beard, murmuring, Good, 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 repeatedly exclaiming good. Yuanshi looked down through the clouds. Below, the mountain range stretched for over 100 miles, with jagged peaks and rugged stones. The mountains were lush with pine and bamboo, while beasts roamed the forest and celestial cranes circled above. What a splendid heavenly abode! At the foot of the mountain stood a massive stone inscribed with 3 bold characters, Zhongnan Mountain. A poem attests to its grandeur. The southern mountain blocks heaven and earth. On the stone of sun and moon, life begins. High peaks retain the night's beauty, while deep valleys remain shrouded in daylight. The people in the mountains are just, though the path is perilous, the heart remains calm. The long wind sweeps through the pines and cypress, its sound brushing against the clarity of myriad ravines. Slowly descending from the clouds, Yuan Shi, Tianzuan found a winding path of blue stone leading directly to the summit. As he walked up the path, upon reaching the mountainside, he encountered two young disciples rushing down to him. Who inquired, "What brings you here, Taoist? Do you have any teachings to share?" Yuan Shi, shaking his whisk and smiling gently, replied, "The time has come. It is fitting for you to become my disciples." With that, he fell silent, no longer speaking. The two mountain-guarding disciples were taken aback, thinking to themselves that this Taoist must be unwell. However, recognizing Yuan Shi as an eminent figure whose cultivation they could not fathom, they dared not offend him. Exchanging glances, one of the disciples swiftly flew back to report. Atop the mountain stood a cave dwelling, with a golden plaque hanging at its entrance, upon which 3 ornate characters were inscribed. Yuzhu Cave, faintly shimmering with a treasure-like glow, suggesting it was indeed a remarkable artifact. However, the master of this cave abode is excessively extravagant, treating treasures as mere decorations. The young acolyte did not pause. He soared directly into the cave and came to a halt in the grand hall, where he prostrated himself and reported, "Master, there is a solitary figure descending from the mountain. My junior brother and I intercepted him for inquiry." And the figure uttered, "The time has come. It is meant to be for my disciple." After that, he fell silent, and my junior brother and I could not discern his cultivation level and dared not press him further. Thus we have come to report. In the grand hall, 2 individuals were seated opposite each other, with a chessboard clearly laid out between them. The black and white pieces indicating they've been engaged in their game for quite some time point one of the individuals, clad in a blue and white Taoist robe and appearing middle-aged, bore a large gourd slung over his shoulder, holding a white piece in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed as he contemplated the board. The other, an elderly figure in white garments, leaned on a gnarled cane, roughly the thickness of a wrist, his notably large forehead rendering him quite peculiar. These 2 individuals were anything but ordinary. The middle-aged man, known as Yin Zhongzi, was a master of the Yuzhu Cave in central South Mountain. Legend has it that amidst chaos, a piece of white jade was born, which, during the creation of the heavens and earth by Pangu, fell onto the central South Mountain. Over countless years, nourished by the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and the brilliance of the sun and moon, it continuously emitted white gas that surrounded him, hastening his absorption of spiritual essence. Gradually, he attained sentience and eventually transformed into human form. At the moment of his transformation, enveloped in white mist, he named himself Yin Zhongzi, establishing a cave abode on this mountain to accept disciples and impart teachings, quietly cultivating while occasionally wandering the vast world, forging friendships and relishing life. The elderly figure was a friend Yin Zhongzi had met during his travels in the South Sea. Originally a peach tree that had transformed during the primordial creation, self-styled as the Old Man of the South Pole, and known among friends as the South Pole Immortal, possessing considerable magical prowess. Upon hearing his disciples' words, Yin Zhongzi was startled, inadvertently crushing the exquisite jade chess piece in his hand into 2 halves. He quickly lifted his head, his expression agitated, and inquired of the acolyte, "Where is he?" The acolyte, witnessing his master's excitement, did not dare delay in his response. "He remains on the mountainside. My junior brother is blocking him there." The acolyte found it curious, as his master was typically calm and composed, never having witnessed such fervor before. Who could this Taoist be? Upon hearing the acolyte's answer, Yin Zhongzi turned to the equally agitated South Pole Immortal and exclaimed without forethought, "He has arrived. He has finally come." The South Pole Immortal nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we have waited a full decade. He has finally arrived. Let us personally welcome him." The 2 of them rose and flew out of the cave, making their way towards the mountainside, where they could see the acolyte confronting a Taoist figure. This Taoist stood there, appearing as an ordinary man, yet emanating an ethereal presence, flickering in and out of perception. Just this level of Taoist cultivation led Yin Zhongzi and the South Pole Immortal to conclude that this must be the individual they had been awaiting. Yin Zhongzi and the South Pole Immortal, not daring to be negligent, descended to a distance of several meters from the Taoist and hurriedly approached, bowing deeply. "We are disciples Yin Zhongzi and South Pole Immortal. Greetings to the Master." Upon their arrival, the figure had already been aware of their presence, yet kept his eyes closed in meditation. It was only when they prostrated themselves before him that he opened his eyes, casting a gentle gaze upon Yun Zhongzi and the South Pole Immortal, and with a slight smile spoke. I am the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Sanqing Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Are you two willing to become my disciples? Yun Zhongzi and the South Pole Immortal hurriedly nodded in affirmation. We are willing. We wish to be disciples. Ha ha. Good, good. You may rise. I accept you from today onward. Yun Zhongzi shall be my first disciple, and the South Pole Immortal my second. Do you understand? They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Yes, we understand the master's intent. After they stood, Yun Zhongzi added, we kindly request the master to move to the cave abode on the mountain. The primordial heavenly sovereign nodded and led the way upward, with Yun Zhongzi and the South Pole Immortal following closely behind, leaving only a stunned young acolyte in their wake. Chapter 37. Yun Zhongzi. The good-natured man previously. It was narrated that the primordial heavenly sovereign, having left the Sanqing Palace in a huff, arrived at Central South Mountain, where he encountered the future fortune and virtue golden immortal Yun Zhongzi and the South Pole Longevity Emperor, the latter being the star of longevity among the three stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, and successfully accepted them as disciples. The three arrived at the summit of Yuzhu Cave, where the primordial heavenly sovereign took his seat at the head of the Taoist platform, while Yun Zhongzi and the South Pole Immortal stood respectfully below, attentively listening to their master's teachings. The primordial heavenly sovereign looked at Yun Zhongzi and the South Pole Immortal, feeling a sense of comfort. The previous grievances with Tong Tian had dissipated due to the acceptance of such fine disciples. Moreover, these two were no less remarkable than the disciples of his elder brother, Laozi. Steadying his thoughts, the primordial heavenly sovereign addressed the two. Why are you both so readily willing to become my disciples? The primordial was somewhat puzzled, as he had anticipated a more arduous process to successfully accept disciples. Yet these two seemed to have known he was coming, prompting his curiosity. The South Pole Immortal glanced at Yun Zhongzi, who nodded in understanding and stepped forward to inform the master. My junior brother South Pole Immortal came to visit, and while I was sparring with him, we encountered a Taoist in simple clothing, whose cultivation was formidable. He claimed to be from Mount Buzhou, under the lineage of Fuxi. Neither of us could match his prowess, and we sought to become his disciples. However, he stated, Yun Zhongzi paused, stealing a glance at the primordial's expression. Upon hearing the mention of Fuxi, the primordial's interest piqued, and he inquired. Fuxi is a contemporary of mine who listens to teachings in the Zixiao Palace. He is considered my junior brother. What did he say? Seeing that the primordial showed no signs of displeasure, Yun Zhongzi sighed in relief and replied. He said, although you two are fated to meet me, you lack the master-disciple relationship. You both have other teachers. He instructed us to wait here, stating that when the time was right, someone would come to accept us as disciples. Since that day, we have been patiently waiting in the cave. But your arrival was long awaited. We had nearly given up hope, yet here you are, Master. As Yun Zhongzi spoke, a hint of excitement returned to his demeanor. The primordial heavenly sovereign, upon hearing Yun Zhongzi's account, silently marveled. What a remarkable Fuxi! I have long heard from my elder brother about Fuxi's extraordinary ability to predict, yet I never imagined it could extend to such lengths. This individual cannot be underestimated. Unlike others who would have been awed by Fuxi's skills, the primordial suspicion led him to assume the worst, prompting him to remain vigilant. And, oh wonder, even Tong Tian, armed with the Excalibur of the immortal slaying array, would fall into his hands. Ah, it seems you have endured hardship, waiting 10 years based on a fleeting remark. This fortitude brings me joy, the primordial said with a smile, nodding in approval that master's praise is an honor. My junior brother and I have diligently pursued our cultivation. Today, to be fortunate enough to join your esteemed teachings, we shall not disappoint you nor bring shame to the sect, Yun Zhongzi responded. However, he couldn't help but notice the slight tremor in his own body and the flush on his face. Alas, poor child, he has finally found his place and still hasn't recovered. Haha, well, I believe in you both. The primordial heavenly sovereign remarked, clearly pleased with Yun Zhongzi's words. Earlier, I heard you mention that the South Pole Immortal came to visit. So, South Pole Immortal, where is your abode? The first part of the Primordial's inquiry was directed at Yun Zhongzi, while the latter half addressed the previously silent South Pole Immortal. Upon hearing the Primordial's question, the South Pole Immortal quickly stepped forward to Yun Zhongzi's side and respectfully replied, Master, my cave abode lies deep in the South Sea. Named J Island. I was originally a peach tree on that island, from which I established my cave. The South Pole Immortal answered the Primordial truthfully. Oh, I see. No wonder I perceived such abundant water, elemental energy in your cultivation. It turns out to be so. The Primordial had noticed upon first seeing the South Pole Immortal that his true form was indeed a peach tree. However, he found it peculiar that the water elemental energy within him was not inferior to his own wood elemental energy. Hence his inquiry. The Primordial glanced at the two below and noticed Yun Zhongzi seemed to have something to say, but appeared hesitant. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to ask, Yun Zhongzi, do you have something difficult to say? Speak freely. Yun Zhongzi was taken aback. Realizing his teacher had sensed his unease, gritting his teeth, he looked up and said, Master, I have a request that I hope you will grant. The Primordial raised an eyebrow and asked, What is it? Speak and let me hear. After performing a respectful gesture, Yun Zhongzi spoke. Ever since I transformed, I have been cultivating in these mountains during my leisure time. I occasionally wander the vast wilderness, where I have encountered various individuals. Among them, I have formed close friendships with a few, all of whom possess integrity and righteousness. Most importantly, none of these individuals have pledged themselves to that formidable figure. Yun Zhongzi paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. Thus, I wish to bring them under your esteemed guidance and have them acknowledge you as their master. With these words, he raised his gaze to observe the Primordial Supreme Being. Upon hearing this, the Primordial Supreme Being felt a twinge of displeasure. However, upon further reflection, he considered that Yun Zhongzi, being a kind-hearted person, would likely have chosen companions of commendable character. Why not allow him to summon those individuals so that I may assess them? This would spare me the trouble of roaming the realms. Resolutely, he addressed the anxious Yun Zhongzi below. Very well. You may send word for them to come here. I shall evaluate them, and if they are indeed fated to be my disciples, I shall accept them. If not, then it is beyond my control. Yun Zhongzi, having uttered these words, felt uncertain of the Primordial's response. After all, it is customary for a master to receive disciples. It is not the disciple's role to introduce others to the master. This is not a matchmaking affair. Sensing the Primordial's slight frown, Yun Zhongzi's heart sank, fearing a reprimand. Unexpectedly, the Primordial granted this seemingly audacious request, alleviating the weight from Yun Zhongzi's heart. He hurriedly replied, I understand, Master, I shall go at once. With that, he performed a bow and, pulling along the Nanji Xianweng, made his way outside. Nanji Xianweng was taken aback, thinking to himself, Yun Zhongzi, what were you thinking? Why would you make such an impudent request? He pondered how to plead for leniency should the master choose to scold. To his astonishment, the Primordial had acquiesced, leaving Nanji Xianweng utterly confounded. Were it not for Yun Zhongzi's tug, he might have embarrassed himself on the spot. Regaining his composure, Nanji Xianweng addressed the Primordial. Master, I shall assist Yun Zhongzi in compiling the list of individuals to invite. Very well. You may proceed, the Primordial replied, closing his eyes to wander the void. Seeing the Primordial's consent, Nanji Xianweng quickly exited the Grand Hall in pursuit of Yun Zhongzi. Once Nanji Xianweng had departed, the Primordial Supreme Being reopened his eyes, smiling to himself as he mused, Am I truly so fearsome? I hope that the individuals Yun Zhongzi brings forth will be worthy disciples. With that, he closed his eyes once more to enter meditation. Nanji Xianweng caught up to Yun Zhongzi, saying, Brother, you displayed remarkable courage just now. In the Grand Hall, I was genuinely worried for you. Thankfully, Master is magnanimous and did not scold you. Otherwise, you would have faced a stern reprimand. Yun Zhongzi smiled faintly. I, too, felt as though my heart was drumming. However, these individuals are of upright character and have previously shown me kindness. I could not remain silent. Sighing, he continued, Let us discuss whom to invite carefully, and we must avoid bringing any foolish individuals, lest we incur the master's displeasure. for we would bear the consequences. Nanji Xianwang understood Yun Zongzi's amiable nature, realizing that no matter how he advised him, it would likely fall on deaf ears. He could only hope to offer reminders on the list, for inviting the wrong individuals could surely provoke the master's wrath. Just then, Yun Zongzi remarked, "I find myself pondering over the list as well." Nanji Xianwang, taken aback by this comment, thought, "Isn't this inviting trouble upon oneself? What master thinks is one matter, but why burden oneself with such a dilemma?" With this thought, he couldn't help but shake his head in distress. Chapter 38. A fortuitous encounter with Duo Bao. Previously, it was mentioned that the Primordial had accepted both Yun Zongzi and Nanji Xianwang, learning from them that Fuxi had long anticipated their connection and provided them guidance. However, it was unexpected that the kind-hearted Yun Zongzi would suggest introducing some of his past acquaintances as potential disciples. Meanwhile, Tong Tian returned to his palace, preparing to visit the Primordial's residence to descend the mountain in search of promising disciples. However, upon hearing from the gatekeeper that the Primordial had already departed, he had no choice but to set out alone. Having descended from Kunlun Mountain and traveled for quite some distance, Tong Tian suddenly halted, narrowing his eyes as he stared into the empty sky ahead. After a moment, a streak of light appeared on the horizon, but it moved erratically, resembling a drunken driver swerving uncontrollably on the road. The surrounding aura fluctuated, dimming and brightening intermittently. As the figure within the streak of light approached Tong Tian, it seemed to finally notice his presence standing in its path. Startled, the individuals stabilized themselves, halting before Tong Tian. However, it was evident that this person bore grave injuries. Their Taoist robe was torn in multiple places, some singed as if burned, and their body was drenched in blood. They wielded a sword, now marred with cracks, suggesting that it was nearly beyond repair, but a deep wound marred their right shoulder, and despite applying pressure with their left hand, blood continued to seep through their fingers, dripping onto their tattered robe, leaving them in a disheveled state. The individual stood at a distance from Tong Tian, sword in hand, eyes warily fixed on the ever-smiling figure before them, wary of a sudden attack. Observing the wary gaze directed at him, Tong Tian realized that this person mistook him for a potential assailant. Amused, he thought to himself, "Here I stand, one of the three pure ones, possessing the cultivation of a quasi-saint and destined to become a sage. Yet I am perceived as a brigand. How amusing." Tong Tian spoke, "Your injuries appear quite severe. Might you share the circumstances that led to this?" To his surprise, rather than responding, the individual's gaze grew even more vigilant, their bodies slightly hunched, as if ready to pounce like a leopard on its prey. Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Why was this person so ungrateful? However, he had not interacted with the lower echelons of the Honghuang world for some time, and was unaware that this realm was rife with treachery. Where the strong prey upon the weak, that he and this individual were strangers, and by sheer happenstance, he had appeared in their path. If they were to remain on guard, it would be foolish not to suspect him. Tong Tian's expression darkened slightly as he thought, "I was merely inclined to help upon seeing your injuries, yet you respond with such distrust." Nevertheless, he did not grow angry. Instead, he unleashed his quasi-saintly aura, overwhelming the individual with an immense pressure until they nearly fainted. Releasing the pressure, he addressed them. "If I wished to take your life, you would turn to ash with a mere flick of my hand. Oh, you truly believe your cultivation could withstand me?" Feeling the sudden chill in Tong Tian's demeanor, the individual's heart raced, and they realized an overwhelming force was bearing down upon them from all directions, threatening to crush their very bones. They silently lamented, "It seems my fate is sealed. Who is this formidable being?" As they awaited their demise, the pressure vanished as suddenly as it had come, leaving them questioning if it had been a mere illusion. Then, Tong Tian spoke again, and the individual understood that this person blocking their path was not among those pursuing them. They cautiously replied, "This humble one is Duo Bao, a wandering Taoist who roams the seas. A month ago, while passing through Kangmang Mountain, I sensed the presence of treasures and descended to investigate that I discovered a primordial sword, but shortly thereafter, I was beset by dozens of demon clan members attempting to seize it. After days of fierce combat, outnumbered, I fled, yet they relentlessly pursued me for a month. Just yesterday, They found me again. Although I managed to escape, I was gravely injured. When you intercepted my path, I presumed you were allied with them. Hence my wariness. Oh, it was that this individual was Duo Bao, the future Tathagata of the Western sect and the first disciple of Tong Tian. Upon hearing Duo Bao's explanation, Tong Tian's previously displeased expression softened. After assessing Duo Bao's injuries, he said, "You are gravely wounded. If you do not receive treatment soon, your body may not survive. Come with me, and should your pursuers arrive, I will deal with them." Without waiting for a reply, Tong Tian descended from the clouds, and Duo Bao pondered for a moment. Indeed, if he continued to run, he would eventually be caught. Looking at this Taoist, he realized that this person must possess great power. With their protection, he need not fear the pursuers any longer. As Duo Bao resolved his determination, he promptly followed Tong Tian to the land. Upon surveying his surroundings, Duo Bao discovered they were situated atop a small earthen mound amidst a hilly terrain. With a wave of his hand, Tong Tian swept away the overgrown weeds and debris, clearing a space that he then produced a radiant golden elixir, exuding a fragrant aroma, and tossed it to Duo Bao, saying, "This elixir is the 9-transformation golden pill, though it is a divine remedy for healing. It can also aid you in breaking through your own tranquility. You may rest assured and heal here." With that, he fell silent. Duo Bao caught the 9-transformation golden pill and, without hesitation, consumed it, settling down to meditate with his eyes closed. He thought to himself, "I have no enmity with this man. Surely he would not harm me." Just then, a surge of immense energy rose from his dantian. The once dwindling celestial essence rapidly rejuvenated under this energy's influence, realigning his chaotic meridians and mending the damaged areas that in a single grand circulation. His disrupted and broken meridians were completely restored. However, the energy ascending from his dantian continued to flow, compelling Duo Bao to focus his mind entirely on breaking through his own bottleneck. Seeing Duo Bao swiftly ingest the golden pill and immerse himself in cultivation without a hint of hesitation, Tong Tian nodded in appreciation, recognizing his decisiveness and ability to seize opportunities. Indeed, a person of talent. He mused that, "I wonder if he has a master. If not, perhaps I shall take him as my disciple. How delightful that would be! I shall inquire upon his awakening. For now, I shall stretch my limbs and deal with a few pests." Tong Tian contemplated as he set up a protective formation around Duo Bao to prevent the sounds of impending combat from disturbing his focused cultivation. After half a day had passed, over 10 streaks of light swiftly approached Tong Tian and Duo Bao. Tong Tian opened his eyes, smiling as he watched the lights land several dozen meters away, retracting into their bodies to reveal a multitude of unique monsters. Some had serpent heads with human bodies, tall and slender, while others possessed furtive eyes, yet bore the physique of squat gourds. The leader was a burly man, and all of these creatures displayed formidable prowess, with the leader being a mid-level figure in this vast wilderness, possessing the cultivation of a Luo Tian immortal, albeit at the initial stage. Brothers, who would have thought this lad found himself a helper? Ah! The leader laughed heartily upon seeing Tong Tian. The other monsters joined in laughter, yet their eyes remained cold and devoid of mirth as they fixated on Tong Tian and Duo Bao. "Hiss! Hiss! Brother! This delicate-faced youth looks quite delectable. Perhaps we should make him our blood feast." A serpent-headed monster emerged from the back, eyeing Tong Tian as he spoke to the leader. "Ha! My brother speaks wisely. Let us proceed as he suggests and use him as our blood feast." The leader's eyes lit up at the serpent's words, his mouth watering at the thought that, "I'll take him." A towering, bare-headed creature, covered in black fur, stepped forth and declared, "Let me handle this. I suspect this delicate youth possesses some skill, and I, Old Bear, could use him for practice. I say, Old Bear, do take care not to turn him into mush. Otherwise, there will be nothing left for the brothers," the serpent man cautioned. "Rest assured, I know my limits," Old Bear replied without looking back, striding toward Tong Tian and raising his massive paw to strike the seated Tong Tian's head. The force behind the blow would surely reduce his head to a pulp, and Old Bear appeared overconfident, neglecting to unleash his protective aura. Though the serpent man's words had been heard, Tong Tian maintained his smile. However, a surge of fury ignited within him. He had initially intended to toy with these monsters. But with Old Bear's blatant disregard, his murderous intent could no longer be contained. Who is Tong Tian? Even Hong Jun acknowledged his overwhelming presence. These unfortunate creatures dared to offend him, referring to him as a delicate youth, and even sought to make him their blood feast. How laughable! They would soon find out the folly of their actions. As Old Bear's massive hand approached Tong Tian's head, he remained composed, letting out a cold snort. In an instant, a semicircular azure shield rose above Tong Tian's head, meeting Old Bear's paw with a resounding clash. The bear was forcefully repelled, and in mid-air, his immense form shattered into fragments, blood and entrails splattering across the other monsters. The sudden turn of events left the previously confident monsters frozen in disbelief. Hiss! Delicate youth, prepare to meet your end. The leader, witnessing the inexplicable demise of his comrade, howled in rage, rallying the monsters for an assault on Tong Tian. Unhurriedly, Tong Tian rose, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Foolish beings. With a flick of his finger, a thumb-sized azure orb shot towards the charging monsters. Though it appeared slow, it reached the leader in the blink of an eye. Despite his anger, the leader retained his senses and instinctively recognized the dangerous aura emanating from the seemingly innocuous orb. With no time to evade, he hastily summoned his protective aura, naively hoping to withstand the attack. Yet, Tong Tian's cultivation was that of a quasi-saint. The orb was far from ordinary. Upon contact with the leader's protective aura, it seamlessly absorbed it, penetrating through his body and exiting from his back, subsequently passing through the bodies of the other monsters before vanishing into the air. The monsters found themselves forever frozen just 10 meters from Tong Tian, unable to advance another step. With a great rumble, their lifeless forms collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief. A gentle breeze swept through, turning their remains to ash, which was carried away. Their souls dissipated into the void. Indeed, they had perished, leaving nothing but dust behind. Such was the consequence of underestimating the disparity in cultivation. A sharp intake of breath escaped behind Tong Tian. Duo Bao, who had been healing, awoke at the moment of Old Bear's death. Struggling to comprehend the sudden calamity, he turned to witness the horrifying scene, his gaze towards Tong Tian filled with reverence, though he seemed to recall something. His eyes brightening. Awake now. Stand up. Your pursuers have perished, and you are no longer in danger. You may leave, Tong Tian remarked nonchalantly, still smiling at Duo Bao. Duo Bao's expression dimmed at Tong Tian's words. Is there anything else you wish to say? Tong Tian inquired, his tone still calm. With a determined grit of his teeth, Duo Bao knelt before Tong Tian, declaring, I wish to take you as my master. I implore you to accept me. He gazed up at Tong Tian, his expression resolute. Tong Tian seemed unfazed by Duo Bao's gesture, calmly questioning, Why do you wish to take me as your master? His sharp gaze bore down on Duo. In that moment, Duo Bao felt as though Tong Tian's eyes could pierce through to his very soul, leaving him feeling as exposed as one without clothing. Suppressing his trembling heart, he replied, I wish to learn the supreme path under your guidance, yearning to elevate my own cultivation. After uttering these words, Duo Bao fixed his gaze on Tong Tian, though an undercurrent of anxiety churned within him. The two men exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity, just as Duo Bao began to falter under Tong Tian's penetrating stare. The latter suddenly burst into laughter. Tong Tian laughed heartily, turning to walk away. Duo Bao sank on the ground, disheartened, thinking, alas, it seems he is unwilling to accept me as a disciple. However, after taking a few steps, Tong Tian paused, tossing over his shoulder, Come along with me. He then soared into the clouds. Duo Bao was momentarily bewildered by Tong Tian's manner, then realized that he had indeed been accepted as a disciple. Rushing forward, he bowed deeply, exclaiming, Master, please accept your disciple's gratitude. After bowing 9 times in quick succession, he finally stood upright, riding on a cloud to catch up with Tong Tian, who floated mid-air. Tong Tian, with a smile in his eyes, gazed at the approaching Duo Bao and remarked playfully, It seems you quite enjoy your current appearance. Initially perplexed, Duo Bao followed Tong Tian's gaze down to his own form. Due to the fierce battles he had fought in the days of relentless running, his Taoist robes were tattered and he was covered in grime, resembling nothing short of a beggar. A flush of embarrassment crept onto Duobao's face, and in a flurry, he employed a concealment technique to vanish from sight. When he reappeared, he transformed back into the tidy figure of Duobao. As Tontian leisurely rode the clouds ahead, he spoke to the now-present Duobao. I am Tontian, a practitioner from the Sanqing Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Not far from here. You shall henceforth be my foremost disciple. Do you understand? Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Duobao appeared utterly astonished, realizing that his master was one of the revered Sanqing lords of Kunlun Mountain. With wide eyes, he inquired, Master, you are one of the Sanqing lords. Tongtian, taken aback, was bewildered by the unexpected title bestowed upon him. He turned to look at Duobao, who was still lost in joy, realizing his earlier rudeness. Duobao quickly explained, Master, I have a friend named Jinling Shimu. We heard from others that the three Sanqing lords possess profound Taoist practices, nearing the threshold of quasi-sainthood, and are but a step away from the ethereal Hunyuan Dao fruit. We intended to visit Master on Kunlun Mountain to pay our respects, but Jinling Shimu suddenly sensed a change in the heavenly Tao and was on the verge of a breakthrough, thus delaying our visit. I never expected to find myself here, honoring you as my master. Upon hearing Duobao's explanation, Tontian understood the source of his astonishment. He had long aspired to seek a master at Kunlun Mountain. Amused by the notion of Duobao and Jinling Shengmu referring to him and his fellow disciples as Sanqing lords, Tontian shook his head with a hint of exasperation. After flying for a while, Tontian suddenly halted. Duobao, puzzled by the abrupt stop, wondered why they had come to a standstill. Tontian turned to him and asked, Duobao, where is your friend Jinling Shimu now? Duobao paused. Then his face lit up with realization. Master, could it be? He deduced Tontian's inquiry was linked to Jinling Shimu. He had intended to mention her Tontian, hoping he would accept her as a disciple, yet feared it might displease him. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Tontian's question clarified everything for him. Seeing Duobao's comprehension, Tontian smiled softly. That's precisely it. Now lead the way. Observing Duobao's elation, Tontian mused, It seems my choice of disciple is not without merit. Of course, absolutely, Duobao eagerly replied. Master, I shall take you there once. Jinling will surely be overjoyed to hear this. With that, he led Tontian directly to Jinling Shimu's cave abode, unconsciously employing the shield light technique as they sped along. Tontian remained unperturbed, keeping pace with Duobao. After several days of travel, they finally hovered above a modest mountain range. Master, Jinling's cave is just below us, Duobao said, gesturing toward an array of clouds shrouding the mountain. The surrounding white clouds began to swirl violently before parting to reveal a cave nestled in the peak, where the words Shengmu Palace were inscribed upon its jade stone entrance. I could see that moment. A figure shot forth from the cave. Duobao turned to Tontian and remarked, Master, that must be Jinling Shengmu. It appears she has just emerged from her seclusion. Indeed, Tontian acknowledged with a nod. Jinling Shengmu descended before Tontian and Duobao, casting a glance at Tontian before smiling at Duobao. It's you, Duobao. I thought I recognized you. What brings you back from your travels? And who is this? She pointed at Tontian, inquiring with curiosity. Jinling, you mustn't be rude. This is Tontian, one of the Sanqing lords of Kunlun Mountain, and my master. Duobao quickly reprimanded her for pointing. Please forgive her, master. Jinling is unaware of proper etiquette and meant no offense, Duobao added. Turning to Tontian, no worries. It's merely a trifling matter. There is no need for blame, Tontian replied graciously, dismissing the incident with a wave that so, you're Jinling Shengmu? Tontian asked, directing his attention toward the still-dazed Jinling. Yes, I am Jinling. What is your command, Lord Tontian? Jinling stammered, jolted from her stupor. Tontian remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing Jinling Shengmu. Although her cultivation had yet to reach the level of a great Luo golden immortal, she was tantalizingly close, which greatly pleased Tontian. After exchanging a knowing glance with Duobao, he chose to remain silent. Chapter 40. The purple lotus achieves sanctity. As previously mentioned, Tontian effortlessly dealt with the monsters pursuing Duobao. Accepting him as a disciple, he then instructed Duobao to guide him to Jinling Xingmu's cave, intending to bring her under his wing as well. Upon receiving Tongtian's glance, Duo Bao realized it was his cue to speak to Jinling. Gathering his thoughts, he addressed the still timid Jinling Xingmu. Sister, Master has heard of your exceptional talents and indomitable spirit, and wishes to take you as his disciple. What say you? I am willing. I am willing. Jinling exclaimed, nodding fervently, her joy evident. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and pay your respects to Master, Duo Bao urged as Jinling stood there, momentarily dazed, overwhelmed by the unexpected fortune that had befallen her. Jinling took a moment to collect herself before finally responding to Duo Bao's prompt. Disciple Jinling Xingmu greets Master and brother. She bowed deeply before Tong Tian, performing the traditional 9 prostrations as a sign of respect. Rise. There is no need for such formalities in the future, Tong Tian said, nodding at her. Thank you, Master, Jinling replied, standing up and stepping aside to invite Tong Tian and Duo Bao in her cave. Master, brother, please come in for tea. Very well, Tong Tian nodded, ready to descend into the cave. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he turned to look eastward. What's this? It seemed as though a realization dawned upon him, causing his expression to change dramatically. Meanwhile, in the U-Pillar Cave of Zhongnan Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan was lecturing Yun Zongzi and Nanji Xianwang when he too felt a sudden shift in his demeanor. He swiftly abandoned his perplexed disciples, darting out of the cave and soaring into the air, focusing intently on the east. Someone has attained enlightenment. But who could it be? He pondered aloud. The east. The purple lotus. There's only one individual in the east. It must be him without a doubt. Truly, a remarkable figure to achieve enlightenment amidst chaos. Yuanshi Tianzuan's thoughts were a whirlwind of emotions. Unwillingness, anger, jealousy, and despondence, all intertwining on his face, creating an expression that was both fearsome and indescribable. Even Yun Zongzi and Nanji Xianwang, who had followed closely behind, were taken aback by the intensity of his expression. The two, being astute, recognized that their esteemed master's demeanor indicated that something significant had transpired, and thus remained quietly behind him, refraining from speaking. After a considerable time, Yuanshi finally turned back, his expression grave as he addressed Yun Zongzi and Nanji Xianwang. Yun Zongzi, you shall remain here to await their arrival and guide them to Kunlun Mountain. Nanji Xianwang, you will accompany me. With that, Yuanshi transformed into a streak of light, heading towards Kunlun Mountain. Nanji Xianwang nodded to Yun Zongzi before hastily following Yuanshi's trail of light, leaving Yun Zongzi standing in place. Puzzled, what on earth has transpired to cause Master such distress? After much contemplation without grasping the essence, Yun Zongzi decided to relinquish his thoughts, realizing that the matters concerning his master were beyond his comprehension. He resolved to diligently attend to the tasks assigned by his master, and thus turned back to the Yuzhu cave. Meanwhile, millions of miles away, Tong Tian was engaged in a similar endeavor, albeit with greater resolve. He could not be bothered to explain anything to Ta Ba and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, directly whisking them away towards Kunlun Mountain. Above the East Sea, on the island of the Three Immortals, Zillian, having defeated her 3 disciples, entered seclusion once more, contemplating the release of the divine light of merit within her to attain a sacred status. Yet, Zillian found herself perplexed. She recalled Hongjun mentioning that there were 3 methods to achieve enlightenment. The highest was through strength, akin to Pangu. The middle through using innate spiritual treasures to sever good, evil, and self, thereby attaining the Tao, with more formidable treasures leading to a sturdier foundation and greater prowess. Exemplified by Hongjun, the lowest was through the cultivation of merit, such as the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West, who achieved sanctity through the merits of teaching humanity. Even Enhua had created a race to attain her holy status, yet her path through merit was the shallowest. What, then, could she be classified as? A bitter smile crossed Zillian's face as she reflected on her predicament, having already severed the good and evil aspects of her 3 corpses. She should have achieved sanctity upon severing the self. Yet now she found herself relying on the merits of creation to attain her sacred status. What manner of achievement was this? After much deliberation, she could not ascertain her classification within the methods of attaining sanctity. Alas, it matters not. Since I am uncertain, I shall not squander my energy on it. Pangu had warned her against becoming the second to attain sanctity, and she had come to understand the reasoning behind it. Chaos was the great Tao, birthing the 50 paths of primordial purple energy that nurtured the heavenly Tao. However, one path had been forsaken, leaving only 49, and that forsaken path represented a glimmer of life and hope. With one path missing, the heavenly Tao below could not be complete. Thus, the second saint birthed from it was Hongjun, who had to embody the heavenly Tao to restore that missing path. Henceforth, the heavenly Tao belonged to Hongjun, but he did not belong to it. He was merely a representative, a spokesperson for the heavenly Tao. If she were to become the second to attain sanctity, it would be she who would restore the heavenly Tao's operation, leading to a path of stagnation in her cultivation, evident in the initial advantages followed by subsequent losses. However, Lilian recognized that she had narrowly escaped this calamity thanks to Pangu's warning. The next trial awaiting her would likely be even greater. Shaking off her tumultuous thoughts, she endeavored to calm herself. Releasing her consciousness to merge with the heavens and earth, quietly perceiving the shifts in the cosmic principles, while aligning with these principles, her consciousness became more robust, rapidly transforming and drawing her closer to the Tao. After an indeterminate period, Zillian realized her consciousness had reached its zenith. She then released the binding golden light of merit within her. As this divine light was unleashed, her body began to float. The room's restrictions rendered ineffective, and the door opened automatically. She gradually ascended into the air, not hindering the process, fully aware that it was merely the divine light of merit at play. In that moment of suspension, the golden light of merit transformed into a vibrant, pillar-like column, rising from her head and piercing the heavens. The spiritual energy surrounding Zillian resonated with a symphonic hum, even causing ripples in the spatial realm she had previously reinforced. At that juncture, a cascade of colorful brilliance descended from the sky, accompanied by rolling, auspicious clouds, as spiritual energy fell like raindrops upon a vast wilderness, benefiting countless beings on the earth. Auspicious clouds transformed into dragons, phoenixes and Shilants surrounding her and emitting joyful cries. The island of the three immortals, being nearest to her, was immersed in the densest concentration of spiritual and auspicious energy, resulting in significant benefits for the inhabitants of the Fox clan and the bird tribe. Nearly elevating their cultivations by a small level. That moment, she entered a wondrous state of comprehension, grasping what had once eluded her. The complexities of the heavenly Tao, which had previously demanded immense effort to comprehend, now seemed to lie within her grasp. With the slightest thought, she felt she could alter the laws beneath the heavenly Tao at will, eager to deepen her understanding further. Yet, unexpectedly, her internal treasures, the Qian Kuan Tower and the Hongmeng sword, sprang forth, with the tower hovering above her head, pulling her burgeoning consciousness back forcefully, while the sword enveloped her in a protective violet light. The commotion caused by these treasures jolted Zillian back to awareness. Realizing her previous control over her consciousness had not been as effortless as she had thought, she understood now. It appeared that the heavenly Tao was attempting to lure her, seeking to merge her with its essence during this moment of attaining sanctity. Anger surged within her, mingling with a sense of trepidation. What a scheme the heavenly Tao has devised, she thought. If it weren't for the protective treasures bestowed by Pangu, I would likely have succumbed to the heavenly Tao's machinations. Grateful, she cast a glance at the hovering treasures, musing, Pangu must have foreseen this tribulation I would face. Nonetheless, the heavenly Tao's calculations had backfired, resulting in a loss for it. During the heavenly Tao's attempt to ensnare her, Zillian's understanding of the Tao deepened further. Although her cultivation still did not rival Hongjun's, the gap had narrowed significantly. Slowly, she opened her tightly shut eyes and proclaimed, I, Zillian of the Island of the Three Immortals, have now attained the fruit of mixed origin and achieved the status of a saint, henceforth known as Zillian, the saint of mixed origin. Her voice, though not loud, resonated through the heavens and earth, reaching the ears of all beings in the wilderness, who promptly knelt in reverence towards the island of the Three Immortals. The spiritual rain dissipated with the conclusion of her words. The beings felt the weight of heavenly power lift from them, and in unison, they exclaimed, "Saint Zillian is benevolent." Unbeknownst to Zillian, as her sanctification unfolded amidst dramatic fluctuations, another individual's emotions mirrored this tumult. That of Hongjun Daozu in the 33rd layer of the celestial realm. Observing Zillian successfully navigate this trial and attain her sacred status, he let out a quiet sigh, feeling a swell of comfort mixed with a hint of melancholy. He had been aware of her impending tribulation and had wished to offer her a warning. Yet he hesitated, considering the implications for himself, ultimately refraining from doing so to, in his view, should Zillian succeed. There would be nothing more to say, and he would simply embody the heavenly Tao. Conversely, if she failed, she would inevitably restore the heavenly fate on his behalf, sparing him from this calamity, though he understood the inappropriateness of such feelings. He was, after all, human, and even a saint harbors selfish desires, who would not wish for their cultivation to advance further. Witness the myriad beings in the wilderness striving tirelessly for the elusive status of a saint. To relinquish the pursuit of a higher realm and cultivation was indeed disheartening. Thus, while he felt joy for Zillian's success, he also mourned the inevitability that her achievement would result in his own stagnation. Chapter 41. Gathering at the island of the three immortals previously, it was recounted that Zillian had finally liberated the golden light of merit, which had been trapped within her since the time of creation, thus achieving her long-cherished status of a saint, narrowly escaping the heavenly Tao's entrapment, thanks to the Qian Kuan Tower and the Hongmeng sword bestowed by Pangu, and consequently deepening her understanding of the Tao significantly. As Zillian waved her hand to disperse the auspicious clouds and spiritual energy surrounding her, she descended to the ground. Yinglong and the others, witnessing her attainment of the great Tao, were filled with immense joy. Having their master as a saint added tremendous prestige should they walk the wilderness. They hurriedly approached Zillian, kneeling before her. "Congratulations, master, on attaining the fruit of mixed origin." The three expressed their heartfelt congratulations to her. Zillian gestured with her hand, a gentle breeze lifting the kneeling trio back to their feet. "You have all endured much during my seclusion. How long have I been in retreat?" Zillian was aware that since her last seclusion, her three disciples had been quietly waiting outside her chamber. While she did not require such vigilance, she felt a deep sense of appreciation for their loyalty, having faced numerous hardships and emotional turmoil in her past life. She had long harbored shadows regarding familial affection, yet witnessing the devotion of these three disciples, she felt those shadows gradually dissipate. "Master, you have been in seclusion for nearly 37 years, Yinglong responded to her inquiry. With Guanjing and whom Meyer nodding in agreement, 37 years, indeed? Zillian mused aloud upon hearing Yinglong's reply. Time has flown by rather swiftly. The voice of Zillian was imbued with a profound sense of melancholy. Standing quietly as if lost in contemplation, the gentle breeze caressed his long hair, cascading down to his waist. Yinglong and his companions were perplexed by the demeanor of their master, yet witnessing him in the wind. Their hearts suddenly ached, sensing his profound solitude. They could not comprehend the source of this emotion, but felt an overwhelming aura of sorrow emanating from their teacher. H.U. Meyer's eyes unwittingly grew moist with unshed tears. Atop the Punlai Peak, time seemed to stand still as the four of them remained in silence for what felt like an eternity. Lilian, who had appeared utterly expressionless, suddenly furrowed his brow before breaking into a smile. This smile dissipated the pervasive sadness that had enveloped the surroundings, bringing a sense of relief to Yinglong and his companions. Zillian turned to them, offering a gentle smile as he spoke. You three, please make the necessary arrangements, prepare some spiritual fruits and teas, and ensure the island's protective formation is activated. Shortly, your uncles will be here to see me, so do not be negligent. With that, Zillian turned and retreated into the dwelling. Yinglong, addressing Zin's departing figure, respectfully remarked, As you command, master, I shall attend to it immediately. After saying this, he turned to descend the mountain, but paused to notice Guanjing and whom Meyer still standing in place. Seemingly entranced, frowning, he inquired, Junior brother, junior sister, what are you doing? Master has given us instructions. Why are you still dawdling? Oh, Humayr, startled by Yinglong's voice, responded and tugged at Guanjing, following Yinglong down the mountain. What is the matter? Junior sister, are you still lost in your earlier emotions? Yinglong observed their expressions and understood that they had yet to recover. However, instead of addressing Guanjing, he chose to tease Humayr. Humph, did you really need to ask? Humayr shot Yinglong a glare, hastening her pace while inwardly lamenting. Damn it, he must have seen me crying earlier. How embarrassing. The mere thought of this made her cheeks flush with heat, stealing a glance back at Yinglong. She found him regarding her with an amused expression, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze, her delicate face growing even redder. Yinglong, trailing behind, found himself captivated by Humayr's spirited demeanor and flushed cheeks. He felt a stirring within his heart, realizing how enchanting she appeared in that moment. What if I could gaze upon her every day? He mused, startled by his own thoughts. What is happening to me? Humayr has always been by my side. Why do I feel differently today? Am I losing my mind? He dared not look at Humayr again, lowering his head in contemplation of whether his training had led him astray. Oh dear, you truly are something. This is clearly a budding affection for Humayr, yet you think you're losing your mind. That I truly feel for you. Once Guanjing had regained his composure from the previous emotions, he became acutely aware of the changes in his companions. He observed Humayr's every move with clarity, and given his slightly older age and experiences, he quickly deduced that the two had likely developed feelings for each other. Guanjing felt a surge of joy for Humayr. Having spent time with Yinglong, he recognized him as a good man, albeit somewhat oblivious, devoted solely to training and lacking in worldly understanding. If Humayr could find happiness with Yinglong, Guanjing would feel reassured as an older brother. The three arrived at the foot of the mountain and summoned several maidens to select some spiritual fruits and prepare tea. Humayr remained behind to guide the maidens in adorning the bamboo hall atop the mountain. Meanwhile, Yinglong and Guanjing understood that their master, having attained sainthood, would soon be visited by several esteemed uncles to offer their congratulations. They could not allow anyone to underestimate the three immortal island. Thus, they promptly made their way to the island's center, temporarily deactivating the island's defensive formation before settling on a large rock to meditate and patiently await the arrival of the uncles they had yet to meet. At the Kunlun Mountain's Sanqing Palace, Laozi sat at the head of the table, with Yuanshi to his left and Tong Tian to his right. The three sat in silent contemplation, while Xiandu, Nanji Xianweng, Duo Bao, and Jinling Shengmu stood below, exchanging glances, unsure of how to break the silence in the presence of their revered master. After a while, Laozi spoke first. The time has come, two junior brothers. Have your servants prepare some gifts so we may jointly congratulate our senior brother. Perhaps we may glean some insights regarding his attainment of sainthood. There was a discernible weight in Laozi's tone when he mentioned senior brother, indicating his lingering dissatisfaction with Zillian's actions at the Zixiao Palace. Master, what are we doing? Have you forgotten how we lost face in front of everyone at the Zixiao Palace? Yuanshi retorted, his expression darkening at the thought of visiting the three immortal island to offer congratulations. Junior brother, do not be rash. Although Zillian and I have our differences, he is still officially our senior brother. Moreover, he has achieved the Tao fruit. How can we not go? What would Jane and Nua think of us? And our master may also be present, Laozi admonished, raising an eyebrow at Yuanshi, though Yuanshi felt reluctant. He recognized the gravity of the situation and conceded, choosing to sulk in silence rather than prolong the argument. Seeing Yuanshi's silence, Tong Tian turned to Laozi and said, Brother, there's no need for further preparations. I've already gathered the gifts on my return. We can set off now. But Tong Tian hesitated, casting a glance at Xiandu and the others below, the implication clear. Laozi understood Tong Tian's intent and pondered for a moment before saying, Let us bring them along. It would be beneficial for these young ones to experience the world. Although Laozi's words suggested a casual decision, he had ulterior motives. He believed that Zillian must have been in seclusion on the three immortal island since hearing the Tao at the Zixiao Palace, which explained his rapid attainment of the great Tao. Yet despite achieving sainthood, Zillian appeared to be alone on the island without disciples, merely a solitary figure. In contrast, the three of them, though not yet enlightened, were assured that it would only be a matter of time, and they had several exceptionally gifted disciples who were not inferior to Zillian. However, what Laozi did not realize was that Zillian was far from being a solitary figure. Each of his 3 disciples possessed the cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal and wielded innate treasures. From any perspective, they were not to be compared with Xian Du and Duo Bao. Ah, the poor old man. It seems his confidence is about to take another severe blow. Having resolved to visit and congratulate Zillian, the 3 did not delay any further. Each took their disciples and tore through space, materializing at the outskirts of the 3 immortal island with remarkable precision. Having visited once before, Yinglong and Guanjing sensed the fluctuations in space and immediately understood that someone was arriving. They descended from the giant rock and awaited in silence. Moments later, Laozi and his companions emerged from the rift in space, only to be surprised to find 2 individuals waiting before them. Greetings, esteemed uncles. I am Yinglong, the eldest disciple of our master, and this is Guanjing, his second disciple, and we have been instructed by our master to await your arrival here. Please allow us to escort you to the island. Yinglong said with composure, introducing himself and Guanjing while inviting the 3 uncles and their disciples to enter the island. Yuanshe furrowed his brow and asked, "Does your master know we are coming?" Yinglong smiled slightly and replied, in response to your inquiry, "Esteemed uncle, our master sent me and my junior brother to wait here 2 days ago." He then respectfully bowed to Yuanshe. The 3 uncles exchanged astonished glances, their thoughts evident. It seems Zillian's divination skills have truly become remarkable since achieving sainthood. Laozi then noted that both of Zillian's disciples were great Luo golden immortals, with Yinglong having reached the later stages. The poor old man felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Zillian was indeed extraordinary, and so were his disciples, having initially believed his own disciples to be quite impressive and eager to boast. He found himself outdone before even meeting Zillian. Chapter 42. Zillian imparts the Tao, as previously mentioned. After Zillian attained sainthood, Laozi, Yuanshe, and Tongtian made their way to the 3 immortal island to offer congratulations, each accompanied by their disciples, hoping to restore their own reputation. However, upon encountering Yinglong and Guanjing, their confidence was once again severely undermined. "Esteemed uncles, please." Yinglong respectfully invited Laozi and his entourage into the island. Leading the way ahead, Laozi exchanged glances with his companions, refraining from asking further questions, and leisurely followed Yinglong up the Penglai Peak. The disciples of Xuandu trailed closely behind, but the 6 individuals along the way gazed around in wonder. They beheld the exquisite scenery of the 3 immortal island, infused with a spiritual essence that surpassed even that of Kunlun Mountain, a fact acknowledged by Laozi and his companions. However, they were rendered speechless by Zillian's prowess and felt no further astonishment. It was indeed no small feat for such a vast 3 immortal island to possess such densely concentrated spiritual energy. Zillian had expended considerable resources and 3 innate treasures to establish this powerful and expansive spirit-gathering array. Guanjing remained in place, as he had to guard the location until several of his senior uncles arrived. Yet it was precisely because he stood behind these individuals that he noticed Xuandu and the others, who, while walking, eagerly absorbed the rich spiritual energy, resembling famished individuals suddenly presented with a banquet of delicacies. This sight made Guanjing chuckle inwardly, filled with pride, for the 3 immortal island was his home. As Guanjing reveled in his quiet satisfaction, the once tranquil space began to ripple once more, this time with greater intensity than before. Realizing that more visitors were arriving, he quickly composed himself, awaiting the emergence of those from the spatial realm. With a swish, 2 sounds akin to tearing silk echoed through the air as 2 fissures in space opened. From within, 2 groups emerged, one led by the siblings Fushi and Yuhua of the Buzhou Mountain, and the other comprising the figures of Jane and Juni. Upon their arrival, each party exchanged greetings before turning their gazes toward Guanjing. "Esteemed uncles, please step inside. I am here to warmly welcome you." "Per the decree of our revered sage," Guanjing said, bowing respectfully to the 4. Yuhua said nothing, merely gesturing for Guanjing to rise and lead the way. Jane and Junti exchanged glances, silently astonished by the remarkable prowess of Zillian. Recognizing the high cultivation even among his disciples, the two groups ascended the Penglai peak in succession and entered the grand bamboo hall, where they beheld Zilian seated majestically upon the Tao platform, radiating an aura of grandeur, with a small gray pagoda subtly manifesting amidst celebratory clouds, emanating immense authority and pressure. Despite their own formidable cultivation, the gathered individuals comprehended the vast chasm that existed between a quasi-saint and a true saint. The group approached, bowing deeply. "Congratulations, senior brother, on attaining the supreme Tao and achieving the state of chaos, rendering you indestructible through eons, untouched by myriad laws, and forever in peace and tranquility." Though each of them was immensely proud, particularly the three purities, they still bowed to this elder brother before Zilian, acknowledging his unparalleled majesty. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, why such formality? Please take your seats. I may have attained the Tao, but I am merely a step ahead of you all," Zilian replied, albeit aware that each individual held their own thoughts. Their gestures of respect stemmed from witnessing his ascension to sainthood and formidable strength, coupled with their ulterior motives for seeking favor from him. Ignoring the siblings Niuhua and Fushi, as well as the self-serving nature of Jin and Juni, he mused that perhaps the three purities harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, particularly Laozi, whom he had not only usurped but had also publicly embarrassed. As they settled down, the disciples accompanying the three purities stood respectfully behind their master. As there were no seats for them, Lien exchanged a glance with Humayer, who comprehended his intent and promptly instructed the waiting maidens to arrange tea and spiritual fruits across the tables before exiting. However, the presence of an unoccupied table puzzled the assembly, suggesting that another guest had yet to arrive. Lien remained unperturbed, closing his eyes in meditation, awaiting something. Moments later, a young attendant's voice rang out. "The two emperors of the heavenly demon palace have arrived." Only then did Zilian open his eyes, smiling as he regarded the entrance where Dong Huang, Tai, Yi, and Di Jun appeared. After greeting Zilian, Dong Huang and Di Jun took their seats at the vacant table. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, your long journey to the three immortal island cannot solely be for my celebration. Can it? The crux lies in the path to sainthood. Am I not correct?" Zilian, fully aware of their intentions, directly addressed the assembly. He surveyed the gathered individuals and continued, "Even so, I shall not withhold my insights. I will share my understanding of attaining sainthood, hoping that you may all contemplate deeply and soon grasp the profound Tao of chaos to achieve your own Tao fruition." Zilian retracted the overwhelming aura of a saint, allowing the attendees to feel a sense of clarity and ease. "Such kindness. Thank you, senior brother," they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. The words of gratitude were heartfelt, and even Laozi momentarily set aside their past grievances, recognizing the stark difference in cultivation between a quasi-saint and a true saint. The realization that Zilian had just attained a state of chaos with such profound mastery left them in awe. While Laozi pondered the vast divide between himself and Hong Jun, whose cultivation must surely be unparalleled, Zilian spoke no further, softly articulating his insights into the Tao, captivating the audience as they listened. Entranced, time slipped away unnoticed until the assembly gradually returned to awareness, only to find that Zilian had ceased his discourse. Observing the awakening of his guests, Zilian said, "I have shared my understanding of the Tao with you. You may now return to your respective sects and meditate at your leisure." After this, he turned to depart but paused, recalling something he addressed Dong Jun and Dong Huang. "I understand your intentions for visiting. I will not obstruct you, but I advise caution. The web of causality is intricate, and heed the consequences of your actions." Without waiting for their reactions, Zilian vanished into his rear hall. The others, witnessing his departure, did not linger, presenting their gifts to Ying Long and Humayer before swiftly exiting the three immortal island and returning to their respective abodes. However, Niuhua cast a curious glance at Dong Huang and Di Jun as she left, her perceptive nature stirred by Zilian's words, raising questions in her mind. The expressions of Dong Huang and Di Jun betrayed their unease under Niuhua's scrutiny. They harbored dubious intentions, contemplating a scheme against Hong Yun alongside Fushi. And if Niuhua were to discover this, their plans would likely unravel, potentially alerting Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi, making future endeavors far more challenging. Upon returning to his rear hall, Zilian encountered a figure seated upon a meditation cushion, none other than Hong Jun, who had unexpectedly appeared. Zilian was taken aback, realizing that Hong Jun's cultivation surpassed his expectations, and he was unaware of when exactly he had arrived. Clearly, his previous estimations of Hong Jun's abilities had been significantly underestimated. Approaching Hong Jun, Zilian bowed respectfully. "I did not anticipate your arrival. Esteemed teacher, please pardon my unpreparedness." Despite having attained sainthood, he maintained a deep reverence for Hong Jun and no need for such formalities, since you have achieved sainthood. Such gestures are unnecessary. I have come to discuss an important matter with you, Hong Jun replied, scrutinizing Zilian closely. "Please instruct me," Zilian responded, intrigued yet willing to accept the task. Hong Jun smiled slightly, gesturing for him to sit. "You should have understood something upon attaining sainthood," he remarked suddenly. Zilian, as if comprehending, replied, "I have realized that without attaining sainthood, one cannot truly become a saint." He then regarded Hong Jun earnestly. "Indeed." Hong Jun nodded in satisfaction before continuing, "Your attainment of sainthood means their path now requires your guidance." Zilian was puzzled by Hong Jun's statement, furrowing his brow in inquiry. "I do not comprehend." "Esteemed teacher, please elucidate that I have previously mentioned that you are an anomaly, born of chaos, predating the heavenly Tao, intricately linked to it. Even if you surpass the heavenly Tao in the future, you cannot sever this connection. Though I am your teacher, it is merely a result of the heavenly Tao's arrangement, an unalterable fate. However, a great calamity approaches, and if they do not achieve sainthood soon, they may fail to safeguard the integrity of the heavenly Tao. This is why I assert that you must guide them on the path to sainthood." Hong Jun expounded, seemingly indifferent to whether Zilian understood. "You need only to focus on enlightening one individual. The others will naturally comprehend the path to sainthood. I believe you have already identified this person during your own attainment of sainthood." After Hong Jun finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Zilian. However, Zilian was momentarily taken aback by Hong Jun's remark that even with great achievements, one cannot escape the relationship with the heavenly Tao. What does this mean? Am I destined to be bound to the heavenly Tao for eternity? Zilian was completely oblivious to the fact that Hong Jun had already concluded his explanation, fixating her gaze upon him while lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 43. A Visit to Nuwa. Previously, it was mentioned that after Zilian imparted her insights on attaining sanctity to the three pure ones in Nuwa, she sent them away and returned to her rear hall. Oh, her surprise. Hong Jun had quietly appeared in her sanctuary, and his words plunged the now sainted Zilian into deep contemplation. Nearly half a day passed in a reverie. A sudden thought flickered in Zilian's mind. It seemed that Hong Jun was still by her side. Startled by this realization, she turned to see Hong Jun smiling warmly at her, causing her to feel a bit awkward. "Master, no need to explain. When you achieve sanctity, you should have grasped the principles of the heavenly Tao. You must be aware of what is to come next. That individual requires your enlightenment to attain sanctity." Hong Jun interjected. Zilian wished to ask more, yet Hong Jun raised his hand to signal her silence. "I have already imparted my knowledge. It is up to you to figure out how to enlighten her. However, you must not reveal it overtly. This is a manifestation of your entanglement with the heavenly Tao." With that, Hong Jun nodded at Zilian and vanished into the void. Zilian sat cross-legged on the meditation mat in the rear hall, deeply pondering the task bestowed upon her by Hong Jun, or perhaps the heavenly Tao. Yet, she felt a twinge of confusion. What connection do I have with Nuwa, who molded humanity from clay? Why must I enlighten her? Despite her intensive contemplation, Zilian could not grasp the essence of it. She understood that Hong Jun's evasion hinted at an inextricable bond with the heavenly Tao. Thus, the responsibility of enlightening these saints fell upon her, which seemed utterly absurd, if one were to consider connections with the heavenly Tao. Then Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian had far more profound ties than she did, given that they were incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Zilian held a degree of wariness towards Hong Jun's words, for he had deliberately suppressed her time of sanctification. cleverly manipulating circumstances to ensure she escaped the burden of the heavenly Tao's reckoning, thus placing Hong Jun in a position that could not be altered. Zillion doubted that Hong Jun bore no resentment. After all, one cannot dismiss the possibility of him plotting against her behind the scenes. Sighing, she resolved not to dwell on it any longer. If I cannot understand it, then I shall not doubt I will take it one step at a time. At least I have attained the status of a saint. Surely, Hong Jun would not dare to overtly scheme against me. Straightening her robes, Zillion stood and swiftly made her way to the location where Ying Long and the others were cultivating. Come here, the three of you. I have something to discuss. Zillion interrupted their discussion as she noticed Ying Long and his companions exchanging insights about their respective cultivation experiences. Greetings, Master. Upon hearing Zillion summon them, the three hurriedly turned, recognizing Zillion standing behind them, and promptly rose to pay their respects. I must leave for a time on urgent matters. You three must diligently guard the dojo and continue your cultivation. Upon my return, I shall impart the great Tao to you. Zillion instructed her disciples. Rest assured, Master, my brothers and I will diligently safeguard the dojo and ensure no trouble arises, Humayr confidently asserted. Perhaps due to her advancing cultivation or the lifting of her burdens as clan leader, revealing her playful nature as she waved her small fists at Zillion, wrinkling her charming little nose. Zillion couldn't help but chuckle at Humayr's demeanor. Logically, such familiarity from Humayr would be considered disrespectful in the presence of others. Yet Zillion felt no such discomfort. It seemed that the influence of his modern spirit allowed him to feel a sense of warmth in Humayr's transformation. Unconsciously, he reached out and gently flicked her forehead. Oh, Humayr, are you truly formidable? Don't cry at the slightest hint of conflict. Humph. Master underestimates me. I won't cry. Humayr blushed at Zillion's teasing, recalling how she had been seen crying by Ying Long. Nevertheless, she stubbornly denied it. Ha! Our mayor is the best. However, I shall inspect your progress upon my return. Zillion winked at her as he spoke. Master, you need not worry. We will not slack off, the usually composed Guan Jing assured him. Good. Your words bring me peace of mind. Though your elder brother possesses greater cultivation, his handling of matters pales in comparison to yours, Zillion remarked, casting a glance at Ying Long, who sheepishly scratched his head in response. As for your younger sister, Mayor, I have no concerns. As long as she refrains from causing trouble for others, that is already commendable. Master, how could I do such a thing? They're the ones who bully me. Humayr protested, tugging at Zillion's hand and shaking it from side to side. You little fox, do not think I am unaware just because I am not by your side. Every time you spar, your elder brother has certainly suffered greatly at your hands, Zillion said to the clingy Humayr. All right, I must take my leave now. Remember my words. As soon as Zillion finished speaking, he vanished from sight. When Zillion reappeared, he found himself at the foot of Mount Bujo, the mountain guardian. Upon seeing Zillion suddenly materialize before him, recognized him as a person of extraordinary cultivation, adorned in Taoist robes, that he approached respectfully and inquired. May I ask what brings you here, esteemed one? Zillion regarded the bowing disciple and replied calmly. Please inform Yuhua that Zillion from Sanxian Island has come to visit regarding important matters. Yes, esteemed one. Please wait here for a moment while I go to inform my teacher, the disciple said hurriedly before soaring away on a cloud. Standing at the foot of Mount Bujo, Zillion gazed up at the towering peak that pierced the heavens. And he couldn't help but reminisce about Pangdu, feeling a pang of melancholy. Ah, brother Pangdu, if only you knew I have attained sanctity, you would surely be pleased. Yet we shall never meet again, and the mountain formed from your backbone will soon be destroyed by that fiend. Gong Gong, though I am aware, I cannot intervene. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would surely punish me. Zillion silently reflected. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and an idea took root in his mind. The more he contemplated, the more feasible the notion appeared. Calculating swiftly in his mind what he would require, he resolved firmly that even if it meant defying the heavenly Tao, he would see this decision through. Greetings, brother, Yuhua said, her heart filled with surprise upon hearing the mountain guardian's report that Zillion had come to visit. Did he not just return a few days ago? What brings him here now? Nevertheless, she deemed it an appropriate time to visit. As Yuhua descended from the grand hall atop the mountain, Zillian was already aware that although Mount Bujo was protected by a formidable array, rendering it impervious to external divine perceptions, to Zillian, such defenses were mere trifles. Only when Nuwa approached did he turn to face her. "Brother, let us discuss matters within the cave," Nuwa said, gesturing for him to follow. Zillian understood that this was not a suitable place for conversation. Nodding slightly, he entered the formation with a composed demeanor. The array that could kill without a trace was utterly ineffective against him. Wherever Zillian walked, the formation would cease its operation. Nuwa observed this and realized the vast disparity between them. In no time, they were seated within the grand hall of Mount Bujo. After some courteous exchanges, Zillian took the seat of honor with Nuwa positioned beside him. "Brother, you mentioned urgent matters when you summoned the Mountain Guardian. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Nuwa inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she noticed Zillian's prolonged silence. Seeing that Nuwa could no longer hold back her questions, Zillian finally spoke. "Sister, you couldn't resist the urge to inquire, could you? I had thought you were a person of equanimity, unperturbed by circumstances." Zillian's playful remark caused Nuwa's cheeks to flush slightly. She thought to herself, what has come over Brother Zillian? He was so stern just days ago. How could he seem like a different person now, if not for the endless aura of sanctity emanating from him? I might suspect he was an impostor. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. "You flatter me. Brother, that as a mere woman, I am often straightforward in my speech. If I have been impolite, I hope you will not take offense." Nuwa replied, offering a respectful gesture, "Da-ha-ha. Sister, there is no need for such formalities. Being straightforward is not a flaw." Zillian reassured her. Zillian gestured to Nuwa and said, "Junior sister, I have come here today concerning your path to sanctification." "Ah, is this truly the case, elder brother?" Nuwa exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement upon hearing Zillian's words, her face flushing crimson as if it might bleed. "Calm yourself, junior sister. Your journey to sanctification is unlike that of others. May I reside here on Mount Bujo for a few days?" Zillian refrained from elaborating on the means of achieving sanctification, instead choosing to settle on the mountain. Nuwa, puzzled by Zillian's sudden declaration, nonetheless swiftly acquiesced, saying, "If you do not mind the simplicity of my dwelling, feel free to stay." Zillian remained silent, observing Nuwa's anxious demeanor, which struck her as amusing, the mother of humanity blushing and fidgeting without daring to urge her to speak. A mischievous thought crossed Zillian's mind. "Junior sister, I shall withhold the method of sanctification for now. It has been a long time since you roamed the vast wilderness. Why not embark on a journey, and, upon your return, I shall reveal to you the secrets of attaining your sacred status?" Zillian proposed. "Elder brother, what do you mean?" Nuwa began to inquire, but quickly grasped his intention. It was evident that her elder brother's suggestion to wander was closely tied to her path to sanctification, possibly intertwined with her upcoming journey. "Very well. I shall heed your advice and set forth, but I kindly ask you to look after Mount Bujo in my absence," Nuwa replied, bowing respectfully to Zillian before returning to her chamber to prepare for her journey. Chapter 44. Trouble approaches. Previously, it was mentioned that Zillian, under Hongjuan's directive, had come to enlighten a few individuals towards sanctification and had sought out Nuwa on Mount Bujo, urging her to embark on a journey before her return. Though Nuwa was perplexed by the underlying meaning, she did not delve deeper and began to pack for her descent from the mountain. Brother Hongyun, once again you have lost this round." Beneath the gnarled branches of the ginseng fruit tree in Wuzhuang Temple, Zenyuanzi and Hongyun were engaged in a game of chess. Yet it was evident that Hongyun was outmatched, losing more than he won. Indeed, another defeat. "Your chess skills are truly unparalleled, my elder brother," Hongyun replied with a hint of disinterest, forcing a smile in Zenyuanzi's direction. Zenyuanzi had long noticed Hongyun's unusual demeanor. Typically, during their games, although Hongyun was not a formidable opponent, he could still hold his own. Today, however, he seemed distracted, allowing Zenyuanzi to dominate the board effortlessly. "Brother, what seems to be troubling you? You appear somewhat preoccupied today," Zenyuanzi inquired, puzzled. "I cannot quite explain it. While playing just now, I felt an inexplicable stirring within me, as though something significant were about to transpire. Upon reflection, I discerned that the heavenly secrets were murky and unclear. I initially thought it would pass. Yet the sensation has only intensified, Hong Yun admitted, revealing his unease to Zhen Yuanzi, with whom he shared a deep bond. Oh, what could be causing such a phenomenon? Zhen Yuanzi's heart raced at Hong Yun's words. He hastily calculated the situation, confirming that indeed, the heavenly secrets were obscure. It seemed that they had been disturbed by some malevolent force. Zhen Yuanzi's anxiety grew. After all, if even Hong Yun felt such trepidation, it must indicate impending calamity. He pondered, neither Hong Yun nor I have wronged anyone, and our cultivation is respectable. Who could possibly wish us harm? Qing Feng, Mingwei, Zhen Yuanzi called for his two disciples who had been faithfully attending him. He understood that individuals of trivial strength would not dare to disturb Wuzhuang Temple. Those who did would possess absolute confidence, necessitating vigilance. Your disciple is here, Master. Please give your orders. Qing Feng and Mingwei responded respectfully upon hearing their master's summons. Quickly open the protective array and instruct everyone to be on high alert for potential intruders. Go, Zhen Yuanzi commanded, glancing at his disciples. Yes, Master, they replied, sensing the gravity in Zhen Yuanzi's tone, and swiftly took flight to arrange the defenses. Brother Hong Yun, do not panic. I have opened the protective array. Should anyone pose a threat to you, I shall not let them escape. With our cultivation and the treasures at our disposal, common foes will find it difficult to gain an advantage. Zhen Yuanzi reassured Hong Yun as he noticed the latter's furrowed brow. Let us hope so. Hong Yun sighed. Zhen Yuanzi, I wish to rest for a while to gather my strength. If indeed someone comes to disrupt us, I shall confront them. With that, Hong Yun disregarded Zhen Yuanzi and began to meditate beneath the ginseng fruit tree. Days turned into weeks, and though Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi frequently discussed their calculations of the heavenly secrets, they remained shrouded in ambiguity. Hong Yun's sense of foreboding intensified, creating a state of unrest within Wuzhuang Temple, leaving everyone on edge. Before long, 6 months had passed. One day, while meditating, Hong Yun awoke, his previously troubled expression now calm. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was about to inquire, Hong Yun spoke. Brother Zhenyin, the unsettling sensation has finally subsided. Upon hearing this, both Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi exhaled in relief. The days of constant vigilance had come to an end. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was about to summon his disciples to dismantle the defenses, a voice shattered the tranquility, sending chills down their spines. Taoist Zhenyin, the Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai of the Heavenly Demon Palace have come to pay a visit. I beg your pardon for the intrusion. Emperor Jun's voice boomed outside Wuzhuang Temple, causing the surrounding trees and rocks to tremble, as if he sought to announce his presence to the world. Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback. These two had always been strangers to him, neither foes nor friends. Why would they choose today to visit? Turning to Hong Yun, he sought to discuss whether they should receive the guests, only to find Hong Yun's previously cheerful demeanor had darkened once more. Brother Zhenyin, I have just calculated again, and this feeling I sensed is indeed linked to the two from the Heavenly Demon Palace, and it portends great danger. Today is unlikely to end peacefully, Hong Yun warned Zhen Yuanzi, though he withheld the full truth of his ominous calculations, fearing that his fate might also endanger Zhen Yuanzi. Oh, how could this be? Zhen Yuanzi gasped, equally astonished. They had no grievances with Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. Why would they seek trouble? Master, outside. Outside, Qing Feng rushed in, panting heavily, while simultaneously calling out, Qing Feng, why are you in such a state of panic? What is happening outside? Zhen Yuanzi asked, somewhat displeased by his disciple's alarm. After taking a moment to steady himself, Qing Feng replied, Master, a host of demons has arrived outside, led by 3 individuals. One carries a book with a jade tablet floating above it. Another wields a small bronze bell, and the third is a dark-clad Taoist with no visible items. The lesser demons surrounding them each hold a flag, seemingly setting up some sort of formation. Go and command everyone to be on high alert, Zhen Yuanzi instructed Qing Feng, who quickly left to relay the orders. Brother Zhenyuan, open the protective array. I shall confront the visitors from the Heavenly Demon Palace. I wish to see what schemes Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai are plotting, Hong Yun declared, his usual amiable demeanor replaced by a fierce resolve. Not act rashly, Brother Hong Yun. From what Qing Feng described, those demons wielding flags are likely setting up the most mysterious of formations. The Zhou Tian Star Do array. Not even we, with our abilities, could easily counter it, let alone a sage. Please wait here for a moment while I ascertain the situation, and then we shall devise a plan together. Zhen Yuanzi cautioned, his expression grave. Zhen Yuzi hastily intervened to prevent Hong Yun's impulsive actions, ascending into the sky to gaze at the monsters gathered outside Wuzhuangguan. Di Jun and Dong Huang were deep in discussion, and upon noticing Zhen Yuzi rising from the temple, Di Jun saluted him from afar, saying, "Jun Dao friend, my brother Dong Huang, and I have come to pay our respects. Pray tell, why do you not come to greet us?" What could be the reason? Di Jun's words were undeniably quite rude, yet Zhen Yuzi remained unperturbed, returning the gesture with a bow and replying, "Greetings to both esteemed emperors. It is not that Zhen Yuzi has neglected courtesy, but rather that Wuzhuangguan is somewhat indisposed today, and I am unable to receive you. I humbly request that the emperor's return, and I shall surely visit you to offer my apologies another day." Logically, Zhen Yuzi's response was without fault. Had it been anyone else, they would have taken their leave after such an apology. However, Di Jun and Dong Huang had come seeking trouble, or to put it bluntly, to rob him, and would they simply walk away without a word? Would all their elaborate scheming go to waste? Di Jun awaited Zhen Yuzi's words, his previously smiling demeanor turning cold, his gaze sharp. "Zhen Yuzi, we, your junior brothers, regard you as a mentor. We intended to visit you. Yet what do you mean by this? Not only do you refuse to meet us, but you have also activated the protective Great Formation. Are you perhaps wary of us?" Di Jun gestured toward the protective array surrounding Wuzhuangguan. Upon hearing Di Jun's words, Zhen Yuzi frowned, taken aback that he would use this matter against him, as he contemplated how to respond. Hong Yun, who had been waiting below, ascended. "Zhen Yuzi, why waste words on them? These two clearly harbor ill intentions. Otherwise, why would they set up the starry array before your very door? This is nothing short of a provocation. Allow me to confront them for a moment, while you oversee the formation to prevent an ambush from the heavenly demon palace." Before Hong Yun could finish speaking, he dashed forth, heading straight for Di Jun and Dong Huang, indicating that this usually affable person was genuinely enraged. Upon witnessing Hong Yun's advance, Zhen Yuzi realized that there was no avoiding the confrontation today. The only option was to determine their strengths in combat. Reluctantly, he returned to the temple to personally oversee the protective formation, hoping to assist Hong Yun in his moment of peril. He never entertained the notion that Hong Yun could defeat Di Jun and Dong Huang, for that was simply impossible. Even with his defensive treasures, the Earth Book and the ginseng fruit tree, he could not confidently assert they would match Di Jun and Dong Huang, especially with the formidable demon master camping at their side. Chapter 45. Hong Yun's peril. Previously, it was mentioned that Hong Yun felt he was facing a life-and-death calamity, but out of concern for Zhen Yuzi, he had kept some matters concealed. To his astonishment, this calamity manifested through Di Jun and Dong Huang of the Heavenly Demon Palace, prompting Hong Yun to storm toward the group of monsters surrounding Wuzhuangguan. Hong Yun, you have finally decided to show yourself. Indeed, we have come seeking trouble, but not with Zhen Yuzi. Rather, it is you we seek. Di Jun ascended, acknowledging his intent while parrying one of Hong Yun's strikes, and the two began to grapple in midair. As for Tai, he hesitated no longer. After a prolonged struggle, it became evident that Di Jun was at a disadvantage against Hong Yun. Seizing an opening, he quickly retreated, calling out to the indecisive Tai below, and then re-engaged in combat with the charging Hong Yun. Tai was initially reluctant to engage in a 2-on-1 confrontation, feeling it was dishonorable. However, given the gravity of the situation, it was not a time for heroics. Upon hearing Di Jun's call, he gritted his teeth, soared into the sky, and addressed Hong Yun with a curt, "Forgive me," as he summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell. Charging toward Hong Yun's back, though he was discontent with his brother's tactics, he showed no mercy. Should Hong Yun be hit, he would certainly suffer grave injuries, if not death. What a despicable scoundrel. Although Hong Yun was locked in battle with Di Jun, he remained aware of Tai's bell. Evading was impossible, so he braced himself, enduring a palm strike from Di Jun, using the force to dodge the fatal blow from behind. Nonetheless, Di Jun's strike caused Hong Yun to cough up blood midair. Quickly, Hong Yun, return to the formation. Let us withstand this together. Zenuzi had intended to assist Hong Yun upon seeing him engage Di Jun, but was blocked by the silent demon master Kunpeng. Lacking superior treasures, Kunpeng was certainly not Zenuzi's match. Yet Kunpeng was not relying on his cultivation to confront Zenuzi. Instead, he commanded the starry array to bombard the protective formation of Wuzhuangguan. After just one round of assault, the formation trembled perilously. On the brink of collapse, Zenuzi had no choice but to retreat back into the array, personally managing the defenses against the starry array. Upon hearing Zenuzi's call, Hong Yun snapped back to reality. He realized that if he engaged either of his adversaries alone, he stood no chance. However, if the two of them combined their efforts, he would be utterly overwhelmed and would likely perish within a few exchanges. As he contemplated retreat, Di Jun and Tai denied him the opportunity. Tai swiftly cut off his escape route, while Di Jun ensnared him in combat. Hong Yun sensed that escape was futile, and a surge of determination surged within him, accompanied by a twinge of self-reproach. It seemed fate sought his demise. If only he had heeded his brother's advice to remain within the temple, perhaps there would have been a chance for a turnaround. Alas, blinded by the looming calamity, he lamented. Yet if they sought his life, they would have to pay a price. With renewed ferocity, Hong Yun unleashed a series of fierce attacks that left Di Jun and Tai struggling to keep their footing. Able to tap into merely a fraction of their full prowess, in a tempest of assaults, he forced the two back significantly. Disregarding his own wounds, he muttered an incantation under his breath, and a vividly crimson gourd materialized in his hand, emanating a terrifying aura that testified to its formidable nature. Legend has it that in the primordial chaos of creation, a chaotic spiritual root fell upon the undulating terrain of Buzhou Mountain. This root would eventually sprout into a gourd vine, yielding 7 gourds. One was taken by Nuwa, fashioned into a golden gourd capable of birthing weapons and metal. Another was the purple gold gourd used by Taishang Laojun to store elixirs, while yet another, whose bearer remains unknown, eventually came into the possession of Luya, becoming the fabled Zhanxian gourd. The remaining 3 were likely claimed by some reclusive cultivator. The gourd in Hong Yun's possession was the last of its kind. Refined with the essence of the Star River divine sand, specifically designed to corrupt flesh and taint souls, the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd. With a mere incantation, the divine sand within would surge forth to inflict harm, reducing flesh to mere blood and obliterating souls with ruthless efficiency. Due to its notorious nature, Hong Yun had rarely utilized the gourd, despite its standing among the innate spiritual treasures. Hong Yun hurled the gourd into the air, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture at his chest, eyes closed as he swiftly recited the incantation. With a wave of his left hand toward the gourd, it began to roll in the air, growing ever larger, and from its opening, a torrent of divine sand surged forth, aimed at Di Jun, Tai, and the demon master Kunpeng, who was commanding the starry array. Upon seeing Hong Yun produce the gourd, Di Jun and Tai attempted to intervene. However, Hong Yun's spellcasting was alarmingly swift. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves ensnared by the divine sand. Although they were trapped, their innate treasures and chaotic artifacts ensured their safety, leaving them with little to worry about. In contrast, Kunpeng lacked any noteworthy treasures. Yet, he was cunning. Knowing he would face certain death if caught in the deluge, he swiftly ducked inside the starry array for refuge. While this move secured his safety, the lesser demons maintaining the formation suffered dire consequences. Hong Yun, aware that his treasure was powerful but required a target, turned his attention to the unfortunate little demons. In an instant where the torrent flowed, it was as if a rain of blood fell from the sky. Not a trace of the demons remained, not even a hair. Hong Yun, you of such esteemed cultivation, how could you bully these little ones? Di Jun watched in horror as his subordinates transformed into a crimson rain, feeling as if his heart twisted in anguish. Those little demons were his elite. Unable to suppress his disdain for the retreating Kunpeng, Hong Yun had truly become ruthless, specifically directing the torrent to seek out those little demons wielding the star banners, ignoring the curses directed at Di Jun and Donghuang Tai. He treated them as mere exhalations. With Hong Yun's interference, the star array was shattered, and Kunpeng was the first to retreat to a safe distance. Watching the commotion unfold, Wuzhuangguan was liberated, and Zenuanzi, filled with indignation, reflected on the embarrassing predicament he found himself in. How long had he been reduced to a coward, watching helplessly as his younger brother fought fiercely outside? The feeling was unbearable. Once freed, Xinyuanzi soared into the fray, unleashing his fury upon the demon horde. Upon witnessing Xinyuanzi join the battle, Dijuan and Dongwang were alarmed. No matter how many subordinates they had, it would never be enough to satiate their thirst for slaughter. Kunpeng was unreliable. He was far too cunning, fully aware he was no match for them, and thus would never dare to intervene. It seemed they had no choice but to rely on themselves. Exchanging a glance, the two brothers understood each other's intentions without words. With a sharp command, Dijuan expanded the protective light of the Hichu and Luo Shu, enveloping Dongwang Tai within, while Dongwang Tai activated the defenses of the Dongwang Bell. A decisive strike landed upon the bell, sending it hurtling like a meteor towards the unsuspecting Hongyun. With a thunderous clang, the Dongwang Bell struck Hongyun, sending him flying far away, and he spat blood repeatedly in midair. The treasure gourd, wreaking havoc above, fell back into Hongyun's grasp due to the loss of his control, and the divine sand torrent was also retrieved. Hongyun, surrender the foundation of the Tao, and I shall spare your life. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai called from the skies, gazing down at the somewhat disheartened Hongyun. The impact from the Dongwang Bell had taken a severe toll on Hongyun, pushing his body and consciousness to the brink of collapse. Blood drenched him, and his once pristine Taoist robe now hung in tatters. Struggling to suppress his injuries, Hongyun could not help but bitterly reflect on Dijuan's words. I thought my life was at stake. It turns out you merely seek the foundation of the Tao. Raising his head, his eyes bloodshot, he glared fiercely at Dijuan and Dongwang, his face contorted in rage. You want the foundation of the Tao? Very well. As he spoke, blood flowed from his mouth, and with a wave of his hand, a swirl of purple gas materialized in his grasp. Hongyun, do not give it to them. Xinyuanzi's heart ached at the sight of Hongyun's miserable condition. Regretting that had he been by his side to protect him, Hongyun would not have been so grievously injured by the Dongwang Bell. Just as Xinyuanzi was about to rush to Hongyun's aid, a figure intercepted his path. Xinyuanzi, where do you think you are going? You killed so many of my subordinates, and now you wish to leave. Kunpeng, who had been lurking at the edges, saw Hongyun wounded and believed victory was tipping in his favor. Thus he stepped in to block Xinyuanzi's rescue attempt. Dijuan and Dongwang were displeased with Kunpeng's opportunistic behavior. He was far too adept at taking advantage of situations. He had been quicker to flee than a rabbit during the earlier chaos. But now was not the time to settle accounts with him, for they still required his assistance. As for Hongyun, the two brothers had not even considered him, believing he was too severely injured to pose any threat. Zhenyuan, do not approach. Hongyun is finished. Hongyun's voice suddenly interrupted Xinyuanzi's intentions as he raised his hand, hurling the primordial purple gas towards the enemy and the two brothers, then charged forward. The foundation of the Tao is mine. Dongwang exclaimed as he seized the primordial purple gas flying towards him, laughing heartily. Dijuan, however, was not swayed by this sudden joy. He noticed the determination to die in Hongyun's eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. Not good, retreat, he exclaimed, pulling the still elated Dongwang away swiftly. Chapter 46. An endless void previously, Xinyuanzi had intended to save Hongyun from the grievous blow of the Dongwang Bell, but was thwarted by the opportunistic Kunpeng. Meanwhile, Hongyun, in a moment of desperation, hurled the foundation of the Tao towards Dijuan and Dongwang while charging at them with a fierce resolve to perish alongside them. Although Dijuan attempted to retreat with Dongwang in tow, he soon realized it was too late. Hongyun was already upon them, a wicked smile on his face. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Come, die with me. As Hongyun saw the brothers attempting to flee, he mocked them. And before his words faded, he surged forward, igniting his own primordial essence to enhance his speed. With a thunderous explosion, Hongyun detonated his body and soul in a desperate bid to take them down with him. The force of a quasi-saint's self-detonation was unimaginable, likely equivalent to the power of a dozen atomic bombs, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Xinyuanzi, sensing the impending doom, quickly activated the defenses of the Earth Book and the ginseng fruit tree, narrowly avoiding disaster. Though he was left severely drained and fainted from the effort, Kunpeng, on the other hand, found himself in dire straits. Having hoped to benefit from the chaos, he was caught off guard by Hong Yun's self-detonation, leaving him gravely injured and diminished in strength. If not for his instinct to revert to his true form in the nick of time, he might have been utterly obliterated by the blast. Yet even in his true form, he was not unscathed. Once a majestic black-feathered divine bird, he now lay on the ground like a wretched, bloodied chicken, a pitiful sight resembling a plucked rooster, drenched in blood and covered in scars. As for the little demons, they had long since been swept away by the shockwave of the explosion. It was likely that only a handful had survived. Fortunately, as the battle had progressed, they had drifted far from Xinyuanzi's Wuzhuangguan, sparing it from significant damage. However, the disciples controlling the great array within were not so fortunate, as they were knocked to the ground, coughing up blood from the overwhelming force of the explosion. The protective array, capable of withstanding the star battle array, was utterly destroyed, and the surrounding mountains were flattened, leaving not a blade of grass behind. Even the very earth was upheaved. The sound of Hong Yun's self-detonation echoed throughout the vast expanse, startling those in seclusion or engaged in battle alike. This was merely the aftermath of a quasi-saint's explosion. One could only imagine the devastation a saint's self-detonation would unleash, perhaps enough to annihilate the heavens and the earth. As the smoke from the explosion began to clear, two figures in a crimson gourd emerged from the center of the blast, Dijuan and Dongwang, along with Hong Yun's 9-9 Scattersoul gourd. Yet its master was no more. His soul extinguished. Surprisingly, both Dijuan and Donghuang had survived the cataclysm. It was as if an old adage rang true. Good men do not live long. Calamities last for millennia. They had certainly brought this upon themselves. In truth, their survival was due to the protection offered by the innate spiritual treasures, Hichu and Luo Shu, along with the chaos spiritual treasure, the Chaos Bell. Under the dual shielding of these artifacts, it was nearly impossible for them to perish in the explosion. However, the two remained suspended in place, motionless for a time, until Dijuan finally opened his eyes, shaking off the dizziness caused by the blast. Suddenly recalling something, he looked around in terror, relieved to find only Donghuang and the floating gourd beside them. "What a madman," Dijuan muttered. "Big brother, is that lunatic dead?" Donghuang asked, glancing around and noticing the absence of Hong Yun, his eyes lighting up as he spotted the gourd left in the air. He had witnessed the gourd's power firsthand. "Big brother," he called to Dijuan, pointing at the gourd. Dijuan glanced at the gourd, then back at Donghuang, nodding in agreement. Ecstatic, Donghuang darted towards the gourd, reaching out to seize it. Just then, a golden light streaked in from the horizon, snatching the gourd away from Donghuang. Furious, he shouted, "Who dares to take the gourd we fought so hard for?" Quickly summoning the Donghuang bell, he ensnared the golden light, drawing it closer if you wish to claim the gourd. "Then I shall take your treasure as well." The Eastern Sovereign addressed the void. Once the golden light dissipated, it revealed a gnarled branch-like entity, cradling a gourd. The concealed figure offered no response to the Eastern Sovereign's words, instead fervently manipulating the withered branch in the air, attempting to escape the confinement of the Eastern Sovereign's bell. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to vanquish the other. Upon witnessing this outcome, Emperor Jun understood that someone was attempting to seize the treasure. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the river map and Luo book, enveloping the two stalemated treasures, aiming to overpower the hidden adversary. The branch, realizing that if Emperor Jun succeeded, it would stand no chance, hastily intensified its efforts to break free. A gentle sigh echoed through the air, and suddenly, a golden 12-petal lotus platform materialized, precisely countering Emperor Jun's river map and Luo book. In an instant, the four treasures displayed their unique powers in a fierce struggle, none able to triumph over the others, yet unwilling to relent. Thus, they remained in a deadlock. The space quivered once more, and a 9-story small tower appeared amidst the four treasures, spinning rapidly. Each tier of the tower emanated a radiant glow and a flash of 9-colored brilliance. The four treasures were swept down to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the light flickered, ensnaring the gourd and making its escape. Naturally, the treasures could not allow something that had just emerged to seize the gourd they had nearly grasped, so they soared into the air, attempting to intercept the small tower, launching an assault upon it. A cold scoff resonated in the ears of the treasure's masters, causing all four to spit out a mouthful of blood, their control over the treasure shaken. Seizing this opportunity, the small tower spiraled away with the gourd, breaking through the space. The Eastern Sovereign and Emperor June exchanged a glance, shivering involuntarily. A figure flashed in their minds, Saint Zillion. Only he could injure the four with merely a cold scoff. And only he could so easily breach the space to claim the treasures. Both men shook their heads, realizing that the saint was not someone they could afford to offend. The masters of the two treasures seemed to grasp this truth as well. After nodding at the Eastern Sovereign and Emperor June, their treasures tore through the space and departed. Emperor June and the Eastern Sovereign then stowed their treasures and descended to the ground, where they beheld the comical sight of Kuenpung, nearly bursting into laughter. The dissatisfaction they had harbored towards Kuenpung's evasive actions dissipated entirely. The Eastern Sovereign hurriedly approached the immobilized Kuenpung, administering a pill to him and helping to dissipate its effects to hastily mend his wounds. Gradually, Kuenpung regained his composure and transformed back into human form. Observing the flushed faces of the Eastern Sovereign and Emperor June, he remarked, "If you wish to laugh, then laugh," unable to contain themselves any longer. The two erupted into hearty laughter, while Kuenpung, unperturbed, closed his eyes to indulge in his own vexation. After a prolonged fit of laughter, the two finally recalled that the old scoundrel Xinyuanzi was still lying unconscious nearby. They hastened to his side, and the Eastern Sovereign drew a treasured sword, raising it to stab down at the prone Xinyuanzi, intent on eliminating him before he could seek revenge for the death of his sworn brother. The two knew that killing him was preferable to constantly guarding against him in the future. However, just a mere half-inch from Xinyuanzi, the sword halted, not because the Eastern Sovereign had developed a kind heart, but because a cerulean protective barrier had mysteriously materialized around Xinyuanzi, deflecting the Eastern Sovereign's blade. The Eastern Sovereign felt a tremendous backlash from the sword, forcing him back several steps, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the weapon, its tip quivering violently from the impact. What was happening? Logically, a treasure's protective nature should only activate in response to a lethal threat to its master, yet he had just now not utilized any force. Merely seeking to kill him with his own physical strength, the treasure should not have sensed it at all. As the Eastern Sovereign and Emperor June were perplexed and prepared to act, they heard Zillion's voice. "Enough. Xinyuanzi is not someone you can kill now. Spare him, for mercy begets mercy." Zillion's words enlightened the Eastern Sovereign and Emperor June. They realized that Xinyuanzi's protective treasure had been the work of Zillion. Though they felt reluctant for failing to eliminate this major nuisance, Zillion's decree left them no choice but to refrain from further action. With a begrudging glance at the still unconscious Xinyuanzi, they tidied up the remnants of the formation left by the deceased minor demons and hoisted the incapacitated Kuenping back to the heavenly demon palace. As for the minor demons still clinging to life on the ground, they left them to their own devices. Although the battle at Wuzhuang Temple had concluded swiftly, the losses sustained by the heavenly demon palace exceeded expectations. Yet, Emperor June and the Eastern Sovereign paid little heed. In comparison to the foundation of the Great Tao, those losses were negligible. Meanwhile, the once amiable Hongyun and Xinyuanzi had met with dire fates, one dead and the other grievously injured. However, as the saying goes, do not be deceived by the current merriment. One must be wary of future reckoning. Chapter 47. Nuwa's journey as previously mentioned, Hongyun ultimately could not withstand the combined assault of Emperor June and the Eastern Sovereign. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to self-destruct, hoping to take both of them down with him. Yet he overlooked the fact that they were protected by innate spiritual treasures, resulting in his failure to obliterate them and nearly endangering the safety of his friend Xinyuanzi. Had it not been for Zillion intervening to prevent the Eastern Sovereign from executing Xinyuanzi, the latter would have perished. Recently, the demon and witch clans had been preoccupied with their internal affairs, leading to a notable tranquility across the vast expanse of Hongwang. Although incidents of murder and treasure theft still occurred, they were but minor occurrences in the grand scheme of the expansive world, like a flickering flame in the vast ocean. Nuwa descended from Buzhou Mountain, eschewing the use of cloud travel or protective shields, for Zillion had previously advised her to wander the earth, to observe and reflect upon it. Nonetheless, she could still employ minor celestial arts for travel, such as the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch. Even a novice at the celestial level could utilize this spell, but compared to Nuwa, who was on the cusp of becoming a saint, it paled in comparison that a celestial would cover a distance of 100 or so meters in a single step, while Nuwa could traverse dozens of miles in one stride. Her journey took an entire month, covering several thousand miles, not due to slowness, but because she took the time to meditate at every picturesque spot or perilous terrain she encountered, seeking to comprehend the essence of nature. Along the way, she encountered various beings in distress, and as long as they bore light karmic burdens, she extended her assistance. More amusingly, she also stumbled upon some fools attempting to rob her, which not only entertained her, but also amused her greatly. The sights, sounds, and insights she experienced throughout her travels allowed her to gain a deeper understanding of herself and clarified Zillion's intent in sending her on this journey. Her state of mind had indeed elevated significantly, had she been absorbed in solitary cultivation on Bujo Mountain. She likely would not have achieved such rapid progress in such a short time. This realization made her grateful for her elder brother. One day, as Nuwa traversed a continuous mountain range, she noticed golden light descending from the heavens into one of the peaks. Curious, she wondered if a treasure was about to emerge. However, the scene did not seem to suggest that. Being Fushi's sister, she had learned a considerable amount of divination techniques from him. Although she could not claim to surpass her teacher, she was certainly more skilled than most who had not yet attained sainthood. Nuwa calculated and soon discerned the truth. A pair of demon couple resided in the mountain, and today marked the birth of their child. Intrigued, she realized that when a child was born amidst golden light, it was destined for greatness, certainly not an ordinary individual. Nuwa followed the golden light, rounding a mountain ridge to discover a cave not deep within a mountainside. A robust man clad in a beast-skin robe paced anxiously outside, his eyes frequently darting toward the cave, revealing his evident concern. This man was presumably the lord of the cave, while the woman within was his wife. Likely in the throes of labor, perhaps due to his anxiety for his wife's safety, he had not noticed Nuwa's approach. Clearing her throat, Nuwa subtly announced her presence. The sound startled the man, causing him to whirl around, brandishing a finely crafted spear that had appeared in his hand, its tip aimed squarely at Nuwa. However, upon seeing a delicate woman before him, he relaxed his guard slightly, likely believing that someone as seemingly frail as Nuwa posed no threat. After scrutinizing her closely and confirming he did not recognize her, he spoke. "Esteemed friend, may I inquire about your purpose in my humble abode?" Enwa observed that, although he had relaxed his vigilance, the tip of his spear still pointed toward her. In the past, she might have felt a twinge of annoyance at such discourtesy, but after a long journey through the primordial world, she had come to understand that life was exceedingly arduous for those of lesser cultivation, who constantly had to guard against ambushes. With a gentle smile, Enwa spoke. "Esteemed brother, is your precious lady within the cave?" Upon hearing this, the man's previously relaxed demeanor shifted back to alertness as he coldly replied, "Indeed, she is my wife. What is it that you seek?" "Noble brother, there is no need for alarm. I merely heard your wife's cries and deduced that her delivery does not seem to be progressing smoothly. Thus, I followed the sound, believing I might offer some assistance." And while maintained her smile, undeterred by his tone, the man, momentarily surprised by the prospect of her help, was quickly shrouded again by skepticism and wariness. He remained silent, his grip on the spear tightening as if ready to strike at the slightest misstep from Enwa. Sensing the woman's cries within the cave growing faint, Enwa realized the situation had become critical. Failure could cost not only the child's life, but the mother's as well. Without further ado, she waved her hand, binding the man with a gust of wind, and strode toward the cave, suddenly immobilized. The man was struck by terror as he watched Enwa approach the cave. Desperately, he attempted to summon his celestial energy to break her restraint, but her words as she walked calmed his racing heart. "I have no time to explain. Saving your wife and child is paramount. The binding will dissolve shortly." Upon entering the cave, Enwa found the surroundings stark and rudimentary. Merely a few stone tables and benches in the depths. A woman clad in white lay atop dry grass, her body supported by thick animal hides, Her complexion was ashen, drenched in sweat, and the blood seeping from her lower body had stained her white garments crimson. Exhausted, she lay there, softly moaning, yet her trembling form and the veins bulging from her forehead indicated she was still striving to bring forth her child. Enwa dared not delay. With a wave of her hand, she infused the woman with revitalizing energy, urging, "Do not panic. Remain calm. You will successfully give birth." Though inexperienced in such matters, Enwa felt her own profound powers eluding her grasp. She continued to speak words as Niwa beheld Zillian preparing to depart. She hastily called out to him, inquiring, "Master brother, although I have made significant progress in my cultivation, I remain ignorant of the path to sanctity." Niwa, being rather dull-witted, humbly seeks your guidance. Zillian did not turn back, merely casting a brief remark before vanishing from sight. The path to your sanctity lies within your true heart. The opportunity for enlightenment resides upon this modest lake. Contemplate it well. Niwa stood in a daze, her gaze drifting toward the lake, where she could almost see the opposite shore. Internally, she pondered, what does Master Brother mean by this? How can such a small lake harbor the key to my sanctity? I have frequented this place daily, yet I have discovered nothing amiss. Confounded, Niwa shook her head, but obediently returned to the lakeside, gazing quietly at the tranquil water, lost in thought, observing Niwa deep in contemplation. Zillian reappeared atop a nearby hill, murmuring to himself, "Dear sister, whether you grasp the truth hinges upon this ordinary leaf." He glanced at a vibrant green leaf he held, evidently freshly plucked. Thus, the two remained, one by the lake, the other on the hill, silently engrossed in their respective musings. Days passed, and soon Niwa could no longer endure her solitude. Frowning, she lamented to the still lake. "Master brother said my path to sanctity lies within my true heart. But what is my true heart? What opportunity does this lake offer for my enlightenment?" At that moment, a green leaf fluttered down, landing gracefully upon her reflection in the water, causing ripples that gently distorted her image. Taken aback, Niwa suddenly experienced a flash of insight. It dawned upon her that the root of her indescribable loneliness stemmed from the barren vitality of this primordial world. There were simply too few living beings. Were there more souls inhabiting this realm, the pervasive desolation would surely dissipate, and she would no longer feel isolated. In that instant, her thoughts turned to the monstrous couple she had encountered, and upon recalling the child they had birthed, her eyes sparkled with realization that if only more beings were to emerge from this vast, desolate expanse, how lively it would become. Yet a furrow formed on her brow as she pondered, but how can I inspire more couples across this primordial land? Lost in contemplation, Niwa's mind suddenly conjured an image of Zillian, causing her to blush profusely. "Oh dear, why am I thinking of Master Brother? This is utterly embarrassing." After a prolonged moment of shyness, she finally regained her composure, covertly surveying her surroundings. Once she confirmed no one was watching, she exhaled softly, patting her chest gently. Bored, she gazed into her reflection in the lake, reaching out to touch the placid surface, creating ripples that distorted her image further. With a gentle shake of her head, she began to dig in the soil by the pond, mixing it with water to mold a figure resembling herself, complete with features and limbs. Upon completion, Niwa exhaled a breath of essence onto the clay figure, and to her astonishment, it sprang to life. Elated, she began to craft more figures, referring to them as humans. However, a new concern soon emerged. Although these clay figures had come to life, they reverted to mud upon contact with water. Moreover, the process of creating them was painfully slow. How long would it take for humanity to flourish across this vast primordial world? Frustrated, Niwa abandoned her current creation and fell into a deep reverie. What material could she employ to ensure her creations would withstand the water? She experimented tirelessly, yet each attempt with stones and trees yielded unsatisfactory results, either too clumsy or devoid of spirit. Overwhelmed with frustration, she settled by the lake, hurling stones into the water while muttering, "Curse Master Brother, claiming to enlighten me towards sanctity, yet leaving me here to figure it out alone. How irresponsible." Unbeknownst to her, Zillian had approached silently, taken aback by her childlike demeanor. "Is this truly the Niwa I once knew?" The revered mother of humanity? She seems more like a neighborly girl. Zillian stifled a laugh, clearing his throat deliberately. Nuwa, still grumbling about Zillian, was startled by the sound behind her. She turned to find him watching her with an amused expression. The realization of her earlier behavior flooded her with embarrassment, and she quickly lowered her gaze, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, fiddling nervously with her garment. Zillian, suppressing his laughter, slowly exhaled and addressed her, "Sister." Yet upon seeing Nuwa's lowered head, he called again, "Sister, what occupies your thoughts?" At last, Nuwa registered his voice, responding, "Ah, nothing. Master brother, please continue." With that, she resumed her downward gaze. "Congratulations on your realization of the path to your sanctity. My task is complete, and I must take my leave," Zillian informed her. Upon hearing that Zillian intended to depart, Nuwa quickly raised her head, exclaiming, "Master brother, you are leaving already? But I—" Her words faltered as she struggled to voice her uncertainty. "Visit the Purple Cloud Palace in the 33 heavens once more to seek the guidance of our master. Perhaps your doubts will be resolved. When you achieve sanctity, I shall return to congratulate you." With that, Zillian did not linger, tearing through space as he departed. Nuwa opened her mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. She could only watch as Zillian vanished into the void in the previous account. It was noted that Zillian had left Nuwa by a small lake behind Mount Bujo, indicating that the lake held the key to her sanctity. Through her reflection, Nuwa discerned that the path to enlightenment lay in molding clay into humans. Unfortunately, she lacked suitable materials. Zillian then suggested she seek assistance from Hongjun at the Purple Cloud Palace. Nuwa felt a twinge of disappointment as Zillian departed without a backward glance. Despite their brief interaction, she felt an inexplicable kinship with him, a connection that surpassed even her bond with Fushi. This sentiment puzzled her. She merely yearned for closeness. After collecting her scattered thoughts, she glanced at the failed clay figures by the lake and sighed before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to Nuwa, some of the clay beings, made from stones and plants, had survived and mingled among other humans, leading to the diverse humanity we know today. This serendipitous occurrence was undoubtedly a manifestation of the cosmic order. Indeed, as the saying goes, anything is possible. After a brief moment of tidying up, Nuwa tore through space once more, arriving at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace in the 33 heavens. There, she was greeted by a different attendant who promptly approached her, saying, "Sister Nuwa, what brings you here?" Nuwa, troubled by her lack of materials for creating life, did not engage the attendant in idle chatter. "Please inform a master that Nuwa seeks an audience," the attendant smiled, saying, "The master has decreed that if Sister Nuwa arrives, she may enter directly without further announcement. Please proceed." Understanding that her intentions had been anticipated, Nuwa expressed her gratitude and made her way inside. No need for such formality. "Sister, haste to meet the master, so as not to keep him waiting." The attendant waved her off, and Nuwa nodded appreciatively before swiftly heading toward the main hall. Hongjun remained seated upon his dais, eyes closed in meditation, offering no acknowledgement of Nuwa's arrival. After she bowed in respect, he finally spoke, "Why are you not at Mount Bujo, diligently pursuing the path to sanctity? What brings you here?" "Master, I am dull-witted, and under Master Brother Zin's guidance, I have come to understand the path to my sanctity." Nuwa replied respectfully, "Dada, you have grasped the path to sanctity, yet why do you not attain it?" Hongjun feigned confusion. "Though I have discerned the path, I lack the means to achieve sanctity, which is why I have come to seek your assistance," Nuwa explained. Nuwa explained to Hongjun. Only then did Hongjun open his eyes to gaze upon Nuwa below the Tao platform and inquire, "How does one attain sanctity? I beseech you, esteemed teacher, to kindly guide Nuwa in this matter." After listening to the advice of her elder brother Zillian, Nuwa realized that her path to sanctification was unique. It involved molding clay to create life, embodying compassion, and bringing forth sentient beings. However, despite using various materials to create humanity, none resonated with Nuwa's heart. Nuwa spoke to Hongjun. After hearing Nuwa's words, Hongjun remained silent, his gaze drifting towards the boundless void beyond the grand hall. Nuwa dared not disturb him. After a long pause, Hongjun finally spoke. "Before Pangu, separated heaven and earth, there existed in chaos a substance known as Jiu Tianxi Rang. Its existence unknown in duration, yet it serves as the source of all lands in the world, considered a primordial spiritual treasure. This Shi Rang, while lacking in other uses, possesses the profound essence of Earth's nurturing nature. Wherever it arises, a living being shall emerge. It is the supreme choice for your path to sanctity. Upon finishing, Hongjun produced a gray substance from the ample folds of his robes and handed it to Niwa. Niwa received the Shi Rang with both hands, suddenly sensing its weight, as if she were supporting a great mountain, nearly dropping it to the ground. With a slight exertion, she brought the Shi Rang closer to examine it. Noticing that aside from its heaviness, it appeared unremarkable, prompting her to look back at Hongjun with curiosity. The Shi Rang, the source of all lands, is light as a fleeting cloud when weightless, yet astonishingly heavy as if countless mountains were piled together when substantial. Serving to stabilize water and nurture wood, Hongjun explained, observing Niwa's puzzled expression. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed teacher. With the material for her sanctification in hand, Niwa hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Hongjun. You may return. After using this, there is no need to return it, as it will be of future use to you. Hongjun gestured for Niwa to depart. Niwa bid farewell to Hongjun, traversing the void to return to the lakeside of Mount Buzhou, where she settled down to meditate, striving to maintain her state at its peak before creating humanity to attain sanctity. Moments later, Niwa opened her eyes, taking out the Jiutian Shi Rang for a closer inspection. Supporting the Shi Rang with both hands, she began to cultivate and refine it. Although this material was a primordial spiritual treasure, its refinement was not arduous, and it resonated well with Niwa. She felt a profound connection with the Shi Rang within just half a day's effort. Taking a deep breath, Niwa pinched a small amount of Shi Rang between her fingers and meticulously kneaded it while gazing at her reflection in the water, then exhaled a breath of vital essence onto it. Placing on the ground, the small clay figure began to grow rapidly, eventually transforming into a naked woman of human size, bearing a resemblance to Niwa. The woman twirled twice, testing her limbs, and then knelt before Niwa, saying, I pay my respects to the Holy Mother. Overjoyed, Niwa touched the woman with her finger, conjuring a set of garments to cover her, inspecting her closely, and discovering that although the woman lacked the status of an immortal, her cultivation was commendable. Intrigued, Niwa continued to mold the clay figure, losing track of time until she felt her energy waning, her hands numb and her head spinning, prompting her to cease, observing the mere thousands of beings before her. Niwa lamented, This cannot continue. When shall I change the desolation of the primordial world? Sitting down to rest, she noticed the first clay girl she had created idly squatting on the ground, playing with a twig in the dirt. An idea sparked in Niwa's mind. She casually broke off a vine, transformed a Shi Rang into a plot of earth half an acre in size, dipped the vine into some Shi Rang, and sprinkled it onto the ground. To her astonishment, the specks of Shi Rang that fell from the vine also transformed into people, similar to the one she had molded, differing only in appearance and lacking cultivation, yet possessing remarkably strong physiques. Seeing this, Niwa disregarded her fatigue and vigorously waved the vine until the mountain was filled with people. Only then did she stop, feeling a sense of unfulfilled desire. The assembled beings, upon witnessing Niwa's cessation of work, knelt in unison before her, proclaiming, We pay our respects to the Holy Mother. The first clay woman addressed Niwa. We humbly request a name for ourselves. Niwa pondered for a moment and declared, From this day forth, you shall be Cauldron, and you shall be known as the human race. Turning to the leading woman, she added, I grant you the name Huang Tian to oversee the entire human race. Huang Tian and the others responded in unison. Thank you for your kindness, Holy Mother. Niwa continued, You shall reside here on Mount Buzhou for now. I will impart some cultivation techniques to you, and when you possess the ability to protect yourselves, you may descend the mountain. Soon as Niwa finished speaking, a tremor rippled through the heavens and earth. Niwa and the human race raised their heads to the sky, her expression filled with excitement. Suddenly, a magnificent beam of golden light descended from the heavens, dividing into three parts. one large and two small, that a small ray of golden light entered Huang Tian's body, causing it to shimmer and significantly enhance her cultivation until she reached the golden immortal stage. Another small ray of golden light entered the vine in Nuwa's hand, instantly transforming the green vine into a golden one. Once an ordinary vine, it was elevated to the rank of a spiritual treasure due to its contribution in assisting Nuwa with the creation of humanity, a testament to the fairness of the heavenly Tao. The large beam of golden light then entered Nuwa's body, intertwining with the primordial purple energy within her, merging together as Nuwa's body gradually lifted off the ground, exuding an aura of infinite sanctity. Huang Tian and the human race all knelt down. The world underwent a tremendous transformation as auspicious clouds and divine beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants encircled Nuwa. Yet, the spectacle of Nuwa's sanctification was evidently lesser than that of Hongjun and Zillion. The vast land of the primordial world was inundated with celestial energies, yet devoid of spiritual rain to nourish the beings of the world. All beings knelt in reverence towards Mount Buzhou, proclaiming the kindness of the Holy One. That after a while, the auspicious clouds and divine energies dissipated, and Nuwa descended to the ground, effortlessly raising the kneeling humans back to their feet. She summoned a Taoist disciple from Mount Buzhou to bring forth some cultivation techniques for Huang Tian, instructing her to oversee the diligent practice of the others, while Nuwa returned to her abode to solidify her understanding of the heavenly Tao principles she had grasped upon attaining sanctity. However, aside from Nuwa's joy at her sanctification and the elation of the beings in the primordial world, several individuals wore solemn expressions, remaining silent. In the Sanqing Palace, Laozi kept his eyes closed, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. Tan Tian furrowed his brow slightly, sitting silently beside him, while Yuan Shi glanced at Tan Tian and then at Laozi's ashen face, remaining equally reticent. Near the Eight Treasures pool in the extreme west of the primordial world, Jean and Junti sighed repeatedly. Junti looked at his elder brother and lamented. Who would have thought that a mere woman would outpace us in attaining the sacred position, overshadowing us? Upon hearing this, Jean's expression grew even more pained, as if he had swallowed bitter melon, while Junti's face was filled with resentment. Alas, let it be. Brother, let us delve deeper into the foundational principles of the great Tao. Hoping to achieve the sacred position soon, Jean concluded, falling silent. Hearing his brother's words, Junti begrudgingly followed suit, retreating into silence to cultivate that on Sanxian Island. Zillian retracted his consciousness from the Tao platform, smiled faintly, and murmured, 1 down, 5 to go. Let us first focus on the Sanqing, and the 2 from the west can wait. He then resumed imparting his teachings to Yinglong and a few other cultivators from the 2 clans behind them. Chapter 50. The Appearance of the Qiankuan Ding. Previously, it was mentioned that Nuwa heeded Zillian's advice and sought the primordial spiritual treasure, Jiutian Shi Rang, from Hongjun in the Upper Sky Palace. Upon returning to Mount Buzhou, she successfully molded clay to create humanity, thereby achieving the fruit of the Tao and attaining sanctity. She named the first being she created a woman of the human race, Huang Tian, to oversee her kin and imparted cultivation techniques for their self-defense in the Grand Hall of Mount Buzhou. Nuwa sat upon the Tao platform, below which sat the Sanqing, Fuxi, Jin, Junti, as well as the demon lords Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai, who all silently gazed at Nuwa on the Tao platform. Yet Nuwa seemed oblivious, her eyes glistening with a hint of anxiety as she gazed outside the hall, as if waiting for someone. Those below understood that the only one worthy of Nuwa's anticipation was her elder brother Zillian, yet they found it odd that Zillian had not come to congratulate her on her sanctification. After a considerable time, a Taoist disciple entered the hall, leading a man behind him. The disciple knelt before Nuwa on the Tao platform, saying, I pay my respects to the holy teacher. Yinglong, the eldest disciple of Saint Zillian, seeks an audience. The disciple pointed to the man behind him. Yinglong, noticing Nuwa's gaze upon him, quickly performed a respectful bow, saying, I pay my respects to Aunt Nuwa. Congratulations on achieving the indestructible sacred position. May there be eternal peace and prosperity. Rise, Nuwa replied. What did your master summon you for? Why did he not come himself? Nuwa smiled gently at Yinglong and said, upon hearing that Zillian had not arrived. She felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. Respectfully reporting to my esteemed uncle, my master is currently in seclusion and cannot be here to celebrate with you. However, my master specifically instructed me to bring you a gift, stating that this item would undoubtedly be of use to you in the future. After completing his message, Long produced a palm-sized tripod, its surface a deep yellow hue adorned with 9 dragons entwined among clouds. He reverently handed the tripod to Nuwa. Upon seeing the tripod, everyone immediately recognized its origin, collectively gasping in astonishment at Zillian's generosity. Dijun and Donghuang Taiyi's expressions turned greedy, yet the thought of offending Long, a disciple of Zillian, and the fact that Nuwa was a sage left them feeling disheartened. Despite having seized the foundation of the great Tao from Hongyun, they still lacked any comprehension of how to attain sagehood, leaving them to wonder when they might achieve such a status. Nuwa examined the small tripod closely, her brow furrowing slightly as she addressed Long. If I am not mistaken, this is the legendary Qian Kuanding, capable of refining all things and transforming the post-celestial into pre-celestial treasures. Is it not? She casually placed a tripod before her. You are correct, esteemed aunt. This is indeed the Qian Kuanding, Long affirmed with a nod. As per the words of senior brother Zillian, this item is of use to me, yet I am unaware of its specific purpose, Nuwa pondered, attempting to deduce the connection between herself and the Qian Kuanding. Esteemed aunt, my master did not elaborate when he bestowed this tripod upon me, merely emphasizing that I must ensure its safekeeping, and that it should not be lent to anyone, as its significance is paramount. Long relayed Zillian's instructions verbatim. Nuwa, unable to glean the information she desired from Long, speculated that Zillian's insistence suggested a profound connection between the tripod and herself, thereby understanding the importance of safeguarding the Qian Kuanding. She then said to Long, I comprehend your message. You may leave now. Feel free to explore my Mount Buzhou. The rear mountain houses the human race I have created, and you may visit them. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed aunt, but Long hesitated, casting a furtive glance at the Sanqing and others, remaining silent. Noticing Long's demeanor, Nuwa inquired, Is there something else you wish to discuss? Speak freely. There is no need for concealment in the presence of your elders. Esteemed uncles, when I departed from the mountain, my master had additional words for me to convey to you, Long began. Upon hearing this, Nuwa turned her gaze toward Laozi, and after a moment of mutual glance among the others, Laozi prompted, Long, speak candidly. Do not hesitate. Yes, my master instructed me to inform you that your paths to sagehood differ from that of esteemed Aunt Nuwa, yet the timing is not yet right. Master Zillian is unable to reveal further details at this moment. He wishes for you to focus on your cultivation, and when the time is ripe, he will surely disclose the methods to attain sagehood to AS for you. Dijun and Donghuang, my master remarked that your journey to sagehood may be exceedingly arduous, with no end in sight. Long relayed Zillian's words in a steady stream, observing the reactions of those present. Upon hearing Long's recounting of Zillian's message, the group initially fell silent before casting puzzled glances at Nuwa. She smiled gently and explained, Indeed, my ability to attain sagehood owes much to the guidance of senior brother Zillian, and since he has sent this message through Long, it indicates that the time for your ascension has not yet arrived. While they remained puzzled, the group accepted Nuwa's statement without further inquiry, acknowledging that whether through Zillian's or Hongjuan's guidance, the ultimate goal of attaining sagehood remained paramount. After Long excused himself and departed, the Sanqing, having partaken of some refreshments, also took their leave. However, Dijun and Donghuang lingered, their hearts filled with unease and disbelief regarding Zillian's words, oblivious to the departing sounds of the others until Nuwa called out to them. Do you still have matters to discuss, Dijun and Donghuang? Nuwa's voice remained icy, her demeanor reflecting her displeasure since learning of their ambush on Wuzhuangwan, where they had slain Hongyun to seize the foundation of the Great Tao. I conferred with Donghuang, and now that you, esteemed Sister Nuwa, have attained sagehood, we would like to invite you to preside over the heavenly demon palace. Dijun and Donghuang's intentions appeared unclear as they sought to persuade Nuwa to oversee the palace. Having achieved sagehood, I shall not interfere in worldly affairs unless the survival of the demon race is at stake. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. I will establish the Wahuang Palace beyond the 33 heavens, where I shall cultivate in seclusion, and this venue will be closed, Niwa replied firmly to Di Jun and Dong Huang. Turning to Fushi, she inquired, Brother, will you accompany me to the Wahuang Palace for cultivation? Or will you remain in the heavenly demon palace? Niwa's intent was to persuade Fushi to join her and avoid involvement in the palace's affairs. However, Fushi, swayed by Di Jun and Dong Huang, replied, I think I shall remain in the heavenly demon palace. It would be stifling to stay beyond the 33 heavens. He said this while stroking his beard. Very well, then, you two may take your leave. I must close the venue. Niwa indicated to Di Jun and Dong Huang, clearly signaling the end of their visit. Understanding her intent, they promptly departed, and Fushi bid her farewell, following Di Jun and Dong Huang back to the heavenly demon palace. Alone in the now desolate hall, Niwa gazed at the retreating figures of Di Jun and Dong Huang, muttering to herself, I hope you two will act wisely and do not scheme against me and my brother. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our shared kinship as demons. As she spoke, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and she discreetly vanished, leaving the once bustling hall eerily empty, save for the steaming tea on the table. A remnant of the recent activity on Sanxian Island, atop Penglai Peak, Zillian sat in a bamboo hut, meditating. Guanjing and Hu Meyer were present below, though Guanjing focused on his cultivation, while Hu Meyer gazed at Zillian, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Sensing her gaze, Zillian opened his eyes and asked, Little fox, why do you look at me so? Master, I've noticed that since you attained sagehood, you seem to have transformed into a different person. Hu Meyer replied, still fixated on Zillian. Zillian raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, inquiring, Pray tell, in what way have I changed, for better or worse? If your answer pleases me, I shall grant you this treasure. As he spoke, he produced the exquisite Jojo Sanhan Hulu he had obtained from Hong Yun. Wow, what a beautiful gourd! Is this for me, master? Hu Meyer exclaimed, utterly captivated by the gourd in Zillian's hands, yearning to claim it for herself. Though she understood that doing so at this moment was impossible, perhaps in her next life, of course, but only if you answer truthfully and sincerely. Speak freely. I shall not fault you for any disrespect. Zillian encouraged the still hesitant Hu Meyer. Very well. I shall dare to speak of the changes I have observed in you since achieving sagehood. Before, you always wore a stern expression, and I scarcely dared to breathe while near you, fearing your displeasure. Now, you seem more like an ordinary person, smiling more often, and I no longer feel the oppressive atmosphere I once did. Overall, I prefer the current you, Hu Meyer confessed, stealing glances at Zillian and the gourd she coveted. Her demeanor resembled that of a mischievous little fox. Zillian, pleased by Hu Meyer's observations, felt a surge of joy within him. This was the result he desired. Only by achieving this sense of belonging could he find his place in the vast wilderness. Seeing Hu Meyer's furtive glances, he grinned and tossed the gourd to her, saying, Use this treasure wisely. Do not employ it unless absolutely necessary. As it is exceedingly malicious, I shall impart its usage to you. With a gesture, he directed a beam of golden light into Hu Meyer's brow, bestowing upon her the secrets of the gourd's power. Chapter 51. The human race descends the mountain as previously mentioned. Following Niwa's ascension to sagehood, all gathered at Mount Buzhou to congratulate her, save for Zillian, who had sent Yinglong to present her with the pre-celestial treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, while instructing her to safeguard it due to its deep connection with her. Zillian had also conveyed through Yinglong that the others should not rush towards sagehood, for the time had not yet come, but when it did, he would surely reveal the methods to achieve it. After departing from Mount Buzhou, the three from Sanqing hurried back to Kunlun Mountain. Upon entering the Great Hall, Nanji Xianwang approached to pay his respects. Kneeling on the ground, I pay my respects to the master and to the two esteemed uncles. Pangan nodded lightly and inquired, Rise, why do you come here instead of comprehending the great Tao with your fellow brothers on the back mountain? The celestial elder of the South Pole rose to his feet and replied, To inform my master, the revered teacher has instructed Brother Yunzongzi to continue awaiting those individuals at the Yuzhu Cave on Mount Zhongnan. Today, Brother Yunzongzi has brought a total of 12 individuals, and I hope Master will take a look to see if any may be accepted as disciples. Oh, so it is. Since they have already arrived, I shall go and see if there are those with whom I share a fateful connection. I shall certainly take them under my wing. If not, then it cannot be helped. Upon hearing the words of the celestial elder, Yuan Shi felt a surge of joy within. This could be considered a fortunate event, although the matter of becoming a sage did not come to fruition as hoped. Since Zillian has already given her word, she is likely to fulfill it, thus there is no need for me to worry. Now, with Brother Yunzongzi bringing these individuals for me to select as disciples, one can presume that those who associate with Yunzongzi and Nanji are not lacking in talent. With this thought, Yuan Shi rose and said to Laozi and Tong Tian, "Brothers, I shall be back shortly." Having spoken, he departed with the celestial elder of the South Pole. The celestial elder guided Yuan Shi to the listening and declaring pavilion in the side hall. Before reaching the entrance, he called out, "Brother Yunzongzi, Master has arrived. Why do you not hasten to greet him?" As soon as the elder finished speaking, Yunzongzi rushed out from within, kneeling before Yuan Shi and proclaiming, "I pay my respects, Master. Yunzongzi has fulfilled his duty and brought the individuals. I humbly request Master to review them." Yuan Shi extended his hand to assist Yunzongzi to his feet, saying, "Well done. You have worked hard." Upon hearing Yuan Shi's praise and such caring words, Yunzongzi was overwhelmed with emotion and replied, "Thank you, Master, for your concern." Yuan Shi led Yunzongzi and the celestial elder into the listening and declaring pavilion, where he took his seat at the head. Yunzongzi and the celestial elder stood to either side behind him. Yuan Shi surveyed the 12 individuals, each distinctly shaped, noticing that all were practitioners of the Tao, undisturbed by his arrival as they continued their cultivation. Some seated cross-legged on the ground, some suspended in the air, some standing, and others reclining sideways. Yuan Shi felt no anger at being overlooked. Rather, he was intrigued by their practices. After a considerable time, these individuals awakened from their meditations almost simultaneously, and upon seeing Yuan Shi, they all approached to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We greet the Celestial Lord." Yuan Shi raised his hand and gestured for them to cease their formalities, saying, "There is no need for such excessive courtesy. Could you kindly introduce yourselves?" The 12 exchanged glances and nodded, whereupon one stepped forward and said, "I shall go first. My name is Guangchengzi. My dwelling is in the Taiyuan Cave on 9 Immortal Mountain." After this introduction, he stepped back, and another came forth declaring, "I am Chi Tai, a practitioner from the Yunshao Cave on Mount Taiwa." One by one, they introduced themselves, revealing that they were the renowned 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan teaching. Guangchengzi from 9 Immortal Mountains Taiyuan Cave, Qi from Mount Taihua's Yunshao Cave, Huanglong Jinren from the Maka Cave on the 2nd Immortal Mountain, and so forth, including the likes of Jing Guangjinren, Yuding Jinren, and others. Once all had introduced themselves, Yuan Shi laughed heartily and stood. Addressing the assembly, "I wish to accept you all as disciples that you have any objections." The 12, who had come upon the summons of Yunzongzi and the celestial elder with hopes of becoming disciples of Yuan Shi, naturally stepped forward, bowing deeply before him, proclaiming, "We thank Master for his profound favor. We shall surely uphold your teachings and propagate your doctrines." After all had completed their bowing, Yuan Shi assisted each of them to their feet, designating Guangchengzi as the third brother, with the others arranged accordingly. The youngest being Qing Su Dao Jinjun. They then each paid their respects to Yunzongzi and the celestial elder. Engaging in hearty conversation, Yuan Shi observed his new disciples, stroking his white beard with a satisfied smile. Following Yuan Shi's acceptance of so many disciples, Tong Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, recruiting disciples was not a trivial matter, and if they lacked aptitude, he did not wish to complicate matters further. Thus, he endured in silence. Yet, before long, Tong Tian became excited as he too began to gather many disciples who came to Kunlun Mountain to seek his guidance. The reason for this influx was largely due to Duo Bao, who, while conversing with Yunzongzi, learned that Guangchengzi and the others were recommended by Yunzongzi and the celestial elder to join Yuan Shi's fold. This piqued Duo Bao's interest. After all, who among the practitioners on this vast primordial land did not have a few close friends? especially since Duo Bao was one who loved to wander in search of treasures and did not even possess a cave of his own. Yet he had made some respectable acquaintances that he secretly shared his thoughts with the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. And after deliberation, they decided to discreetly convey messages to their former friends, leaving the possibility of joining Tongtian's ranks to fate. When these individuals received the messages from Duo Bao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and arrived at Kunlun Mountain to seek discipleship, they did not harbor great expectations, merely hoping to test their luck. The arduous path of cultivation on this vast primordial land was akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. A moment's inattention could obliterate years of hard-earned progress. What they did not anticipate was that Tongtian, who had been troubled by the thinness of his disciples, was overjoyed to see so many come forth to seek his guidance. He welcomed them all, confident that those who had been notified by Duo Bao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit possessed commendable skills and qualifications. Thus, the ranks of Tongtian's disciples flourished, encompassing those who would later be elevated to the ranks of the deities during the Fengshan War, as facilitated by the Celestial Elder and Guang Qingzi, including figures such as Duo Bao Daorun, Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Zhao Gongming, the Three Heavens, and many others. Yuan Shi observed Tongtian's nonchalance and felt a sense of dissatisfaction, having advised him several times to be selective before accepting disciples. However, Tongtian paid little heed, merely smiling faintly at those remarks, carrying on as he pleased. Yuan Shi's frustration grew, leading him to consult Laozi, only to receive a nonchalant response. Let him be. Thus, Yuan Shi fell silent, left with no choice but to turn a blind eye, treating it as inconsequential. Even Tongtian's disciples, upon seeing Yuan Shi, offered him little regard, which only served to increase their discontent towards this uncle. Since their return from Mount Buzhou, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, whether influenced by Zillian's words about the long and uncertain path to sainthood or entangled in some other conspiracy, had taken to associating with Jin and Junyi, frequently traveling westward without revealing their intentions. They had once visited Zillian, but were obstructed by Yinglong outside the Three Immortals Island, and thus did not meet her, perhaps due to the busyness of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. They had forgotten their conflict with the Wu clan, allowing a period of tranquility across the primordial land to persist. However, those with discerning eyes could see that this was merely the calm before the storm, with brewing tensions concealed beneath the surface, signaling that a great battle was imminent. In modern society, time is akin to money, whereas in the primordial era, time equated to waste. With a blink, years could pass, and another blink could see centuries vanish. Since Niwa created humanity atop Mount Buzhou and imparted the methods of cultivation, over 200 years had elapsed. The human population had surged from a mere 100,000 to 5 or 6 million. As the initial batch created by Niwa, infused with her essence, had all attained the status of heavenly immortals, and the Emperor had reached the cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal Point one day. While the Emperor was engaged in his cultivation, he suddenly received a transmission from the hidden Saint Niwa in the 33 heavens, stating that the time had come for humanity to descend the mountain. The Emperor promptly summoned the leaders to assist her in governance, relaying Niwa's message and instructing them to gather the people to select a suitable location on the primordial land as a habitation for humanity. Heavenly Sovereign, having arranged all matters, departed the mountain with a dozen celestial beings of transcendent prowess. After nearly half a year of traversing millions of kilometers, they selected a low mountain range, spanning several thousand miles, as the first settlement for the human race. It took them almost a year to relocate around 5 to 6 million humans from Mount Buzhou to this new sanctuary. This swift migration was made possible by the fact that the members of the human race possessed a measure of cultivation. Thus, the primordial human race officially set foot on this land rife with conflict, revealing themselves to the world, and their myriad abilities left the myriad beings of the Honghuang realm in awe. Chapter 52. The arrival of the human race. Previously, it was mentioned that the primordial supreme being took on the 12 golden immortals as disciples, while the master of the heavenly gate also welcomed many followers without fear. Meanwhile, the humans on Mount Buzhou received a transmission from Yuhua in her palace, indicating that it was time for them to descend the mountain. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Heavenly Sovereign led the human race to select a mountain range as their first place of habitation and settle down in the 33rd layer of heaven, within Nuwa's palace. Nuwa sat across from Zillian, her brow furrowed as she inquired, "Elder brother, why do you urge me to drive the human race down from Mount Bujo? Given their current strength, they possess little ability to protect themselves in this tumultuous Hong Huang realm." Zillian cast a glance at Nuwa and replied with a faint smile, "Do not fret, Sister Nuwa. My actions are driven by a purpose that I cannot disclose to you just in due time. Everything will become clear. Should my plans prove misguided, you may lay the blame squarely at my feet." Despite her concerns for the human race's safety, Nuwa chose to trust her elder brother's arrangement, though she could not fathom why she felt such unwavering faith in Zillian's words. Each time she encountered him, an inexplicable sense of intimacy washed over her, reminiscent of a past experience she could not quite recall. Since her elder brother had spoken thus, Nuwa dared not question further. After all, her own attainment of the saintly position was entirely due to his guidance. Gazing at Zillian's smile, she felt an unusual sense of reassurance. Her tone softening considerably. Seeing that Nuwa had accepted his reasoning, Zillian stood to take his leave, saying, "Sister Nuwa, since matters here are settled, I must take my leave." He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. "Why the haste, elder brother? Is there something I have neglected to address?" Nuwa asked, a hint of melancholy in her voice as she noticed Zillian's eagerness to depart. "Ha!" Zillian was taken aback by Nuwa's tone, but soon laughed heartily. "Sister, you need not worry. I must attend to urgent matters at Kunlun Mountain. Were it not for pressing business, I would gladly linger here for a while longer." He mused inwardly, wondering why Nuwa felt such a kinship with him. Perhaps it was the spirit of the human race at play. Nuwa, taken aback by Zillian's words, blushed slightly before coming to her senses and asked in astonishment, "Elder brother, are you heading to the Sanshin Palace? Could it be that the opportunities for our masters, Laozi, Primordial, and Taunton, have arrived?" Zillian remained silent, merely nodding, before vanishing from Nuwa's palace, leaving her to ponder in deep thought within the grand hall of the Sanshin Palace. Laozi, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them with a look of joy and said to Primordial and Tauntian, "Elder brother Zillian is coming. Come, my fellow disciples, let us greet him." With that, he rose and headed outside, followed closely by his two companions. As the trio reached outside and came to a halt, they beheld clouds billowing in the sky and celestial music wafting through the air. Descending upon a cloud was none other than Zillian himself. Once he landed, they all bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to elder brother. There is no need for such formalities, my younger brothers. Let us converse inside," Zillian replied, making his way into the hall as if it were his own backyard. The three Sanshin disciples, too excited to chastise Zillian for his impudence, hurriedly followed him into the grand hall. Zillian took his seat at the head of the table, compelling Laozi and the others to sit at the lower positions. Laozi, cupping his hands, inquired, "What brings you here, elder brother?" Knowing full well the reason for Zillian's visit, pertaining to their saintly attainments, Laozi feigned ignorance. As he was too modest to admit his knowledge, Zillian remained silent, fixing his gaze upon Laozi until the elder's face flushed with embarrassment. Finally, Zillian smiled and said, "I have come regarding your path to sainthood." "Elder brother, does this mean the time has come for us three to attain sainthood?" Primordial interjected, unable to contain his excitement. Zillian bore no ill will towards him. After all, even he felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of his own impending elevation. Years of arduous cultivation had been aimed at this very moment. The chance to transform from a humble being into a phoenix. The prospect of sainthood held more significance for them than life itself. Indeed, the time has arrived for your elevation, yet the path to sainthood is one you must comprehend for yourselves. I can only offer you a few pointers. Acknowledging Zillian's affirmation, Primordial responded, "We understand, but what of this path to sainthood?" Laozi shot a disapproving glance at Primordial before turning back to Zillian with a query. "Elder brother, your path to sainthood lies within the human race. You may explore that realm as for Primordial and Taunton. They shall attain their sainthood alongside you." Zillian anticipated Laozi's question and interjected, "The human race? Are you referring to the one created by Sister Nuwa upon attaining her sainthood?" Laozi asked, astonished. Indeed, that is the very one. Zillian confirmed, oh, thank you for your guidance, elder brother. Laozi refrained from inquiring further, knowing that more questions would yield no additional answers from Zillian, and thus expressed his gratitude. There is no need for thanks. My business here is concluded, and I must return to the 3 immortal islands. With that, Zillian vanished from the cushion before the 3 could respond. Once Zillian had departed, the 3 disciples let out a collective sigh of relief. Settling back onto their cushions, Laozi, with his eyes narrowed and murmuring to himself, reflected, the human race, the human race. What a remarkable race indeed. It seems they shall not remain idle. The Hongluang realm is bound to see further upheaval. With these words, Laozi too disappeared from the cushion. Primordial, wishing to say something more, found that Laozi had already vanished. With unresolved questions lingering in his heart and a reluctance to engage with Tontian due to past grievances, he could only close his eyes and resume his cultivation, leaving this scene unspoken. Meanwhile, at the human settlement, a temple had been erected at the main peak of the mountain range, housing a statue of a woman. The statue was majestic, with kind eyes, a gentle smile, and hands raised, one hand cradling a grayish clod of earth while a small clay figure danced joyously upon the other on either side of the statue. A pair of columns displayed a couplet. The upper line read, creating beings, imparting teachings of boundless merit, while the lower line stated, proving the Tao, enjoying the boundless. In front of the statue stood a stele inscribed with the words, in reverence to the Holy Mother Nuwa, saint of the primordial infinity. This had been constructed by the human race to honor their creator, the Holy Mother Nuwa. Typically, only Heavenly Sovereign remained in attendance here, as entry was forbidden to others, save for the annual celebration of the human race's birth, when they could pay tribute to the statue of Nuwa. Today, the only elder among the humans personally bestowed with Nuwa's blessing, Heavenly Sovereign, sat in meditation before her statue, as he often did. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the temple, the commotion indicating a considerable number of visitors as they reached the temple entrance. A voice called out, "We respectfully request the presence of the great elder." Heavenly Sovereign furrowed his brow and waved his sleeve to open the temple door, revealing several elders standing outside. The second elder, the one who had just spoken, replied, "Great elder, we have come because a white-robed old Taoist riding a blue ox has arrived among our people, claiming to seek worthy disciples. We, the elders, intended to drive him away, but found ourselves unable to confront him. So we have come to seek your counsel that, such a matter exists. Did this old Taoist provide his name?" Heavenly Sovereign mused, intrigued. Since the human race had descended from Mount Buzhou, the surrounding beings, be they from the demon or witch tribes, had treated them with courtesy, never once causing disruption. That it seemed absurd that today someone would dare intrude upon them, claiming to accept disciples. After all, the human race's cultivation methods were imparted by the Holy Mother Nuwa and were unparalleled. Who would dare assert superiority over her? Upon hearing the great elder's inquiry, the second elder paused to reflect before responding. The visitor appears to have introduced himself as Laozi from Kunlun Mountain, but I did not pay much attention to it. What? Heavenly Sovereign was taken aback, rising to his feet as he repeated, Kunlun Mountain Laozi. The second elder was taken aback by Huang Tian's reaction. Since being created by the Holy Mother and meeting the great elder, he had never witnessed such profound excitement in her. Why was she so unusually stirred by a mere name today? Nevertheless, he promptly replied, "Indeed, it is the old master of Kunlun Mountain." After receiving the second elder's affirmation, Huang Tian let out a sigh of relief and returned to her meditation cushion, quietly lost in thought. The second elder observed her expression, noting her silence and deep contemplation, and thus inquired, "Great elder, what do you think of that person?" Huang Tian glanced at the second elder and replied, "Let him be. This person is someone we cannot afford to offend, that if he wishes to take a disciple, let him do so without interference. He is of the same generation as the Holy Mother and not someone we can rival." "Understood. We shall take our leave," the second elder responded, grasping how to proceed after Huang Tian's words, and then departed with the others to go. "Remember, do not provoke this individual," Huang Tian reiterated, waving her hand to close the door of the ancestral hall. Turning back, Huang Tian knelt before the statue of Niuhua, whispering a spell. In an instant, the statue radiated a brilliant golden light that cast a shadow on the ground before her, forming a figure. Who else but Niuhua herself? Upon witnessing Niuhua manifesting, Huang Tian quickly prostrated, saying, "I, Huang Tian of the human race, pay my respects to the Holy Mother. May the Holy Mother be ever safe." Although the Niuhua before her was but an image, she felt as tangible as flesh, lifting the kneeling Huang Tian with a gentle and kind demeanor, saying, "Oh, my little girl, why do you call me again?" Niuhua playfully pinched Huang Tian's nose. Chapter 53. A Disciple. Yahweh. Previously, it was mentioned that after Zillian departed for the palace of Niuhua, she went to the Sanqing Palace on Kunlun Mountain to inform the three sages that their time to achieve sanctification had arrived, urging them to seek their path to enlightenment among the human settlements, before returning to the Three Immortals Island. Meanwhile, a troublesome individual had arrived among the humans, prompting the great elder Huang Tian to issue a decree to avoid offending him. Who was this troublesome figure that warranted such caution from Huang Tian? After being playfully pinched by Niuhua, Huang Tian stuck out her little tongue and embraced Niuhua's waist, burying her head against Niuhua's bosom, exclaiming, "Mother, you smell so wonderful." This elicited a soft giggle from Niuhua, who replied, all right, but you are Huang Tian, the great elder of the human race. If others were to see you like this, they would be utterly astonished." "Mother, I no longer wish to be the great elder, always wearing a stern expression. It is exhausting." Huang Tian lamented, rubbing her head affectionately against Niuhua's embrace. "I understand you are weary, but the human race is my creation and my children. I cannot entrust them to others without concern, and being beyond the 33 heavens, I cannot watch over them daily. Thus I must rely on you to help me oversee them," Niuhua said, gently caressing Huang Tian's back as she spoke softly. "Oh, I understand. However, Huang Tian simply wishes to be with Mother every day, which is why I said that. Since Mother entrusts me with the management of the human race, I promise I will not let you down," Huang Tian declared firmly, lifting her gaze to meet Niuhua's. "That I trust you, my little girl." "You are the best," Niuhua said, holding Huang Tian closely with a tender smile. "Oh, by the way, did you call for me for a reason?" Niuhua recalled, looking down at Huang Tian in her arms. I almost forgot about the important matter upon seeing you, Mother." Huang Tian blushed and continued, "You mentioned the old master of one of the three pure ones is now among the humans. According to the second elder, it seems he is seeking disciples. I wonder what his intentions are." Upon hearing Huang Tian's words, Niuhua frowned slightly and murmured to herself, "Has my second elder also arrived? Could it be that what Zillian said is true, that my second elder's opportunity for enlightenment lies among the human race I created?" Seeing Niuhua's furrowed brow, Huang Tian reached out with her tiny hand to smooth it gently, asking sweetly, "Mother, what do you mean?" "Nothing to worry about. Let him do as he wishes. Just cooperate with him. After all, he's your mother's brother and should not be offended, understand?" Niuhua instructed Huang Tian. "Yes, Mother, I understand. I have already instructed the clan not to offend him." Huang Tian nodded obediently. "Come here," Niuhua said, pulling Huang Tian from her embrace. "Let me see how my little Huang Tian is progressing in her cultivation and whether she has been slacking off." "I have not been slacking," Huang Tian pouted. "I have already reached the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Look." As she spoke, she released her aura to showcase her prowess before Niuhua. Seeing Huang Tian's display, Niuhua felt a warmth in her heart. Was this not the feeling she desired when creating humanity? Though achieving sanctification was a matter she had contemplated deeply, it now appeared that even saints experience solitude. Yet the Heaveness will allow her to attain her saintly status in this manner, granting her so many children. The thought brought an even more tender glow to Niuhua's eyes. "Mother, what are you thinking about again?" Huang Tian, expecting praise for her cultivation, noticed Niuhua lost in thought once more. She approached her curiously. "It is nothing. My little Huang Tian is truly remarkable, but you must continue to strive in your cultivation. Do not become complacent just because you have reached a higher level. Remember, the path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will fall back." Niuhua gently stroked Huang Tian's head. I understand, Mother. I will not slack off and will cultivate diligently. Huang Tian nodded earnestly. Oh, by the way, Mother has taken in a new disciple, who will be your junior brother. One day, I will have him come and play with you for a while. But you must not bully him, Nuwa instructed Huang Tian. Oh, a junior brother. How wonderful. Let him come. Do not worry, Mother. I will not bully him, Huang Tian exclaimed with delight upon learning of her impending junior brother. She then asked, by the way, what level is his cultivation at? He has reached the level of Luotian Immortal, but... Nuwa began. But what? Huang Tian interjected. If his cultivation is superior to mine, how could I possibly bully him? He would be the one to bully me. Sighing, Nuwa continued. Although his cultivation surpasses yours, he is somewhat lacking in cognitive abilities. He is a bit simple-minded. Nuwa pointed her head, explaining, when his mother was giving birth to him. It was quite difficult. Had I not happened to pass by, both mother and child might not have survived. While I did save them, the child ended up like this. Nuwa shook her head. Oh, so that is how it is. Poor little junior brother. But do not worry, Mother. I will certainly not bully him, Huang Tian reassured Nuwa. Indeed, I trust you, for my little Huang Tian has the kindest heart, Nuwa replied, regaining her composure. Thank you for your praise. Mother. Huang Tian hugged Nuwa's arm tightly and then asked, by the way, what is my junior brother's name? Nuwa narrowed her eyes slightly and replied, his parents named him Yahweh. Yahweh? What a peculiar name. His parents certainly have a knack for naming. Huang Tian chuckled. All right, Mother has to go now, Nuwa said to the clingy Huang Tian. Mother is leaving. Can't you stay a little longer? Huang Tian pleaded, feeling a sense of loss as she had not spent time with her mother for quite some time. Each time she called for her, Mother was always busy with her own matters. Be good. Mother has things to attend to. Whenever you call for me, I'm always cultivating, so of course I cannot respond. Nuwa said, affectionately patting Huang Tian's cheek, Oh, then Huang Tian will not keep Mother any longer. Although the sovereign heaven spoke thus, he showed no intention of releasing Nuwa's arm. Observing the expression of sovereign heaven, Nuwa could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, sovereign heaven was admirable in many respects, yet he transformed into a childlike figure, clinging to her every time they met. With a gentle tug, Nuwa freed herself from sovereign heaven's embrace, offered him a smile, and transformed into a stream of golden light, soaring back to her statue, where she vanished within. After watching Nuwa's silhouette meld into the statue, sovereign heaven let out a soft sigh and returned to the meditation mat. Yet he found it impossible to calm his spirit for cultivation. Reluctantly, he rose and departed the shrine, flying towards the residences of the other elders. Chapter 54. The Teachings of the Old Master, Part 1. Previously, it was recounted that sovereign heaven summoned Nuwa, who then fell into her embrace, informing her of Laozi's arrival among the human race to take on disciples. Nuwa recalled her senior brother Zillian's words, urging sovereign heaven not to obstruct Laozi and to cooperate with his wishes. She also mentioned having a junior brother named Jehovah, albeit one whose intellect was somewhat lacking, since hearing Xian's guidance at the Sanqing Palace. Laozi had ridden his green ox to the realm of humanity, seeking his opportunity for sanctification. However, the human race practiced the techniques passed down by Nuwa, rendering Laozi's teachings largely disregarded. After wandering among them for several months without attaining his desired insight, Laozi grew increasingly despondent. The disrespectful remarks from several elders further fueled his ire, prompting him to teach them a minor lesson. For with his considerable cultivation, disciplining them was a trivial matter, akin to Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, merely a small dish. Laozi initially believed that after his chastisement, the human elders would not let the matter rest, likely seeking to retaliate or inform Nuwa, as he pondered how to explain the incident to her. He found himself bemused by the arrival of those he had just reprimanded, who brought others before him. Stunned, he wondered why they would return, knowing they were no match for him at that moment. The second elder's heart raced with unease. Having just been reprimanded, they were now expected to bring others to heed the old man's commands. What a perplexing situation! Yet they could not voice their dissent. Suddenly, the grand elder, who had not left the shrine, appeared at their dwelling, delivering a decree that the Holy Mother had commanded the elders to allow Laozi's actions among the humans to proceed unhindered, and to cooperate fully with him. Just when they thought they had endured enough punishment, they now had to contend with the old man's sweeping brush. Laozi waved his wand, addressing the second elder and his entourage with a pointed inquiry. "Ah, senior, you misunderstand," the second elder replied, forcing a smile and bowing that it was my oversight to not recognize your esteemed presence. I beg your forgiveness. The second elder's swift change of demeanor left Laozi bewildered. What is this? Have they become docile after a simple reprimand? Now addressing me as senior and offering apologies, when just moments ago they called me an old fool? No, this cannot be right. Something is amiss. Confounded, Laozi attempted to calculate the situation, but realized that though his cultivation was profound, he had yet to attain the sanctified state, making it impossible for him to discern the nuances of their behavior. Despite his inability to comprehend the underlying reasons, he noticed a flash of golden light, which he interpreted as a good omen. Thus, he inquired, "If you are not here to cause trouble, then what brings you?" "In response to your query, esteemed senior," the second elder began, "we have heard from our kin that your cultivation is exceptionally high, and we, lacking in talent, face numerous challenges in our practice that we have come to seek your guidance. And we humbly request your instruction." The second elder bowed deeply. Upon hearing this, Laozi was invigorated. "Ah, how delightful! This is akin to receiving a pillow, just as one begins to doze off that he stroked his white beard. Laughing heartily upon the back of his green ox, masking his excitement, "It is commendable that you young ones possess such a desire for enlightenment. I shall gladly impart my teachings to you." "Thank you, esteemed senior," the second elder replied, though he remained skeptical of Laozi's abilities. Nevertheless, he maintained his respectful facade. Bowing once more, the onlookers behind him exchanged disdainful glances, pondering how they had not previously recognized the second elder's theatricality. They had seen him scold others most fervently before the grand elder's arrival. Yet now he was undergoing a swift transformation. As they exchanged furtive glances, they subtly distanced themselves from the second elder, resolving to maintain their distance in the future, lest they be sold out and left counting their losses. The group settled in a flat area, assuming a meditative posture as they listened intently to Laozi's teachings, sharing their uncertainties regarding their cultivation in hopes of resolution. They thought it prudent to take advantage of the opportunity without any cost, for only a fool would refuse free labor. Yet, poor Laozi would likely never realize that during his inaugural and true teaching session among the humans, the audience harbored such intentions. Alas, unbeknownst to the poor old master, he sat upon a massive stone, animatedly articulating his thoughts, gesturing widely. Being a figure of profound wisdom, his teachings gradually captivated those below, drawing them deeper into contemplation. The more they listened, the more they felt their own meager understanding pale in comparison to Laozi's vast knowledge. His voice attracted an ever-growing crowd of onlookers as they gathered around, enraptured by his discourse. As Laozi fervently spoke, he became increasingly lost in his own insights, unwittingly expressing the essence of his own understanding of the way, or rather, the way of the sages. He remained unaware that this subconscious act could nearly lead to calamity. Suddenly, a sound of spitting blood erupted from the crowd, followed by a chorus of similar occurrences. Laozi, jolted from his reverie, felt his anger rise. His rare opportunity for enlightenment had been so rudely interrupted. It is known that the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to achieve such moments of clarity. For someone of Laozi's caliber, such an opportunity might never arise again. Moreover, as he sought his path to sanctification, this interruption could have revealed the means to attain his divine status. But now it had been thwarted. His ire flared, and eyes ablaze, he scanned the crowd, intent on identifying the one who dared disrupt his moment of enlightenment. Chapter 55. Laozi's Enlightenment, Part 2. It was previously recounted that the second elder, having heeded Sovereign Heaven's command, brought a group to listen to Laozi's teachings. Initially, they intended to merely appease the situation. Yet gradually they became engrossed in Laozi's discourse. Unexpectedly, Laozi experienced a moment of enlightenment, unconsciously sharing profound insights of the sage's way, resulting in the audience's distress and subsequent bloodshed, which interrupted his rare epiphany. Upon surveying the crowd, Laozi noted many collapsed on the ground, blood trickling from their lips. Those still seated exhibited fluctuating expressions, alternating between golden hues and pallor, clearly struggling at the brink of madness. Taken aback, Laozi quickly recognized the cause of their plight. In his moment of clarity, he had inadvertently imparted the esoteric teachings of the sage's way. Ordinarily, this would be a boon for those of higher cultivation, such as the Deluo, Golden Immortal, or Quasi-Saint levels. Yet the humans possessed insufficient cultivation, most being at the Celestial Immortal level or lower. For them, the rare insights of the sage's way were akin to a lethal poison. Fortunately, the interruption had spared them from a far graver fate. Had they continued to absorb his teachings, the consequences would have been dire, far exceeding mere bloodshed or madness. Laozi grasped the gravity of the situation. It was already too late. Gazing at the fallen individuals, he felt a surge of panic. How could he resolve this? While he possessed the ability to save them, it would require time and effort for each individual, and he could not afford to delay the others. Even if they survived, their cultivation would be irrevocably damaged, leaving them unable to practice again. Such a burden was beyond his capacity to bear. Like an ant scurrying upon a hot skillet, I paced back and forth, occasionally casting forth a stabilizing incantation upon the individuals around me to aid them in resisting their inner demons for a longer duration. Just as my brow furrowed in despair, a sudden fluctuation in space heralded the arrival of a small 9-tiered tower and a golden vine, which hovered above the gathered crowd and myself. The tower descended, enveloping everyone in a radiant spectrum of colors, fortifying their physiques and mending the severely damaged meridians and consciousnesses. Meanwhile, the golden vine released a series of golden halos that intertwined with the multicolored light, pulling back those who had strayed into madness, restoring their clarity of mind. The voice of Zillian resonated in my ears. Senior brother, since you have gleaned some insights into the path of sanctification, why do you not hasten back to Kunlun Mountain to meditate and comprehend? What are you waiting for? Hearing Zillian address me so, I felt my face flush as I replied, what you say is true. But these individuals... My gaze involuntarily shifted towards the crowd shrouded in radiance, my expression betraying my concern. Rest assured, second senior brother, with both me and the eldest senior brother here, there shall be no unforeseen circumstances. Though these individuals have encountered calamity, it may not be entirely detrimental. When they awaken fully, their Tao cultivation will likely advance significantly, and their future paths will be rid of many troubles. Upon hearing my words, Nuwa's voice chimed in. Initially, she had harbored some anger toward my inadvertent recklessness that led so many of our kin astray, but seeing my genuine concern alleviated her resentment, prompting her to offer comfort. Realizing that Nuwa bore no ill will towards me, I felt a sense of relief that in that case, I shall take my leave, and I must trouble you. Senior brother and senior sister, I incline my hands towards the heavens in gratitude. You may go, Nuwa replied, but I no longer lingered and took flight, understanding that further words were futile. Attaining enlightenment and achieving the saintly position was the matter at hand. After Hong Jun departed, Nuwa and Zillian suddenly activated their treasures, causing the previously dim radiance to blaze forth. Under the soothing glow emitted by these artifacts, the injuries to both body and spirit of the gathered kin began to heal rapidly, observing the swift recovery of these individuals. Nuwa sighed gently. Senior brother, I truly do not comprehend why you insisted on restraining me from confronting second senior brother in anger. Zillian exhaled a sigh. Nuwa, although you created humanity and regard them as your own children, do not think that such a reason grants you the right to forever shelter them beneath your wings, that, if you do so, humanity shall never attain true strength. One day, even with your protection, they may succumb to the dust of history. Remember, rebirth through tribulation is the only path to triumph. Nuwa remained silent for a lengthy moment before finally speaking. I understand that continuously sheltering humanity is to their detriment. Yet Senior brother Zillian, you shall never grasp my sentiments. Laughter erupted from Zillian in the sky, and after a considerable pause, Nuwa, bewildered, inquired, Senior brother, what is so amusing? Is my statement truly that laughable? After a moment of hesitation, Zillian replied, Nuwa, how do you know that I lack feelings for humanity? Perhaps my sentiments towards them are no less than yours. Nuwa, seemingly puzzled, asked, What do you mean, senior brother? Do you have some profound connection with humanity? I not only share a significant connection with humanity, but also with you. Upon hearing Nuwa's inquiry, Zillion momentarily lost his composure, revealing this truth, though he quickly withheld the latter part of his statement. Oh, senior brother not only has ties with humanity, but with me as well. What could that connection be? Nuwa inquired, astonished. Zillion, feeling a slight headache, silently cursed himself for his lack of restraint. It is not the right time to discuss this. When the moment is ripe, you shall understand. With that, he intensified the activation of the treasures, evidently wishing to conclude matters swiftly. Humph! Not the right time again. If it were anything else, I would understand, but this is merely an excuse for your unwillingness to share. Nuwa approached. However, Zillion seemed oblivious to her words, and once the individuals beneath the glow had returned to their former selves, he swiftly retracted the Qian Kuan Tower, choosing not to entangle himself further with Nuwa. Left with no choice, Nuwa, witnessing Zillion's hasty departure, retracted the vine, but she resolved to inquire further upon their next encounter, determined to uncover the nature of his connection to her. Dear readers, have you seen the collections and votes of other authors? My heart aches at the contrast with my own. Could you kindly lend your support with more collections and recommendations? Is my work truly so unappealing to you? Chapter 56. The Return of All Saints, Part 1. Previously, I was fraught with anxiety over how to rescue the strayed kin when a small tower and a vine appeared in the sky, revealing Zillion and Nuwa extending their aid. Zillion urged me to retreat to the Three Pure Ones Palace in Kunlun Mountain for meditation, inadvertently letting slip my connection to humanity in Nuwa, though I deftly retracted the latter part of my revelation. Yet it still sparked Nuwa's suspicion. Upon returning to the Three Pure Ones Palace, I found Yuan Shi and Tong Tian addressing their disciples' cultivation queries in the main hall. Their eyes lit up upon my arrival, and Yuan Shi exclaimed, "Senior brother has returned. I wonder if you—" Before Yuan Shi could finish, I gestured for silence, and, without uttering a word, cast a glance at both before vanishing from the hall. Perplexed, both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian wondered, what has come over our senior brother? Why is he silent? Yet, observing my expression, they surmised that I was on the verge of attaining sainthood, filling them with excitement. Yuan Shi, forgetting his previous rivalry with Tong Tian, turned to him. It seems our senior brother is behaving unusually. He must have grasped the path to his sanctification. Tong Tian agreed, but felt astonished at Yuan Shi's sudden engagement, pondering, after so long of ignoring me, why is he speaking now? With a huff, he resolved to ignore Yuan Shi's words, feeling a sense of indignation over his prior treatment. I manifested in my chamber and sat cross-legged. I felt a surge of anger recalling my experiences among humanity. Had I achieved a saintly position, I would not have felt so helpless in that situation. Now, I owed a tremendous debt to Zillion and Nuwa. How could I repay it? Sighing, I closed my eyes and began to contemplate the method of sanctification I had gleaned during my time among humanity. Achieving sainthood through strength was out of the question. I could only ponder the latter two methods, attaining sainthood by severing the 3 corpses. Yet I had only recently severed 1 good corpse. There's still a long way to go. Could I achieve sainthood through merit? Or could I find opportunities akin to those bestowed by Nuwa? As I pondered, I gradually transcended my surroundings, reflecting on the remarkable qualities of Hamani. I was startled by my own thoughts. Breaking into a cold sweat, unable to contain myself, I took a deep breath and murmured, "What on earth does Brother Zillion intend to do?" The more I pondered, the more I felt convinced that my intuition was correct. In that moment, I felt a throbbing headache, desperately clutching my hair in an effort to cease my relentless thoughts. Yet, the more I tried to suppress them, the deeper I delved into contemplation. After a prolonged struggle, I finally calmed down, sitting in place, panting heavily. Gazing at the strands of hair I had unwittingly pulled out, I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seems this is the heavenly Tao as punishment for my probing into its mysteries. Had it not been for the legacy bestowed upon me by the primordial Father Pangu, I would surely have lost my true nature, becoming a mere thoughtless shell in this world. Nevertheless, despite the dangers I've faced, I have come to understand the path to my own sanctification. However, it appears that I can no longer partake in the myriad affairs of the Hong Huang. lest I provide the heavenly Tao with further excuses to deal with me. Alas, I found myself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow that I had originally aspired to achieve the rank of sage, to attain immortality and freedom, yet I was instead burdened with knowledge of this colossal conspiracy. Even if I were to attain the status of sage, this revelation would linger in my heart like a demon, inextricable until I reached that legendary state beyond the heavenly Tao. Perhaps then I could truly transcend. I composed myself and resumed my meditation on the mat, restoring my depleting spirit. In the 33 heavens, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun also sat upon his mat, eyes closed, yet a subtle smile graced his lips. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. On the Penglai peak of the three immortal islands, Zilian smiled to himself, remarking, "I never anticipated that it would lead Laozi to such an understanding, but is that truly a surprise? He wouldn't dare voice such thoughts. Self-awareness is a virtue, even for a sage." With that, he too closed his eyes, returning to his meditative state. After some time in cultivation, I finally restored my depleting spirit. It was evident how severe the toll had been, as even one of my stature required such an extended period to recuperate. I stepped outside the Sanqing Palace and summoned Yuanshi and Tongtian, stating, "I am to achieve the rank of sage. You too shall observe, as it may aid your own path to sanctification." Upon hearing my words, both Yuanshi and Tongtian were filled with elation, eagerly nodding in agreement. In the previous chapter, it was recounted how, during my secluded contemplation in the Sanqing Palace, I inadvertently discerned the schemes of the heavenly Tao and Zilian, an intricate conspiracy involving the human race, the Wu and Yao clans, and the entirety of the Honghuang world, one that nearly ensnared me in peril. This revelation left me in a state of moral quandary, caught between silence and expression. Ultimately, I resolved to disregard worldly affairs, seeking to evade this awkward predicament. Observing the excitement in the nods of Yuanshi and Tongtian, I felt a wave of regret and sorrow wash over me. I was about to send my two brothers into a conspiracy that could claim their lives at any moment. Who says that sages are immortal? Who claims that those who do not attain sagehood are mere insects? Under the heavenly Tao, sages are but insects as well, merely stronger than the rest. That I retracted my thoughts, fully aware that my actions were misguided, yet feeling powerless to change course. Not only did I have to conceal my guilt towards them, but I also had to push them forward, a sensation I had never experienced before, truly a blend of helplessness and bitterness. Just as I was about to ascend and establish my teachings to achieve sagehood, a sudden spatial disturbance heralded the arrival of a golden tower, resplendent in its dark yellow hue, hovering before me. Simultaneously, Zilian's voice resonated in the air. "Laozi, since you wish to become a sage, this artifact is perfectly suited to serve as the foundation of your teachings." Taken aback, I gazed at the small tower, my excitement mounting. "Thank you, brother, for bestowing such a treasure upon me." I bowed 3 times in reverence towards the direction of the 3 immortal islands, and no need for such formalities. "This artifact is destined for you." "Take it," Zilian replied, and the tower descended into my hands. Yuanshi and Tongtian, having witnessed my typically calm demeanor transform into one of fervent emotion as I caressed the tower, exchanged astonished glances and inquired, "Brother, what kind of treasure could provoke such a reaction from you?" Wiping my eyes with my broad sleeve, I replied, "This is indeed an extraordinary item. Oh, what makes it so remarkable? Even a congenital treasure would not elicit such excitement from you." Tongtian questioned that a congenital treasure. I turned to glance at Tongtian, shaking my head. "This is merely a postnatal spiritual treasure." Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged perplexed looks, with Yuanshi asking, "If it is merely a postnatal treasure, why are you so fervently moved?" Without lifting my gaze, I responded, "This artifact was born from the heavens and earth after Pangu opened the sky. It is known as the Tiandi Xinhuang Linglong Pagoda. Despite being postnatal, its defensive capabilities rival those of the primal treasures." Both Yuanshi and Tongtian, being knowledgeable individuals, had indeed heard of this remarkable treasure and had previously sought it, only to find themselves devoid of fortune. Never did they expect it to be with Zilian, who now offered it to my brother for his ascension. Envy sparkled in their eyes as they pondered. Zillion had first gifted Nuwa, a Qian Kuanding, and now this tower to my brother. What a wealth of treasures does he possess? At that moment, they even entertained the notion of robbing Zillion. Had they not feared his power, I steadied my racing heart and ascended into the air. Holding the treasure aloft as it transformed into a towering structure dozens of meters high, I proclaimed loudly, I am Laozi, the incarnation of the primordial Father Pangu's primordial spirit, the foremost of the three pure ones of Kunlun Mountain, who has delved into the great Tao under Hongjun. Today, I vow to establish a great teaching to enlighten humanity with the heavenly Tao as my witness. The human teaching is established. As soon as my declaration echoed, the Linglong Pagoda soared to the abode of humanity, showering boundless dark yellow energy that nourished the people. The human race, drawn by an auspicious opportunity, knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We greet our teacher and wish for our teacher to attain the mixed element." As soon as the humans spoke, the heavens trembled and a surge of merit descended, which I received, since I bore the merits of Pangu's creation within me. The two merged, enabling me to instantaneously attain the rank of sage. Auspicious clouds and good fortune appeared, and the celestial bodies acknowledged this moment, showering me with the same celestial power that graced Nuwa upon her ascension, benefiting all living beings in the Hongwang. Upon descending to the ground, I noticed that both Yuanshi and Tong Tian, who had been watching, were now entranced, emanating a faint yet unstable pressure. After a while, they regained their senses and bowed to me. Yuanshi was the first to speak. I am Yuanshi Tianzuan, and I hereby establish a teaching to enlighten the world. May the heavenly Tao witness this. The Chan teaching is established. Tong Tian followed suit, declaring, I am Tong Tian. And I too make a grand vow, establishing a teaching to enlighten the world. May the heavenly Tao witness this. The Jie teaching is established. As they finished, the heavens responded with two beams of merit, allowing them to successfully attain sagehood. And once more, the celestial bodies showered down their strength in celebration. As the three of us prepared to congratulate each other, two familiar voices resonated, those of the Western figures, Jean and Junyi. They proclaimed their compassion and determination to establish the Western Pure Land, renouncing homage to Hongjun and reciting the Huang Ting scripture, asserting that for every grain of sand, there exists a world, and for every leaf, a Bodhi. Those who believe in the Western Pure Land may enter and find everlasting peace, free from calamities. They proclaim themselves as two bodhisattvas, establishing the Western teaching. Their words lingered. The heavens granted their desires, showering them with golden light of merit, enabling their ascent to sagehood, and the celestial bodies again rained down their blessings in celebration. Hearing the proclamations from Jane and Junyi, I couldn't help but scoff. Tong Tian remarked, everlasting peace and calamity-free existence. Spare me. Without sagehood, one is but an insect, and in the face of great tribulations, one is destined to turn to ash. With that, he strode into the grand hall. Yuanshi Tianzuan wore a similar expression of disdain as he vanished from sight, while I ambled forward, muttering to myself, to not attain sagehood is to be an insect. That is the true deception. In fact, it is the greatest deception of all, one that leaves its victims unable to voice their suffering. All the while watching fools tumble into the trap one by one, that I glanced at the Linglong Pagoda in my hands, then looked up towards the direction of the three immortal islands, saying, perhaps only Brother Zillion and our teacher beyond the skies are exceptions. It may well be that this conspiracy was devised by the two of them in collusion with the heavenly Tao. Chapter 58. Gathering at the Purple Celestial Palace, Part 1. Previously, it was recounted that at the moment of his sanctification, Laozi was bestowed the Tower of Mystical Yellow by Zillion, which he was to use as the foundation for establishing his teachings. Overcome with emotion, Laozi was unable to contain himself. Both Yuanshi and Tong Tian, inspired by Laozi's enlightenment during his sanctification, also attained their own saintly positions. Meanwhile, the two figures in the West, Jin and Junyi, founded their own Western teachings and declared their independence from Hongjun, refusing to worship him or recite the Huangting scriptures, instead establishing themselves as Buddhas beyond the 33 heavens, A ripple in space heralded Zillion's arrival at the gates of the purple celestial palace. Surveying the majestic palace, Zillion sighed softly, not wishing to be there, yet acknowledging that certain confrontations were unavoidable. The gatekeeper, a young Taoist, approached upon noticing Zillion's presence and respectfully greeted him, saying, "Greetings, Zillion Shixiao. Our master has instructed that if you arrive, you need not announce your presence. Simply enter." Zillion nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the main hall. Upon entering, he found Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, seated atop the high platform, eyes closed in meditation. Zillion approached and saluted, saying, "Zillion pays his respects to the master." Hongjun opened his eyes, silently observing Zillion. Uncomfortable under Hongjun's gaze, Zillion inquired, "Master, why do you look at Zillion so? Is there something amiss?" Hearing Zillion's question, Hongjun exhaled deeply and replied, "So, you have come." Understanding the implication behind Hongjun's words, Zillion calmly responded, "I did not wish to, but I had no choice." Hongjun regarded Zillion with surprise, asking, "Are you not afraid that I might act otherwise?" With a slight smile, as if confident in his resolve, Zillion replied, "Fear? Yes, I am afraid, but it is essential. This is the only path. Your compassion will not allow you to refrain from acting." Suddenly, Hongjun burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face. "I anticipated you would say that. Compassion? I did not prevent you from pursuing that matter, did I? Am I truly compassionate? You do not wish to, do you?" Zillion said, gazing intently at Hongjun. A victorious smile appeared on his face as he perceived the flicker of evasion in Hongjun's eyes. "Because this is the decree of the heavenly way. Their demise is fated, and none can obstruct it. Not you, nor I. This is destiny." Hongjun shook his head with a rueful smile, saying, "I know you are clever, but I never expected you to be this astute. I suspect that Pangu, who fell, never anticipated that his scheme would be uncovered so swiftly by you, nor that you would dismantle it so thoroughly. Oh, you not consider your brotherly bond with him at all?" Zillion's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained composure. "I admit, I have wrestled with this. Yet I chose to act, not out of disregard for our bond, but out of confidence that I can achieve something even more perfect than his plan." Upon hearing this, Hongjun's previously smiling demeanor turned serious, even somewhat agitated. "Have you found a way?" Zillion nodded slightly before shaking his head, smiling as he replied, "Not to be disclosed, not to be disclosed." Hongjun looked up at the boundless void and nodded thoughtfully. "There is still something I do not understand. Can you enlighten me?" Zillion clasped his hands together and said, "Master, feel free to ask. I shall provide clarity where I can. Why do you choose to aid humanity? Is it merely to disrupt this plan?" Hongjun voiced his curiosity. Zillion initially thought he knew what Hongjun would inquire about, but was surprised by the question. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Because I too am of the human race." "Impossible!" Hongjun exclaimed, leaping up in astonishment. "How can you be of the human race? Did you not attain enlightenment from within the chaos? It cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. You shall know in time, but not now." Zillion replied evasively. Hongjun felt a sense of frustration, pondering whether he was the teacher or Zillion was. Was he to embody the heavenly way, or was Zillion? How was it that he lacked knowledge compared to Zillion? He was beginning to see himself as the disciple. Shaking his head, he sighed, "I ask but one thing of you. When the time is ripe, please rescue me. Will you?" Seeing Hongjun's demeanor, Zillion nodded affirmatively. "If I succeed, I shall certainly save you. If I do not." He left the statement unfinished, aware that failure would likely mean his own demise. "Now, the time has come. Summon them." Hongjun nodded, stating, "It is indeed time to call them." He then opened a rift in space and declared, "You are summoned to the Purple Celestial Palace." Hongjun's words resonated directly in the ears of the three Pure Ones and Enhua. As for Jin and Jinti, who had already established their independence, there was no need to summon them. The assembly paused, taken aback. This was the first time in many years that their master had called upon them so directly. What could it signify? Although they had achieved saintly status, they still dared not be complacent, swiftly parting the space to arrive at the 33 heavens. Upon entering the Purple Celestial Palace, they discovered Zillion already seated upon a mat. his presence enigmatic. Had he been there all along, or had he just arrived? If he had been there, it was impressive. If he had just come, then his cultivation was indeed formidable. Only Laozi observed the exchanges between Hongjun and Zillian, his gaze filled with uncertainty, as if pondering something profound. Sensing the scrutiny upon him, Zillian turned and met Laozi's gaze, offering a slight smile. "O Laozi." This smile carried an unmistakable warning, prompting him to nod hastily in acknowledgement before shifting his attention back to Hongjun. Zillian noticed Laozi's evasive demeanor and smiled knowingly. Understanding that Laozi harbored some reservations, he glanced at Hongjun, silently urging him to announce the proceedings. Hongjun shot Zillian an exasperated look, while Yuanshi and Tongtian were oblivious to the silent exchange between Laozi and Hongjun. However, one individual did not overlook it: Inhua. Although her cultivation was relatively modest compared to the others, her keen intuition allowed her to perceive the nuances of the moment, despite maintaining a calm facade. A tempest brewed within her. Had Zillian just commanded their master? She felt disoriented, adamantly denying her own observations. "Inhua Shimi, the master awaits. Why do you not take your seat?" Zillian, unaware of Inhua's revelations, called out to her. Noticing her lost in thought, startled, Inhua replied, "Oh," and took her place on her designated mat. Zillian, observing her lingering distraction, found it curious but deemed it not the moment for questioning. Thankfully, she had seated herself, ensuring that Hongjun's announcement would proceed unimpeded. Chapter 59. Gathering at the Purple Celestial Palace. Part 2. As the narrative continues, it was noted that the assembly of saints had occurred, and Zillian had arrived at the Purple Celestial Palace to meet with Hongjun. After a brief exchange, they summoned Inhua and the three pure ones. Upon seeing Zillian, Inhua was taken aback by the exchange of glances between Zillian, Hongjun, and Laozi, which filled her with dread, as it appeared Zillian was issuing commands to Hongjun. Once Inhua was seated, Hongjun surveyed the gathered assembly with a smile, saying, "Since Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, the heavenly way was established, yet the rules governing the universe were initially vague and unclear. Now, after countless years, you have all attained your saintly positions. You must acknowledge that this is due to Zillian's guidance and the grace he's bestowed upon you. Do you comprehend?" Hongjun's unexpected words left the assembly momentarily stunned. They wondered what had prompted their master to attribute all merit to Zillian, yet no one voiced dissent. As Hongjun noted, their achievements were indeed partly due to his teachings, as well as Zillian's insights. Laozi rose and said, "Master's words bear great truth. We must express our gratitude to Zillian Shixiao for his guidance." He then bowed deeply to Zillian, who accepted the gesture gracefully. Afterward, Laozi turned to Hongjun and bowed deeply, adding, however, "Without the master's profound teachings, even with Zillian's guidance, we might not have succeeded so smoothly in attaining our saintly statuses. Thus, we must also thank you for imparting your wisdom." Following Laozi's lead, the others stood in turn, bowing first to Hongjun and then to Zillian before resuming their seats, eager to hear what Hongjun had to convey. Once everyone had settled, Hongjun resumed, stating, "As you have now achieved the status of saints, it is regrettable that you lack the corresponding treasures to suppress the primal spirits of the chaos and the path of the saints." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. And once the assembly displayed expressions of joy, he continued, "I happen to possess several treasures that may assist you in this endeavor." Upon finishing his words, Hongjun produced a rolled-up scroll and handed it to Laozi, saying, "This treasure is known as the Taiji diagram, containing the essence of the world that it serves both offensive and defensive purposes, having been forged from the Pangu axe at the moment of creation. Intended to subdue the rampant forces of earth, wind, water, and fire that rage between heaven and earth, it is perfectly suited for you." The three pure ones and Inhua were all captivated by this remarkable artifact presented by Hongjun, astonished that he could produce such a legendary treasure, one that is indeed a primordial gem. The eyes of Yuanshi Tianzuan glistened with fervor as he gazed intently at Hongjun, observing his excitement. Hongjun revealed yet another treasure, a flag of gray hue, with a flagpole of an indeterminate material that seemed rather unremarkable. Hongjun spoke, "This treasure is called the Panga Banner, similarly derived from the Pangu axe. It can unleash the chaotic energy, serving as an unparalleled weapon of aggression. He handed the flag to Yuanshi, disregarding his ecstatic expression, and turned his gaze to Tong Tian. Hong Jun furrowed his brow, seemingly wrestling with an internal conflict. And after a moment's deliberation, he made a decision. Tong Tian, I initially intended not to bestow this treasure upon you. However, having granted artifacts to your two senior brothers, I cannot show favoritism. With a gentle sigh, he produced 4 exquisite swords and a piece of azure cloth, presenting it to Tong Tian, proclaiming, "This artifact is the foremost instrument of punishment between heaven and earth, perfectly aligned with your nature. The IT is known as the Zhuxian sword array. Composed of the Zhuxian sword, Levexian sword, Xianxian sword, and Juexian sword, along with the accompanying formation diagram. Once these swords are drawn, even the mightiest of beings, be they the Luo immortals or Vajra arhats, shall find themselves bloodied and helpless. Their very essence eradicated. IT is a weapon of extraordinary ferocity, capable of challenging even the sages who cannot withstand its power. Use it with great caution," Hong Jun concluded, his demeanor gravely serious. Both Tong Tian and Laozi were utterly astonished, never having envisioned that Tong Tian would receive such a formidable treasure, which would surely place him above the two of them from that moment forward. Yuanshi, too, ceased to bask in the glory of his Pangu banner, his expression turning a shade akin to that of liver. Zillian observed this transformation in Yuanshi with barely contained amusement, realizing he too was capable of such mood swings. Although Zillian was indifferent to the so-called sword array that was said to be impervious to the 4 sages, she was nonetheless drawn to the historically renowned formation, its fierce energy emanating a reputation that could not be denied. That IT was said in later verses. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel once concealed beneath Mount Sumeru's heel. No need for yin and yang to forge its might. Could water and fire not sharpen its light? Zhuxian thrives, Levexian perishes, Xianxian ignites a crimson glow, Juexian transforms in boundless wonder, the Luo's blood stains its attire. It appeared that the praise was far from exaggerated. It seemed that entering this array would require considerable effort to break free. Tong Tian's face flushed crimson with excitement as he trembled while accepting the Zhuxian sword array from Hong Jun. His lips parted, yet failing to utter a single syllable, revealing the extent of his exhilaration. Zillian, watching from the side, thought mischievously, "I hope he doesn't burst a blood vessel from all this excitement." Hong Jun then produced 2 more items, one resembling the Taiji diagram and the other a vibrant, fluffy red embroidered ball. "Niuhua, you possess an innate kindness and shun conflict. These 2 treasures are named the Mountains and Rivers National Map and the red embroidered ball. While they may not rival the Taiji diagram or the Pangu banner, they surpass innate spiritual treasures in strength." Hong Jun offered the 2 treasures to Niuhua. In the rear courtyard, there lies a section of precious rock, upon which I have collected over the years various spiritual treasures from the vast wilderness and beyond, which I shall also bestow upon you at this moment. Hong Jun's voice carried a tinge of melancholy. Although the others were captivated by the treasures in their hands, they still caught the sorrowful tone in Hong Jun's words. Niuhua furrowed her brow and inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Sensing that something was amiss with Hong Jun. Under the heavenly path, the number 9 signifies extremes, while 7 represents constants. With 8 sages now in existence, one must inevitably depart. The heavenly path, originally a manifestation of 50 primordial auras, has lost one, leading to instability in the celestial order. As your master, I am destined to merge with the heavenly path to restore the balance of fate, Hong Jun responded, revealing a gentle smile. "Master, do you not?" The 3 pure ones and Niuhua gasped in astonishment. Despite their mutual grievances, they held immense gratitude towards their master, and the thought of his merging with the heavenly path filled their hearts with profound sorrow. They stood to voice their concerns. But Hong Jun interrupted, "There is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. You may go to the courtyard. Lilian, remain. I have matters to discuss with you." He waved his hand, dismissing the others, who reluctantly departed, knowing they could not intervene in such a decisive matter. Chapter 60. Niuhua's inquiry in the previous account. The sages had gathered at the Purple Cloud Palace, each receiving treasures from Hongjun meant to suppress the primordial chaos and enhance their cultivation. However, they were also met with the shocking news of Hongjun's intent to merge with the heavenly path. The group was taken aback. Despite their attempts to dissuade him, Hongjun's resolve was unwavering, and he sent them away. Leaving only Zillian behind, they exited the Grand Hall. They arrived at the rear courtyard. Nuwa followed closely behind the three Pure Ones, her head bowed in contemplation. When the three Pure Ones paused before the precious rock, Nuwa remained lost in thought, nearly colliding with Tong Tian, who caught her arm and asked, "Nuwa, dear sister, what troubles you so deeply?" Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Laozi exchanged concerned glances, silently questioning her state. Nuwa looked up, startled back to reality. And if not for Tong Tian's grip, she might have embarrassed herself. She smiled at Tong Tian and turned to Laozi, yet remained silent. Laozi, taken aback by her gaze, glanced down at himself. Finding nothing amiss, he then asked, "Nuwa, why do you regard me so?" Nuwa's previously smiling face turned serious as she inquired, "Brother, will you not speak?" Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tong Tian exchanged bewildered looks, their eyes darting between Laozi and Nuwa, though they refrained from interjecting. Laozi narrowed his eyes and questioned Nuwa, "What do you mean by that?" "Brother Laozi, I saw everything in the hall just now. Why did you—" Nuwa's face darkened as she spoke without thinking. "Silence!" Laozi barked angrily. Then added, "Nuwa, I warn you, this matter is beyond your concern. Do not inquire. It will not benefit you." With a sigh, he thought to himself, "It is not only detrimental to you." "Brother Laozi, do you know something?" Nuwa pressed, undeterred by his tone, lowering her voice in a bid to extract information, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. Laozi forced a smile. "Nuwa, do not press me. I will not divulge anything that if you truly wish to know. Perhaps you should inquire with Brother Zillian that he may have insights into what you seek, in any case, I shall not speak." Turning back to Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tong Tian, he continued, "I know you two have questions similar to Nuwa's. But I advise you to forget it. Treat it as if nothing has occurred, and do not mention it again, lest you regret it later. Now, let us divide the treasures and return." With that, Laozi approached the precious rock to collect his treasures, but paused to remind the three Pure Ones, "Do not take everything. Leave some for Brother Zillian." After saying this, he tore through space and departed. "Humph, I knew this matter was connected to Brother Zillian. He has always been enigmatic, and I cannot fathom his true intentions, since he refused to tell me. I shall seek him out myself." Nuwa grumbled defiantly, turning back, clearly intent on finding Zillian. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tong Tian exchanged glances, then looked at the precious rock. Yuanshi asked Tong Tian, "Did you discern the meaning behind their words?" "Not at all. I'm still quite confused. However, it seems that something transpired between Brother Laozi and Brother Zillian in the hall, which they have concealed from us. Perhaps Nuwa inadvertently uncovered it." Prompting her to question Brother Laozi, Tong Tian speculated, stroking his smooth chin. "What shall we do? Should we collect our treasures and return to Mount Buzhou, or pursue Nuwa to learn more?" Yuanshi, Tianzuan inquired, finding Tong Tian's conjecture plausible. "Did you not hear Brother Laozi's words? This matter may be grave, possibly even related to our master. I would rather not delve into such ominous affairs." "You may pursue her if you wish," Tong Tian replied, moving toward the precious rock, but was soon halted by Yuanshi. Wait, Tong Tian, the treasures are right there. They want to run away." "Why the rush? You just mentioned it might be related to our master." "What do you mean by that?" "I seem to be getting more confused," Yuanshi urged, holding on to Tong Tian as he sought clarification. Tong Tian rolled his eyes at Yuanshi's questions. "Can I not be anxious? With a multitude of disciples under my tutelage, and lacking any formidable treasures for protection, I find myself with little to offer them. It seems fortuitous that I can take these treasures back for their benefit. As for why this matter pertains to the master," Tong Tian glanced at Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and remarked, "Did not our elder brother Laozi just warn us against probing further? Otherwise, we must bear the consequences ourselves. In this vast world, the only beings potentially more powerful than us are likely the master and Brother Zillian. Moreover, Brother Zillian could never contend with our combined strength, leaving only the master, embodying the heavenly way, could possibly confront 2 or even 3 saints uniting their forces. Who else could it be but the Master? After uttering these words, Tong Tian could not help but add internally. Usually, Yuan Shi is quite astute. Why is he asking such foolish questions today? Of course, he would never voice this thought aloud. Your implication suggests that this matter is likely connected to the heavenly way. Yuan Shi finally grasped the situation, his mouth agape in astonishment, resembling a startled frog. I did not say that. You inferred it yourself, which has nothing to do with me, Tong Tian whispered to Yuan Shi while glancing around. Afterward, he gathered some spiritual treasures with a flick of his sleeve and, akin to Laozi, tore through the barriers of space and departed. Yuan Shi Tianzuan regarded the panicked Tong Tian with a hint of disdain. Muttering to himself, "Coward! You are even less courageous than that female figure Nua. If you will not go, I shall." With a dismissive pout, Yuan Shi Tianzuan turned back, evidently unafraid of death. Yet, unexpectedly as he stepped out of the rear courtyard, a beam of yellow light surged towards him, shattering the space beside him. Startled, Yuan Shi realized he had not sensed such an attack. Fortunately, it was not aimed directly at him that moment. He felt as if his body had been struck by a colossal mountain, propelling him into the newly fragmented space. A voice echoed in his ear. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, this is your final warning, O ordinary mortals. The immortality of saints may seem trivial, but in my eyes, it is merely a jest. It would be best to suppress your curiosity. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to reduce this world by 1 saint, granting other practitioners a chance. The final huff from Zillian caused Yuan Shi Tianzuan, still in shock, to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 61. Revelation of Identities. Previously, it was mentioned that in the rear courtyard of the Purple Cloud Palace, Nua could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired about Laozi. However, Laozi warned her and Yuan Shi Tianzuan to refrain from indulging their curiosity, or they would face the consequences, before departing. Unwilling to relent, Nua sought out Zillian, followed by Yuan to their surprise. Hong Jun and Zillian united to cast Yuan Shi into the depths of space and issued a warning. Suddenly, Zillian's voice resonated within the Grand Hall. Sister Nua, why resort to such measures? Come inside. Zillian and Hong Jun had long noticed Nua hiding outside the hall, exchanging knowing smiles. Zillian was the first to address Nua's thoughts. Sister, do you require my invitation to enter? Seeing Nua's silence, Zillian surmised she was harboring a glimmer of hope and continued, glancing at her hiding spot. Realizing her concealment had been discovered, Nua stepped forward. Her face flushed as she stammered, Master, Brother Zillian, I. Unsure of her words, she felt embarrassment of being caught attempting to eavesdrop. And no need for that. Zillian waved his hand. Please take a seat. There are matters you cannot know. Yet others you may. He gestured toward the mat on the ground. This. Nua hesitated, uncertain whether to sit, especially since Hong Jun had remained silent, merely observing her with a smile. She wondered why Zillian appeared to treat the Purple Cloud Palace as his own abode. She looked up at Hong Jun. Since Brother Zillian wishes to share some insights, you might as well sit and listen, Hong Jun suggested, recognizing Nua's difficulty in adjusting to the situation. Sister Nua, are you curious why I can behave so audaciously before the Master? Zillian, aware of Nua's confusion, asked once she settled down. Nua glanced between Hong Jun and Zillian before nodding. Indeed, I sense there is something secretive between you and the Master. May I inquire when you became aware of this? Zillian pressed further. It was when I first entered the Purple Cloud Palace that I observed the exchange of glances between you, Brother Laozi, and the Master, which struck me as unusual. Moreover, Brother Laozi seemed quite apprehensive regarding you, and the Master's gaze held a sense of uncertainty. Nua elaborated. Ha! Zillian, how surprising. You are clever yet foolish at times, Hong Jun teased, amused that Nua had discerned these subtleties. Zillian chuckled wryly. I too did not anticipate that Sister Nua's insight would be so keen. Deducing our concealed matters from merely a subtle exchange of glances. Master, brother, what exactly are you concealing from me? Nua inquired, perplexed. Sister Nua, as you hail from the demon race, I should not disclose this to you. However, when you departed earlier, the Master instructed me to share this information with you, as it is essential for you to know, Zillian said, observing Nua's rapt attention He glanced at Hong Jun, who nodded affirmatively, before continuing. This matter, though seemingly grand, is equally trivial. Come on, Brother Zillian. What is it? Stop keeping me in suspense. I'm on the verge of losing my patience. Nuwa urged, growing increasingly anxious that I and the master. Zillian began, but was interrupted by Hong Jun. Hey, don't involve me in this. I have no part in it. This is entirely your doing, Hong Jun protested, eager to distance himself from Zillian's words. Zillian shot Hong Jun an exasperated look, suppressing the urge to throttle him. Yet knowing he needed his assistance, he glared at him before turning back to Nuwa. Indeed, this does not concern the master. It is my own plan, a scheme capable of altering the operation of the heavenly way. Pausing momentarily, Zillian continued, not so much an alteration, but rather a propulsion. Merely hastening the workings of the heavenly way, he observed Nuwa's reaction closely. Upon hearing Zin's declaration, Nuwa was taken aback, her mind racing to accelerate the heavenly way. What could this plan entail? She turned her gaze towards Hong Jun. Don't look at me. You must be startled by your brother's words. Just wait. The more terrifying revelations lie ahead. Hong Jun gestured towards Zillian. You remain silent. Yet no one considers you mute. Zillian's retort rendered Hong Jun speechless. Turning back to Nuwa, he continued, Sister, do you recall asking me about our connection? Of course I do. That was during the treatment of certain humans when you dismissed my inquiry. Claiming the timing was not right. Nuwa responded eagerly. Very well. I shall now reveal the nature of our connection to you. With that, Zillian rose and bowed deeply. I, the human Zillian, pay my respects to the Holy Mother. Taken aback, Nuwa instinctively stepped aside, then rushed forward to assist Zillian, exclaiming, Elder brother, what is this? Why do you bow to me? Wait, what? Nuwa suddenly recoiled, fear flashing across her face as she stammered. Elder brother, you just said you are human. Zillian, observing Nuwa's evident shock, clarified, Indeed, I am truly of the human race, though not entirely. How can I explain this? You may understand my essence to be human, while this physical form was reconstituted from the chaos. I believe you, Nuwa replied, her earlier fright seemingly forgotten. Huh. Hong Jun was astonished by Nuwa's calm acceptance, while Zillian was equally taken aback, pondering, could it be that my revelation of being human has left this Holy Mother so stunned she cannot react? If that is the case, my transgression is indeed grave. Amit what a sin! Zillian has completely forgotten that she is a sage, and her mind involuntarily recalls the words of the Buddha. Chapter 62. Entrusting the Human Race. In the previous chapter, it was mentioned that Zillian exposed the matter of Nuwa eavesdropping outside the Zhixiao Palace and, together with Hong Jun, called Nuwa in. Zillian informed Nuwa that she, too, was of the human race, and bowed to her. Zillian anticipated that Nuwa would be astonished by her origins, but to her surprise, Nuwa remained remarkably composed upon hearing Zillian's words, which left both Zillian and Hong Jun feeling quite perplexed. Giggling, when Nuwa noticed the astonished expressions on Hong Jun and Zillian's faces, she laughed and said, Master, senior brother, are you surprised by my calmness upon hearing this news? Zillian and Hong Jun nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains, to express their bewilderment. Ever since I created the human race and attained sagehood, I have suspected that senior brother Zillian is of the human race, although I cannot articulate why, nor can I be certain. I have indeed felt in my heart that senior brother is one of them. Nuwa murmured as if lost in thought. Why is that? How can you be so sure? Zillian promptly inquired. Perhaps it is because the human race was created by me. I have discovered that I share a unique resonance with every individual of the human race. Regardless of how they may change in appearance, I can always discern their true identity due to this special connection. I have also sensed this resonance in senior brother Zillian, albeit faintly. If I stand too far away, I might not notice it, but whenever senior brother Zillian is beside me, I can always feel it. Nuwa explained, gazing at Zillian. Yes, that's so. How unfortunate that I thought it was a secret. Upon hearing Nuwa's response, Zillian nodded with a wry smile. Senior brother, I have always had a question, which is the key reason I cannot ascertain whether you are truly of the human race. May I ask? Nuwa stated. Feel free to ask. However, I may not necessarily provide an answer. Zillion jested. Humph. Nuwa rolled her eyes and asked, the human race was just created by me, yet senior brother Zillion had already attained enlightenment during the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were opened. How can this be explained? This is the question I wish to ask, and I wonder if senior brother Zillion can enlighten me. So this is the question. Zillion seemed to suddenly realize. Does this mean you can tell me why? Nuwa said joyfully, noticing Zillion's demeanor. Zillion cast a sidelong glance at Hongjun, who was also listening intently. Zillion smiled at Nuwa. That question? It's quite simple, but the timing is not right to disclose it. Zillion took a breath, still withholding the answer that Nuwa and Hongjun yearned to hear. Nuwa, realizing she had been toyed with by Zillion, bit her lip in frustration, unable to voice her thoughts. All right. Now is not the time for my matters. Let me discuss this plan. Zillion quickly attempted to smooth things over. It was enough to tease Nuwa a bit. After all, a woman's curiosity can be perilous, especially when that woman is a sage. Senior brother Zillion, what exactly is your plan? You have yet to utter a single word about it this entire time. Nuwa remarked, clearly annoyed. As Zillion listened to Nuwa's complaints, he thought to himself, is it me who is unwilling to speak? It is clearly you who have not given me the opportunity. However, Zillion dared not voice this, swallowing his words that, put it plainly, my plan is encapsulated in a single sentence, to support the human race. Obliterate the witch and demon tribes, and enable the human race to dominate the Honghuang world. Upon hearing Zillion's words, Nuwa involuntarily clenched her delicate fists, then relaxed them, lowering her head in contemplation, without offering any rebuttal. Zillion and Hongjun exchanged glances, both observing Nuwa's expression with some apprehension. Especially Zillion. Although he would carry out this plan, even if Nuwa disapproved, he did not wish to offend her, a result he hoped to avoid. A heavy silence pervaded the grand hall. After a while, Nuwa slowly raised her head, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze on Zillion. I wish to know, is this plan proposed by you or by Master? Zillion did not anticipate that Nuwa would pose such a seemingly unrelated question, yet he answered candidly. This matter has nothing to do with Master. It is my proposal, and I intend to oversee it personally. Then why reveal this to me? Nuwa inquired further. Because you are a member of the demon race and also the holy mother of the human race. You cannot be divorced from this matter, which is why I shared it with you. I do not wish to keep it from you. Zillion replied earnestly. That Nuwa's expression turned grim as she forced a smile, speaking in a low tone. From this day forth, Nuwa shall be Nuwa, no longer affiliated with any tribe, nor shall I concern myself with the affairs of the Honghuang world. That I will solely focus on my cultivation within the Wahuang Palace, and will not leave unless absolutely necessary. After saying this, Nuwa stood and walked away to the door. She paused without turning back, addressing Zillion. Senior brother Zillion, regardless of whether you are of the human race, you are still my senior brother. I have always held you in high regard, and I owe my ascension to sagehood to your benevolence. However, if the human race suffers the slightest grievance, even if my cultivation is inferior to yours, I will not let you off easily. With that, Nuwa vanished at the threshold, clearly departing. Zillion watched Nuwa's figure and listened to her words, feeling as though his heart had been sharply pierced, causing him great pain. He turned to Hongjun, bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Master, what is she? Sighing softly, Hongjun replied. Foolish child, she has agreed. She is simply feeling distressed. Then I shall find her and clarify things. Zillion rose, intent on pursuing her. Originally standing atop the platform, Hongjun swiftly blocked Zillion's path. There is no need to chase after her. Even if you go, she will not see you. Let her have some time to herself. She will come to understand. After saying this, Hongjun also began to depart, leaving behind a final remark. I, too, must take my leave. This Zhixiao Palace is no longer of use to me. If you wish to stay, feel free. Reflect carefully and do not squander the resolve that Nuwa has demonstrated. With his words still hanging in the air, he vanished. Zillion stood in place, somewhat dazed, glancing at the Zhixiao Palace, then at the spots where Nuwa and Hongjun had disappeared, murmuring to himself, it seems that from now on, all matters must rely on my own calculations. With Hongjun embodying the way, and Nuwa no longer engaging with worldly affairs. Alas, how burdensome! Zillion sighed at the end, calling out in lament, before vanishing himself and returning to the Three Immortals Island. Chapter 63. Hong Jun and the Way That I. In the previous chapter, Zillion finally disclosed his plan to support the human race and eliminate the witch and demon tribes to Nuwa. Unexpectedly, Nuwa did not oppose it, declaring her separation from the demon race and entrusting the human race to Zillion before returning to the Huahuang Palace, thus no longer participating in the conflicts of the Honghuang world. This left Zillion feeling a heavy heart, yet he knew that he had already laid the groundwork for this plan, making it impossible to alter in the Sanqing Palace. Laozi remained seated at the head position, while Tong Tian sat beside him, his face a stormy shade of blue, filled with fury. Not for any other reason, but for the few individuals kneeling below him. Look at what you have done. If it weren't for the elixir of your master uncle, if I had returned even a moment later, I fear that Jiluosen's life would have been at stake. How am I to explain this to your original master uncle? Tong Tian reprimanded the kneeling disciples with a thunderous voice, questioning why they had resorted to such cruel measures. Master, do not blame Gong Ming and the others. It was I who could not endure the insults directed at us, and acted in retaliation. Duo Bao said, his expression filled with grievance, but he still endeavored to defend his fellow disciples. Humph, you still have the audacity to speak. As the eldest disciple, you should have dissuaded them, yet you took the lead in the violence. Tong Tian was so enraged that he could not find the words to express himself. At this point, Yun Changzi, who had been standing quietly at the side, stepped forward. Master Tong Tian, you cannot place the blame entirely on the younger disciples. Jiluosen should not have insulted them, which led to the conflict. I suggest we let it go. Yun Changzi, please explain what transpired. Laozi, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. Certainly, Yun Changzi replied. 2 days ago, we were discussing the Tao on the back mountain, verifying our paths with one another. For reasons unknown, Jiluosen and Xiongxiao had a dispute that escalated into a physical confrontation that we managed to intervene before things got out of hand. After the conflict, Jiluosen, unable to swallow his pride, uttered some insults. Yun Changzi hesitated, casting a glance at Laozi, uncertain of how to proceed. Despite the circumstances, I will not hold you accountable. In a moment of fervent discourse, Yun Changzi once again bowed respectfully to Tong Tian and remarked, How is it that you, esteemed master, possess such a lack of discernment, to have accepted these damp, unrefined creatures beneath your banner, thus tarnishing the ethereal essence of this blessed realm? With a resounding clap, Tong Tian's wrath erupted as he smashed the table to smithereens, rising to point an accusatory finger at the pale-faced Jew Lusun below, exclaiming, Ah, you audacious rascal! How dare you insult me so brazenly? Truly, you are no son to your master. What use are you to me? Today, I shall request my elder brother, Yuan Shi, to cleanse this establishment. Upon uttering these words, an overwhelming aura of sanctity enveloped Jiu Lusun, who trembled in fear. Tong Tian, fueled by ire, acted with the swiftness of lightning. By the time Jiu Lusun comprehended the situation, it was already too late. He thought to himself, this is dire. I shall have much to answer for that moment. A surge of spatial fluctuation manifested between Tong Tian and Jiu Lusun as a figure tumbled awkwardly from a void. It was Yuan Shi Tianlin, who had been forcefully thrust into the spatial realm by Hong Jun and Zillion in the Zixiao Palace. However, upon his emergence, he was met with a formidable pressure bearing down upon him, leaving him no time to prepare for defense. All he could do was brace himself. With 2 faint sounds of impact, Yuan Shi staggered backward several paces, failing to quell the tumultuous flow of blood within him, and spat forth a mouthful of crimson. Realizing the source of this oppressive force, Yuan Shi glared furiously at Tong Tian. Tong Tian, what is the meaning of this? He bellowed. Though Tong Tian felt a twinge of remorse for inadvertently injuring Yuan Shi, he retorted with a hardened tone, What do you mean, what? Inquire of your good disciple. Ask them what they have done. Ignoring Yuan Shi, he flicked his sleeve, causing his disciples to vanish, and settled back into his seat. Brother, what has transpired? Yuan Shi inquired, recognizing the gravity of the situation, that he understood that merely Tong Tian's aura should not have been sufficient to cause Yuan Shi to spit blood. even in a moment of panic. Yuanshi should have only been forced back a few steps without suffering such harm. Do not mention it, Yuanshi sighed, a spark of anger igniting within him as he recalled. I was just unceremoniously expelled by the combined forces of my master and brother Zillion. A hint of embarrassment tinged his voice. Why? Yuanshi pressed, but quickly realized the implication of his question and narrowed his eyes. Did you disregard my warning and attempt to eavesdrop? Speak. What did you overhear? Yuanshi asked anxiously. Yuanshi, taken aback, replied hesitantly. Had I heard anything, it would have been worth the trouble, but I was thrust into the void the moment I stepped out of the courtyard. Were it not for my quick reflexes, I might still be trapped. Oddly enough, it seems Niwa entered without incident. Yuanshi shook his head in confusion, and upon glancing at Tong Tian, he recalled the earlier incident and seized Tong Tian's sleeve. What did you mean by your good disciple? He asked, his tone sharpened. Humph. Tong Tian did not respond, shaking off Yuanshi's grasp and turning his head away. Just as Yuanshi was about to express his indignation, a tremor coursed through the fabric of space. Prompting the three to hurriedly gaze skyward, they beheld the sky awash in crimson light, accompanied by celestial melodies. Startled, they rushed outside. Brother, what is happening? Has another attained sainthood? Yuanshi questioned, though the spectacle did not suggest such a conclusion. I remained silent, furrowing my brow at the celestial anomaly, my heart foreseeing the impending events that I, as Hongjun, now wish to unite with the heavenly Tao to amend the celestial order from this day forth. Calamities shall cease, and Hongjun shall not manifest. Unite. Hongjuan's voice reverberated through the heavens, affirming the suspicions that had taken root in my mind. In an instant, boundless celestial energy and auspicious aura cascaded down upon the primordial land, compelling all beings, including the saints, to kneel in reverence, proclaiming Hongjun Daozu's benevolence. Only Zillian, situated on Sanxian Island, stood gazing at the sky, murmuring to herself, the heavenly Tao, the fate of all hangs upon this occasion. With that, she turned away from the celestial vista, returning to her bamboo abode, instructing Yinglong to maximize the formation's capacity to absorb the celestial energy and auspicious aura. Chapter 64. The separation of the three pure ones previously. It was recounted how Tong Tian and I returned to the Sanxing Palace to discover a conflict erupting between our disciples and those under Yuanshi, nearly resulting in the demise of Jiulu-san, one of Yuanshi's 12 golden immortals. After hearing Yun Changzi's words, Tong Tian sought to eliminate Jiulu-san, but inadvertently harmed Yuanshi in the process, while Hongjun was concurrently merging with the heavenly Tao to rectify the celestial order. The three of us stood outside the palace for an extended period, only returning to the grand hall once the crimson light and auspicious clouds in the sky dissipated, our expressions heavy with unspoken thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Yuanshi Tianzuan raised his head to address Tong Tian. Tong Tian, what did you mean by your earlier words? Recalling the incident rekindled Tong Tian's fury, and with a cold voice, he replied, Do not question me. Inquire of your disciple Yun Changzi, and the truth shall be made clear. With that, he lowered his head, returning to his contemplations, dismissing Yuanshi's presence altogether. Yuanshi found the situation perplexing. Why did Tong Tian insist that he question his own disciple? Nevertheless, he summoned Yun Changzi, asking, Yun Changzi, what transpired? Speak, and I shall listen. Master, the matter unfolded as follows. Yun Changzi, ever the honest soul, recounted the events in detail, including Tong Tian's furious intent to kill Jiulu-san, leaving nothing concealed. What? Yuanshi exclaimed in shock. Not due to the insults hurled by Jiulu-san, but because such a loss among his few favored disciples would wound him deeply. How is Jiulu-san faring now? He inquired. Master, Jiulu-san has been treated with the elixir of our esteemed uncle and is now out of danger. Came the response from the nearby Nanji Xianwang, who interjected, However, he did suffer injuries to his legs, having been struck by the Pangu's primordial golden whip. Though they have been reattached, the whip's might was overwhelming. And Jiulu-san's stature has been notably diminished. Yuanshi exhaled a sigh of relief. That is fortunate. As long as he is alive, a slight reduction in height is inconsequential. He then turned his gaze back to Tong Tian, his voice cold. Tong Tian, why did you resort to such extreme measures? Even if my disciple spoke disrespectfully, I am more than capable of meting out punishment. Had I not intervened, your forceful energy may well have sent him into the abyss. The mere thought of that potent force sent shivers down Yuanshi's spine. Had Zhu Lusun been struck, his fate would have been sealed. Yuanshi, Tong Tian retorted, incensed that Yuanshi sought to blame him rather than Zhu Lusun. He stood abruptly, his face flushed with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuanshi. We are all manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. I regard you as an elder brother, yet you would forsake brotherhood for the sake of a mere disciple, failing to discern right from wrong, and instead choose to lay blame at my feet. Do you not think for a moment that I am intimidated by you? Yuanshi, taken aback by Tong Tian's boldness in addressing him so publicly, understood that his disciple was indeed at fault. Yet his protective instincts flared. He had initially intended to chastise Tong Tian lightly, hoping to drive him away and provide himself with an opportunity to save face later. However, Tong Tian's outburst had left him teetering on the edge of a precipice, with no choice but to stand firm. And what of it? My disciple may be unruly, yet he speaks some truth. Just look at the company you keep. You have allowed these individuals to sully the pristine environment of this sacred realm. Yuanshi retorted, unyielding in his stance. You infuriate me. Tong Tian's restraint shattered at Yuanshi's words. The fury he had been suppressing erupted forth. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned one of the 4 swords he had acquired in the Zixiao Palace, the Sword of Extermination, pointing its tip menacingly at Yuanshi. Yuanshi Tianzuan, how dare you insult me so? Today I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. With that, he lunged forward with the sword, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Yuanshi, caught off guard by Tong Tian's sudden aggression, prepared to evade the approaching blade, but was met with a flash of white light that collided with Tong Tian's sword, deflecting it. Only then did Yuanshi realize that the white light emanated from a white steel talisman adorning my arm. Upon witnessing my intervention on Yuanshi's behalf, Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. Elder brother, what is the meaning of this? Are you siding with Yuanshi against me? Very well. Come forth, and do not think for a moment that I fear the two of you combined. I shall see just what you are capable of. Tong Tian has unleashed 3 more treasured swords, wielding a formation diagram, and has laid out a sword formation atop this grand hall. The Zhuxian sword formation is indeed extraordinarily formidable. Merely the murderous aura it exudes has reduced this exceptionally fortified hall, enhanced by magical incantations, to mere dust. Yuanshi and Laozi, caught off guard, found themselves covered in ash, while the likes of Yun Chongzi and others were violently thrown far away, landing on the ground, spitting blood. Tong Tian, have you had enough of this ruckus? Before so many juniors, aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Laozi chided Tong Tian. Turning back, he cast a long sigh towards Yuanshi Tianduan, saying, since the 3 pure ones have reached the point of drawing swords against one another, it is evident that our fates have reached in END. It would be ill-advised for me to remain here any longer. Xiandu, let us depart. With that, Laozi soared into the sky, taking Xiandu with him. Upon seeing Laozi leave, Tong Tian retracted the Zhuxian sword formation, sneering coldly at Yuanshi Tianzuan before ascending on his cloud. Yuanshi was left dumbfounded, pondering, what is happening? Was it not merely a minor conflict? Why do they leave so abruptly? He hurriedly called out, Laozi, senior brother, Tong Tian, junior brother, you, yet neither turned back. Yuanshi Tianzuan, brimming with suppressed rage, muttered, go, go, go. With them gone, Kunlun Mountain has indeed become quiet. With that, he turned to return to the grand hall. But alas, the hall had been reduced to mere ashes in the chaos, leaving him with nowhere to go. Helpless, Yuanshi could only retreat to his own dwelling. After Laozi left with Xiandu, they arrived at Shouyang Mountain, where they established the 8 scenery palace. With a wave of his hand, Laozi transformed 2 stones, naming them Jinjiao and Yinjiao, before commencing his alchemical pursuits, no longer concerning himself with worldly affairs. Tong Tian, accompanied by numerous disciples, traveled to the East Sea, where he encountered a vast island brimming with spiritual energy. He named it Jineo Island, erected the Bio Palace, and established a grand formation for its protection, continuing to expound upon his Shangqing celestial teachings within. Thus, The three pure ones, who had coexisted for eons, were irrevocably separated, laying the foundation for future conflicts during the Fengshan War. Chapter 65. The Western Conspiracy. Part 1. Previously, it was recounted that upon learning of the conflicts among Tong Tian's disciples, Yuan Shi Tianzun not only refrained from blaming his own disciples, but instead held Tong Tian accountable. This infuriated Tong Tian, who contemplated striking Yuan Shi, but was thwarted by Lao Zi's intervention. The discord among the three pure ones escalated to an irreparable state, and both Lao Zi and Tong Tian subsequently took their disciples to establish separate abodes, completely severing ties. Beside the 8 treasures merit pool of the Western sect, Jin and Junti were delivering teachings to the newly inducted Buddhas of the Western sect when a golden-bodied Buddha approached to report, "Honorable Buddhas, the emperors of the heavenly demon palace, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, have come to pay their respects and wish to meet with you ditto." Jin, pausing his discourse, turned his closed-eyed companion Junti and said, "Junior brother, our opportunity has arrived." Junti opened his eyes to glance at Jin, smiling. "Indeed, senior brother, the moment we have awaited has finally come." Taoism. As he spoke, a cold glimmer flickered in Junti's eyes, revealing a ruthless smile. At that moment, his countenance was devious, far from the demeanor expected of a Buddha, resembling that of a fiend instead. "Everyone, you may disperse." Jin waved his hand, sending away the audience, and together with Junti, they proceeded to the Golden Summit Pagoda to meet the 2 emperors of the heavenly demon palace. How did the 2 esteemed emperors fare? Upon meeting Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, Jin concealed his scheming facade, donning a guise of benevolence as he performed a Buddhist greeting to them. "Thank you for your concern, esteemed Buddhas. Thanks to your blessings, we have been faring quite well recently." Dijun and Dong Huang quickly returned the courtesy. The 4 exchanged insincere pleasantries before taking their seats. Jin inquired, "May I ask what brings you, esteemed emperors, to this desolate land?" Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi exchanged glances, then looked at the attending monk Shunny, their intentions unspoken yet clear, evidently harboring significant matters to discuss, while wary of being overheard. Seeing Dijun's expression, Jin understood and addressed the attendants. "You may withdraw for now. Inform others that unless I summon you, do not enter." The Shunny monks complied, exiting and closing the door behind them. "Dijun, can you speak now?" Junti asked, somewhat displeased. Once the room was left with just the 4 of them, it's not that I distrust these individuals. Rather, this matter is of utmost importance, necessitating caution." Dijun, noticing Junti's irritation, hastily clarified, "Esteemed senior brothers, my brother Dong Huang and I have come to inform you of a momentous occasion, a grand opportunity for us." That Dijun spoke with a joyful countenance. Jin and Junti exchanged knowing glances, both inquiring, "What is this grand opportunity that brings such joy to the emperor?" "Forgive me, esteemed senior brothers, but our previous plans have been stalled due to those meddlesome individuals on Kunlun Mountain." "Have they not?" Dijun posed. "Indeed, that is the case. Otherwise, we would have acted long ago. Why would we be idly sitting here?" Junti responded. Dijun laughed heartily. "I have come to resolve this predicament for you." "How will you resolve it? Please, speak plainly." Dijun, junior brother. Jin expressed his interest. Dong Huang Tai Yi, who had been quietly enjoying tea, suddenly interjected, "The 3 pure ones are currently preoccupied with their own affairs and lack the time to obstruct our plans." After stating this, he returned to savoring his spiritual fruits. Disregarding the other 3, Jin and Junti exchanged knowing smiles, acknowledging, Dijun is indeed a master of strategy and cunning, while Dong Huang Tai Yi is refreshingly straightforward. It is only such individuals who can achieve extraordinary heights. However, they still look to the self-satisfied Dijun. Awaiting his explanation, Dijun stroked his beard. "What my brother Dong Huang said is correct. The 3 pure ones are indeed too preoccupied to interfere with our plans. Thus we can proceed with confidence." That he nodded as he explained it. "Oh, Emperor, please elucidate further." Junti inquired, his interest piqued, even addressing Dijun with respect. "I am unworthy of such deference." Dijun waved his hands dismissively, continuing, "The 3 pure ones have quarreled and separated. Is that so?" Junti could no longer remain composed, stepping forward to grasp Dijun's arm. asking, "Is this truly the case?" Jun, startled by Junti's sudden movement, quickly regained his composure, patting Junti's hand to signal him to release it. Internally, he was elated, thinking, "So, you Junti have moments of impatience as well. I thought all saints were unperturbed by fame or disgrace." Yet he still replied, "Of course, it is true." Junti, feeling somewhat embarrassed, let go of Jun's arm, but continued to inquire, "How did you come by this information?" "As even my brother Jean and I could not deduce it." Indeed, it was true that the three pure ones possessed higher cultivation than them, making it impossible for them to foresee such events. "Aha! Junior brother Junti, what is our position?" Jun asked. "Naturally, we are the rulers of the heavenly demon palace, leaders of the demon race. What is there to question?" Junti replied, somewhat confused, while Jane began to catch on. "If my brother Dong Huang and I are the rulers of the demon race, then the demon race on the vast land of the wilderness is indeed under our command, is it not?" Jun inquired further. "Yes, that is evident, but what does this have to do with your knowledge of the three pure one separation?" Junti still could not comprehend, returning the question. Jin, unable to contain himself any longer, thought, "How could junior brother Junti, who is usually so astute, be so foolish today?" Jean quickly interjected, "Junior brother Junti, there are also demon races on Kunlun Mountain." He shot an exasperated glare at Junti. Oh, now I understand." Junti finally grasped the situation, his face slightly flushed as he returned to Jean's side, falling silent. "Esteemed emperors, since that is the case, our plans can indeed proceed," Jean stated. "I had only just thought of this, which is why I hurriedly came to inform you. But I still have one concern." Jun said, "What concern do you have, Emperor? Please do share it so we can discuss and refine our plan further." Jean gestured invitingly. My concern is one individual, the one who has rarely shown herself on Sanxian Island. Zillian. Jun spoke with a hint of resentment, clearly harboring grievances against Zillian. In the 66th chapter, titled Western Conspiracy, Part 2, it was recounted that Jun and Dong Huang Tai arrived at the Western sect to meet Jie and Junti. They informed them that the three clear ones of Kunlun Mountain had gone their separate ways and were unable to attend to their affairs, thus allowing the meticulously crafted plan to be set in motion. While the group was in high spirits, Jun expressed his concerns that Zillian might intervene, that he articulated his deepest apprehensions regarding this individual, causing Jie and Junti to furrow their brows, as they had nearly forgotten about Zillian, who rarely roamed the primordial world and had always maintained a low profile. After a moment of contemplation, Jie replied, "In my opinion, it is unlikely that Zillian will obstruct our plans. I fail to see any connection between him and the Wu clan, even if he has ties to the primordial chaos and Pangu. The latter has already perished, and although the Wu clan is said to be born of Pangu's essence, they bear no direct relationship to him. He should not be inclined to assist the Wu clan." Brother, what are you afraid of? Even if Zillian is formidable, he is but one individual. During our previous competition outside the Five Zhuang Temple, we were merely at the level of a quasi-saint, which led to our defeat. Now, both of us have achieved the status of saints, and the two emperors possess formidable treasures for protection. Combined, our strength is such that he would not dare to seek confrontation, risking his own dignity as a saint. Junti remarked dismissively. Junti, you must not speak so lightly. What you both do not understand is that the rapid ascension of Nuwa and the three clear ones to the saintly realm is largely due to Zillian's guidance. This indicates that Zillian's cultivation has indeed reached an extraordinary level, perhaps rivaling that of Hong Jun before he attained the Tao. Jun expressed with lingering concern. "Why does the emperor fear him so?" Junti suddenly interjected. "Who says I fear him?" Jun retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. "What do I have to be afraid of?" Yet, there was an unmistakable note of trepidation in his words. "If you're not afraid, then why do you bolster his confidence while diminishing your own? You and Dong Huang Tai are both emperors of the heavenly demon palace, with Nuwa as your supporter, and with me and Jane by your side." Junti pressed further. Enough. Jun, my junior brother, do not let this trivial matter affect our camaraderie. However, I am curious as to why you do not seek Nuwa's assistance. With her involvement, our strength would undoubtedly increase, providing us with greater assurance. Even if the three clear ones and Zilian truly attempt to impede us, we could still contend with them, Jane interjected. Sensing Di-Jun's rising ire. Sigh. I too have my difficulties, Di-Jun lamented as he returned to his seat, sighing deeply. Oh, why the distress, Emperor? Speak of it. Perhaps Zhuan-Ti and I can offer some solutions. Jane inquired with curiosity. Not long ago, while Dong Huangtai, Yi and I were engaged in casual conversation, we suddenly received a message from Nuwa at her palace, summoning us to meet. Initially, we felt elated, thinking Nuwa had finally decided to lend us her aid. However, upon our arrival, she informed us that she would no longer involve herself in matters concerning the demon race, and that we should fend for ourselves. She even warned us not to antagonize Zilian, and sent us away. Di-Jun recounted with a bitter smile. What? Nuwa has withdrawn from the demon race, and will no longer concern herself with its affairs. Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti exchanged glances, pondering the implications of Nuwa's unexpected decision. What could this mean? Did you offend her in some way? What else did she say? How could Dong Huangtai, Yi and I offend her? We have always been at her service. However, I heard that her change of heart occurred after her visit to the Purple Cloud Palace. While she had previously ignored us and displayed little warmth, she never outright dismissed us. Di-Jun noted with a hint of confusion. By the way, brothers, did you not visit the Purple Cloud Palace? What transpired there? Di-Jun, have you forgotten? We have established our own sect and no longer recognize Hong Jun as our master. Why would he allow us to meddle in his affairs? Jie-in replied, Oh, my apologies, brothers. I had completely overlooked that. Di-Jun said, hastily bowing in acknowledgement. Not at all. Not at all. Since the day we declared our independence, we have ceased to concern ourselves with others' opinions as long as we can reach a higher realm. External fame is merely superficial and holds no true value, Jie-in remarked with a magnanimous smile. Then, according to your insights, Zilian will not interfere in our affairs. Di-Jun astutely redirected the conversation, avoiding further entanglement in the issue. Indeed, based on your earlier words, it seems that while Zilian has exceptional cultivation, he holds no ties to the Wu clan. I doubt he will obstruct our endeavors, Jie-in affirmed. Then I can rest easy. When shall you set out, Brother Zhuan-Ti? Di-Jun inquired, relieved. You and Dong Huangtai, you should return first. I will make the necessary arrangements and depart shortly, Zhuan-Ti replied. Very well. Dong Huang and I shall return first and await your arrival at the Heavenly Demon Palace. Di-Jun and Dong Huangtai stood, bowing to Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti before departing the floating pagoda. Once Di-Jun and Dong Huangtai had left, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter, their mirth lingering for quite some time before they calmed down. Who would have thought that the three clear ones would actually split? This truly is a boon for us, Zhuan-Ti exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, I never anticipated that the three clear ones could part ways. That I was genuinely concerned about our ability to contend with them. But now, Jane did not finish his sentence. Instead, he obsessively twisted the string of steel Buddhist beads in his hand. Ha! Brother, your words hold wisdom. Who would have imagined that the once unassailable three clear ones would face such a fate? It is indeed a great fortune for our Western sect to extinguish the Taoist lineage. N.T. excitedly voiced his long-held aspirations. Junior brother, refrain from speaking further. Such words are best left unspoken. Jane interrupted Zhuan-Ti, gesturing skyward. Oh, indeed. Zhuan-Ti realized he had spoken too freely, sheepishly rubbing his bald head. In the 67th chapter, titled Western Conspiracy, Part 3, it was recounted that Di-Jun had revealed his concerns regarding Zilian, provoking Zhuan-Ti's incessant jibes, nearly leading to a rift between them. Fortunately, Jie-in intervened to prevent the dispute. The four speculated that Zilian would likely not interfere with their plans, and Di-Jun and Dong Huang departed. Junior brother, as you venture into the primordial realm, be cautious not to act impulsively, lest you attract unforeseen troubles that may expose our plans. You understand? Jie-in admonished Zhuan-Ti sternly. Rest assured, brother, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. As long as our plan is executed smoothly, we can sleep soundly. Zhuan-Ti nodded in agreement. Then you may depart, Jie-in urged Zhuan-Ti. Very well. Take care, brother. Zhuanti replied before vanishing from the meditation mat. On Sanxian Island, Zilian opened her eyes within her bamboo dwelling and communicated telepathically to her 3 disciples, who were practicing on the back mountain. Come to my bamboo house. I have matters to discuss. Upon hearing Zilian's call, Yinglong and the others halted their training and approached the entrance of her bamboo house, greeting her in unison. We pay our respects. Master, please give us your instructions. With a creak, the door of the bamboo house opened, and Zilian stepped out, assessing the cultivation levels of her 3 disciples. Well done. You have made considerable progress during your time on Sanxian Island. I'm pleased that I have some tasks for you, which will also serve as a refreshing break. Remember, cultivation should balance diligence with leisure. Splendid. Master, I have been cooped up on Sanxian Island for far too long. This time, I must enjoy myself to the fullest. Humayer exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands at the prospect of leaving the island. You mischievous little fox, you never forget about fun. Look at your 2 senior brothers. They were once at the same level as you, yet their rigorous training has left you far behind, and you still have the audacity to say such things, Zilian chided, playfully tapping Humayer's head. Master, why do you keep tapping my head? You're making me feel foolish, Humayer protested, rubbing the spot where Zilian had playfully struck her. Enough. Yinglong, Zilian, and Humayer engaged in playful banter to alleviate the emotional burdens they had been carrying of late. Zilian then spoke. You shall venture to Shoyang Mountain to summon your master and senior brother, informing him that I have matters to discuss. Afterward, take the opportunity to wander the vast expanse of the primordial world before returning. Zilian instructed Yinglong to as you command, Master. Yinglong replied dutifully before departing. Zilian then turned to Guanjing and Humayer, pondering briefly before addressing the 2. You both shall journey to Kunlun Mountain to invite your original master, and to Golden Ao Island to summon your Tongtian master. Come to my Sanxian Island, and like your elder brother, take some time to explore the primordial lands before returning. Yes, master, Guanjing responded with a formal bow. Then turned to Humayer, saying, Sister, let us be off. Farewell, master. Humayer curtsied to Zilian and followed Guanjing, bouncing along the way, her chatter incessant. Guanjing, though silent, listened with a smile, showing no sign of annoyance. Watching her 3 disciples depart in succession, Zilian turned her gaze westward, revealing a barely perceptible cold smile. She murmured to herself, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from action. Humph. Jijin and Kunti, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? How naive and laughable. Since you have chosen this path, I shall become the unwitting player in your scheme. Taking a deep breath, Zilian continued, It is fortuitous, for I have been troubled by the thought of resolving this matter myself. The consequences of the Wu and Yao clans are too profound. I did not anticipate your emergence to relieve me of this predicament. After adjusting her attire, Zilian stepped forward and vanished from sight. Beyond the 33 layers of heaven, chaos reigned, with turbulent chaotic currents threatening any intruders, reducing them to their most primitive molecular forms. In this tumultuous environment, a stable space, long subjected to chaotic energies, began to tremble violently. A figure emerged from the rippling space, and the chaotic winds, akin to a ravenous beast, rushed towards this individual in such a harsh setting. One might wonder why Hong Jun and Nuwa chose to erect palaces here. With a mere wave of his hand, the chaotic winds transformed into a docile kitten circling around him. This individual was none other than the elusive Zilian from Sanxian Island. Greetings, Zilian Sherbois. The gatekeeper of Nuwa's palace saluted. You may inform your master, Nuwa, that I wish to see her, Zilian replied with a smile. Yes, Zilian Sherbois. Please wait a moment, the attendant said before swiftly entering the grand hall of Nuwa's palace to relay the message. Zilian observed the palace's grandeur. Though not ostentatiously adorned, it radiated a sense of elegance that truly reflected Nuwa's temperament. Moments later, the attendant returned, breathless, and bowed. Zilian Sherbois, Nuwa Shermu, requests your presence, with a gesture inviting Zilian to enter. Zilian stepped into the grand hall, where Nuwa sat gracefully on her mat. Zilian Shixiang, since the establishment of this palace, this is only your 2nd visit. Please, take a seat, Nuwa said with a welcoming smile. Zilian surveyed Nuwa, noting that she bore no resentment for the events that transpired in the Yuqing Palace, which eased Zillian's heart. She then spoke, "Niwa Shimi, my previous visit was due to a specific matter. Please, Shi Xiang, speak freely if it is within my power. I shall not refuse," Niwa replied. Zillian discerned the underlying meaning in Niwa's words, and undeterred continued, "This matter cannot be discussed here. It requires us to travel to my Sanxian island." Niwa was taken aback by Zillian's directness, as requesting her to visit his abode was considered rather impolite. Yet, she had no valid reason to decline and was also curious about Zillian's intentions. Thus, without questioning Zillian's motives, she said, "Zillian Shi Xiang, please allow me a moment to prepare before we depart." "You may proceed. Do not mind me." Zillian nodded. Chapter 68. The Western Conspiracy, Part 4. Last time, we recounted how Zillian dispatched his 3 disciples to summon Laozi at Shouyang Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan at Kunlun Mountain, and Tong Tian at Golden Ao Island, to discuss important matters at Sanxian Island. Meanwhile, Zillian personally sought out Niwa at her palace. After a brief period, Zillian returned to Sanxian Island with a prepared Niwa. Shortly after they settled, a maid approached to announce that Tong Tian had come to visit. Zillian instructed the maid to invite Tong Tian to his bamboo hut for a meeting. "Zillian Shi Xiang, may I inquire as to why you summoned me so urgently?" Tong Tian asked after bowing respectfully to both Zillian and Niwa upon entering. "Do not be hasty, my fellow disciple. We must wait a moment longer until all are gathered. I shall inform you when the time comes." Zillian replied with a smile that, "In the meantime, please enjoy some tea and spiritual fruits. These fruits were sourced from the chaos. The last time you visited, some were still unripe, but now they are ready for tasting." Zillian gestured lightly. "Haha, then I shall not hold back. Truth be told, ever since I returned, no other spiritual fruit has pleased me as much in this vast primordial realm. Only the ginseng fruits from Zenyuanzi's abode can compare to those you offer." Shi Xiang, Tong Tian remarked, realizing that the other awaited guests must be Laozi and Yuanshi, thus refraining from further inquiries as he savored the spiritual fruits on the table. "Indeed, these are delightful. Zillian Shi Xiang, I must ask a favor of you," Tong Tian said after tasting the fruits that "What kind of favor?" Zillian inquired, puzzled as to what Tong Tian might request. "Tea is nothing of great consequence. I simply wish to take some of these spiritual fruits with me for my disciples to refine elixirs. You must know that the fruits here far surpass those found on the primordial land," Tong Tian explained. Is that all? Such a trivial matter hardly warrants a favor. I shall instruct my disciples to prepare a generous supply for you to take when you depart," Zillian replied with a wry smile, causing even Niwa to stifle a laugh. After summoning a maid to arrange the fruits, the 3 resumed their discussions on as they conversed over the next few days. Tong Tian and Niwa found themselves gaining significant insights into Tao and deepening their understanding of Zillian's cultivation. Each contemplated in silence, realizing that Zillian had indeed left them far behind in their pursuit of the Tao. After several days of lively discussion, a maid approached to announce the arrival of Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzin. Zillian promptly instructed the maid to guide them in, due to their residence in the primordial lands and the distance traveled. Laozi and Yuanshi arrived later than expected, coinciding perfectly with Zillian and Niwa's return to Sanxian Island. After exchanging greetings, the group settled down with tea and spiritual fruits, engaging in light conversation before turning their attention to Zillian, who was sitting at the head of the table. Niwa inquired, "Zillian Shi Xiang, may I ask the purpose of your summons? Is it time to share? Now that we are all present, it is indeed time to speak." Zillian replied to Niwa before continuing, "I have gathered you here today to discuss 2 matters of great significance." After glancing around at the attendees, particularly at Niwa, Zillian paused. "What are these 2 matters?" "Zillian Shi Xiang?" Laozi asked cautiously, his demeanor reflecting a concern for Zillian's potential displeasure. Tong Tian and Yuanshi, less perceptive, remained oblivious, while Niwa, who had been observing Laozi since their encounter in the Yuqing Palace, recognized that her initial suspicions had proven correct. She noted that Zillian was concealing certain matters from her, and that Laozi's apprehension was not unwarranted. "Do not be alarmed, my fellow disciple. Since I have invited you, I have no intention of keeping anything from you," Zillian assured Laozi with a smile. Laozi, inexplicably anxious at Zillian's smile, responded, "No need to rush, Zillian Shixiao. Please take your time. The first matter I wish to address is my prediction that two treasures will emerge from the Blood Sea. Treasures that are intricately connected to all beings throughout the primordial realm. Be they human, demon, or witch, perhaps only a saint can truly extricate themselves from their influence." Zillian paused for a moment, noticing that no one had posed any questions, and then uttered a statement that astonished several sages. Upon hearing Zillian's words, they were secretly taken aback and pondered. Surely, Zillian's claims are a tad exaggerated. What kind of treasure could possibly be connected to all beings in the vast wilderness? Excluding only the sages? Even a Chaos Supreme treasure would be incapable of such a feat. Could it be that there exists a treasure even more formidable than the Chaos Supreme treasure? Zillian, my esteemed senior, what are these two treasures you speak of? Are they also Chaos Supreme treasures? Upon hearing of treasures related to her human race, Enwa could hardly contain her eagerness and inquired. Not quite. While these two treasures are indeed remarkable, they do not belong to the ranks of Chaos Supreme treasures. They are, in fact, innate spiritual treasures, Zillian clarified. If they are merely innate spiritual treasures, they must certainly possess extraordinary capabilities. Enwa continued to press for details. Indeed, these two treasures are known as the Reincarnation Brush and the Nether Book, which evolved from Panga's Chaos Blue Lotus. Zillian explained in response to Enwa's inquiry. The others listened to Zillian's words with bewilderment, having never heard of such treasures existing in the world. However, they were still puzzled. Surely, Zillian did not summon them all the way here simply for these two unknown treasures. If you desire them, just say so. With your cultivation, who would dare to compete with you? They continued to regard Zillian with confusion. I shall withhold further detail for now. In any case, these two spiritual treasures must be obtained. But not by me, nor will I seize them myself. It is a task I must trouble you to undertake. Zillian addressed the group's unspoken doubts. Senior Zillian, if you have mentioned it and are not taking action, then who else could? Tontian interjected. These items are not fated for any of us, not even for our respective disciples. Only Enwa, my junior sister, is destined to acquire them, Zillian stated, casting a meaningful glance at Enwa. Silently thinking, what does it matter who obtains them? It will be beneficial for me to make arrangements for my own human race, would it not? Chapter 69, The Turbulent Sea of Blood, Part 1. Previously, it was mentioned that Zillian had invited several individuals to Sanxian Island and informed them of the impending emergence of two treasures above the Sea of Blood, treasures that were intimately linked to all beings in the vast wilderness, save for the sages, and that only Enwa could claim these treasures, urging everyone to assist her in their acquisition. Once Zillian finished speaking, Enwa's eyes widened. Senior Zillian, I've already stated before my teacher in the Purple Cloud Palace that I would no longer involve myself in matters of the vast wilderness. Why then do you say these two spiritual treasures are connected to me? Enwa expressed her displeasure, contemplating, what is this Zillian Senior up to, insisting on dragging me into this? Enwa, this matter must be handled by you, as it bears a critical connection to the human race. Zillian had anticipated that Enwa would react this way. Thus he presented the situation with great gravity. Even if it has some connection to the human race, I have entrusted you with their affairs. Enwa replied, glancing back at Laozi before continuing, isn't Laozi also the leader of the human sect? With both of you here, who could possibly oppose you? Enwa remained reluctant that my junior sister. I've already mentioned that I will not intervene. Even with Laozi's assistance, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Zillian, undeterred by Enwa's rebuttal, maintained a calm demeanor. Even Laozi cannot guarantee complete assurance. I recall that within the Sea of Blood, there is seemingly only one figure at the quasi-saint level, the river of the underworld. Apart from him, there appears to be no one else who could rival Laozi. Enwa insisted, her words garnering agreement from those present, even prompting Laozi to question whether Zillian underestimated his prowess. Enwa, you speak the truth, but let us not forget those two from the west, as well as the two from the Heavenly Demon Palace. I wonder if you, Laozi, could contend with them alone? Zillian directly challenged, showing no intent to spare Laozi's pride. Senior Zillian. Can you predict that these two spiritual treasures will attract the attention of the two from the west? But what connection do they have with the two from the heavenly demon palace? Tong Tian, unable to contain himself, rose to ask. Tong Tianyu, along with Yuan Shi and Lao Zi, have established a great teaching to attain the saintly position. You should understand that the ethereal concept of fortune is indeed real. I assert that these two treasures are connected to the beings of the vast wilderness due to this very fortune that I can share further insights with you. Zillian paused momentarily, ensuring everyone was attentive before continuing. The human race is destined to flourish. Although the two from the west may not possess great cultivation among the sages, their divination skills are not significantly inferior to mine. You must consider what their teaching relies upon for growth. It is the future rulers of the vast wilderness. The human race by tying the human race to themselves, their teachings are bound to thrive. And when that time comes, your teachings... Zillian left the statement hanging, leisurely sipping his tea while observing the reactions of those present. Lao Zi and Hua were the first to react, as they were aware of the implications of Zillian's words regarding the human race's ascendancy. Their expressions darkened, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Soon after, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also caught on, realizing that they could not allow the two from the west to entwine themselves with the human race. Otherwise, their own teachings would surely face obliteration. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Zillian gently placed his teacup down and inquired, "Hua, have you considered it thoroughly?" He added, "Oh, I must mention that while this item may be yours, its guardianship is merely temporary. When the time is ripe, its true owner will inevitably emerge." Upon hearing Zillian's words, the last vestiges of doubt and resistance within Hua quietly dissipated. She observed the expectant gazes of the others upon her and declared, "If that is the case, I shall personally embark on this journey to retrieve those two spiritual treasures." Hua, though reluctant, recognized the situation had escalated to a point where she had no choice but to break her vow. The gathering felt a cloud of despair lift upon Hua's agreement to undertake this task, their expressions brightening. Little did they realize they had been deftly manipulated by Zillian. These two spiritual treasures did not necessarily need to be claimed solely by Hua. Anyone could have done so. However, Zillian deemed it safer for Hua, the mother of humanity, to possess them, though he calculated that any member of the three pure ones could retrieve them without issue. It was essential to remember that all were under the influence of the heavenly Tao, whose whims were unpredictable. Who could say the heavenly Tao would not choose to toy with them? Zillian's mindset reflected a modern sensibility, always keeping a contingency plan and maintaining a degree of caution towards others. "Senior Zillian, you mentioned having two matters to discuss. With this one resolved, what is the other?" Yuan Shi Tianzuan inquired. "The other matter is also related to the two from the west, and is connected to the witch clan," Zillian elucidated. Why do they always seem to be intertwined with those two from the west? "One day, I shall find an opportunity to properly deal with them," Tong Tian grumbled at Zillian's remark. Tong Tian, do not behave childishly. The two from the west have separated from the teachings and established their own doctrine. Naturally, they do not align with us. While they cannot be considered enemies, they are certainly not friends." Zillian chuckled at Tong Tian's complaint. "Senior Zillian speaks truthfully, but what further schemes do those two intend to enact?" Yuan Shi echoed Zillian's sentiment before posing his own question. "You should be aware that the two from the heavenly demon palace have recently been seen frequently in the company of Jane and Juni. What might they be discussing together? While I have not divined anything conclusive, I do have some inkling regarding their connections. One pertains to the witch clan, and the other is you three pure ones." Zillian indicated towards Lao Zi and the others. Could it be that the two from the heavenly demon palace are conspiring with Jane and Junti to confront the witch clan? They approached me as well, but I turned them down. Hua pondered after a lengthy contemplation that if what you say is true, then why would the three pure ones also be involved? Zillian refuted Hua's assertion. Chapter 70. The Turbulent Sea of Blood, Part 2. Indeed. Senior Zillian, what relevance does this have for us? Tong Tian had been eager to ask this question, but Hua had interjected first. Only after Zillian reiterated the mention of the three pure ones did he hastily seek clarification. "It is not for any other reason, but rather due to matters between your three pure ones." Zillian smiled as he replied. Matters between us, Tong Tian still did not comprehend. Indeed, the discord among you stems entirely from the division of the three pure ones. Zillian continued to elucidate. Zillian, I fail to grasp how the conspiracy of Jin, Zhuanti, and the two from the Heavenly Demon Palace is intertwined with our separation, lamented Laozi, unable to sit still. If their scheme truly arises from the division of the three pure ones, then the burden of guilt upon us would be immense. Who would have thought that we were the ones to initiate this? In truth, it cannot be solely blamed on you, for my estimation. Their plot may have been concocted long before, merely held back out of caution towards you. It was only after receiving news of your separation that they deemed themselves free of threat and dared to act. Zillian reasoned, absolving Laozi of guilt. If that is the case, Zillian, how do we thwart their conspiracy? The original Heavenly Master queried, also restless. Haha. Original brother, did I mention we ought to stop them? And why would we need to? Zillian questioned, a peculiar smile gracing his face. The crowd was genuinely perplexed. What could Zillian possibly mean? Zillian, what exactly are you implying? Do enlighten us. Do not keep us guessing. Nuwa could no longer contain herself, and tilted her head to inquire. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They believe their plan flawless. Yet in the end, they will realize it is akin to drawing water with a basket. Futile! Zillian exclaimed with laughter. The crowd, upon hearing Zillian's words, felt a chill rise within them. Astonished that Zillian would take such an approach, they resolved never to oppose this treacherous senior brother again, lest they find themselves unaware of their own demise. Simultaneously, they silently paid homage for the four unfortunate souls from the West and the Heavenly Demon Palace, who foolishly provoked this cunning figure before them. Zillian, observing their expressions, was fully aware of their thoughts. Yet, he remained unfazed in modern society. Such matters were all too common. What was this? Merely a drizzle. He had witnessed far more nefarious plots than this, considering it a mere triviality. Very well, esteemed guests, remain here for a time on my immortal island. When the spiritual treasure is about to emerge, you may set forth. Zillian addressed the assembly. How delightful. I have long wished to impose upon you, senior brother. Since all of you are present, shall we hold a discussion meeting? Tong Tian was the first to voice his support. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement with Tong Tian's proposal. Then you may engage in your discourse. I have matters to attend to and shall not involve myself. Zillian said, rising to leave. Zillian, is there truly nothing that can be postponed? Your absence would certainly diminish the quality of this discussion. The original Heavenly Master hurriedly interjected. Original brother, this matter cannot be delayed. Zillian replied, glancing at Nuwa. With Nuwa's assistance, even at the cost of breaking her own oath, I must prepare a generous gift for her. Thus, I cannot afford to tarry. Zillian, my help was not contingent upon any so-called reward. You need not trouble yourself. Nuwa, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the gaze of the others, quickly refuted Zillian's assertion. Nuwa, are you certain you do not wish for it? Zillian turned to face her directly. Absolutely not. Nuwa insisted vehemently. Oh, what a pity! Such a great loss. I had intended to present you with an exceptionally talented disciple, one who belongs to the demon clan. But since you refuse, who among you would care to take a disciple? Zillian feigned regret. No. Wait. What did you just say, Zillian? Nuwa suddenly reacted as the three pure ones were about to speak, hastily pulling Zillian back to a talented disciple. What of the demon clan? Indeed. If I deem someone worthy, it naturally means they possess remarkable talent. Were it not for my already having 3 disciples and lacking the fateful bond with him, I would have taken him myself. Why would I offer him to you? Zillian replied, his expression tinged with reluctance. Who is he? What is his background? If I want him, and you attempt to take him from me, do not blame me for turning hostile. Nuwa declared, directing her words at the 3 pure ones. When heaven and earth were separated, a phoenix emerged, imbued with the essence of the world, birthing 2 children, one a peacock, the other a golden-winged roc. The disciple I wish to give you is this very peacock. Now known as Kong Xian, Zillian stated, a hint of disappointment in his heart, pondering why he could not have Kong Xian as a disciple despite his arrival. Where is he? Nuwa inquired, realizing her fateful bond with Kong Xian thanks to Zillian's earlier words. She was elated. Although she had not established a grand sect, she ought to have a few disciples, right? Given her only current disciple was quite capable, yet mentally challenged, the emergence of another faithful disciple was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Fear not, Nuwa's sister. I am on my way to fetch him. Zillian chuckled at Nuwa's fervor, that I shall go as well. I cannot impose upon you alone. Senior brother Zillian. Nuwa insisted, I have said you need not accompany me. I have other matters to attend to, and upon my return, I shall bring him along, Zillian assured her. Very well. I shall trouble you, Senior Brother Zillian. I will engage in discussion with the esteemed brothers here and await your return. Nuwa replied, releasing Zillian and bowing respectfully. The three pure ones, having observed the agreement between the two, stepped forward to bid farewell to Zillian. He returned their gesture and turned to exit the three immortal island, slicing through space with a wave of his hand. However, after a moment of contemplation, he abandoned the notion, casting a spell to summon a cloud to leisurely carry him towards the Hongwang continent. Chapter 71, Blood Sea Turmoil, Part 2. Zillian emerged from the three immortal island, riding the cloud towards the Hongwang continent. He did not disclose the purpose of his journey to the three pure ones, or Nuwa. However, seated atop the cloud, he found himself in a quandary. Pondering whether his actions were right or wrong, he sighed softly. Alas, this matter appears simple. Yet why is it so difficult for my heart to make this decision? Is it solely because I am of the human race? Zillian's purpose was not merely to seek out the soon-to-emerge Kong Xian for Nuwa. Rather, he was primarily concerned with an impending calamity, one that would spell disaster for the human race and all beings on the Hongwang continent. He aimed to preemptively guard against it, yet he feared that while he might evade today's disaster, tomorrow could bring an even greater peril. Thus, he found himself utterly perplexed, resolved only to take things one step at a time, deciding to assess the situation upon arrival. Meanwhile, after Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai departed, Zhundi engaged in casual conversation with Jin, arranging matters for their disciples before setting off towards the heavenly demon palace. Being a sage, Zhuanti's speed far surpassed that of the quasi-saint Di Jun and Dong Huang, allowing the three to enter the grand hall of the heavenly demon palace almost simultaneously. It remained unknown what exactly transpired among them in the hall. But as time passed, 3 days swiftly elapsed. On the fourth day, around noon, Zhuanti emerged from within, his face glowing with vitality, while Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai accompanied him, though their expressions were far from jovial, resembling those who had lost their parents, figuratively speaking, of course, as they were born of heaven and earth and had no such lineage. Dear emperors, there is no need for you to see me off. Rest assured, with my involvement, this matter is certain to succeed, Zhuanti assured them as they reached the entrance of the grand hall. Ha! We understand, and we thank you, Brother Zhuanti. We wish you great success in your endeavors. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai responded, their forced smiles evident. Zhuanti, observing their morose expressions, suppressed laughter within, thinking to himself, Hee, you two think you can outmaneuver me. For now, I shall let you enjoy this moment. But soon enough, it will be your turn to weep. His smile widened to the point where it seemed it could split his face. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden sensation prompted him to squint. Murmuring to himself, the heavenly Tao is in turmoil. It seems a spiritual treasure is about to emerge, and it might have some connection to me. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke to himself, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged glances. Sensing something amiss, communicating silently, what is happening? Why do I feel such trepidation? Is danger approaching once more? Di Jun addressed Dong Huang, saying, I find it hard to believe. Once we have dispatched this fool, you can use the He Tu and Luo Shu to deduce the truth. Although my instincts align with yours, I sense that something is approaching, something intricately linked to us both. Dong Huang Tai responded. After a moment, Zhuanti regained his composure and said to the two sovereigns, Esteemed lords, I just remembered I have another matter to attend to. I shall take my leave, but please remain. Since Brother Zhuanti has business to attend to, we shall not delay you. Please go ahead. Di Jun and Dong Huang were eager for Zhuanti to depart, and upon hearing his farewell, they hastily urged him on. Unbeknownst to Zhuanti, the two were plotting something, With a respectful gesture, he departed the heavenly realm. And as soon as he was gone, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai hurried back to the main hall that Dijun retrieved his treasured artifacts, the He Tu and Luo Shu, and instructed the gatekeeping demon generals to prevent any interruptions, then began his calculations. After a while, Dijun's face lit up with joy as he opened his eyes, gripping his treasures tightly, and exclaimed to the anxiously awaiting Dong Huang Tai, "Brother, splendid news! A momentous revelation! Slow down, brother. Do not get overly excited. What is this good news?" Although Dong Huang was equally eager to know the outcome, he attempted to calm Dijun. Two innate spiritual treasures are about to emerge from the blood sea of the underworld, Dijun said, managing to temper his excitement slightly. "Oh, brother, just 2 innate treasures? While valuable, surely it does not warrant such excitement," Dong Huang Tai replied in confusion. "You do not understand. Though these treasures are innate, they are akin to 2 primordial treasures for us. I would not trade them for anything else," Dijun explained, patting Dong Huang's shoulder. "Oh, what could they be that would provoke such grand claims from you?" Dong Huang Tai inquired, clearly intrigued. "To be frank, I could not ascertain their specific uses, but I did sense a connection to fate. Whoever possesses these 2 treasures will surely gain immense fortune. As brothers, do we not need that?" Dijun articulated, "Oh, fortune. If what you deduce about the treasure's purpose is accurate, then it seems we must exhaust all means to acquire them." Dong Huang Tai, though maintaining his composure, seemed resolute in his intent to seize the treasures. "Indeed, let us prepare quickly. We must not delay, lest others gain the advantage, which would complicate our efforts," Dijun stated, rising to his feet. "Agreed," Dong Huang replied, also standing. "I shall make preparations at once." Without further ado, he dashed towards the rear palace. Meanwhile, in the bamboo house on Sanxian Island, the 3 pure ones opened their eyes. Laozi turned to Nuwa and said, "Sister Nuwa, the time has come for us to set forth." "Indeed." Nuwa nodded, then tore through space from her lotus seat, her body vanishing within. The 3 pure ones followed closely, entering the space opened by Nuwa. Simultaneously, in the west, Jane disappeared from his lotus seat, while Xinyuanzi vanished beneath the ginseng fruit tree in the 5 Zhuang temple on the vast land of Honghuang. In a moment, the notable figures of the Honghuang world converged towards the blood sea of the underworld. Far beneath Mount Buzhou, Zillian glanced towards the blood sea, a slight smile gracing her lips as she muttered, "Let them all go. Let them all go. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the end, it will merely benefit the human race." With that, she fell silent, gazing pensively at the towering Mount Buzhou. Chapter 72. The Emergence of Spiritual Treasures, Part 1. Brother Pangu, I did not anticipate that even before the chaos unfolded, you had plotted against me, and oh wonder you told me that while the beings above Honghuang are inextricably linked to you, they are not your incarnations, and that I need not be concerned, Zillian mused, looking up at Mount Buzhou for a long while before lowering her gaze, her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms, drawing drops of blood that fell to the ground. "But Brother Pangu, do you not realize? I cannot assist you in fulfilling this plan that I know you harbor a deep-seated hatred for the great Tao, resenting its unfairness towards you, and how it used your hand to establish the heavenly Tao, leading to your demise at the dawn of creation. Yet, I cannot help you, for I am of the human race. I cannot stand idly by as humanity marches towards extinction, nor can I allow the countless beings on this land to turn to ashes due to your scheme. Thus, I must thwart your plan, completely destroy it." With that, Zillian relaxed her posture, raised her head, and took a deep breath, declaring, "Brother Pangu, do not blame me. Mount Buzhou is your only witness in this world, and a crucial instrument for your control over it. I cannot allow its existence. Only by destroying it can I find true peace. Take care, brother." With that, Zillian deeply bowed to the majestic Mount Buzhou. Zillian then ascended into the air, circling Mount Buzhou while continuously forming various seals to strike at its mountain body. As her movements quickened, the interior of Mount Buzhou emitted faint cracking sounds, reminiscent of rocks fracturing. Yet, Zillian seemed oblivious, persistently unleashing her seals. For 3 uninterrupted days, Zillian worked tirelessly before finally returning to the ground. Exhaling a breath of relief, her previously stern face breaking into a slight smile. "IT is finally done. I feared it would take much longer, but it went surprisingly smoothly." Turning her gaze to the distance, she added, "Gong Gong, I have prepared a grand gift for you. I hope you and the other ancestral witches will appreciate it." With that, Zillian vanished from the spot, in the blood sea of the underworld. A unique existence formed from blood, stretching across a million-mile expanse, emerged when the great Pangu perished upon creating the world. The vile blood of Pangu converged at his navel, transforming into this blood sea, filled with the foulest blood and the most violent spiritual energy in existence. This realm was a forbidden zone in the Honghuang lands. Even those at the quasi-saint level must tread carefully within. For residing in this supposed dead zone was a formidable being, a life born from the blood sea, who upon awakening his consciousness, named himself Ming He Lao Zu, though he had not attained the saintly position. He ranked among the top figures at the quasi-saint level that he forged 480 million incarnations, known as the blood gods, claiming that the blood sea would never run dry, and Ming he would never perish. Today, he was diligently meditating on the secrets of heaven and comprehending the great Tao when he suddenly felt a tremor in his external consciousness. What is happening? A wave of intense unease washed over Ming-He, making him feel as though he might vomit blood. Frantically, he utilized the blood goddess technique to divine the cause. "Ah, so that is it, but this should be good news. Why am I feeling such disquiet?" Ming-He opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. Yet the strong sense of unease continued to perplex him. Suddenly, he recalled something and shouted, "Oh no! Such formidable spiritual treasures are about to emerge. They will undoubtedly attract the attention of the powerful beings in the Hongwang world, even the saints. If it were just ordinary individuals, I could handle it, but should those few saints arrive, heaven forbid. If I provoke them, my life would be forfeit." Realizing this, Ming-He hurriedly exited his place of meditation, swiftly emerging from the vast blood sea. With a flick of his hand, 24 blood-red flags flew from his sleeves. The moment they appeared, they grew in size, transforming into a towering banner. Ming-He surveyed the flags with satisfaction. They were crafted from the essence of the blood sea and the cold iron of the underworld. Painstakingly collected over 10,000 years to establish his own underworld devouring god formation, Ming-He executed a series of hand seals, directing the flags to scatter in all directions, forming a grand formation that enveloped the 1,000-mile radius of the blood sea in a crimson haze. "Stand," he uttered. The flags gradually faded into the void. Satisfied that everything was proceeding according to his plans, Ming-He revealed a relaxed smile. "Huh, Ming-He, my junior brother, why have you set such a dreadful formation? Is there an enemy at your door?" As soon as the river of the underworld felt a moment of respite, a thunderous laughter reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Immediately, the banner, which was on the verge of vanishing into the void, seemed to be tugged by some unseen force and flew to a nearby spot, condensing back into its original small form. There appeared a bald monk, clutching a withered tree branch, who seized the transformed banner and smiled at the astonished river of the underworld. The river of the underworld was bewildered, pondering why his treasure had lost its connection to him. And upon witnessing this person's arrival, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, lamenting inwardly, "Alas, I am indeed a step too late." He clasped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, "Brother Zhuini, you seem to be in high spirits. I wonder what brings you to my blood sea. Is there an enemy I should be aware of? You know, the river of the underworld, have always maintained a low profile and avoided making enemies that I was merely practicing a newly learned formation just now. Might I ask, Brother Zhuini, if you would kindly return my banner?" Upon hearing the river of the underworld's words, Zhuinti replied, "Oh, I see. I thought perhaps you had encountered some adversaries. As for myself, I merely happened to wander into your territory while traveling. There is nothing more to it." Seeing Zhuinti still smiling as he responded to his inquiries, yet showing no intention of returning the banner, the river of the underworld felt a surge of anger rising within him. "Brother Zhuinti, I must insist that you return my treasure," he directly demanded. "What treasure, river of the underworld? Did I take your treasure?" Zhuinti shamelessly retorted to the river of the underworld's words. Little Ming's hand is swollen. Typing can only be accomplished with one hand, making it quite laborious. Therefore, today I can only update one chapter for everyone to peruse. Once Little Ming's hand heals, I will resume a more detailed update. Additionally, I would like to ask everyone for advice. My hand swelled up after being stung by a bee. How can I reduce this swelling quickly? Chapter 73. The Divine Ones Manifest the Spiritual Treasures. Part 2. Upon hearing Juni's words. The river of the underworld felt as though his lungs might burst from anger. Yet he knew he was no match for him and could only endure it if a confrontation ensued. It was likely Junti, being so shameless, would not hold back. The river of the underworld silently consoled himself. Do not act impulsively. Do not act impulsively. Material possessions can be refined anew, but life is irreplaceable as long as the green hills remain. One need not fear a lack of firewood. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising fury, he addressed Juni. Brother Junti, you are not welcome here. I kindly ask you to leave. With that, the river of the underworld prepared to descend once more into the blood sea. At that moment, another voice rang out. Oh, I have seen shamelessness before, but never such brazen audacity. Brother Juni, how can you bully the river of the underworld like this? Is it merely because you are a sage? After this voice echoed, the space trembled, and Yuhua appeared. A mocking expression on her face as she gazed at Junti. It was evident that the previous words had originated from her lips, Sister Yuhua. You should be careful with your words, Junti retorted coldly, toying with the withered branch in his hand. Humph. Is Sister Yuhua wrong? Just because of your higher cultivation, you dare to seize the treasures of those with lower cultivation? Aren't you afraid of losing face as a sage? As soon as the words fell, Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tong Tian appeared beside Yuhua, with Tong Tian disdainfully curling his lip. It was he who had just spoken. Junti had initially been startled by Yuhua's words, but upon seeing that she was alone, he felt reassured. He believed that, with his own cultivation level, Yuhua was certainly no match for him. Even if she were here to contest for the two spiritual treasures, he felt utterly confident. Thus, he had spoken so boldly, simply intending to issue a warning to Yuhua. However, he had not anticipated that the three pure ones would appear beside her. Observing their camaraderie, Junti felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Hadn't Dijuan and Dong Huangtai proclaimed that the three pure ones had separated? How could they still be together, entangled with Yuhua? How was he to contend with them, let alone facing them all together? Even any one of the three pure ones could match him in strength. Should they also be after the spiritual treasures, what chance did he have? Junti pondered. I had thought you were someone significant. It turns out the three esteemed brothers have also arrived, Junti said with a hint of courtesy. Humph. Yuhua and Tong Tian ignored Junti entirely, while Yuanshi Tianzuan merely emitted a cold snort. Only Laozi nodded with a smile and said, Brother Junti, what you did earlier was quite inappropriate. I believe it would be best to return the treasure to the river of the underworld. Laozi offered a symbolic bow in return. Junti had not expected Laozi to address him in such a manner, and he momentarily lost his composure. However, he quickly recovered and smiled. Yes, Brother Laozi is right. It should be returned to the river of the underworld. I was merely joking with him, so please do not take it to heart. Junti waved his hands repeatedly, then produced the 24 small flags hidden in his sleeve and said to the river of the underworld, Brother River of the Underworld, I only wish to jest with you. Do not truly believe I covet your treasure. With that, he returned the flags to the river of the underworld. Upon hearing Laozi's words and witnessing Junti genuinely return his treasure, the river of the underworld felt an immense joy within. Though he did not display it outwardly, he beckoned, and the flags swiftly flew back into the river of the underworld's sleeve. Without acknowledging Junti, he approached Yuhua and the three pure ones, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the three esteemed brothers and Sister Yuhua. There is no need for that. River of the underworld, in the future, when practicing your formations, do exercise caution to avoid any further jesting from others. Yuhua remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Junti. Junti was furious at being ignored by the river of the underworld, and then further provoked by Yuhua's words. He was about to erupt, but realized that he was not their match. Even if he were to engage with Yuhua and the others, he would undoubtedly suffer losses, leaving him with no choice but to swallow his anger and remain silent. My esteemed brothers and sister, May I inquire what brings you to my blood sea? The river of the underworld feigned ignorance. River of the underworld, do not play coy with us. Surely you know our purpose for coming. Yuanshi Tianzuan raised an eyebrow and stated, realizing his words were inappropriate. The river of the underworld refrained from arguing with Yuanshi, engaging in small talk with the others before drifting to the side to await with peace of mind. During this time, several others with cultivation levels at the quasi-saint stage gradually arrived. Niwa cast a surprised glance at these individuals, recognizing only 3 among them: Dijuan and Dongwang Tai from the Heavenly Demon Palace, and Xinyuanzi from the Five Baron View. However, Niwa was taken aback to find that not a single member of the Wu clan had come. She could not fathom the situation with the Wu clan. Although they did not cultivate the primordial spirit and could not discern heavenly secrets, with the spiritual treasures about to emerge, they should have sensed the commotion. So why had they not arrived? Could it be that they were aware they could not obtain the treasures, and thus chose not to join the fray? Niwa pondered, concluding that this was the only reasonable explanation. Upon seeing the 6 saints among the quasi-saint cultivators come to seek the spiritual treasures, many realized it was impossible for them to obtain the treasures. However, these individuals were not as knowledgeable as Zillian regarding the treasures, so they chose to remain and observe what these 2 spiritual treasures, which could attract so many, were all about. For a time, few withdrew from the gathering. The crowd quietly awaited in the desolate expanse above the blood sea for 7 days. During this period, more individuals seeking the treasures continued to arrive, while a few who recognized their hopelessness departed. Yet, the spiritual treasures did not manifest, nor was there even a hint of their arrival. This left everyone perplexed, as they continually attempted to deduce heavenly secrets, which clearly indicated that the treasures would appear in these days. What could be amiss? Even Niwa, the 3 pure ones, and Zhuenti, such sages, could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety that moment. The once tranquil spiritual energy in the heavens and earth began to surge violently, emitting a continuous buzzing sound. The blood sea roiled with towering waves, churning restlessly as enormous bubbles ascended from the depths. The instant these bubbles made contact with the air, they burst, startling the impatient onlookers in the sky, who realized that the spiritual treasures were about to emerge. Chapter 74. The Divine Ones Manifest the Spiritual Treasures. Part 2. Sister Niwa. It appears that Brother Vian's words were not without merit. These 2 spiritual treasures are indeed linked to the beings of the great wilderness, Laozi remarked to Niwa, observing the unfolding spectacle before them. Oh, what do you mean by that, Brother Laozi? Niwa, who had been intently watching the blood sea, turned to him. Niwa found it rather perplexing. How could I utter such words at this juncture? Just as the signs of the birth of the spiritual treasure manifested, I attempted to divine once more. Yet the future of the impending treasure remained shrouded in ambiguity. I could only ascertain that the individual destined to wield it, its master, was someone who would take us all by surprise. My words, akin to a tongue twister, were indeed difficult to articulate, yet the several saints present, including the shameless Zhuenti, comprehended the essence of my utterance. Look, the spiritual treasure is about to emerge. A voice erupted from the crowd, alerting everyone. The previously chattering multitude ceased their discussions and bowed their heads towards the blood sea, where the spot that had just been bubbling seemed to herald the ascent of something extraordinary. Auspicious energies began to converge from all directions, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air intensified. Gradually, the blood waters of the sea surged violently, and a large bubble began to rise slowly from beneath. Once it detached from the blood sea, it ascended rapidly into the sky, its color transitioning from crimson to a translucent hue. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the bubble exploded with a resounding pop, the force of which astonished all, rivaling the full might of a great Luo golden immortal. Those situated nearby, caught off guard, were sent tumbling in all directions by the explosive force, and despite their quasi-saintly cultivation, they could not help but spew forth blood that moment. The crowd finally discerned the appearance of the 2 innate spiritual treasures encapsulated within the bubble. One resembled a pen, while the other looked akin to a ledger, leaving Niwa, the 3 pure ones, and others in perplexity that wasn't it said to be the book of the underworld. Although they had never seen this celestial tome, they were familiar with the earthly book belonging to Zhen Yuanzi. Logically, since both treasures were birthed simultaneously with the heavenly and earthly books, their form should be similar. Even if there were discrepancies, they ought not to be so vast. How could the book of the underworld appear in such a guise? After the initial stupor, some individuals, unable to resist the allure of the treasures, shouted in unison, "Fellow Taoists, the treasures are before us. Whoever seizes them first shall claim them." Upon hearing this, the crowd surged forward, each attempting to snatch the treasures without employing their own magical artifacts, as they understood that in such chaos, using their artifacts could lead to unintended harm. These individuals, accustomed to a carefree existence, were reluctant to entangle themselves in further karmic repercussions and thus relied solely on their hands to seize the treasures. "Humph! Ants, how dare you behave so brazenly?" Zhuan Ti, unable to resist the temptation, wielded the Qi treasure tree to sweep the approaching crowd away, sending them sprawling far from the treasures. Some less powerful individuals were even thrown into the blood sea. After clearing the crowd, Zhuan Ti gestured towards the treasures, which flew directly into his grasp. He was elated to see that Nuwa did not intervene, thinking to himself, "It seems Nuwa and the three pure ones are not here to contest me for these treasures." However, Zhuan Ti's joy was premature. Before he could ponder further, a beam of white light shot towards the treasures, emanating an immense pulling force that held the treasures suspended in midair. It was then that Laozi's voice resounded. "Zhuan Ti, my junior brother, how could a dignified saint like you deign to attack those younger than you?" Upon hearing Laozi's words, Zhuan Ti nearly launched himself into the clouds in fury, glaring as he retorted, "Laozi, what do you mean by that? Do you also wish to seize these treasures from me?" Zhuan Ti shamelessly claimed the treasures as his own, while simultaneously directing his Qi treasure tree towards the sky-bound Vajra cutter. "Ha! How audacious of you, Zhuan Ti, to assert ownership over these unclaimed treasures," boomed the voice of Tong Tian as a gleaming sword confronted Zhuan Ti's tree. Zhuan Ti, startled by Laozi's intervention, felt a rush of embarrassment at his blunder. His face flushed crimson as he attempted to justify. "This treasure is fated to be with me, Zhuan Ti, and aligned with my Western teachings. Is there anything wrong with claiming it as mine?" With that, he commanded his artifact to engage in battle with Tong Tian, even unleashing a precious 8 treasures canopy to ensnare Laozi's Vajra cutter, thus pitting himself against 2 opponents. It seemed that Zhuan Ti sought to test his own mettle. The onlookers, fearing that the conflict among the saints might spill over to them, retreated a considerable distance. Yet they could not bring themselves to leave entirely, for witnessing the clash of saints was a rare opportunity for learning and perhaps beneficial to their own cultivation. Only Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Jin Yinzi remained, their intentions unclear. However, in the eyes of the saints, these 3, despite their high cultivation, were still regarded as insignificant ants, and thus they paid little heed. A beam of golden light pierced through the space between the saints, revealing the 12-petal golden lotus platform of Jin, clearly indicating that he too wished to intervene in the fray. The lotus radiated dazzling golden light, enveloping the 2 treasures and even Laozi's Vajra cutter, evidently attempting to seize them all in one fell swoop. Laozi perceived Jin's intentions and was instantly incensed. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the Taiji diagram to counter the golden lotus platform, declaring, "You foolhardy wretch, since you have arrived, I shall take you as well." With that, he executed a hand gesture to capture Jin's lotus. Zhuan Ti, alarmed, realized that he and his brother had only these 2 treasures at their disposal. If Laozi were to seize his brother's lotus, their prospects would be dire. Zhuan Ti turned to the onlooking Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, urging, "What are you 2 waiting for? Do assist me." He cast aside his pride, directly seeking their aid, for with Nuwa and the Primordial One yet to act, should they join forces, he and his brother would surely be outmatched. He sought not to acquire the 2 treasures, but merely to avoid losing both his forces and the treasures. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged glances, initially reluctant to intervene, but circumstances dictated that they were beholden to Jin and Zhuan Ti. Little Meng's hand is nearly healed and will resume updates tomorrow. Chapter 75. After Zhuan Ti's plea for assistance, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai reluctantly entered the fray. They understood that in the eyes of these saints, they were fragile, yet with their formidable cultivation and extraordinary treasures, they believed self-preservation would be achievable. "You go ahead, brother. We seek not glory, but merely to avoid calamity," Emperor Jun declared as he summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu. Directing them towards Tongtian's sword in the air, he realized that with his own cultivation, it was impossible to extricate Jian's lotus. Only by joining forces with Zhuan Ti to drive back Tongtian's sword could they break the current deadlock. "Beast, how dare you?" The Primordial One, who had remained inactive thus far, was enraged to see Emperor Jun take action. He thought to himself, "A mere quasi-saint dares to disregard so many saints, truly unworthy of being a son." In a fit of fury, the Primordial One brandished the 3 bags of rui he held and hurled them at Emperor Jun, aiming for a direct hit. Should he succeed, not just one Emperor Jun, but even 100 would perish on the spot. As Emperor Jun witnessed the jade rui descending upon him, a mix of alarm and fury surged within him. However, he knew evasion was futile. Who could escape under the gaze of a saint? The answer was none, unless one were also a saint. Emperor Jun lamented, "It is over. My treasure is entangled with Tongtian's sword, and I cannot turn back to aid myself. It seems I am destined to perish amidst this vast blood sea today." Resigned to his fate, he closed his eyes, awaiting death. Clang! A melodious chime echoed above Emperor Jun's head, and he felt a surge of hope as he realized his brother, Dong Huang Tai, had come to his rescue. Yet before he could revel in his relief, he heard a sickening sound, a spurt of blood. Without regard for his own treasure, Emperor Jun swiftly turned to see his brother spitting blood, plummeting into the blood sea like a cannonball, while the Dong Huang bell that had saved him was sent flying elsewhere. "Brother!" Emperor Jun cried out in despair, disregarding Zhuan Ti and his own treasure as he dove down from the clouds, swiftly catching Dong Huang Tai mid-fall. Upon discovering that Dong Huang Tai had merely sustained internal injuries and was temporarily unconscious, he felt a wave of relief. Cradling his brother, Emperor Jun ascended once more. Reaching out to retrieve the He Tu and Luo Shu floating in the air, he addressed Zhuan Ti, saying, "Brother Zhuan Ti, forgive us our inadequacies. We must take our leave that I must tend to my brother's injuries post-haste, lest further complications arise." Having spoken, Zhuan Ti paid no further heed to his feelings, dissipating like flowing light on the spot. The departure of Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai plunged Zhuan Ti into a predicament. He could scarcely afford to chastise the two Ti that moment. The originally suppressed Lotus platform erupted with golden brilliance, momentarily stalling the offensive of the Tai Chi diagram. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the Lotus platform soared forth, abandoning its greed for the 2 pieces of spiritual treasure and Laozi's Vajra ruler that it had covered. Upon emerging, the Lotus platform tore through space, vanishing without a trace. It was then that Jie Yin's voice resonated. "Junior brother Zhuan Ti, cease your actions. Do not engage in a desperate struggle that in truth." Zhuan Ti was well aware that should he continue to fight, he would inevitably lose face. Yet witnessing Jie Yin's unwillingness to retreat left him no choice but to flee alone. Hearing Jie Yin's words sparked a surge of joy within him, prompting him to retract his 2 treasures. However, he could not resist retorting to Tong Tian and Laozi, saying, "Let this matter rest for now. I shall not let you off so easily in the future." With that, he vanished from the scene, fleeing. Laozi and Tong Tian retracted their treasures, with Laozi addressing the retreating Zhuan Ti, "Zhuan Ti, I concede." Tong Tian, however, was less gracious, scoffing at Zhuan Ti's parting words and venomously replying, "Zhuan Ti, I, Tong Tian, await you." Zhuan Ti, hearing Laozi's words, felt somewhat reassured, but when he heard Tong Tian's remarks, he nearly spat blood in anger, his form trembling uncontrollably. Yet he suppressed his impending wrath, continuing to fly onward, vowing silently, "Tong Tian, if I do not avenge this grudge, I, Zhuan Ti, shall not be considered human." The onlookers were taken aback by the dramatic conclusion of the battle, but upon hearing Tong Tian's words, they nearly burst out laughing, thinking, even a sage can indulge in verbal sparring. Some even imagined the expression Zhuan must have had upon hearing this. Sister Nuwa, it is your turn to act, Laozi reminded the nearby Nuwa. She nodded, but did not take action. Instead, she used a map of mountains and rivers to envelop the two innate spiritual treasures hovering in the air. Turning to the three purities and saying, "Brothers, this matter is now settled. Do you plan to return to your own sanctuaries or to Brother Julian's three immortal island?" The three purities exchanged glances, with Laozi stating, "There is nothing left to attend to at Brother Julian's. I shall return to my Shuyang Mountain." "What of you two?" "I shall return to Kunlun Mountain," Yuan Shirtanzun replied decisively. "As for me, I will first return to Jinao Island. Should Brother Julian require my assistance, I shall return," Tong Tian said to Nuwa. "As for me," Nuwa pondered briefly before looking up and saying, "I will first return to the three immortal island, as I have a matter to consult with Brother Julian. After I clarify that, I shall return to my Hua Huang Palace. In that case, let us disperse," Nuwa remarked. "Sister Nuwa, do visit my Jinao Island when time permits." After Tong Tian finished speaking, he bowed to Laozi but ignored Yuan Shi as he turned to leave, observing Tong Tian's demeanor and Yuan Shirtanzun's grim countenance. Laozi couldn't help but smile ruefully to himself. It seems the gap between the three purities is widening. Once Tong Tian departed, Nuwa and the others did not linger, bidding farewell before vanishing from sight. The remaining onlookers, seeing that the sages had left, also dispersed, leaving only Zhen Yuanzi, who cast a meaningful glance at the Ming he floating above the blood sea, the meaning of which remained unclear. "My health is just right. I dare not overexert myself." Another chapter will be uploaded tomorrow at noon. Future updates will follow this pattern. Chapter 76. After Jillian had arranged everything atop Mount Buzhou, he secretly calculated, I did not expect him to emerge so soon. I thought I would have to wait a couple of days." With that, Jillian glanced back at Mount Buzhou and took to the clouds. He floated leisurely through the air, not in haste, taking the opportunity to explore the vast wilderness. For several days remained until Kong Xian's true emergence. This time allowed him to survey the expansive primordial world. Although he could observe the entirety of the Hong Huang realm from the three immortal island, relying on Jillian's nearly boundless saintly consciousness, experiencing it firsthand was undeniably more gratifying, since the Sovereign of Heaven had received a message from Saint Nuwa. Leading the human race down from Mount Buzhou, the initially selected settlement was no longer adequate for the burgeoning population. With more and more human infants being born, the population base was rapidly expanding. While the available food sources dwindled, those who had achieved cultivation were somewhat better off. They had severed their reliance on grains and instead absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to meet their needs. Yet, in comparison to the overall human race, those who had cultivated were far too few. If the situation persisted, starvation was inevitable, leaving the reclusive elder, the Sovereign of Heaven, quite vexed. He mused, "How could I have overlooked this when departing from Mount Buzhou? Recently, I have been unable to contact Mother Nuwa. If only I could receive her guidance, I would not be so troubled. What shall I do if this continues?" The Sovereign of Heaven was deep in thought, frowning as he surveyed the living conditions of the human race atop the mountain. After a period of flight, Jillian suddenly halted, as if something intriguing had caught his attention. He parted the thick clouds to gaze below, where he saw a woman sitting at the edge of a cliff, her legs dangling over the precipice, swaying gently in the wind. This woman appeared troubled, her brow furrowed, as she absent-mindedly toyed with a small blade of grass. Occasionally, she would turn her head to survey her surroundings. When she turned her face toward Jillian, he felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. What a beautiful woman! He thought, bemused, I did not expect to be so captivated. Jillian chuckled ruefully and then reflected, why does this woman feel so familiar? She resembles someone I know. He strained to search his memory, but it pained him to recall who she might be. Jillian slapped his forehead. Oh dear, how could I be so foolish? After a while, he opened his eyes. So, it is her. No wonder I felt this sense of familiarity. Jillian sat atop the clouds, observing the woman below, lost in thought. Yet from her furrowed brow to her occasional smiles, it was evident that she was grappling with inner turmoil. Ah, Let fate take its course. He decided that I shall descend and take a look that it seems she is in trouble, and it concerns the human race. Although I am a saint, I am still part of the human race. Perhaps I can lend a hand. With this resolve, Julien descended from the clouds, landing behind the woman. Who goes there? The sound of Julien's landing startled the contemplative sovereign of heaven, who swiftly turned to regard him warily. Seeing the sovereign of heaven up close, Julien's sense of awe intensified rather than diminished. He suppressed his emotions and spoke, "Are you not the sovereign of heaven?" Upon hearing Julien's inquiry, the sovereign of heaven did not respond but maintained his vigilant stance. No need to be alarmed, Julien chuckled, adjusting his attire. You may call me Sherbois. The term caught the sovereign of heaven off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and asked, "Who are you? Have you not heard of me from our Saint Mother Nuwa?" "I am her eldest senior brother, Julien," he replied, raising an eyebrow. "Ah," the sovereign of heaven exclaimed in surprise. Upon recognizing Julien, memories of Nuwa's words about her mysterious senior brothers and sisters flooded back. She had spoken highly of Julien, which had piqued the sovereign's curiosity. She had even mentioned that she would ensure they met someday. Now, standing before him, the sovereign reflected, "This Julien does not match my expectation of an old sage. He is rather handsome, more so than those under my command." Suddenly, she was startled by her own thoughts, her cheeks flushing a delightful shade of crimson. Julien noted how the sovereign of heaven stared intently at him, as if trying to discern something, before her face turned red as she lowered her gaze. He could not fathom her thoughts, yet he found himself captivated by her demeanor. In that moment, the two shared a tranquil yet charged silence, each lost in their own reverie. The human race's elder, the sovereign of heaven, has met Master Julien. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. After a long moment, Huang Tian suddenly recalled that Zilien was still before him. He hurriedly performed a respectful gesture of a junior. Yet his head remained bowed deeply, unraised. "No need for excessive formalities. I do not intend to place blame upon you," Zilien, startled by Huang Tian's words, instinctively reached out to assist him, but her hand fell short. Huang Tian straightened his posture, leaving Zilien's hand suspended in midair, caught in an awkward dilemma. "It is no wonder that Sister Nuwa often speaks highly of you. Your cultivation is indeed commendable." Zilien, feeling a surge of inspiration, playfully patted Huang Tian's head, searching for conversation. "Thank you for the compliment, Master Uncle. It is all due to the teachings of the Holy Mother Nuwa." Huang Tian was momentarily taken aback by Zilien's gesture, yet he remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, as he himself felt a twinge of guilt. "By the way, I noticed you appeared troubled when I saw you at the clouds earlier. Have you encountered some difficulties?" Zilien, being a person seasoned by trials, swiftly regained her composure and inquired. "Alas, Master Uncle Zilien, the situation is as follows." Huang Tian's tone turned serious as he thought to himself. The burden upon him was considerable, and unable to reach the Holy Mother, he found it prudent to confide in Zilien in hopes of assistance. Chapter 77. Just after descending from Mount Buzhou, we were unaware of the circumstances on the vast land of Hongwan. We settled in a place that seemed tolerable, yet unexpectedly, in just a few short years, the population of the human race surged dramatically. Originally, this was a positive sign, indicating our adaptation to life in Hongwan and our continuous growth. However, accompanying this rapid increase were emerging challenges. The land became insufficient for our burgeoning numbers, rendering management increasingly difficult. I gradually appointed several elders to assist in governance, yet these elders often rallied their own factions, undermining my authority as my commands were frequently ignored. Being of the same human race, I found it difficult to reprimand them. While I could endure these grievances, the escalating population resulted in a severe scarcity of food. Were it not for the occasional provisions sent by the surrounding Wu and Yao clans, our people would have surely faced starvation. With no alternatives and unable to contact the Holy Mother Nuwa, I earnestly seek your benevolence, Master Uncle Zilien, to help alleviate my confusion. Huang Tian's words flowed forth uncontrollably, a torrent of grievances spilling out upon seeing Zilien, as he hoped she could lend a hand. Considering her status as a sage, indeed, she was a senior to the Holy Mother Nuwa. Possessing considerable prowess, Lilian was taken aback that Huang Tian would so openly share his burdens, treating her as if she were no outsider. Were it anyone else, she would certainly remain indifferent. Yet this pertained to the affairs of the human race, compelling her to pay attention. Despite achieving the status of a sage, she still regarded herself as one of the human race. Moreover, witnessing Huang Tian's troubled expression stirred discomfort within her heart. After a moment of contemplation, Zilian asked, "Is there truly no possibility for your kin to expand outward? I have considered that, yet the surrounding areas are dominated by the Wu and Yao clans. Any attempt to expand would inevitably lead to conflict, and their backing is too formidable for us to contend with. Should hostilities arise, it would result in significant losses among our people, a consequence I wish to avoid. Furthermore, the Wu and Yao clans have assisted us considerably since our arrival. How could I wage war against them? That is absolutely out of the question." Huang Tian swiftly dismissed Zi Lian's suggestion with a wave. Hearing Huang Tian's response, Zi Lian nodded in satisfaction, well aware of the circumstances. Her previous suggestion had merely been a test of Huang Tian's resolve, and she was quite pleased with his answer. "Very well, splendid indeed." Zi Lian clapped her hands twice in approval and then pointed a finger at Huang Tian's forehead. Huang Tian was taken aback by Zi Lian's unexpected action as he pondered her intentions. He suddenly felt an overwhelming stream of consciousness invade his mind, followed by a piercing headache, and he realized this was a reaction to his spiritual awareness struggling to keep pace. He needed to endure, lest his consciousness suffer damage, or worse, be shattered entirely by this influx, leading to his demise. Huang Tian had no time to chastise Zilian for her recklessness. He hastily gathered his spiritual awareness, striving to safeguard his inner realm from collapse. In truth, Huang Tian's worries were unfounded. How could a sage like Zilian be unaware of such trivial matters? The reason for her actions stemmed from her own burdens, and explaining them would be overly complicated. Thus, it was far more efficient to proceed in this manner. Moreover, she had just discerned that Kong Xian was about to emerge, and more vexingly, the shameless Jun Ti was lurking nearby. Should Kong Xian's arrival be manipulated by Jun Ti, it would surely cause her immense frustration. Most troubling was the inexplicable sense of closeness she felt toward Huang Tian during their brief encounter. Witnessing Huang Tian's sorrowful expression awakened a protective instinct within her. The shadows of her past marriage, marred by betrayal and humiliation from those she cherished, resurfaced as this feeling for Huang Tian arose. Zilian comprehended the implications, prompting her urgency to resolve Huang Tian's troubles with the human race and depart swiftly, intending only to inform Yuhua, still residing on Sanxian Island, to visit the human race more often. Huang Tian felt as though her head might burst, yet Zilian's transmission persisted. Her consciousness continued to swell, threatening to collapse at any moment. Just as Huang Tian felt she could endure no longer, Zilian finally withdrew her hand. Phew! Upon regaining her senses, Huang Tian felt a wave of apprehension wash over her, glancing at Zilian with a hint of reproach. Yet, surprisingly, she found no inclination to blame Zilian, which bewildered her. "Master Uncle Zilian, what is this?" Huang Tian hesitated before speaking. "Some matters are too complex to explain. It is far easier this way. Besides, I have other affairs to attend to and limited time." Zilian replied with a smile that Huang Tian nearly choked on Zilian's explanation, utterly baffled. What did easier even mean? She rolled her eyes, pouting in dissatisfaction. Well, I have conveyed all that you need to know into your mind. Be sure to contemplate it thoroughly. It may prove beneficial, perhaps even yield a pleasant surprise. Zilian felt warmth in her heart upon seeing Huang Tian's pout, gently patting her head. "I must take my leave now. Should you have time in the future, feel free to visit me at my Sanxian Island in the East Sea." With that, Zilian vanished. Huang Tian, left alone, muttered in displeasure. "What is this? Just up and leaves without a word." Yet, as she recalled Zilian's demeanor, she realized that the Holy Mother Nuwa had been entirely correct. This Master Uncle Zilian was indeed enigmatic, and rather amusing. Alas! Fortunately, Huang Tian's comments went unheard by Zilian. Had they reached her ears, she might have been infuriated by being labeled amusing by a mere human. Apologies to all. Last night, I was unexpectedly dragged out for drinks, and I slept through the day. Completely forgetting to update, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Chapter 78. On the Blood Sea, Jun Ti, thick-skinned, hurled a harsh remark before fleeing. Fearful of being pursued by Tong Tian and the others, he dared not pause. Meandering aimlessly across the vast expanse of Hong Wang for quite some time before emerging in the air above an unnamed mountain range. Paying no mind to the dirt below, he plopped down, taking a moment to steady his racing heart. Ha! Jun Ti exhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to survey his disheveled appearance from his hasty retreat, feeling a wave of sorrow and rage. What a disgrace for a dignified sage, the leader of a sect, to be reduced to this state. Cursed Nuwa, cursed the three pure ones. One day, I shall repay this humiliation tenfold. With that thought, Jun Ti raised his palm and shattered a mountain before him. Venting his pent-up anger, after venting his fury by smashing a mountain, Jun Ti was about to rise when he noticed something peculiar. Beneath the rubble he had created lay a cave, emanating a radiant five-colored light. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, rushing toward the cave as if drawn by something delightful. Jun Ti secretly calculated, his spirits lifting, and murmured, "So that's how it is. It seems even the heavenly Tao is assisting me." Ha ha! As the radiant figure of Jun Ti could no longer contain the overwhelming joy within his heart, he burst into a hearty laugh, a sound so powerful that it reverberated through the mountains, causing rocks to shatter. Who dares disturb my peace with such raucous noise? Just as Juni laughed, a cold, indifferent voice emerged from the resplendent cave. Hee. Is that you, Kong Xian? Upon hearing this voice, Junti ceased his laughter and inquired. Who are you? The voice from within the cave, filled with curiosity, responded, I am Kong Xian. I am the saint of the Western teaching. Junti, he declared, raising his head high, his expression transforming back into one of compassion. Ah, it is indeed the arrival of Saint Junti. I am remiss, Kong Xian acknowledged, albeit his tone betrayed no hint of contrition, and no need for that. During my travels, I happened upon this place by mere chance. There is no matter of rudeness here, Junti responded, concealing his mild displeasure at Kong Xian's arrogance, yet wishing to leave a favorable impression. He thought to himself, after all, the current Western teaching lacks noteworthy talents. And this Kong Xian is no ordinary figure. His future achievements are bound to be remarkable. Should I manage to bring him into my fold, it would be a tremendous boon. Resolute in his intention, Junti continued, Kong Xian, I perceive that your cultivation appears rather modest. How could this be? Alas, Saint Junti, you are unaware that, despite my belief in my exceptional talent, I have been groping through my practice without any guiding master. Thus, my cultivation has stagnated at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. I find myself in despair, which is why I have retreated to this nameless mountain range in hopes of advancing my understanding of the Tao. Kong Xian replied, his frustrations pouring forth upon hearing Jindi's inquiry. It seems you have indeed endured hardship in the absence of a mentor, Junti remarked.